In the vast world of Xuanhuang, where myriad races flourished and humanity was but a mere blade of grass, a young man was condemned to guard the sect's library, left in solitude. Akin to banishment, unbeknownst to him, he had already activated the 10,000 Scrolls of Enlightenment System, Ding. By reading 10 volumes of the Teishu Sword Classic, you gain a century of cultivation and unlock one opportunity for sword path deduction, Ding. By studying the record of chaos origins, you comprehend the essence of destruction, leading to a breakthrough in your realm. While others fought and killed for opportunities, he sat quietly amidst the sea of books, discerning the Great Dao. Others desperately sought a single true scripture, yet he casually browsed through supreme teachings. Years turned into centuries, and millions of years passed. He silently accumulated knowledge within the library, using books as steps and words as flames, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Until one fateful day, the coalition of myriad races besieged the ancestral land of humanity, and billions of souls cried out for slaughter. Suddenly, from the depths of the library, a figure emerged, unarmed yet stirring the ancient swords to resonate. One stroke of the sword extinguished 19 continents, causing the heavens to tremble. Chapter 1. The Guardian of the Library Ding. You have read 10 volumes, gaining 1 year of cultivation. You have obtained one opportunity for sword path deduction. You have received a boundary-breaking pill. Lin Fan set down his book and gazed at the earnest young man before him, who carried a bundle on his back. Lin Fan, do you truly wish to remain in this library, willingly squandering your youth among these texts? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat helpless. To read is to gain wisdom, clarity of nature, and virtue. Martial prowess can stabilize the world, and literature can also enlighten it. In my view, there is no distinction. The young man, hearing this, wore a look of exasperation. Do you not recall that you are the heir of the Duke of Southern Stability? The Duke of Southern Stability is no more, Lin Fan replied. The Duke fought valiantly into the depths of the barbarian territory, slaying countless foes to protect millions of humanity. What a hero! How have you learned nothing from him? But he still died, Lin Fan stated, his expression calm. Over the years, he had heard many speak these words. He was the gatekeeper's son. After all, Lin Fan, I truly feel that the Duke's legacy is wasted on you. Heroes from all corners of the world enlist to follow the Duke and fight for humanity. Yet you, as his heir, choose to curl up in this library. Do you honor the Duke? When the Duke fell, the entire Duke's house followed him into tragedy. How tragic it is that you are but a coward. Is reading, no matter how extensive, truly beneficial? The young man exclaimed in frustration, disappointment etched on his face, before turning to leave. Lin Fan watched his retreating figure and shook his head slightly. Indeed, reading held great value. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the system panel. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 27. Cultivation, first stage of celestial being talent. Unmatched across eternity, sword path deduction opportunities. 11. And used, essence of. Destruction comprehension opportunity. 1. And used. Essence of thunder comprehension opportunity. 1. And used. Reading could indeed lead to the celestial being realm. In the Xuanhuang world, myriad races thrived, and martial prowess was revered. Cultivation was categorized into body refinement, spirit communication, pill condensation, divine platform, spirit mastery, creation, celestial being, path severing, saint, great. Saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor realms. The celestial being realm was already at the pinnacle among humanity in the 9 provinces, where no saints existed. Path severing was the realm of emperors, of which there were but 9 across the entire land. Among the myriad races, humanity barely ranked within the top 100, and the so-called 9 provinces were but a corner of this world. Lin Fan resided in one of these provinces, Qingzhou, governed by the Tang dynasty. With external threats and internal strife, the plight of humanity was dire. I never expected humanity to be so weak. Having spent 7 years in the library, he had heard and seen enough to know that humanity suffered defeat in 9 out of 10 battles against the alien races, their territory shrinking with each loss. The only significant victory came 7 years ago when his father repelled the barbarians in the southern region of the Tang dynasty. Yet ultimately, the entire Duke's house was annihilated. In the 20 years since arriving in this world, he had only seen his father a handful of times, seemingly always away at war, which explained his high regard among the people. In such a vast 9 provinces, not a single saint exists. Surely, saints are insufficient. One must at least reach the emperor realm. Defeat is one thing, but extinction is another. Lin Fan gazed once more at the library behind him. Fortunately, the library was vast, and he had barely explored a fraction of it in 7 years. He would develop slowly. Just a single barbarian race had placed humanity on the brink, let alone the more formidable races lurking nearby, concealing their own powers. The celestial being realm was far from adequate. Though the library was remote, it offered tranquility and, most importantly, safety. Geniuses were plentiful, but few survived. Most were extinguished upon exposure. A few years prior, the Tang dynasty had produced a so-called once-in-300 years genius, who reached pill condensation in his 20s, yet mysteriously perished within days. The court was shaken, and an order was issued for a thorough investigation by the Great Justice Department. But after a time, the matter was left unresolved. Lin Fan, one of the 3 heirs of the Duke of Southern Stability, arrived in the Tang capital 7 years ago. Entering the library, he shows no interest in cultivation, only a love for reading, and to this day his cultivation remains at the first stage of body refinement. Threat assessment. Level 9. Recommended to cease further monitoring. Outside the library, a middle-aged man in gray robes quietly observed Lin Fan from within, jotting down these lines on a piece of parchment. Then he furrowed his brow, as if sensing something, and his figure dissipated. Moments later, an elderly man arrived at the same spot. He stood outside the library for a long while, hesitating before finally letting out a long sigh. The princess named you Lin Fan, perhaps wishing for you to lead an ordinary life, peacefully passing your days. Perhaps that is sufficient, at least to leave a bloodline for the Duke's house. The Duke's house has the old servant and 2 other heirs. That should be enough, he said, finally bowing respectfully to the library before departing. Lin Fan stood before a row of bookshelves, slightly pausing at the old man's words, but soon immersed himself back into his reading. Reading could indeed strengthen him, but he also enjoyed the act of reading. Due to his identity as the Duke's heir, many kept a watchful eye on him. Powerful families of the Tang dynasty, the royal family, and spies from alien races embedded in the Tang capital, far too many to count. Yet gradually, these observers withdrew. Lin Fan's life was exceedingly simple, monotonous like a metronome. Reading, eating, sleeping, with the passage of seasons, year after year, devoid of any hint of threat. Many alien races deemed Lin Fan as merely mediocred as spring departed and winter returned. The young man who had left the library finally returned with news. Merely a death report. Another clan of the stone race had joined in the onslaught against humanity. He perished on the battlefield against the stone race. Once more, the borders of the Tang dynasty had been encroached upon, with countless human lives claimed, yet such occurrences had become commonplace. The war of myriad races was simply a cycle of the survival of the fittest. Creak. The great door at the front of the library was pushed open a crack, and a shadow slinked in through the narrow gap, crouching low before swiftly hiding in the snow. Then, a pair of eyes peeked out, surveying the scene within the library's courtyard. A 9-story library stood majestically at the center of the courtyard, surrounded by walls of gray stone, towering several men high and enclosing the library within. The courtyard was blanketed in snow, with weeds and vines overgrowing the walls, long untended, and a withered banyan tree stood beside the library. A reclining chair rested beneath that tree, accompanied by a small table holding a teapot, from which wisps of steam rose, while a young man in white lay quietly there. There's someone. The shadow crouched even lower, barely discernible as a youth, thin and ragged, with tattered clothing stained with blood. Chapter 2. The young teeming. A low and steady sound of breathing filled the air, and the young boy let out a sigh of relief. The individual before him had succumbed to slumber. He lingered for a moment longer, ensuring that the person in the reclining chair was indeed asleep, before cautiously making his way into the library. At last, he had entered the library. Before him lay a treasure trove of books, and he clenched his fists in anticipation. Within this library, there must be methods of cultivation and martial techniques. If he could master them, he would defy fate and alter his destiny, liberating himself from his current plight. In the courtyard of the library, Lin Fan opened his eyes, took a delicate sip from a cup of tea beside him, and began to peruse a book leisurely. After a span of over half a year, his cultivation had ascended to the 4th layer of the celestial realm. How could he possibly overlook a mere boy at the first layer of body refinement? Moments later, Lin Fan cast his gaze beyond the courtyard, spotting a small girl of merely 7 or 8 years, bundled in her tattered clothing, crouching in the snow and shivering. Lin Fan shook his head. "Little girl, come inside." Upon hearing his voice, the girl blinked her drowsy eyes open, surveying her surroundings with a gaze filled with wariness. A chilling wind swept through, causing her to tremble. She glanced at the library, hesitating for a moment, before finally stepping forward. Pushing open the door, she was greeted by the towering shelves of the library. And beneath the banyan tree stood a figure clad in white, smiling down at her. She was momentarily entranced. After a while, she inquired, "Where is my brother?" Lin Fan smiled gently and gestured towards the library. "He is inside." The girl paused, lowering her head. She understood the purpose of their visit. Her brother was there to steal books, and she was merely there to keep watch. Big brother, we didn't mean any harm. We were just, she stammered, unable to meet his gaze, feeling her cheeks flush as she bowed her head even lower. A cup of hot tea was placed into her hands, the long-lost warmth causing her to momentarily startle. She looked up at the person before her, who had somehow approached while she was lost in thought. Under the moonlight, his white attire fluttered gently, and the smile in his eyes brought a sense of peace to her unsettled heart. Are you cold? He asked. She gazed at him in a daze, taking a long while to nod in response. Hee. Lin Fan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Just wait here for a moment. He will need a little more time. She nodded blankly. The long journey of fleeing and hardship seemed to settle in this moment, and she gazed at him, entranced. After what felt like an eternity, approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the boy emerged from the library, carefully clutching several yellowed books, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. However, upon seeing the scene in the courtyard, he froze in place. Sister, he exclaimed, realizing that his sister, who was supposed to wait outside, had ventured into the courtyard and stood beside the young man in the recliner, holding a cup of tea. The rising tendrils of tea smoke sent his heart plummeting. In an instant, his expression sharpened, like a protective leopard guarding its territory. He lunged toward the figure in the chair. Though he was only 14, he had taken lives, more than one. It was the only way he could have brought his sister all the way from the border to this moment. Brother. A call echoed in his ears as he turned to glance at his sister, only to find her face awash with panic. He swiftly embraced her, shielding her behind him. What do you intend to do? He scrutinized the youth lounging in the chair, his expression heavy with concern. He had inquired about this library, which belonged to the royal family of the Tang dynasty. Previously, it was guarded by a practitioner of the condensed Dan realm. But now it was merely overseen by someone of the body refinement stage. This individual was the descendant of the Southern King, who had once repelled the barbarian tribes over a distance of 90,000 li. The royal family, acknowledging his lineage and the Southern King's contributions, entrusted this library to him. He was merely a scholar, not a cultivator, as everyone claimed. Therefore, despite being discovered, he felt no fear. His only worry was for his sister. Should this descendant of the Southern King be harmed, it would surely invoke the wrath of the entire Tang royal lineage, placing his sister in grave peril. Furthermore, he was aware that the library was fortified with formations, enabling a mere body refinement practitioner to stand guard here. If he were to activate the formations, even those of the condensed Dan realm would find it challenging to escape. Lin Fan lifted his gaze and regarded him. Thunder Spirit Technique, Thunder Sword Manual. Although they are but low-grade techniques, they are not easily mastered. Have you given this due consideration? Lin Fan inquired. Qin Ming felt a surge of shock within, staring intently at Lin Fan. How did he know? He had indeed chosen these two tomes, one a technique, the other a martial skill, but he was outside the library. How could he be aware of the events transpiring within? I may not comprehend these matters, yet I understand that thunder is the most ferocious force in the universe, and the sword path represents the pinnacle of offensive arts. Thus, I pursue this path. He inhaled deeply and declared, perhaps sensing the extraordinary nature of the individual before him. Respect tinged his voice. Such a person would hardly concern themselves with the trivialities of their kind. They might merely serve as an embellishment to his otherwise mundane existence. Lin Fan chuckled in response. Thunder, also known as the power of divine retribution, indeed embodies the ultimate force of assault. However, its rigidity makes it perilous to wield. A single misstep could lead to one's demise. The sword path, too, is fraught with challenges. While it encompasses all forms of assault, it is the most arduous to cultivate. Are you certain you wish to tread this path? Lin Fan inquired once more. He focused intently, experiencing a fleeting moment of hesitation, then nodded resolutely. I have chosen this path. Lin Fan regarded him, offering a slight nod of approval. Why pursue cultivation? He asked again, turning his gaze to Lin Fan, momentarily taken aback before his pupils constricted. To seek vengeance. My parents and kin perished in the barbarians' massacre. One day, I too aspired to emulate the Southern King, to storm into the barbarian territories, cleansing the land with blood across 9,000 li, he proclaimed, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Lin Fan fell silent. He had heard such declarations far too often since arriving in the imperial capital of the Tang, yet the barbarian threat loomed just to the south, unchallenged. Take these two books and return tomorrow, Lin Fan finally said after a prolonged silence. Qin Ming stood momentarily dazed, unsure of Lin Fan's intent. However, Lin Fan did not provide an explanation. He turned his gaze towards the little girl beside him, whose eyes were filled with a hazy wonder, and offered her a gentle smile. And you? "Dear child, what is it that you wish to learn?" he inquired. The girl, upon hearing his words, appeared momentarily perplexed, glancing from her brother to Lin Fan, questioning whether she too should embark on a path of cultivation. Ming was equally taken aback, a glimmer of anticipation lighting up his face. "I wish to learn the piano," she replied softly. Ming was momentarily stunned. "The piano? What purpose does that serve?" In the minds of many, the notion of a piano or songstress was often associated with the frivolous pursuits of courtesans, regarded as a lesser skill, scarcely worthy of the path of cultivation. Chapter 3. A talent unparalleled through the ages. "Very well. Return at this same time tomorrow," Lin Fan said with a smile, turning his attention to Ming. "All skills can lead to enlightenment, and there is no distinction of worth. Who says that learning the piano is a trivial endeavor? A single melody can evoke the grandeur of the human realm. In the stillness of the cold night, under the blanket of frost." Lin Fan's words opened a new door in the hearts of the two young souls. No one had ever spoken to them in such a manner before, nor had anyone ever thought to do so. "Do not take the path lightly. Remember these words," Lin Fan advised, stretching lazily before retreating to the 9-story tower with a book in hand. The two remained in a daze, watching his retreating figure, lost in thought. After a considerable time, they exited the courtyard, closing the heavy door behind them as they ventured into the swirling snow and frost. "Brother, shall we return tomorrow?" the girl asked. "Do you wish to come back?" "Yes. Then we shall return tomorrow." No one could have anticipated that amidst the icy landscape, the destinies of a young boy and a little girl were about to undergo a monumental transformation. In the library, Lin Fan opened the two books previously perused by the young boy, Thunder Spirit Technique and Thunder Sword Manual. He had glanced through them before, but had not delved deeply, considering them merely the writings of a practitioner at the condensation dance stage, lacking substantial value. "If they are of little use, then I shall create a new thunder technique," he contemplated after a brief pause. Thunder and sword. After a moment's reflection, Lin Fan closed the book and gazed towards the distant horizon, where vast waves of thunder surged within his pupils. The opportunity to comprehend the essence of thunder, to utilize it. Most practitioners of the thunder path perceive the truths of thunder through observation of the natural world, gleaning insights from the storms above. Lin Fan, however, immersed himself directly within the essence of thunder, experiencing it firsthand, in a realm solely comprised of thunder, where the singular path reigned. Every inch of space was woven from lightning itself. This was the fundamental world of thunder, the ultimate destination of existence. Lin Fan's consciousness manifested within this space. The system did not merely inject the understanding of thunder into his mind. It placed Lin Fan in the realm of origin for him to grasp it himself. His innate talent was unparalleled throughout the ages. The prince of the Southern Territory had 3 sons, the youngest of whom was revered as the heir apparent. Even after the fall of the Southern Prince's estate, various factions continued to monitor him for several years, all due to this extraordinary gift. This was also the reason the Southern Prince's estate concealed much of his talent. Following the awakening of the system, his capabilities were further enhanced, with the system describing his talent as unparalleled through the ages, and as his cultivation progressed, his gifts continued to flourish. He is a host who does not require the system's indoctrination of insights. Forced imposition pales in comparison to one's own realizations. In the stillness of the night, as the first rays of dawn caressed Lin Fan, he opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning surged before him. Even without the system's cultivation, Lin Fan's prowess naturally transcended boundaries. He had reached the 5th level of the celestial realm. There were also the paths of swordsmanship and the art of the zither, and he sought to merge the way of thunder with the sword. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Fan retrieved 2 tomes from the attic. One was Thunder Sword Manual, and the other Wind and Moon Zither Score. These were but ordinary books. Outside the library, someone recorded Lin Fan's activities for the day before departing. Previously, he had perused the 2 books authored by low-tier cultivators without practicing, remaining at the first stage of body refinement, and suggested that further attention was unwarranted. He could not fathom why one would surveil a waste. Day after day, he offered suggestions, yet the only response was 4 words: continue monitoring. Once, the area outside the library had been bustling, but now it was deserted save for him. His daily logging had transformed into a monthly ritual. After all, each day was the same, merely a matter of copy and paste. Would he truly be condemned to watch over him for eternity? Perhaps if he perished, he would find liberation. This thought had crossed his mind more than once. Yet he dared not act upon it. Though deemed a failure, he remained the son of the prince of Southern Town. He could be disregarded, but he must not die. However, he would not return, for those above had ceased to inquire about Lin Fan, likely having forgotten his existence. Who among them would wish to expend energy on the same information daily? The Great Tang boasted countless talents, unworthy of their attention here. Sword. At a certain moment, Lin Fan suddenly extended a finger, slicing through the void, as if the very fabric of space were torn asunder, and the raging snowstorm paused in that instant. Among myriad paths, Lin Fan cherished the sword most dearly. It seemed the system understood his desires, granting him numerous opportunities to witness the essence of swordsmanship, elevating his skills to an astonishing realm. As for the depth of his strength, perhaps only the Emperor of the Great Tang could ascertain it. Merging thunder with the sword appeared to be no arduous endeavor. Lin Fan smiled. No one had ever taught him the art of the sword. His technique flowed freely from his heart. Just as he sensed a deficiency in his swordsmanship, he realized that incorporating thunder would perfectly address that shortcoming. Thus he merged the thunder into his swordplay. Yet, it still felt somewhat incomplete. What if he were to intertwine ice and snow as well? Lin Fan gazed at the swirling storm, then shook his head with a smile. No rush. Now, he would delve into the art of the zither. He unearthed an old zither from the library, worn yet playable, alongside a score, and amidst the falling snow, Lin Fan began to play. He had no prior knowledge of the instrument, merely having heard of it. This was his first encounter. However, if the little one wished to learn, then he would as well. The initial clumsiness of the notes gradually evolved into a profound resonance, eventually harmonizing with the surrounding ice and snow, which seemed to dance to the melody. The music entered the realm, and heaven and earth resonated in unison. That was enough. As the melodious notes of the zither fell silent, Lin Fan reached for a cup of hot tea beside him, savoring a sip before exhaling softly. He returned to the 9-story library, retrieved several sheets of paper, and began to write. On one page, he penned the Thunder Sword path, and on another, the Zither path. In total, 2 pages bore the weight of 2 legacies. Surely, the 2 little ones could recognize the characters, he mused, though he had yet to inquire about their names or origins. It was evident to him that their backgrounds were likely commendable, and he shook his head slightly. Teaching them a thing or two, Lin Fan was uncertain what impact his seemingly casual gesture might have. It was merely born of interest that he proceeded. In a world where foreign forces oppressed humanity, and the human race grew feeble, if someone could shoulder this burden, perhaps his own life might become a touch more serene. That, he surmised, was the crux of his desire for solitude. Having come to this realization, Lin Fan smiled gently and resumed his reading. Time slipped away unnoticed. And when Lin Fan finally lifted his gaze to the world outside the library, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the snow fell in heavier flurries. Yet, outside stood 2 figures, one large and one small, becoming increasingly solid against the white backdrop. They leaned on each other, shivering in the biting wind and snow. But when they raised their eyes toward the distant library, determination shone upon their faces. "This is my trial," Ming declared. The diminutive figure seemed to struggle with each step, as though each footfall weighed heavily, yet his resolve remained unbroken, a testament to youthful perseverance, whether in pursuit of strength or for some other purpose. Chapter 4. That sword pushing open the doors of the library, snow cascaded down, enveloping the repository of knowledge nestled beside the majestic Tsangshan Mountains, where a month might pass without a single visitor. The Tang royal family possessed more than just this solitary library. Deeper within the palace lay a grander hall of tomes, housing a myriad of martial arts secrets. The true treasure sought by many. This was a place long forsaken by the world. "Ming, I pay my respects, sir." "Gu, I pay my respects, sir." The duo, one large and one small, supported each other as they bowed toward the youth atop the library steps. They had wandered far and endured many hardships to reach this imperial city, only to discover a landscape transformed, the royal city now unrecognizable from their memories. In the vast expanse of the Tang capital, there was no refuge for them. Perhaps this place held a glimmer of hope. On the steps, Lin Fan, clad in white, held a book and observed them quietly. The ancient library, with snow swirling in the air, seemed to frame his silhouette against the world. "You have arrived," Lin Fan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. "You can read, I trust?" 2 pages floated from his hands, landing softly in theirs. They grasped the sheets, their fingers tracing the still-drying ink. Momentarily captivated. "Thunder Sword path. Zither path." The words leapt into their awareness, and instantly, their minds were enraptured. A thunderous roar echoed in Ming's mind, as if a celestial bolt had split the heavens, dividing reality itself. Each character transformed into a manifestation of sword intent, nearly slipping from his grasp. Beside him, Gu experienced a similar sensation, her small face tinged with a delicate flush. A melody, ethereal and haunting, resonates in the air, as if the very page before them encapsulates the boundless power of the art of the Guqin, naturally giving birth to realms of musicality. The two individuals gazed at Lin Fan, their expressions awash with astonishment. At that moment, they felt the weight of the paper in their hands akin to that of a mountain. This was a transcendent legacy. Do you comprehend? Lin Fan's voice echoed in their ears, prompting them to nod fervently, only to subsequently shake their heads. Recognizing the characters as sufficient, he remarked, as a branch fell into his grasp, directing his gaze toward Qin Ming. Observe this sword closely. Should your sword ever embody the essence of this strike, you shall be regarded as the foremost in this realm. With the branch as his sword, he swung it forth, momentarily halting the falling snow. As a thunderous bolt rent the heavens, causing the entire Tang Empire to tremble, powerful figures emerged, oblivious to the origin of this extraordinary phenomenon. It appeared that someone in the imperial capital had achieved a breakthrough. Whether it was an ancestor from one of the four great clans or an individual from the palace remained uncertain. The path of thunder was not commonly traversed. Yet for the present-day Tang Empire, it was indeed a fortuitous event. In the vast expanse of the Tang, there existed only one slayer of the Dao, the Tang Emperor. Should another arise, the empire would not have to endure such hardships. However, this was not a manifestation typical of a breakthrough to the Dao of slaughter. With one sword raised, the capital was astir. In front of the library pavilion, Qin Ming stood transfixed, gazing at the heavens, lost in a daze. That was rather ostentatious. Lin Fan mused, observing the scene with a hint of surprise. An unassuming strike had unexpectedly incited such a tumult, prompting him to consider exercising more restraint in the future. Qin Ming eventually withdrew his gaze from the sky, taking a long while to return to reality, before looking back at Lin Fan, unable to suppress a deep breath. Just how formidable is he? He pondered. A single sword that cleaved the heavens, or was it merely a casual strike? Do you remember? From now on, practice according to this sword technique. However, once you step outside, ensure you do not disclose that this sword was taught by me. It is your own exceptional talent that has led you to this understanding, Lin Fan instructed. Qin Ming appeared bewildered, nodding in response. Practice according to this sword? How does one even do that? Lin Fan then turned his attention to Qin Go, the young girl who was gazing at him with wide, astonished eyes. With a gentle smile, he lightly tapped her. Changed your mind? Do you wish to learn the sword? The young girl blinked, as if awakening from a dream. And after a moment of stunned silence, she shook her head. I want to learn the Guqin, she declared, her eyes filled with an unexplainable resolve. Observing this scene, Qin Ming hesitated, words caught in his throat, ultimately succumbing to silence. Very well, then listen as I play a piece, and see how much you can glean from it. Beneath the ancient banyan tree, a Guqin lay, its strings dusted with snow. Lin Fan delicately brushed away the flakes, settling gracefully before it. The two, one large and one small, approached Lin Fan, watching him tend to the strings before he fell into a serene stillness. The art of the Guqin, unlike the typical paths of slaughter, possesses its own unique force. Yet, it does not lack in the capacity for destruction. Rather, I find myself drawn to the transformative power it begets, Lin Fan articulated, gently plucking the strings as the world around them fell silent. With a clear, ringing note, the sound of the Guqin seemed capable of soothing the myriad clamor of the world. At this moment, the world was reduced to Lin Fan, a lone figure with his zither, accompanied only by a gnarled and withered banyan tree. Two silhouettes, one large and one small, stood transfixed, observing this scene. Life persists, and all things revive, Lin Fan murmured. As the notes of the zither resonated, the ancient banyan tree began to awaken, tender buds sprouting from its desiccated branches, followed by a flurry of verdant leaves. A miracle. The two were left in awe. The path of the zither encompasses myriad philosophies. My understanding of it embodies creation, the perpetual cycle of life, and the essence of vitality. Yet, this is merely my interpretation of the zither's path. Should you harbor different thoughts, feel free to explore them. Lin Fan remarked as the final notes lingered in the air. He turned to Qin Go and said, I wish to learn this. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing her words. Very well, then let us pursue this path. From the moment he laid eyes on them, he discerned the paths suited for each. Qin Ming with his sword and martial prowess, and Qin Go with her zither and the art of creation. This zither is a gift for you, an antique from the library, of little monetary value. Practice diligently, for perseverance can mend shortcomings. Come once a month, he instructed. As for Qin Ming, there are no swords in the library. You must seek one for your training. Moreover, you must remember, do not speak of me to anyone. Your talents are distinct, and all that you achieve is a result of your own enlightenment, Lin Fan added, his casual gesture devoid of expectation for fruitful outcomes. Merely wishing to offer some assistance to the Tang dynasty and humanity. Beyond that, he sought nothing more. The two paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Lin Fan smiled softly before returning to the library. Qin Ming and Qin Gu stood in the courtyard for a considerable time, after which Qin Ming picked up a branch that Lin Fan had used, treating it as a treasured sword, tucking it into his waist. This shall be his blade. They exited the courtyard of the library, turning back for one last glance. Our teacher does not acknowledge us because we lack strength, but one day he shall recognize us. We must not betray his expectations, Qin Ming asserted, to which Qin Gu nodded in agreement. Chapter 5. The Fall of the Emperor Within the Library. Lin Fan gazed toward the imperial city, shaking his head slightly. At the pinnacle of the grand Tang capital, a solitary figure sat, an imposing presence enveloping the entirety of the Tang realm. He appeared to be brimming with vitality, yet Lin Fan discerned a hint of decline within him. His time is short. The Emperor of Tang is nearing death. Truly deserving of the title Emperor of Humanity, Lin Fan mused, retracting his gaze to observe the two departing figures, one tall and one short, dwarfed by the icy landscape. A legendary emperor, dedicating himself to the human race. Even in his dying moments, steadfastly guarding humanity, suppressing the world with his vigor. Yet, who shall carry forth his legacy? In the star chamber of the Tang Palace, the emperor gazed at the capital, his brow furrowing slightly. Who is it? A gaze, one that even he could not trace, seemed to penetrate the very essence of his being, revealing the exhaustion of his energy reservoir, and acknowledging that he was merely a shadow of his former self. Is it from a foreign tribe? He concentrated, a palpable aura of menace filling the star chamber, causing those stationed outside to tremble. Could it be from the human race? His murderous intent diminished, a trace of weariness lingered in his eyes. The plight of the human race weighed heavily upon him. Should he perish? What fate would befall the great Tang and the countless souls inhabiting this vast land? He envisioned a scene drenched in blood, flesh mingling with the heavens. With a soft sigh, he closed his eyes to meditate once more. His only recourse was to endure a little longer, granting the human race more time upon this earth. Snow fell across the realm, while the world thrived in prosperity. Within the capital of Tang, a scene of splendor unfolded, a long street adorned with exquisite pavilions and celestial towers. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this beauty could dissolve into mere illusions at any moment. In the quietude of the library, the only sound was the gentle rustle of turning pages. Lin Fan's cultivation had once again advanced, reaching the 6th level of the celestial realm, yet this milestone stirred no ripples within the library. For Lin Fan, breakthroughs in cultivation were as effortless as drinking water. His true strength lay not in his cultivation level, but in his state of being. The sword path comprises 4 grand realms: sword momentum, sword intent, sword domain, and enlightenment. Below the sage level, the pinnacle is the sword domain, a realm Lin Fan had transcended 3 years prior. What are you doing, Mingur? In a humble auxiliary courtyard of the Cold Mountain Martial Arts School, several youths propped up a dilapidated window, gazing at a figure in the yard wielding a branch. Practicing swordsmanship, came the echo from the yard, leaving them momentarily astonished. Practicing swordsmanship? Is he really practicing with just a branch? They wondered if Minggu had lost his mind in the cold. A gust of frigid wind swept through, prompting them to hastily shut the window. They were all refugees, fortunate to be taken in as servants by the master of the school. Surviving was already a challenge. The thought of training was reserved for the well-dressed disciples. They could not comprehend Qin Ming, believing him to be bewitched. Qin Ming himself was oblivious to the intricacies of cultivation. He possessed merely a single page of paper and the memory of that one sword. He was imitating that sword solely from remembrance. This nameless sword he had christened Thunder Punishment, a tempest that split heaven and earth, a divine retribution bestowed upon the mortal realm. As he swung the branch, spiritual energy converged from the surroundings, flowing into his being, and unbeknownst to him, he had immersed himself in the essence of that sword. In another auxiliary courtyard, Qin Gu took out the zither Lin Fan had gifted him. Fearing to disturb the others sharing the room, she quietly ventured into the snow-laden ground, covering her mouth and nose, exhaling softly, and began to play amidst the swirling snowflakes. From tentative notes to fluid melodies, she gradually became attuned to the instrument. A page of music pressed closely against her body ignited memories of a figure plucking strings beneath a banyan tree. She gradually fell into a state of reverie. She too named her composition, The Birth of All Things. As winter departed and spring returned, 3 years slipped by in a blur. The once boy had become a disciple of the Cold Mountain Martial Arts School, achieving feats akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, earning the title of Thunder Sword within the Tang capital. Meanwhile, Qin Gu had caught the eye of the Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Tang, becoming a companion to a legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, moving into their grand estate. At this time, Qin Ming was 16 years old, and Qin Ge was 13. Once again, the two returned to the library, which had become even more desolate after 3 years of abandonment. The once withered banyan tree had sprouted countless branches, adorned with lush green foliage that danced gently in the breeze, as if imbued with a spirit of its own, just as they had found him before. The figure lay on the chaise beneath the banyan, seemingly in a peaceful slumber. Beside him, tea boiled, its fragrant tendrils wafting through the air. Qin Ge approached to refill the empty teacup, then quietly waited to the side. After 3 years, the once youthful girl had blossomed into a graceful maiden, her delicate aqua dress swaying softly, radiating an uncontainable beauty. Qin Ming still held the same branch, which, remarkably, showed no signs of decay after all this time, further enhancing the aura of this courtyard. After a while, the man on the chaise stretched lazily, causing a book to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Qin Ming bent down to retrieve it, while Lin Fan regarded the two with a faint smile. "You have arrived," he remarked. 7th and 9th levels of spiritual awakening. Impressive. To Lin Fan's discerning eye, their progress over 3 years, from novice practitioners to the later stages of awakening, marked them as prodigious talents. The two bowed respectfully, attributing their achievements to the teachings of their mentor, from which they had gained profound insights leading to their current abilities. However, they were not as talented as they believed. Their potential had been deemed ordinary during their time as errand boys in the martial arts academy. What truly transformed their fates were those 2 pages of scripture. They were not mere sheets of paper, but contained an ineffable resonance of wisdom that nourished their foundational skills at every moment. It was only then that they began to comprehend the true magnitude of Lin Fan's power. He was far more than a mere scholar. Contrary to the whispers of the outside world that labeled him as someone who had lost ambition after the destruction of his clan, the true sage remained hidden among the masses. "Alas, time is fleeting. He will not wait for you," Lin Fan continued, his words leaving the two momentarily stunned. Unable to grasp his meaning, Lin Fan's gaze shifted towards the Tang Palace. 3 years had passed, and the Tang Emperor could no longer suppress the bloodshed and decline that beset him. It was now evident, not just to him but also to the powerful beings in the capital, that the Emperor's state was deteriorating. The sovereign who had safeguarded this land for millennia was nearing his end. Following Lin Fan's gaze towards the palace, Qin Ming's expression hardened, quickly transforming to one of shock. Recent days had seen turbulent currents beneath the surface of the Tang capital, with an unknown force surfacing, causing the 4 great clans to adopt a grave demeanor. Yet, he had not anticipated this reason. "Is it the Emperor?" he asked, disbelief coloring his tone. The Tang Emperor was revered as a divine figure in the hearts of countless individuals, a singular force holding the realm in check, ensuring the flame of humanity endured. No one dared to consider the possibility of his demise. "He is nearing death," Lin Fan stated, for he alone understood the Emperor's condition best. Chapter 6. The Emperor's last will. The gravity of Lin Fan's words left both of them aghast. The fall of the great Tang Emperor was an unfathomable calamity, an event that would shatter the spirit of the entire human race in Qingzhou. The pillar supporting countless battles against both human and otherworldly foes. He has fallen. What shall the heavens do? What will become of the people of Qingzhou? They could scarcely fathom it. Their gazes turned towards Lin Fan, as if they hoped he might take action or illuminate a path for them. "Sir," they uttered. But Lin Fan merely shook his head slightly and took a delicate sip of tea. "When the heavens collapse, there are those of stature to bear the weight. This is not for you to ponder. What you ought to consider is the future of the Tang dynasty, the future of humanity," Lin Fan declared. His gaze fell upon the imperial palace, where the Emperor of Tang could no longer sustain the overwhelming celestial phenomenon. He sat in the Hall of Stars, gazing at the cosmos, enveloped in a shroud of despair. "Who are you?" he inquired, his eyes ablaze, the fire of his spirit burning fiercely, striving to uphold the last remnants of his imperial might. "I am dying. Will you not reveal yourself?" His consciousness attempted to trace the source of a gaze, only to be severed by an indescribable Dao rhythm. He withdrew his thoughts, his mind shaken. 3 years prior, he could still discern the general direction of that gaze. Now, it had been directly severed. He had grown stronger. He concentrated, quietly surveying the entirety of the Tang imperial capital, with no one knowing what occupied his mind. Outside the Hall of Stars, a sea of kneeling figures, concubines, princes, princesses, and the heads of the 4 great clans, waited in silence, a stifling atmosphere pervading the air. Lin Fan averted his gaze, turning to Qin Ming and Qin Ge before him. "Return. Do not visit in the coming days," he instructed, causing both to tremble. When they looked again, they could only see Lin Fan's departing silhouette, as if the fate of humanity and the world's affairs were trivial in his eyes. An inexplicable sense of loss washed over them. The Tang dynasty will not perish. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the library, prompting them to lift their heads in astonishment. Light rekindling in their eyes. That single proclamation was enough. The Sir still cared for the multitude of humanity. If humanity truly faced the brink of existence, he would surely intervene. They bowed respectfully towards the library before departing. Inside the library, Lin Fan let out a soft sigh. His tranquil days had finally been disrupted. Since you wish to see me, let us meet, Emperor of Tang, he stated, stepping forward as the space beneath him rippled like a fleeting bubble. His figure vanishing from the library. In the palace, within the Hall of Stars, the dying Emperor of Tang felt a resurgence of the might of severing paths. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a figure emerging from the void, standing before him, quietly observing. Clad in white robes and cloth shoes, with a book tucked at his waist, he resembled an ordinary scholar. The Emperor of Tang displayed a look of astonishment. How can this be? How can he be so young? The one he had feared and sought for 3 years was merely a youth, traversing through the void. Was this the legendary path of space? He gazed at Lin Fan, who returned his stare, and an extended silence enveloped the Hall of Stars. After a long while, the Emperor of Tang inhaled deeply and began to laugh. Fortunately, you are of humanity, he remarked, as if a long-held tension had finally dissipated. Lin Fan simply regarded him. What if I were not of humanity? Then you would perish here. The Emperor of the Great Tang proclaimed, even on the brink of death. With blood and energy nearly exhausted, the lingering aura of killing intent emanating from him still sent shivers down the spine. Such is the essence of the human emperor. He is an unparalleled powerhouse who has fought his way out from the relentless pursuit of myriad clans. Lin Fan listened and offered a faint smile. He was well aware of the treasures within the Star Palace, killing formations, sacred weapons of the human race, and the gathering of human fortune, along with an emperor willing to sacrifice his life at any moment. But could any of these truly pose a threat to Lin Fan? Are you willing to succeed the human emperor? The emperor gazed at Lin Fan, his expression grave and solemn. Lin Fan was taken aback, then shook his head. I am accustomed to a leisurely life and cannot bear such a heavy burden. If the emperor seeks a successor, there are many alternatives outside. Your sons and daughters. Or if necessary, the 4 great clans of the Tang. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the palace entrance, where several princes, princesses, and the leaders of the 4 great clans were still kneeling outside the gates. The emperor's demise would give rise to unprecedented thoughts in many hearts. Once the emperor truly fell, chaos would ensue. Lin Fan had no desire to be entangled in such turmoil. Primarily, he feared the hassle, rather than engaging in their schemes. He preferred to read a few more books. The emperor also looked outside, though separated by palace gates. The people beyond felt a sudden constriction in their hearts and instinctively knelt lower. They understood that the emperor was watching them. With the emperor on the verge of death, the throne hung in the balance, and whoever was to ascend could be dictated by a mere word from the emperor. After 3,000 years of the Great Tang, some had emerged who harbored dark intentions. When I was present, as long as they did not threaten the Great Tang, I could choose to ignore them. However, in my absence, they would become the cancer of the Great Tang, the human emperor they could not afford. The emperor spoke with an air of indifference. Lin Fan regarded him, as if recalling something, and smiled lightly. It appears you have already made your choice. He had no concern for who would become the human emperor, as long as it did not impact him. He was here solely because of the current emperor, a sovereign who genuinely devoted himself to the welfare of the human race. A successor could not be considered the human emperor. They could only be deemed the emperor of the Great Tang. The title of human emperor is a collective acknowledgement of the entire human race, the guardian of humanity. The emperor did not respond to Lin Fan's words. Instead, he simply gazed at him, observing the scholarly aura and refined demeanor that Lin Fan exuded, letting out a slight sigh. May I know your name? He inquired. Already aware that Lin Fan had no intentions of succeeding him, Lin Fan looked back at him, recalling a decree that had emanated from the Tang Palace several years prior, designating the King of the South as a hero of the Great Tang, inscribed upon the Great Tang's heroic monument, with all his descendants treated with the dignity of princes and princesses. Thus, he had been able to reside in the Great Tang in peace for so many years. This was also one of his reasons for coming. Lin Fan, he uttered softly. The 2 simple syllables caused the emperor of the Great Tang to momentarily focus intently and then tremble in disbelief as he looked at Lin Fan. You are years ago. The King of the South was exterminated, leaving only 3 descendants sent to the capital, and he personally penned that decree, remembering Lin Fan's name. The heir of the House of the King of the South. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Indeed, I am the heir of the House of the King of the South. I must thank you for your care, allowing me to live such a tranquil life in the Great Tang for all these years. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Humanity was rendered momentarily dazed. Lin Fan, the heir of the southern town king's mansion, was barely around 30 years of age. How could one possibly attain the realm of Dao severance at such a tender age? Even he himself had only managed to reach the divine platform realm at 30. He gazed at Lin Fan, inhaling deeply. A prodigy. Chapter 7. Entering the sacred realm, it was unfathomably terrifying. An unparalleled genius that had never graced the annals of human history, evoking an indescribable shock and an ineffable excitement. The Emperor of Tang laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, excellent. 3 resounding exclamations echoed from within the Star Palace, causing those kneeling outside to tremble. They raised their heads, their expressions filled with confusion. Could this be a moment of reflection? They strained to hear the voices within the hall, but after the laughter, a profound silence enveloped them. As the entire Star Palace was veiled by the Emperor's formidable power. With you here, what does it matter if I perish? You are merely the Emperor of humanity. And though my kind may be but 9 in number, we remain a lowly lineage. Yet with you, my people shall rise once more. You are the beacon of hope for our kind. He spoke, facing death with a sense of liberation. You are wise to remain hidden from the eyes of foreign races, waiting for the day you ascend to the sacred realm. By then, it will be too late for them to hinder you. May I inquire about the specifics of your cultivation? He knew Lin Fan had already stepped into the Dao severance realm, and he himself might not even be Lin Fan's rival, yet he was unaware of Lin Fan's true mastery. He wished to witness the prowess of this extraordinary genius of humanity. Lin Fan regarded him with a faint smile, offering no reply, merely gazing out towards the boundless starry sky. Your Majesty, are you at the pinnacle of Dao severance? He inquired. The Emperor paused momentarily, then nodded. His journey had halted before reaching the sacred realm. He was too old and bore indelible scars, unable to glimpse the sanctity that lay beyond Dao severance. Nonetheless, it remained the aspiration of his lifetime. Would your Majesty care to behold the vistas above Dao severance? Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression shifted. Disbelief etched upon his face as he regarded Lin Fan. Have you ascended to the sacred realm? The sacred realm was a domain untouched by humanity for millennia, where beneath the sacred, all beings were mere ants. The survival of humanity in this vast world of Xuanhuang for so long was attributed to the remnants left by ancient saints. A single saint, even after millennia of demise, could influence generations for thousands of years. This exemplified the impact a sacred realm powerhouse could have on a race. They were the pillars of the heavens. Yet here stood a mere youth of around 30. Could it truly be possible? He gazed at Lin Fan, his heart swelling with excitement and joy, a myriad of emotions swirling within. Lin Fan gently shook his head, causing the Emperor to tremble slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. However, he quickly regained composure, shaking his head with a smile. The sacred realm is not so easily attained. For countless years, many have entered the Dao severance realm, yet none have reached the sacred. Lin Fan, you are already an extraordinary talent. As long as you do not perish, you shall surely ascend to the sacred realm in due time. There is no need to burden you with excessive pressure. Your talents far exceed those of us so-called emperors of humanity, even surpassing the ancient saints. What you lack is merely time. It requires merely a millennium. No, it need not take so long, perhaps only a century, before one can attain the sanctified state. There is no urgency in this fleeting moment. As if fearing that his expectations might exert undue pressure on Lin Fan, he suppressed his eagerness and spoke softly. Lin Fan did not respond. He stepped forward, and the space beneath his feet rippled, the next instant finding himself at the railing of the starry hall. Below lay the magnificent Tang capital, an ancient city steeped in a millennium of history. Today marks the Lantern Festival in the Tang capital, with myriad paper lanterns soaring into the night sky, and countless people thronging the streets and alleys, creating a scene of serene harmony. What is termed the sacred realm in this world is the manifestation of one's own Dao, shaping a domain that commands a space of heaven and earth, where every gesture embodies the power of the Great Way, Lin Fan remarked. The Tang Emperor gazed at him in a daze, sensing an indescribable resonance of Dao emanating from Lin Fan, far surpassing his own. Each sacred realm cultivator's domain is unique, and long ago, I pondered what my Dao should be. I have explored the Sword Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Space Dao, yet none of these are my true path. Even if they have birthed domains, they remain flawed, Lin Fan stated contemplatively. The Tang Emperor stood behind Lin Fan, similarly overlooking the entire Tang capital, left only with astonishment. Only he could perceive the subtle yet profound changes unfolding in this ancient city, changes that stemmed from the individual before him. The notion that a domain could be flawed is likely something few have ever contemplated. To be capable of manifesting a domain is to attain sanctity. Who could resist such enticement? He could not, nor could any of the sages throughout history. Have you now comprehended your own Dao? He asked unconsciously. He realized that the person before him was not incapable of entering the sacred realm, but rather was in search of a transcendent path, the ultimate way. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I have perhaps gained some understanding, he replied, extending a finger into the vast night sky, where the boundless stars seemed to respond to him, suddenly igniting with brilliance. A radiant moon appeared to lower itself slightly, yearning to draw near him. Countless individuals in the Tang capital looked up, their faces filled with awe. Stars descended to the earth, and the bright moon traversed the sky. What an extraordinary phenomenon. Yet it is still insufficient, Lin Fan remarked. Thus, thunder roared once more. Torrential rain fell, and a grand sun ascended, the golden crow singing, as the sun and moon shared the same sky, unleashing myriad wonders. At last, Lin Fan smiled. All phenomena vanished as if they had been mere illusions, a dream for the entire Tang capital. I understand now, Lin Fan declared, turning to face the Tang Emperor. With a glance, the Emperor seemed to witness a vast galaxy, where countless realms rose and fell. All paths converge into one, all return to my being. Why cling to a singular Dao? If I desire it, myriad principles shall serve my will. Boom. At that moment, the Tang Emperor, those outside the starry pavilion, and the entire populace of the Tang capital felt a profound tremor within their hearts, as if they had all heard an explosive sound. Lin Fan had attained sanctity. A multitude of phenomena resided within him, countless paths coalescing within the palm of his hand. The Tang Emperor gazed at this scene, unable to regain his composure for a long while. All paths converge into one, to singularly refine countless principles. What a formidable undertaking this was. He dared not even contemplate the thought, yet the young man before him, merely in his 30s, had achieved the extraordinary, defying the heavens to ascend to sainthood right in his presence. A prodigy indeed. Words eluded him, and he could only utter this sentiment. In that moment, he felt no concern for humanity. His vitality waned, and his once erect form finally succumbed, resembling an elderly man in the twilight of life. A cough escaped him, and blood filled his vision. Yet, he smiled, a hint of moisture gracing his countenance. Humanity was safe. He could bear the weight of the entire human race. As long as he remained, humanity would not perish, for he would forge a true era of prosperity for his people. He could depart in peace. The world knew of the 5 sons of the Tang royal family, yet there existed a 6th, my legacy for the Tang. I hope he will seek you as his mentor. He spoke, his life force gradually ebbing away, the figure standing beneath the moonlight growing increasingly indistinct in his gaze. Lin Fan paused momentarily. I do not take disciples. The single statement made him shudder slightly. But he may come to seek me. With that, a smile graced his lips, and as he looked again, the figure had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant behind. This is the saint, he murmured, turning away and slowly pushing open the grand door of the Star Palace. Chapter 8. The son of the human emperor. Those outside the Star Palace finally beheld the current state of the human emperor, their expressions freezing in shock, their hearts sinking. The stooped figure, the blood-stained robes, the pallid strands of hair. He resembled a frail old man, devoid of any semblance of imperial majesty. Your Majesty, Your Highness. A chorus of lamentations arose. In that instant, they comprehended that all the rumors were indeed true. The being who had safeguarded the Tang for millennia was truly on the brink of collapse. Their world had crumbled. A cough echoed from the Tang Emperor, his form appearing increasingly desolate, causing all to shudder in unison. They could sense his depleted vitality, as if his body could scarcely sustain itself. Who in this world could evade death? Even saints were not exempt. I merely await my time, the Tang Emperor declared, gazing at the kneeling figures before him, his blurred eyes seemingly traversing time and space. Finally, he sighed softly. Henceforth, the Tang, Qingzhou shall be entrusted to you. Remember, humanity is indomitable, even in death. We shall never submit. In my passing, you must uphold this responsibility. As long as humanity endures, the flame of hope shall persist, he proclaimed, descending the steps with each footfall heavy, as though treading upon the hearts of the gathered crowd. They followed his silhouette, rising to chase after him. Return. There is no need to accompany me. The Tang still requires your strength to stabilize. Do not expend excessive energy upon my demise. I am but a man nearing death, the Tang Emperor stated, his figure fading from their sight. The throng stood before the Star Palace, gazing at the direction he had departed, lost in contemplation, unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. After a lengthy silence, they turned toward the direction of Jingyan Palace. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that His Majesty intended to pass the throne to that individual? But what of his identity? Would those few willingly relinquish their claims? Many gazes were fixated upon the figures at the forefront, 5 signs of the imperial lineage, 4 princes and 1 princess. These 5, known to the world, were the heirs to the Emperor of Humanity, embodying the entire imperial lineage of the Great Tang. Whatever arrangements the Emperor deemed necessary, we shall dutifully obey. Some proclaimed, the continuation of our human race is paramount. Who ascends the throne matters little. If one possesses true capability, we shall humbly pledge our allegiance. The five affirmed, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve, as if harboring no treachery. Those behind them, witnessing this scene, exchanged solemn glances before bowing towards the direction of the departing emperor. We bid farewell to the emperor. The sound reverberated through the Tang Palace as one by one, people knelt. Along the long corridor, a multitude bowed their heads, while an elder walked slowly past, each step resonating with a tremor among the crowd. This was the Emperor of Humanity, their spiritual pillar. Was he now to falter? What fate awaited the future of the human race? Within the inner palace, a young boy awaited quietly at the gates. Upon seeing the Emperor of Tang, he could no longer contain himself, trembling with grief. "Father," he cried out. The Emperor looked up, shook his head, and smiled. "You finally spoke my name." The so-called five children of the Great Tang imperial house were merely individuals of the Emperor's bloodline, not his progeny. They were merely the most exceptional among the descendants. The Emperor had only one child, the one before him. The stronger the cultivator, the more challenging it was to bear offspring, let alone for one as venerable as the Emperor. "Regrettably, I have little time left to teach you. You possess a sacred body and unparalleled talent. Your future shall not pale in comparison to mine," he remarked, suddenly recalling Lin Fan and shaking his head. Before Lin Fan's emergence, his child represented hope for the continuation of humanity, yet now, perhaps this was for the best. A sage concealed within humanity and an extraordinary emperor to suppress all adversaries. "I have come to inquire, do you wish to become emperor?" He turned his gaze toward the boy, who met his eyes with determination, nodding earnestly. "Once, I did not comprehend you, but now I understand. You spoke of my sacred body, of my potential to lead humanity with dignity in this world. Thus, I shall do so. Your aspirations shall be fulfilled with my assistance," the boy declared, his face resolute. And the elder nodded in appreciation. He gazed beyond the palace, towards the towering repository of knowledge. "Fortunately, you are not alone. Humanity has its support. To the south of our Great Tang Palace lies a library, where resides a person named Lin Fan. Should peril befall the Tang, or should you encounter challenges in your cultivation, seek him out. If you can become his disciple, that would be ideal. If not, it suffices that he remains there. For as long as he does, the Great Tang shall endure." He spoke earnestly, as if imparting every vital piece of wisdom to the young boy in these final moments. The boy followed the elder's gaze, momentarily lost in thought. Lin Fan. Who is he? His father, the emperor, the sovereign of humanity, held such regard for this individual, as if entrusting the fate of the Tang dynasty to that individual. The emperor solemnly declared, "Remember my words. Even if the entirety of the Tang people are untrustworthy, he alone must be trusted." The young man nodded in agreement. "Good." The emperor gently caressed the boy's head, then gazed beyond the palace towards the resplendent capital of the Tang, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Have I not yet perished, and already there is unrest? Then let none escape." From his withered form surged a vast aura once more, as he stepped into the air, advancing towards the flourishing city of Tang. The boy, standing behind, wept bitterly, kneeling before that figure. This parting would be eternal. This emperor, who had devoted countless years for humanity, would ignite his final blaze upon this land, ensuring that the alien races would remember through the fire of his life. In the library, Lin Fan observed this scene. Truly deserving of the title of Emperor of Humanity, he murmured, shaking his head. He understood the emperor's intentions. He was sacrificing his last vestiges of life to eradicate the alien races within the city. "Emperor of Humanity, we pay our respects to your majesty." In the capital, throngs of people knelt, gazing at the emperor who had descended from the skies, their faces etched with shock. The emperor had truly manifested. "Kill!" A sword flew, landing in the emperor's hand, which he wielded to strike down upon a courtyard, inciting a chorus of furious cries. "Emperor of the Tang, have you lost your mind?" A powerful figure surged from the courtyard, only to be obliterated by the emperor's palm. "We are emissaries sent by the barbarian princes to establish diplomatic relations with you. Do you comprehend the consequences of slaying us?" A celestial being from the barbarian race ascended, towering several meters high, enveloped in a wild aura. Gazing at the emperor with grave concern, the emperor's sword descended, cleaving the heavens, and the celestial being was instantly vanquished. "My people have no need for diplomacy with you. When humanity rises anew, we shall be the first to extinguish the barbarian race, in tribute to the countless heroic spirits of our kin." Chapter 9. The domain enveloping the entire Tang capital, his calm words carried an overwhelming dominion, resonating throughout the Tang capital. Countless individuals were awestruck, gazing at the figure hovering in the air with reverence. This was the Emperor of Humanity, one of the alien prince's emissaries. With a single stroke of his sword, he stood amidst the heavens, worthy of the worship of all. Countless souls arose from within, each kneeling in submission. In that moment, he was the sole being in existence. Emperor of Humanity. As Qin Ming and Qin Gu approached the residence of the Yuan clan, they looked up and witnessed this moment, their hearts jolting as they bowed in respect. Was he truly at the end of his life? Qin Gu inquired, seemingly unwilling to accept that such an imperious emperor was nearing his demise. The entire city was fervently stirred for the emperor. Yet only they understood that he was on the brink of death. This would be his final appearance in this world. Emperor, you are on the verge of death. Do you truly wish to forge enmity with us? Another alien presence emerged, trembling as he gazed upward. An invisible domain enveloped the entire Tang capital, transforming it into a prison, precisely locking onto each individual, confining them within. There was no escape. They could hardly believe that this dying Emperor of Humanity dared to slaughter them so brazenly. Did he not fear that they would seek retribution for his actions upon his demise? Was this truly a domain of righteousness? An alien race stood before the gates of Tang City, mere inches away, yet feeling as though an insurmountable chasm divided them. Trembling, they cast their gazes upward towards the Emperor, their faces a canvas of horror. Had the Emperor ascended to sanctity? No, that could not be. The vitality within him was dissipating, and the deathly aura that enveloped him could no longer be contained, signaling his imminent end. He had not attained sanctity. So who was this? Within the library, Lin Fan stood quietly by the window, a book in hand, his gaze as tranquil as the vast expanse of stars, seemingly absorbing the entirety of Tang City and its surroundings. The Emperor was on the brink of death? The multitude kneeling in Tang City suddenly shuddered, gazing incredulously at the figure in the sky. A stream of crimson trickled from the corner of the Emperor's lips, and fissures appeared upon his form, his broken body no longer able to wield the power to sever the path. How could this be? The Emperor? Impossible. Countless souls paled in disbelief. Once you have perished, do you truly believe that humanity can withstand our wrath? Allow us to leave alive, and there may yet be a glimmer of hope for survival. We shall return to report to our elders, and in the future, your Qingzhou humanity need only submit and provide us with sustenance to preserve your lineage. Emperor, do not deceive yourself. One by one, the aliens revealed themselves, led by the barbarian and stone races, gazing up at the Emperor and speaking with newfound confidence. Their earlier fear replaced by arrogance. Humanity is merely fodder. The countless spectators in Tang City beheld this scene in astonishment, realizing that so many alien races had remained hidden among them, with several of the foremost figures even having reached the realm of celestial beings. The Emperor laughed, a wild and unrestrained laughter that resonated in the presence of the multitude. He gazed across the heavens, pausing momentarily at the library before turning his attention back to the alien race. You wish to provide sustenance for your kind, do you? With a single stroke, he cleaved the heavens, striking at the throng of aliens. Despite their frantic attempts to resist, they could only momentarily stave off the inevitable, before being reduced to a torrential downpour of blood. Humanity stands firm in this world. Who dares to brand us as slaves? Another strike, as if wielding the might of the heavens, leveled the landscape, claiming more than half of the alien invaders, leaving only a few dozen trembling before the Emperor. The Emperor of Qingzhou was formidable indeed. He was at the pinnacle of severing the path, a half-step away from sanctity, and even among the 9 great emperors of humanity, he ranked among the strongest. Even in death, he was not something they could contend with. Madman, once you are gone, who will protect your Qingzhou humanity? Our forces will surely annihilate you all. The Emperor's sword danced freely through the realm, the cracks upon his body multiplying, his vitality waning further. This was a grand performance, a spectacle solely belonging to the Emperor. Countless eyes were fixed upon that figure amidst the heavens, filled with a profound sense of desolation. Emperor, as the last alien fell, every gaze converged upon the Emperor. He stood aloft, drenched in blood, surveying Tang City and gazing into the vast expanse, as if he sought to imprint this world into the very fabric of his mind. Then his body began to collapse, his vitality dissipating. Yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his lips. I leave everything in your hands, were his final words, audible only to his single soul. His lifeless form descended towards the earth, where countless individuals rushed to catch the sovereign of humanity who had protected Qingzhou for millennia. However, upon arrival, they found no trace of the Emperor's remains. Had he not even left behind a corpse? Multitudes knelt upon the ground, their faces awash with sorrow. Behind the Western Mountains. Behind the library, the Emperor's body fell from the void, landing in a grave that had already been prepared, where Lin Fan stood. What is the necessity of this? Lin Fan murmured, shaking his head slightly. After gazing at the Emperor's body for a moment, he waved his hand to cover it, and thus, a modest mound of earth arose. A gravestone was erected, tomb of the 26th Emperor of Qingzhou. As for the name, Lin Fan was unaware, but it sufficed. Yet there was more to be done. Lin Fan glanced beyond the Western Mountains, where a few barbarian tribesmen, panic-stricken, fled into the hills. The Emperor of Qingzhou didn't even notice us. What a ruler he is, one remarked. Despite such bravado, their faces were etched with fear, and their bodies trembled. We can no longer remain in that place. We shall hide here in the Western Mountains until our army arrives. And then we will make this Tang capital run red with blood. This Western Mountain is sparsely populated, save for a library. The orphan of the Southern King, rumored to disdain cultivation and revel in reading, is deemed a useless one. Let him pay for today's blood debt. After traversing a range of hills, a library came into view, its stone path marred by a green streak, encircled by creeping vines and weeds. Several flowering trees outside the library wall had just begun to sprout tender buds, as if newly planted, their leaves gently falling, imparting a serene and distant ambience. He knows how to enjoy life, yet he is so foolish, one of the 7 remarked, gazing at the library before them. What use is there in reading? They scoffed. But it was fortunate that he did not pursue cultivation. It was said that the Southern King's orphan was a genius in that regard. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to subdue him today. The 7 had fully revealed their barbarian nature, their statures towering, hair sprouting, and their faces bearing traits reminiscent of wild beasts. They pushed open the courtyard door and beheld a figure within. Clad in simple scholar's robes, he stood upon the steps, quietly observing them. As the wind rustled, the sound of pages turning reached their ears, sending an inexplicable chill through the 7. Chapter 10. The winds of Qingzhou rise. Lin Fan, the descendant of the Southern King, never anticipated that he would find himself reduced to a mere gatekeeper here, especially when the Southern King had slain many of my kin. Today, you shall atone for his sins, declared the 7 barbarians, sensing an unsettling aura yet dismissing it. What fear can a scholar hold? One of the barbarians stepped forward, his hand as large as a fan reaching for Lin Fan. While the other 6 looked on with cold amusement, Lin Fan observed this scene with a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying not a hint of disturbance. As the barbarian approached within 3 feet of Lin Fan, his expression transformed dramatically, displaying sheer terror. Time seemed to stand still, the barbarian's hand suspended before Lin Fan. And with a gust of wind, he dissipated like a wisp of sand. What? The remaining 6 barbarians were struck with astonishment. They glanced upward at the youth on the steps, their eyes now filled with profound dread. This was a barbarian of the divine platform realm. Yet he had been utterly annihilated without even a semblance of resistance, his essence and spirit extinguished. How powerful must he be? The realm of creation? The realm of celestials? Or perhaps the realm of path-cutting? As for the sacred realm, they dared not even entertain the thought. A sacred being was the most ancient and formidable presence of a great clan, long extinct from the world, rarely appearing except in cataclysmic battles. Wasn't he merely a scholar, not a practitioner? Flee. The 6 barbarians exchanged glances. With no hesitation, they retreated towards the courtyard exit. Yet, as they moved, they felt an unimaginable force sealing the void, rendering their forms suspended in midair. Since they had arrived, would they not take a moment to observe? Lin Fan's voice echoed behind them, causing their entire beings to tremble. Turning back, they saw the youth still gazing at them, yet the aura surrounding him had shifted entirely. His eyes seemed to contain an abyss, threatening to consume them whole. Bang! With a soft sound, one barbarian was reduced to ashes. No, spare us. The remaining 5 barbarians dropped to their knees, and Lin Fan extended a finger, lightly gesturing. Flames ignited upon one barbarian, who was soon reduced to mere remnants. The pear tree at the entrance lacked nourishment. Your arrival is quite timely, Lin Fan remarked, waving his hand as the ashes left by the barbarians soared outside. Settling beneath the pear tree. Bang! Another one fell. The last 3 barbarians finally succumbed to despair, charging toward Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan merely raised his gaze, and in an instant, the 3 barbarians were filled with horror, for within Lin Fan's eyes, they beheld a terrifying vision, igniting a dreadful thought within their hearts. You are a sacred being. As the words left their lips, they too were reduced to ashes, scattered beneath the tree outside. Thus, 7 barbarians capable of stirring up storms in Tang capital met their demise. It was time for tranquility to reign for a while, Lin Fan stated, glancing toward the courtyard entrance before returning to the library. Just as Lin Fan's words echoed, All the other races in Tang capital felt a sudden constriction in their hearts. Looking skyward, a figure materialized in their minds. On the 7 steps, a youth holding a scroll appeared. One glance was eternal. In the next moment, their souls were extinguished. A single gaze annihilated all foreign races in the city. The library returned to its serene state, interrupted only by the occasional sound of pages turning. While the entire Tang capital and even Qingzhou fell into an unprecedented turmoil. The emperor of the Great Tang had perished. The news rapidly spread from Tang capital, resonating throughout Qingzhou and even reaching other continents of the human race. The emperor's son, Liu, ascended to the throne, continuing the legacy of the Qingzhou human lineage. It was not the renowned 5 sons of the royal family, as rumored in Qingzhou, but rather an obscure individual. Yet he was the sole descendant of the Great Tang Emperor. As the last 5 sons departed from the capital, the Tang dynasty entered a new chapter. 3 bustling years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the estate of the Yuan family, surrounded by azure waters and adorned with rockeries and gardens, melodious strains of the guqin flowed forth. A young woman clad in azure sat in a stone pavilion, delicately playing the instrument, her veil scarcely concealing her breathtaking beauty that outshone all others. Qin Gu, the sister, had become increasingly adept at her art, attracting a growing number of suitors from the capital, yet it remained uncertain who would capture her heart. In a long corridor, a young man and woman observed the enchanting figure within the pavilion. The girl, youthful and brimming with excitement, glanced at the young man beside her with a mischievous glint in her eye. She was Yuan Nanyu, the legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, and Qin Gu was her study companion. The young man gazed at the woman in the pavilion, his admiration evident. Xiaoyu, do not speak so frivolously. Miss Qin does not harbor such thoughts, he said, becoming increasingly entranced by the rising melodies that enveloped him. Yuan Nanyu shook her head slightly at this scene. It was apparent to anyone that her brother had affections for Qin Gu. If she were merely an ordinary companion, she might play matchmaker, but Qin Gu was different. She had grown up alongside Nanyu, fostering a deep bond. Furthermore, there was another reason. Qin Ji's brother, Qin Ming, was a figure of great renown in the capital. At just 19, he had already reached the 8th level of the Dan condensation realm, a prodigious talent who had entered the prestigious academy of the Tang dynasty. On his first day, several esteemed masters, renowned for their prowess, sought to take him as a disciple, yet he declined. I already have a master, was his only response. Later inquiries into Qin Ming and Qin Gu revealed their origins. They had fled from calamity and were once of noble descent, though no records of their apprenticeship existed. Some claimed that Qin Ming was overly proud, even refusing offers from the academy's revered masters. However, those masters did not take offense. Rather, they regarded him as a beacon of hope for the academy's future. Should anyone wish to pursue Qin Gu, they would first have to contend with this extraordinary young man. My brother is not lacking either. I have yet to witness Qin Gu converse with any other man in such a manner, Yuan Nanyu remarked. Reflecting on Qin Ji's nature, she shook her head slightly. It is indeed different. Merely exchanging a few words suffices. She remains indifferent to all but me within the Yuan household. Yuan Hua, the young man, could only smile wryly in response. A woman of such caliber as Miss Qin would not easily fall in love. I, Yuan Hua, am but a scion of a noble family, yet to achieve any notable success. When the day comes that I have made my mark, I shall surely seek her hand. As he gazed at the woman in the pavilion, his eyes sparkled with hope. Yuan Nanyu, observing him, hesitated to speak, allowing him to continue. The barbarian armies from the southern frontier are at our gates. His Majesty has commanded the Yuan family to lead the troops into battle. I have informed my father of my intent to join the expedition. He awaits my return. I must take my leave. Yu Wenhua remarked, casting one last lingering glance at the woman in the stone pavilion before turning away. Yu Venanyu watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Is my brother also heading off to battle? Since the fall of the emperor 3 years ago, the wars in Qingzhou have been relentless. Yet it is the first time that scions of noble families like theirs are taking to the battlefield. Has the situation in Qingzhou deteriorated to this extent? Yet, can what my brother said about returning victorious one day to marry truly come to pass? She glanced at Qin Gu, only to shake her head slightly. She felt that Sister Qin Gu had likely already given her heart to someone, even if she did not yet know who that person might be. Chapter 11. 3 years. Although Sister Qin Gu lacked the talent for cultivation, otherwise she would surely have been among the most illustrious figures in the grand capital of the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, there was still brother Qin Ming by her side. Yu Venanyu mused, her mind drifting to another figure. He had once challenged several martial arts academies in the capital with a single sword, defeating numerous prodigies of the Tang National Academy, even vanquishing several elder experts against all odds. He was, at present, the foremost prodigy of the capital. He was also the object of admiration for countless young women, and she was among them. Such captivating beauty could sometimes be a curse for a woman, particularly one who was merely a companion reader. Yet, with Qin Ming present, no one dared to lay a finger on Qin Go. It seemed he had not visited Sister Qin Go in quite some time. She nodded, her face etched with a trace of distress, before ultimately departing from the courtyard. After her departure, however, vibrant flowers unexpectedly bloomed in the subtle corners of the courtyard, and birds began to gather around. A multitude of blossoms burst forth, and a chorus of birds sang in homage. They encircled Qin Go, moving in harmony with the music of her zither. Aside from Qin Ming, no one knew that this seemingly daily performer had actually reached the divine stage, surpassing even Qin Ming's cultivation. She was a true paragon of excellence, the foremost among the younger generation of the grand capital. Life flourished. This particular zither piece had been altered by Lin Fan, infused with insights into the path of life, evolving into a timeless masterpiece. Qin Ji's cultivation improved with each performance, even outpacing Qin Ming, the Tang National Academy. This was the confluence of all talents in Qinzhou, a cornerstone of the Tang dynasty's foundation. Where many human powerhouses chose to seclude themselves, even a mere sweeper might be a master of divine powers, a formidable being of the creation stage. In the training arena, all eyes were fixed on a young man at the center. The youth wielded a sword, engaged in a fierce contest with a teacher of the National Academy at the divine stage. Each strike of his sword was accompanied by the crackle of thunder, as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Boom! With a single strike, the youth retreated 10 paces, gazing at the teacher from afar, who similarly staggered back, his breath slightly disordered, looking at Qin Ming with a face full of astonishment. "Teacher, I concede," he said before the teacher could respond. Qin Ming, taken aback for a moment, was about to speak when Qin Ming offered a slight bow and turned to leave. The onlookers in the training arena remained entranced by Qin Ming's retreating figure, unable to shake off the moment. "Why do I feel as though it was Master Wang who lost?" someone remarked. It was said that the strongest sword of Brother Qin Ming came from a mere branch at his waist, under which Master Li had also fallen. An elder once remarked that Brother Qin Ming had chosen a certain branch as his life sword, and as his cultivation deepens, that very branch would transform into an unparalleled weapon. He was nurturing that branch, nurturing his sword. They spoke of Qin Ming's formidable strength, which left the younger generation of the National Academy gasping for breath. Everything that transpired around him no longer surprised them. Master Wang observed Qin Ming's departing silhouette, and after a long pause, a smile graced his face. "This lad, a loss is but a loss. I, Wang Li, am not one to falter in defeat. Truly, he is a person favored by the Dean. Even in the condensing pill realm, he poses a challenge for me." With the fall of the Emperor of Humanity and the turmoil in Qinzhou, the crisis facing humanity draws near. "I can only hope for your swift growth." He shook his head, not disheartened by his defeat, but rather filled with joy. This is the National Academy, the crucible for the future of the Qinzhou human race. Not only prominent families, but also many teachers from the academy have been summoned to serve, for all understand that the seemingly tranquil Qinzhou is brewing a colossal crisis. Even with reinforcements from other human territories, the threat of annihilation looms large. The elder generation bears the burden now, but the future must rely on these young talents from the National Academy. Within the training chamber, Qin Ming retrieved the branch. At that moment, the branch seemed to shed its earthly ties, exuding an indescribable aura of the Dao. Lin Fan had once inquired if he needed to forge a sword for him, to which he replied in the negative, presenting this very branch as his sword. Lin Fan nodded and infused the essence of the Dao into the branch. Though it appeared to be an ordinary twig, it actually harbored Lin Fan's two profound pathways, the Sword Dao and the Thunder Dao, both subtly hinting at a fusion. To comprehend the Sword Dao within, should you ever grasp that hint of fusion, it would mark your entry into the realm. At that time, I shall impart to you the methods of merging the Great Dao. These were Lin Fan's words, which Qin Ming held close to his heart. Can the Great Dao truly fuse? He had never heard of such a thing. He had only just begun to step into the realm of intention, and the Dao seemed so distant, let alone the fusion of the Great Dao. From what he understood, to truly enter the Dao, one must reach the level of a sage. A sage? He couldn't help but gaze toward the horizon, where the library pavilion stood. Has the master already attained that realm? He had seen the tomb behind the library pavilion and the inscription upon it, realizing it to be the emperor's burial site. On that day, when the emperor's body vanished, it was, in truth, interred by the master behind the library. The emperor must have met with the master before his demise, making certain promises. If humanity faces peril, the master will surely intervene. No, he certainly will intervene. In the western mountains, the library pavilion was adorned with blossoming pear trees, and the stone paths, entwined with vines, imparted an air of profound tranquility. The library pavilion stood majestically within. No one would suspect that a human sage resided within. 3 years have passed. Just how strong has Lin Fan become? Only those among the most ancient existences in the Xuanhuang Great World could truly ascertain that. The book was nearly finished. Lin Fan set it aside, glancing around the library pavilion's first floor, and gently shook his head. It seemed he ought to venture out soon. After all, how could a scholar be without books? However, before departing, there was one more matter to attend to. He had waited 3 years. It was time for him to arrive. Beyond the western mountains, a young man had stood at the foot of the hill for quite some time, exuding an indescribable sense of dignity with his mere presence. Behind him, though no one followed, it felt as if multitudes were in his wake, as if the entirety of the great Tang dynasty stood in support of him. At the pinnacle of the condensing Dan realm, his cultivation surpassed even that of teeming by 1 level, and he was of a similar age. Yet within the capital of Shangjing, there were no whispers concerning him, or perhaps people dared not speculate about him. He was none other than the current sovereign of the Tang dynasty, Li Yu. He recalled the words of the emperor before his demise: if the Tang faced peril, come here. If he felt there was no one trustworthy in the world, come here. His name was Lin Fan, the one entrusted by the emperor. Yet, he had perused the information regarding Lin Fan. Young and an orphan of the southern town prince, it was said he had little interest in cultivation, preferring the written word. Could such a person truly become the pillar of the entire Tang dynasty? Doubt and confusion lingered in his eyes until the sun dipped below the horizon, prompting him to step into the mountains and head towards the library. Regardless, he had faith in the emperor, in his father. Chapter 12. The astonishment of Li Yu. The dying rays of the sun had yet to dissipate at the edge of the earth. Strands of golden light filtered through the leaves, illuminating the figure lying beneath the banyan tree, as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves to fall. Li Yu pushed open the courtyard door and beheld this scene. The individual was reading, quite young, clad in simple scholar's robes, devoid of any signs of cultivation. Seemingly just as the outside world had described, a mere scholar. He has arrived. The person on the reclining chair turned to him, his expression serene. Li Yu hesitated momentarily before offering a slight bow. By the emperor's decree, I have come to meet you, he stated, though he did not fully comprehend. He believed Lin Fan must possess some abilities that warranted his father's esteem. As a wise man, he deserved a bow of respect. The present Tang dynasty faced the threat of foreign invasion, beset by both external and internal strife, yet few regarded him, the sovereign, with any seriousness. He desperately needed someone capable of providing counsel. Lin Fan nodded. What do you wish to inquire about, or what would you like to learn? He asked straightforwardly, causing the words Li Yu had been preparing to become lodged in his throat. He gazed at Lin Fan, attempting to detect any flicker of emotion on his face. But those calm eyes remained as tranquil as a vast ocean. Did he, the ruler of the Tang, not care at all? After a long pause, he took a deep breath. I wish to ask how the future of the Tang should unfold, and what I ought to do, he inquired. Perceiving Lin Fan as the extraordinary strategist the emperor had sought for him, one who could foresee the future of the realm, precisely what he needed in this moment. Lin Fan regarded him with a brief glance, pausing slightly before shaking his head with a smile. He understood that Li Yu must have misunderstood something. How the future of the Tang unfolds is a matter for you, as its sovereign, to contemplate. As for what to do, I am merely a scholar, unfamiliar with such matters. If I were to say anything, it would be that human determination can triumph over fate. The future of the Tang lies entirely in your hands. Lin Fan remarked, as if providing an answer, yet simultaneously conveying nothing at all. Li Yu fell into silence. He had not anticipated such a response. He was merely a scholar, unfamiliar with these matters. What, then, did his father expect him to seek? What can you do? He inquired once more. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I possess a smattering of knowledge in various fields. It all depends on what you wish to learn. What is it that I should learn? Li Yu pondered deeply, once again scrutinizing Lin Fan with newfound seriousness. Even though he was aware that Lin Fan was the current sovereign of the Tang dynasty, he exhibited no signs of agitation, as if the emperor were no different from an ordinary person in his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the emperor, who had said to him that Lin Fan was to be sought in times of peril for the Tang, or if he encountered difficulties in his cultivation. As long as Lin Fan resided in the Tang, the empire would not perish. Those earnest words were a solemn entrustment, bestowing upon him the fate of both himself and the entire dynasty. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. My father declared that I am a sacred body, destined to master the source of all flames and achieve enlightenment in the way of fire at an extraordinary pace. Yet, To this day, my understanding of fire is but rudimentary, merely scratching the surface of the half-step realm. I am even outperformed by a student of the National Academy, who is younger than I. Can you assist me? He implored. The sacred body, inherently capable of comprehending the Great Way, bore an affinity for it that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, he found himself lagging behind a prodigy from the Academy, a reality he struggled to accept. Lin Fan regarded him intently, perceiving the entirety of his sacred body, the essence and roots of his being laid bare before him in an instant. Li Yu felt a jolt of astonishment, as if Lin Fan's gaze meticulously dissected him, leaving him utterly exposed. It was he. Li Yu looked at Lin Fan, his expression one of shock. Had he truly misjudged him? The sacred body, endowed with a trace of the source of the Great Way, was indeed extraordinary. The path to sanctity would be far smoother for him than for most. You possess a spark of the fire's essence concealed within you, Lin Fan remarked. This flame's origin continuously nourishes your being, placing you ahead of your peers. However, I have encountered and comprehended such origins far too often. When I grasped the Great Way, I immersed myself directly in its essence. As for the way of fire, my understanding, albeit modest, is sufficient to reach the level of an ordinary sage. What? Li Yu was taken aback. This was his greatest secret, the essence of his sacred body, which Lin Fan had perceived with a mere glance. How could this be possible? Just as he was about to speak, the courtyard door swung open once more. A young man entered, clad with a sword sheath on his back and a branch at his waist, exuding an aura of sharpness that made Li Yu instinctively tense. Teeming, the foremost genius of the National Academy, the very individual he sensed as a potential threat. What brought him here? Teeming also spotted Li Yu within the courtyard, the sovereign of the Tang, of whom he was well aware. He paused briefly, then turned his attention to Lin Fan, reclining in a chair. Bowing, he respectfully addressed Lin Fan. Sir, I wish to accompany the Southern Expeditionary Army to hone my swordsmanship on the battlefield. His tone was earnest. Li Yu observed him, sensing his cultivation, and was once again taken aback. Qin Ming's prowess had evidently caught up to his own. At the pinnacle of the condensed Dan realm, his comprehension of the Dao had ascended to an ethereal level, suggesting that he was no longer a match for his adversary. Lin Fan gazed at Qin Ming, encouraging him to pursue his path, but cautioned him not to allow hatred to cloud his judgment. He understood that Qin Ming's journey was not solely for the sake of cultivation. They had once fled from the southern lands, their family perishing at the hands of the barbarian tribes. The animosity towards those tribes weighed heavily on Qin Ming's heart. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Qin Ming bowed respectfully. Sir, I understand, he replied, turning around only to find Qin Gu standing behind him, having arrived unnoticed. Clad in a flowing azure dress and cradling a guqin, she appeared as serene as a quiet lotus, her gaze fixed upon him. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Qin Gu broke into a radiant smile, illuminating the world around her. Be careful on your journey, brother, she said. Qin Ming returned her smile, nodding earnestly as he gently tousled her hair, reminiscent of their childhood, before casting a glance at Li Yu and departing the courtyard. Li Yu observed this scene intently. He had heard of Qin Ming's sister, a direct descendant of the Yuan clan, known for her breathtaking beauty. Seeing her now, he could indeed attest to her allure. However, what astonished him most was her cultivation. He could not fathom her depth. How could this be? The divine platform realm. At such a tender age, she surpassed his holy body. Upon arriving at the library pavilion, Qin Gu refrained from concealing her cultivation as Lin Fan had suggested. Instead, her prowess was fully revealed. She was at the first level of the divine platform realm. Sir, like Qin Ming, she bowed respectfully to Lin Fan, who acknowledged her with a slight nod. The talent Qin Gu exhibited in the art of the guqin was indeed unexpected for Lin Fan. While he had contributed to her understanding, the majority of her insights stemmed from her own innate abilities. Chapter 13. The Art of Teaching, the Flames. Indeed, you have carved out your own path. The cycle of all things, the birth and demise of life, follows a discernible pattern. The essence of life is the path of existence, as well as the path of creation, Lin Fan articulated, his words resonating with simplicity as he dissected the nature of life itself. Qin Gu listened intently, the true essence of life surging within her as she continually validated her own understanding of the Dao. Li Yu stood by, his expression one of profound astonishment. Another level of comprehension. Moreover, she had made significant strides at this level, surpassing even Qin Ming in her exceptional gifts. Yet, there were few tales circulating in the capital regarding her. Qin Gu, he fixed his gaze upon the young woman, committing her name to memory, before his eyes returned to Lin Fan, taking a deep breath involuntarily. This was no mere scholar guarding the library, as rumors suggested. What scholar could speak of the Dao so effortlessly, guiding others to sudden enlightenment? It was no wonder that the seemingly sudden emergence of teeming had swiftly established him as the foremost figure in the national court, the pride of the capital. All owing to Lin Fan. With the harmonious energy flowing through the courtyard, Qin broke through her limits. Li Yu's expression shifted, filled with awe. In the present day, not a single member of the younger generation in the grand city of Shengjing has ascended to the divine platform realm. Yet, here stands a woman who has not only reached that pinnacle, but has also taken a further step beyond it. In comparison, what does his sacred body amount to? Lin Fan observed this scene with a smile gracing his face. The melody of the zither indeed suits you. The composition, the birth of all things, is also fitting for you, he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Qin beamed, revealing a smile that contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor as the cold beauty of the Yuang residence. Next time, I shall present you with another piece. Perhaps in a month's time, Lin Fan proposed. He was uncertain of how long his outing would take, estimating it might be around a month. Yes, sir, Qin replied, casting a glance at Li Yu, who responded with a smile, prompting her nod. She did not recognize Li Yu. Titles such as the Lord of the Great Tang or affiliations with noble families held no significance for her. Her focus had always been solely on her brother and Lin Fan. However, she reasoned that anyone who could arrive here must be someone esteemed by Lin Fan. Qin left behind some tea leaves she had gathered and poured a cup for Lin Fan before departing the courtyard, leaving only Li Yu behind. This time, Li Yu harbored no previous doubts. He bowed deeply to Lin Fan in utmost reverence. Sir, he addressed Lin Fan in a manner akin to Qin Ming and Qin Ge. Lin Fan nodded slightly, after sipping his tea and rising. A simple gesture from him caused Li Yu to feel as though the very fabric of the world had paused for a fleeting moment, igniting a tremor within the essence of fire that resided in him, akin to a pilgrimage. You possess a sacred body and have already glimpsed the essence of fire, a comprehension typically reserved for practitioners who have reached the pinnacle of the path of severance. Yet, engaging with it too early may not be advantageous, Lin Fan stated, extending a finger from which a spark ignited, transforming into a small flame. Li Yu's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on the flickering flame. You have witnessed the magnificence of fire, yet you have yet to grasp its true nature. This is the reason you have struggled to comprehend the essence of fire. The sacred body can sometimes become a shackle. Quiet your mind and immerse yourself in understanding, he advised. The flame at his fingertip quivered gently, as if imbued with spirit, before descending onto Li Yu's forehead, flooding his mind with countless insights regarding the path of fire. Li Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and flames surged within his pupils. In the next moment, he seated himself cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Lin Fan observed this with a slight smile and resumed his reading. Cultivation has always been a personal journey, whether it be Qin Ming, Qin Ge, or Li Yu. He merely illuminated a path for them. Of course, the realization of one's own path is a pursuit long sought by countless practitioners in this world. Lin Fan laid the path before them. All they needed to do was take a step forward. True to his nature as a sacred body of fire, Li Yu awakened in merely the span of half a tea session. His aura transformed, and a hint of profundity emerged about him. He finally comprehended the essence of fire. Clenching his fists, his face radiated excitement. Not only had he grasped the essence of fire, but he also understood how to progress in his future cultivation. Thank you, sir. He bowed deeply, and in that moment, all that remained for him was respect for Lin Fan. Although he could not ascertain Lin Fan's exact realm, he was undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings in the vast Tang Empire, possibly at the celestial or even the Dao-slashing level. It was no wonder that his father had entrusted him with such a significant legacy. You were born with the essence of the Great Dao. What you lack is not the understanding of the Dao, but rather a method suited to your own cultivation, Lin Fan said. As a single page of paper fell into Li Yu's hands, Li Yu glanced at the paper, and in an instant, his entire being was enveloped by its contents. To the untrained eye, the page contained merely the character for fire, but to Li Yu, it was akin to a sacred text on flames, brimming with unfathomable principles of fire. I shall be departing for a while. Do not come back for this month, Lin Fan continued. Li Yu, pulling himself from his reverie, looked at Lin Fan. A look of bewilderment etched on his face. Yet, as understanding dawned upon him, joy surged within him. Understood, he replied respectfully. The stipulation of not returning for a month implied he would still have the opportunity to visit again in the future. I favor tranquility and detest disturbances. This place is merely a desolate mountain and a secluded library, so there is no need for others to be aware of it. Before you leave, take a moment to look behind the courtyard, Lin Fan added, retrieving a book from a nearby stone chair. brushing off the dust and making his way toward the library. The banyan tree that shielded Lin Fan from the sun swayed gently, as if it had gained sentience, bidding farewell to him. Li Yu stood momentarily stunned before nodding in acknowledgement and performing a similar bow. Exiting the courtyard, he followed the bluestone path to the rear of the stone wall encircling the library, where a small grave stood quietly. The gravestone bore an inscription, Tomb of the 26th Human Emperor of Qingzhou. Li Yu's expression shifted, and he turned back to the library, inhaling deeply. So it is, he murmured, kneeling before the small grave. Father, I finally understand why you wanted me to seek him out. As you said, the continuation of the Tang Empire fundamentally relies on such a master. I have not yet taken him as my teacher, as I have seen others refer to him as master too. However, I shall be able to visit him often for guidance in the future, and I can come to see you as well. The young emperor's murmurs echoed through the mountains, imbued with an indescribable emotion as dusk fell, seamlessly transitioning into the depths of night. Accompanied by the gentle breeze and the luminous moon, this young emperor departed from the western mountain. Chapter 14. Departing from Qingzhou. Name: Lin Fan. Age: 33. Cultivation: 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. Talent: unparalleled through the ages. Opportunities for Sword Dao deduction: 72, and used. Opportunities for Fire Essence Comprehension: 9, and used. Opportunities for Thunder Essence Comprehension: 17, and used. After 3 more years, Lin Fan's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, having amassed hundreds of opportunities for comprehension of the essence. Originally, his progress should have been swifter. But due to Lin Fan's path of returning to the origin of myriad ways, forging his own path through countless avenues, his advancement was somewhat delayed. Typically, saints grasp a single path, while those with extraordinary talent may comprehend 2, 3, or even more, yet the most prodigious among them seldom exceed 9 paths. The number 9 is the ultimate, a fate decreed by the heavens, bound by rules. Yet from the moment Lin Fan entered the realm of sanctity, he shattered this so-called heavenly decree. Every step he took was met with the rejection of the heavens and the relentless suppression of the natural order. His every inch of being was ensnared by the rules of the universe, and above his soul sea loomed a colossal cauldron, a manifestation of these very rules. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained unfazed. Are you truly so fearful? He remarked nonchalantly, his words echoing in the void, perhaps directed at the laws of this world. Or maybe at the so-called heavenly way itself. Is it of any consequence? Rising to his feet, countless invisible chains of regulation shattered inch by inch, only to coalesce anew in an instant. Lin Fan shook his head, indifferent. Even with over 90% of his power suppressed, he could effortlessly crush any so-called sage in this realm. Who could say he could not escape the bindings of these rules? In the 9 provinces of the human realm, with countless tomes to explore, he thought it time to truly see the world he had inhabited for so long. I shall take a look, Lin Fan declared, casually retrieving a book from the shelf and tucking it at his waist, contemplating for a moment before selecting a wooden sword to hang by his side. The spirited essence of a scholar wielding a sword in the realm echoed the attire of his past life. Without bidding farewell to anyone, Lin Fan departed from the library, traversing 100 meters with each step, exiting the western mountain and entering the capital, Shungjing. The barbarian invasion had claimed 21 cities of the human realm in a single month, resulting in the slaughter of millions, leaving a sea of bones and rivers of blood. The people of the human race were united in their fury. This expedition to quell the barbarians called upon all righteous souls to join. Recruitment notices, each word drenched in sorrow, were plastered throughout Xinjiang, stirring the hearts of countless individuals, filling the streets and alleys with cries for vengeance. Lin Fan walked among them, his demeanor largely unchanged. Amidst the clamor of the world, he appeared as a figure outside the mundane affairs of life. My lord, someone called out to Lin Fan. The recruitment orders are upon us, and you do not even cast a glance? The voice continued, the barbarian horde has ravaged our lands. All who harbor righteous intent in Shungjing are outraged. How can you remain so calm? This sentiment resonated, drawing the gaze of more onlookers. Lin Fan paused momentarily. I am merely a scholar, he stated softly, causing the crowd to momentarily falter. Before he could elaborate, his figure had already reached the end of the marketplace and vanished with a single step. The spectators stood in a daze, bewildered. Did we see wrongly? As they attempted to recall the visage of the young man, it became a blur, utterly unmemorable. Lin Fan departed, not heading south, but westward toward another province of the human realm, Suzhu. The affairs of the world are myriad, both good and ill. He could not concern himself with them all. He would confront the barbarians, but not at this moment. When he chose to act, the barbarians would cease to exist. However, the time was not yet ripe. Though he stood at the pinnacle of sanctity, he had yet to fully perceive the vastness of this world. The Xuanhuang Great World was immense. Moreover, Lin Fan sensed that the Xuanhuang Great World was not the sole existence. Beyond it lay other realms inhabited by life. Says who? Kingdom County. The dynasty that governs this realm of humanity is known as the Great Song, and Kanglan County City is one of the 4 major administrative centers under its capital, Bianjing. Here lies an ancient family, the Zhao clan, which has inherited its legacy for over 10,000 years. Although they do not directly control Kanglan County City, their influence surpasses that of the rulers. On this day, the Zhao family held their triannual offering and selection of retainers. A scholar, adorned with a tome at his waist and a wooden sword hanging by his side, arrived at the gates of the Zhao residence. What is your name, place of origin, cultivation level, and any special talents? Inquired a young servant at the entrance, holding a ledger in one hand and a pen in the other. I hail from Qingzhou. My cultivation is at the initial stage of body refinement, yet I have perused countless tomes, replied Lin Fan, and as his words fell, he had already stepped into the Zhao residence, leaving the young servant in a state of bewilderment. Initial stage of body refinement? Such a cultivation level dares to seek a position as a retainer at the Zhao residence? Though the Zhao family had a criterion for special talents, merely having read countless books hardly constituted a remarkable skill. In a world where humanity is weak and myriad races eye them covetously, what use is there in reading? Stop! He called out hastily, but Lin Fan had already vanished from sight. Within the grand courtyard of the Zhao residence, a throng of individuals bustled about, some wielding long sabers, others shouldering long swords, each exuding a formidable aura with notable cultivation levels. They listened intently to a speaker on the platform, their spirits ignited with fervor. Should you become a retainer of the Zhao family, you shall receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 taels of silver, and those who achieve merit shall be granted a residence within the inner city of Kanglan County. Furthermore, you shall be under the protection of the Zhao family, enjoying equal status with the Zhao progeny. This proclamation stirred excitement among the crowd. Lin Fan, however, remained indifferent to such incentives. His sole interest lay in the Zhao family's library, a collection rivaling that of the imperial court. He traversed through the crowd and entered the rear courtyard of the Zhao residence, as if stepping into an uninhabited realm, heading towards the most magnificent pavilion within. Zhao family library. Young master, have you taken a wrong turn? The retainer selection is in the front courtyard. This is the forbidden area of the Zhao residence, the library. Those who are not of the Zhao family, who trespass, shall face death. A young man obstructed Lin Fan's path, standing before him with a sword in hand, speaking coolly. Lin Fan smiled gently and continued forward. Impudence! Zhao Quangai bellowed, drawing his sword to strike Lin Fan, intent on slaying this intruder of the library. The sword cut through the air for over 100 meters, creating ripples in the void, yet it passed through Lin Fan as if he were but a phantom. Zhao Quangai stared in shock at the scene before him, then beheld the figure that had already entered the library, drawing in a deep breath. A master, an unparalleled master. He had long heard tales of extraordinary beings who could reverse aging and retain eternal youth. This man must be one of them. Should he notify the family elders? He held his sword, momentarily lost in thought, then proceeded to step into the library as well. By rights, such commotion should have alerted the family elders long ago. Yet until now, there had been no sign of their presence. This signified he had severed their ability to probe. Chapter 15. Acquire books, slay the second most powerful. In the labyrinthine library, which boasts 9 levels, rows upon rows of tomes are meticulously arranged. The first floor primarily houses various records of experiences and secrets, seldom frequented by scholars. Ascending further, one encounters treatises on cultivation, martial arts, and techniques, an invaluable compendium of the Zhao family's millennia of heritage. Zhao Quangai initially presumed that this unexpected visitor was drawn to the Zhao family's extraordinary martial arts, only to find him pausing on the first floor, perusing a book on local customs and peculiar tales. He couldn't help but remark, there are better options available. However, as the words left his lips, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Logically, this individual ought to be a thief, shouldn't he? Books should not be judged by their quality, and scholars ought not to be selective. Even the most inferior texts harbor grains of truth. One must distill the essence while discarding the dross. Lin Fan responded, setting aside the book in his hands to pick up another. A journey through the Su Ling, a straightforward narrative. Zhao Quangai listened, momentarily dazed. The sentiment seemed reasonable. Yet could these mundane records truly rival the Zhao family's extraordinary martial arts? He found it difficult to fathom the intentions of this enigmatic figure, who eschewed the family's most significant martial texts in favor of the neglected tomes on the first floor. As time slipped by, Half a day passed unnoticed. The selection of guests in the courtyard had concluded, yet Lin Fan remained engrossed on the first floor, with Xuanhuang Great World trailing behind. It appeared that this esteemed individual was solely there for the purpose of reading. As night descended, a sudden voice broke the tranquility. "Are your books for sale?" Xuanhuang Great World's heart raced at the unexpected inquiry. He glanced at Lin Fan, hesitating, unsure of how to respond. "For sale? This is the Zhao family's library. Who would dare to purchase our volumes?" Yet he was reluctant to offend the man before him. "Esteemed senior, I cannot make decisions regarding the sale of our texts without consulting my elders," he replied thoughtfully. Lin Fan nodded. "Then go and inquire." He expressed no annoyance. Returning to his reading, Xuanhuang Great World inclined his head in a slight bow and departed. After a brief interval, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of several figures. Swiftly escorting Xuanhuang Great World back to the library, their gazes fixated on Lin Fan. Is he at the first level of body refinement? Someone speculated, skepticism evident in their tone. He appeared to lack concealed prowess, yet the young man, while seemingly ordinary in appearance, evoked an indescribable sensation among them. They turned their attention back to Xuanhuang Great World, who nodded earnestly. The atmosphere grew tense. They refrained from disturbing Lin Fan, standing quietly in the serene library, where only the rustling of pages and the distant song of nightingales could be heard. Eventually, Lin Fan set down his book and turned to the group with a faint smile. "I wish to purchase a book. May I inquire about the price?" he asked. Having discerned their cultivation levels at a glance, one among them was at the celestial realm, while the others were at the transformative stage. The group exchanged astonished glances. Realizing he was indeed serious about acquiring a book, a few individuals exchanged glances, pausing for a moment in contemplation. What price might the young master be willing to offer? They inquired, surprisingly not dismissing Lin Fan's words. Beside them, Xuanhuang Great World stared wide-eyed. Were the elders truly considering selling books? "Very well," Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile. Several elders from the Zhao family inhaled deeply, and the elder of the Zhao family, who had reached the realm of celestial beings, stepped forward, slightly bowing. "I require the young master's assistance in eliminating a certain individual," he stated, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The other elders, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of tension. Lin Fan turned to him. "Whom do you speak of?" "The national master of the Great Song dynasty, Lin Vian." With those words, the atmosphere in the library stilled. Xuanhuang Great World gazed incredulously at the elder. Lin Vian was indeed the foremost figure beneath the emperor of the Great Song. Rumors even suggested that Lin Vian had reached the realm of severing paths. With the emperor absent, the court of the Great Song was practically under Lin Vian's dominion. Although Lin Vian held the esteemed title of national master, he was, in truth, a hybrid of human and demon, belonging to one of the top 10 clans of the Xuanhuang world. "Our clan possesses assassins who have infiltrated the capital and uncovered secret intelligence. Lin Vian has already capitulated to the demon race, aiming to hand over the entire Great Song to them. The emperor's sudden disappearance may be linked to him. For the sake of our millions of human kin in the Great Song, this man must perish. Although I am unaware of the young master's exact cultivation level, I believe it should not be inferior to my own. Therefore, I beseech the young master to assist us in vanquishing Lin Vian. It shall not rest solely upon you. For my Zhao family has already contacted several celestial beings. With the collective strength of my clan, we may indeed bring him down," the elder declared, his expression grave. And he, along with the other elders, bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Xuanhuang Great World, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with astonishment. The national master Lin Vian, the second most powerful individual among the human race in Suzhou, had already allied with the demon clan. The capital had previously proclaimed that the emperor was in seclusion to comprehend the sacred path, yet no one anticipated such a secret. Could it be that Lin Vian had orchestrated the emperor's demise? Nevertheless, was it truly feasible for the Zhao family to accomplish such a monumental task? To assassinate the national master, the second most formidable figure in the Great Song, who would dare accept such a challenge? In truth, not only Xuanhuang Great World, but also the elder and the other elders shared the same trepidation. They were merely attempting to test the waters. Even if Lin Fan declined their request, they intended to venture to the capital to eliminate Lin Vian. This individual's survival posed a dire threat to the Great Song. They were merely seeking an additional ally, and this mysterious visitor might just provide the assistance they needed. "Very well, but I require all the books from your library." In the next moment, a voice resonated, leaving the group momentarily stunned. They gazed at Lin Fan, incredulous. He had actually agreed to venture to the capital and slay the national master of the Great Song, who might have already entered the realm of severing paths. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded, maintaining an unwavering calmness. as though it were merely a casual statement. The crowd endeavored to discern any emotion from his countenance, yet all they perceived was tranquility. Not only the books from my Zhao family's library. Should you desire any texts, my clan will spare no effort to procure them for you, the elder of the Zhao family remarked. Lin Fan nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very well. I shall take my reward now, with a slight wave of his hand. All the books in the library levitated into the air, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, they vanished completely. The onlookers were left in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What sorcery is this, to conjure the universe within one's sleeve? Zhao Kuangai mused. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. With a flick of his finger, a glimmer of light descended upon Zhao Kuangai's brow, and he was suddenly enveloped in an enigmatic aura of profound wisdom. Since I have accepted my reward, it is time for me to depart. Do not seek my origins. I am merely a scholar, here to observe the world. The fate of the Song dynasty rests in your capable hands. As his words echoed, Lin Fan had already vanished into thin air. The group stood in stunned silence before bowing reverently to the void. To kill Lin Vian is a perilous task, yet having accepted it, he shall be regarded as a hero of humanity, deserving of their homage. With Lin Fan gone, it was time for them to move forward. The atmosphere was heavy with gravity as they all nodded in agreement. Chapter 16. Chaos in Bianjing. Lin Fan did not hurry his journey. He hired a carriage. Perusing a book while listening to the locals discuss the customs and culture of the Song dynasty, leisurely making his way to Bianjing. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, the Song dynasty is renowned for its reverence for literature. It is said that the founding emperor, Zhao Kuangai, ascended to power through scholarly pursuits, almost attaining sainthood. Even if no one has since followed his path, the Song still boasts numerous academies, and the court is graced by several civil officials who eschew martial practices. Are you heading to the Bianjing Academy to study, young sir? A graceful and gentle young lady in the carriage inquired, accompanied by 2 vigilant maidservants, who kept a watchful eye on Lin Fan, wary of his intentions. To their surprise, he remained engrossed in his reading throughout the journey. The Bianjing Academy? Lin Fan looked up, then chuckled softly and shook his head. Not at all. I have merely been entrusted with a task to eliminate someone in Bianjing. The atmosphere within the carriage suddenly stiffened, all eyes fixed upon him. A youth, as refined as jade, bore no trace of malice, his cultivation merely at the first level of body refinement. Yet, he claimed to be traveling to Bianjing for the purpose of murder. The 3 young ladies exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Whom do you intend to kill? The elegant lady asked. Lin Vian, he replied succinctly. A hush fell over the carriage. You jest, good sir. The national master holds sway over the court, surrounded by numerous formidable warriors. Surely, not even those of the celestial realm would dare to threaten him, the graceful lady remarked, amusement dancing in her eyes. I did not expect you to be such a humorous individual. She laughed, and her maidservants followed suit, their wariness of Lin Fan seemingly dissipating. Lin Fan merely offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. Bianjing, the imperial capital of the Song dynasty, was a bustling hub where people converged from all directions. The carriage blended seamlessly into the throng. Miss, we are entering the city, the voice of the coachman called out from outside. A capable cultivator himself. Of the divine platform realm, it was evident that the noble lady within the carriage held an extraordinary status. Master Lin, do you have a place to stay in Bianjing? If not, it would be prudent to accompany us back to our residence, Chu Yin suggested, extending her invitation to Lin Fan. The 2 maidservants observed this exchange with palpable astonishment. They had never witnessed their mistress display such warmth towards a gentleman, nor had they seen her so fervently extend an invitation. Lin Fan raised his gaze, but did not respond to her. Instead, his attention was drawn to the outside of the carriage. The once dutiful coachman wore a grave expression. From the far end of the long street, a towering figure, a hulking man exceeding 9 feet in height and bare-chested, strode purposefully towards the imperial palace. Each step he took reverberated through the earth. The mountain-moving sage, Xuanhuang. The coachman's voice trembled as he uttered the name. The 3 ladies inside the carriage shivered in unison. To be referred to as a sage indicated a formidable presence in the realm of the celestial beings. As the carriage's curtain was drawn back, they beheld that imposing silhouette. A colossus seemingly carrying the weight of the world as he advanced, causing the entire street to quiver in his wake. Xuanhuang passed by the carriage, disregarding it entirely. His gaze fixed solely upon the distant palace, as if it were the only object of his attention. He was gathering his energy. Lin Fan remarked. He has not arrived late. His timing is impeccable. Celestial beings have converged upon Bianjing, intent on assassinating the national master of the Song dynasty. Chu Yin and the 2 maidservants exchanged solemn glances, not due to Lin Fan's words, but because another figure had emerged from the heavens above. A tempest was gathering in the atmosphere, transforming into myriad blades of wind, and from among these, a figure descended, a man with white hair clad in a flowing robe. Making his way toward the imperial palace, the wind sovereign, Yin Changkong, yet another celestial being had appeared. Moreover, a sword cleaved the sky, swiftly traversing 1,000 meters to manifest as an elderly man, standing upon a colossal sword, his overwhelming sword intent sweeping across the surroundings. The sword sovereign. Simultaneously, a proclamation echoed throughout Purging. National Master Lin Vian is of half-demon lineage. He has plotted against the human emperor, betrayed humanity, and has rampaged through Purging, slaughtering our kin. Let the people unite in his condemnation. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yin turned sharply, her expression one of shock. Father, the head of the Chu family, the foremost of the Purging aristocracy, was the first to expose the national master's transgressions, flanked by several formidable members of the Chu clan. Not only the Chu family, but other noble houses also joined in the chorus. From outside the city of Purging, a multitude of figures surged forth, a dense throng numbering in the tens of thousands. Among them the elder of the Su family. Elder Su, yet another celestial being, has descended. In the realm of the celestial beings, this represented the pinnacle of human strength. Within this brief moment, for had emerged, while those in the transformation realm and other strong practitioners were countless. Lin Vian, humanity has treated you well. Yet you repay us with treachery. You deserve to perish. Where is the human emperor? What have you done to him? The clamorous outcry shook Purging to its core. As countless witnesses gazed on in horror, the national master's betrayal revealed that the human emperor was not merely in seclusion, contemplating the sacred path. The carriage's interior was enveloped in a tense silence, as Chu Yan's expression grew grave, as though she had grasped the gravity of the situation. I have finally come to understand why my father decided to send us away from Purging. It appears that he and his associates had long been scheming for this very day, she remarked, and the coachman's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Fan observed the unfolding scene in silence. Soon, a counterattack emerged from the direction of the palace. Such nonsense. You take advantage of the emperor's seclusion, attempting to usurp the court. This is nothing but an act of rebellion. The national master is wholly devoted to the Song dynasty. How dare you slander him? A general clad in golden armor soared into the air, wielding a great halberd, his aura resonating with that of the celestial realm. As his voice resounded, legions of troops emerged in Purging, their formations casting a shadow over the entire city, while the aristocratic families loyal to the national master began to reveal their formidable warriors. Those who spread chaos and malign the national master shall face death. A great battle was imminent. Powerful figures clashed instantaneously. Among them, the mountain-moving sage stomped the ground, soaring into the air, causing the earth within 1,000-meter radius to crack and tremble as if sinking into the abyss. With a single punch, he tore through the air, engaging the golden-armored general in fierce combat. From a prestigious family, an ancient relic emerged, wielding a long hook that pierced the heavens, swiftly dispatching hundreds of those who dared to revolt. Another celestial realm expert. It was the Wu family's sage. Inside the carriage, two maidservants gasped in terror, witnessing the spectacle above. It is the family head, she thought. He has confronted the Wu family's sage. The Chiu family's sage, also a celestial realm expert, surrounded by crackling thunder, struck the Wu family's long hook with immense force, halting his rampage. How could this be? Chiu Yin trembled in disbelief. In mere moments, chaos enveloped Purging, slaughter erupted everywhere, and even my father was ensnared in the turmoil. Suddenly, she glanced at Lin Fan. He had previously claimed to be here to slay the national master. Could he be one of the participants? Chapter 17. The Eternal Night Sage. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. He is merely a practitioner of the first layer of body refinement, a scholar. How could he possibly partake in such a grand conflict? Perhaps he was merely privy to some information. Quickly, we must return to the Chiu family. Sensing the escalating violence throughout Purging, Chiu Yin urged. The coachman cracked his whip. The exotic blood warhorse beneath him neighed as they raced down the long street, with Chiu Yin and her two maidservants feeling their hearts leap into their throats. Suddenly, a long blade fell from the sky, piercing the exotic blood warhorse, which let out a mournful whinny before succumbing to silence. The coachman stepped forward, bracing the carriage. Looking ahead, a man clad in luxurious robes approached slowly, the long blade vibrating as it returned to his grasp. He was the one who had unleashed that deadly strike. Who would have thought to encounter the Chiu family's young lady's carriage here? He remarked. As his words echoed, figures began to emerge, filling the entire street. An invisible formation enveloping them. I wonder what your status is in the heart of that Chiu celestial. Capturing you might indeed have some influence on him, he said, fixing his gaze on the carriage, taking note of the 4 occupants within. 2 maidservants closely guarded Chu Yan, accompanied by a young man whose cultivation was merely at the first level of body refinement, who chose to disregard Lin Fan entirely. Such arrogance. The coachman suddenly emanated an aura of the divine platform realm. As he shook the whip, its outer shell fell away, transforming into an iron whip, which he then brandished before the carriage. A guard of the divine platform realm is indeed formidable, but what a pity, the man remarked, fixating his gaze on Chu Yan while the coachman occupied his thoughts. Someone behind him approached and whispered a few words, which brought him immense delight. It turned out she was the only daughter of the Chu family's celestial being. It seemed today would mark my opportunity for merit. Capturing you will surely elevate my status by 3 ranks. With that, he hesitated no longer, launching his attack. His long knife cleaved through the air, releasing crescent-shaped arcs of blade light, each capable of effortlessly slicing through a small mountain. He was at the pinnacle of the divine platform realm, wielding a particularly powerful martial technique, while the coachman was merely at the 3rd level of the divine platform. Upon engagement, the coachman quickly found himself at a disadvantage, barely able to defend himself, especially with over 100 pairs of eyes watching, each possessing at least the cultivation of the spirit connection realm. Inside the carriage, Chu Yan observed the unfolding scene and turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, a hint of regret gracing her features. Young Master Lin, I am truly sorry for dragging you into this, she said, as if already aware of her impending fate. She should have heeded her father's counsel and refrained from returning. Her father was engaged in battle with the celestial beings of the Wu family. If she were captured, it would undoubtedly have dire repercussions for him. In the celestial conflict, a moment's distraction could lead to life and death. She could not afford to jeopardize her father. With this thought, a glimmer of resignation welled in her eyes. Lin Fan regarded her with a gentle shake of his head, his gaze drifting beyond the carriage, not towards the battle between the coachman and the long knife-wielding man, but rather towards the conflict in the heavens above. In addition to the Chu family's celestial beings, Su Tai's Hang, the mountain-moving venerable, and the wind venerable, 3 other celestial beings had arrived, the strongest among them a half-step into the path of severance. She was a woman clad in a black dress, and where she stood, the sky seemed to darken, as if she embodied the very earth, leaning against the night. The path of darkness, Lin Fan murmured. The other celestial beings were met with resistance, yet she, with a single strike, severely injured the one who dared to impede her, truly setting foot upon the imperial palace of the Song dynasty. Venerable of eternal night, someone exclaimed in Bianjing. She alone appeared to threaten to plunge the entire city into perpetual darkness. Lin Wei Yin was heralded as the 2nd greatest in the realm, and she was deemed the 3rd. Lin Wei Yin, come forth, she intoned softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it was impossible to overlook her presence. Even many battles in Bianjing came to a halt at her words. This included the man with the long knife, who ceased his actions, lifting his gaze towards the venerable of eternal night. The coachman stumbled back beside the carriage, coughing up blood, his aura instantly withering as he collapsed against the side of the carriage. Uncle Wang, Chu Yan cried out, but the coachman could barely open his eyes. Miss, I am sorry. I fear I can no longer protect you, he lamented, vitality ebbing away, on the brink of death. Yet, just as the last vestiges of his life force began to dissipate, a hand unexpectedly descended upon him, and his once desiccated body surged anew with vitality. He looked up at the person before him, astonished. It was the scholar they had casually given a ride to on the road. At this moment, he rested a hand on him, smiling gently. Have a good sleep. Those soothing words instantly relaxed all of his muscles, dissipating the tension that had enveloped him, leading him into a deep slumber. Chu Yan and the 2 maidservants watched this scene, equally astonished. Young Master Lin, are you a physician? They inquired. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. I suppose so. The path of life can be considered a physician's method, albeit a more straightforward one. However, Chu Yan gazed at the coachman whose breath was gradually stabilizing, then turned her attention to the man wielding a long knife and the people surrounding them. Her face still etched with worry. The man with the knife felt they were already in his grasp. Not hurried to act, but rather focused on the Evernight sovereign in the sky. Wu Zinyi, a voice emanated from the imperial palace of the Great Song, drawing all gazes to the figure emerging from within. Clad in a flowing white robe, his countenance radiated kindness, a smile gracing his lips, and he seemed to emanate a divine glow. Upon his appearance, many bowed in reverence towards him. National Master. Even the celestial beings bent the knee. The long knife-wielding man did the same, and this scene caused Lin Fan to be momentarily stunned. A national master, yet he bore an uncanny resemblance to a cult leader. Despite not being the emperor of humanity, he exuded an air reminiscent of one. "Where is the emperor of humanity?" Wu Xinyi, the Evernight sovereign, inquired. Casting a glance at Lin Vian, Lin Vian smiled faintly. "The emperor of humanity is naturally in seclusion, and before entering, he specifically instructed me to manage the great song well. Unless it pertains to the extermination of clans, we must not disturb him. I believe the emperor has probably touched upon the threshold of sanctification," he said, then turned his gaze towards those in Bianjing who had come to kill him. "You dare to attack while the emperor is in seclusion, aiming for sanctification? Do you seek rebellion? My race has not seen a saint for tens of thousands of years, which has led to our subjugation by alien races. Now that the emperor has finally approached that realm, do you think you can bear the consequences if you disrupt his path to sanctification?" Each word resonated with a multitude, even stirring doubts within figures like Su Taizhang and the celestial beings of the Chu family. Chapter 18. Is the human race a sinful race? The emperor of humanity is about to attain sanctification? If, as Lin Vian claims, their actions cause the emperor's seclusion to fail, would they not become eternal sinners? The bloody history of the human race over thousands of years is due to the absence of a saint, merely surviving on the remnants of ancient saints. If a saint were to arise among the humans, it would alter everything. The current dynamics of the human race would be rewritten, and groups such as the barbarians and stone tribes would no longer dare to invade human territory, allowing humanity to truly stand tall within the vast world of Xuanhuang. Nonsense. The emperor is not even in Bianjing. His figure has long since vanished from the Qingqin mirror. The last scene in the mirror showed the emperor was with you. The emperor's disappearance must be related to you. What have you done to the emperor? At the very moment when hearts were in turmoil, a voice resonated, drawing the gaze of all present. It was the celestial from the Chu family, a close minister to the emperor. He held an ancient bronze mirror, its surface aglow with holy light, enveloped in an aura of the Great Dao, a sacred artifact of the Song dynasty, the Qian Kuan mirror. This mirror possessed the power to reveal scenes unknown to man, harboring unfathomable might. In that moment, an image materialized within the Qian Kuan mirror. Beneath the night sky, a towering figure stood in the void, turning back to gaze longingly, before finally departing under the moonlight, never to return. As the scene unfolded further, Lin Vian emerged, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "The emperor is nothing more than this," he stated, his words echoing from within the realm of Qiankuan, causing a tremor of disbelief among the multitude. How dared he utter such words? Lin Vian, witnessing the scene, felt his smile falter. His gaze fixated on the celestial from the Chu family, his eyes betraying a palpable intent to kill. He had assumed the Qian Kuan mirror was in his possession. Yet it was, in fact, in your hands. Evidently, he placed great trust in you. It seems I miscalculated a move, he remarked, maintaining an air of nonchalance even after being exposed. The Qian Kuan mirror, a sacred relic left by an ancient sage, was a cornerstone of the Song dynasty's legacy, serving as irrefutable evidence. Any further words would be futile. Is what he said true, National Master? Questioned a celestial who had previously stood with Lin Vian. Disbelief etched on his face. They could hardly fathom that the National Master, whom they had trusted so deeply, had rebelled against the Song dynasty and betrayed humanity, rendering them complicit in tyranny. Lin Vian cast a cold glance at them, his demeanor indifferent. Humanity had languished for nearly 100 millennia. Its demise was inevitable, merely postponed by the inaction of the pinnacle clans. Now that the demon race had set its sights on this land, humanity was bereft of hope. The future of humanity would inevitably devolve into mere sustenance for the demons. I have merely positioned myself in advance. Perhaps the continuation of humanity may still rely on me. To understand that submission is the true path to survival, you are all too ignorant, he declared, addressing not just certain individuals but the multitude of humanity within Bianjing. Resistance would lead only to annihilation. Only by surrendering to the demon race could humanity endure in this grand era. Do you truly believe that a clan lacking a sage can survive? Furthermore, do you think the absence of a sage within humanity is merely an internal issue? His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Since the fall of the last ancient sage of humanity, nearly 100 millennia had passed without the emergence of another sage, and they had long believed that no extraordinary prodigy had arisen within their ranks. Could there be another reason? Inside the carriage, Lin Fan paused, recalling the wounds on the body of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, as if a realization dawned upon him. Lin Vian smiled. It was the powerful clans of the Xuanhuang world that forbade the emergence of sages among humanity. Anyone who ascended to sainthood would face retribution from these clans, often resulting in injury or death. Humanity is a condemned race, long since ostracized by the Xuanhuang world. As the final words resonated, countless individuals were left in shock. The strong clans demanded retribution. The sinful clans. How could this be? Why? All gazes fell upon Lin Vian, who merely shook his head with a smile. Though he himself was uncertain of the reasons, merely contemplating these matters filled him with despair. Under such circumstances, how could humanity rise? It seemed destined for annihilation. The sinful clans. Lin Fan pondered briefly before shaking his head again, realizing that humanity's past was indeed a history worth delving into. What had transpired 100,000 years ago? Are we the sinful clans? Muttered Chu Yin within the carriage, her words laden with palpable despair. The strong clans observed humanity closely. Any potential sage among them would face retribution, and regardless of how humanity struggled, annihilation was the only outcome. The sinful clans? Perhaps not. Is it possible that they fear us? Lin Fan suggested, his words calm and accompanied by a faint smile, his demeanor unchanged despite the tumultuous state of the world. His tranquility remained steadfast. Chu Yin and the two maidservants regarded him, as did the man standing outside the carriage, wielding a long blade, seemingly just now noticing this youth with merely the first level of body refinement. Fear? The man questioned. Lin Fan smiled faintly. If they fear humanity's resurgence, they have severed history, perhaps out of dread that humanity might remember its past. You read too little. You do not know the saying. Humans are the apex of all beings. Lin Fan proclaimed, holding a book in his hand, appearing as an ordinary scholar, yet in that moment, he seemed to radiate a sacred brilliance. I do not believe it. This was the voice of the Su clan's celestial being, whose presence melded with the heavens. An imperceptible blade swirling around him as if the void itself concealed thousands of swords. What constitutes the sinful clans is merely their conclusion. Humanity's worth, whether guilty or not, should not be dictated by them. As long as we live, we shall never bow to any clan. Humanity shall not be enslaved. It was so in the past, and it shall be so in the future. We are born of humanity, and even in death, we shall stand tall. His words echoed throughout Bianjing, leaving countless listeners in awe, and they began to rally in response. Humanity shall not yield. We are not the sinful clans. Even the two maidservants within the carriage joined in the fervor, while Chu Yin clenched her fists, her expression resolute. A soft chuckle escaped Lin Vian as he surveyed the entirety of Bianjing. Foolishness. If you refuse to submit, then perish. His words were laced with a terrifying aura that surged from him, transcending the celestial realm and reaching the realm of severing the Dao. Lin Vian had indeed broken through to the realm of severing the Dao, standing on par with the Emperor of humanity. The national teacher was correct. If it is for the continuation of humanity, what use is dignity? We are willing to follow the national teacher. There were indeed many willing to follow Lin Vian, and they were not few in number. The figures in the sky, including the eternal night sovereign, the Su clan's celestial being, and the Chu clan's celestial being, looked on at this scene with a trace of melancholy. The fallen have never been limited to Lin Vian alone. Chapter 19. The might of severing the Dao, overpowering the celestial beings. The noble cause of humanity, a legacy spanning the ages. When faced with true despair, there are always those willing to forsake it, simply to survive, even if merely to exist. How could this be? Chu Yin and the others gazed at the scene before them, their expressions rife with disbelief. They had undeniably unmasked Lin Wei Yan's sinister plot, yet an overwhelming number still chose to align with him. Lin Fan observed this unfolding drama with an air of detachment. Human nature is thus. The few who can remain steadfast to their true selves are ultimately rare. If one knows they tread a path that leads to certain demise, who would willingly embark upon it? For them, survival equates to hope. If one cannot even sustain life, what talk is there of dignity? His words were imbued with a hint of indifference, akin to that of a mere spectator, coldly assessing the affairs of the world. Chu Yan's eyes flickered with irritation. Is dignity then of no consequence? She queried, drawing the attention of two maidservants and those outside the carriage, who too sought the answer. Lin Fan shook his head. The continuation of humanity has never necessitated the abandonment of dignity. Who decrees that humanity is destined for annihilation? Dignity is merely a justification they seek for their own cowardice. Even in despair, there exists a glimmer of hope. Until that final moment, who can truly ascertain the future of humanity? Moreover, is humanity truly devoid of saints? His words sent a tremor through the crowd. Are there saints among humanity? Is it true? They regarded Lin Fan, seemingly hoping to glean the truth from him. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the monumental battle had commenced. The eternal night sovereign manipulated the darkness, crafting a sword from a fragment of night, which he aimed at Lin Wei Yan, who erupted in an explosion of blinding light. This brilliance pierced the darkness, transforming into myriad long spears. unleashed upon the expanse of the world. Despite the Eternal Night Sovereign's fervent efforts to resist, he could only deflect a portion of the onslaught. Other celestial beings surged forth, 7 in total, converging to slay Lin Wei Yan. With a shudder, long spears fell through the air, penetrating the heart of Bianjing. Regardless of their realm, divine platform, or divine ability, before these long spears, they were as ants, ruthlessly slaughtered in a single strike, thousands perishing in an instant. One spear even struck the ground near the carriage, impaling a formidable divine ability expert, leaving Chu Yen and the others aghast. Such was the might of the path of slashing. I have severed the path. How can you withstand me? Lin Wei Yan soared into the air, alighting atop the heavens, coldly regarding the Eternal Night Sovereign and his cohorts. With the human emperor absent, I stand as the sole slasher of the great song, by rights. I should be the human emperor. Your arrival unannounced is an act of rebellion. Thus I shall strike. He gazed down upon the lands of Bianjing as though he were a deity. Thunderous dawn. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, sending ripples across the expanse. Surging toward him, with a single palm, a colossal hand of light descended. Boom. The strike came from a celestial being of the Chu family, and in an instant, they were hurled to the earth, their fate unknown. Father, Chu Yin exclaimed, her voice a blend of shock and terror. However, this is merely the beginning. The celestial being of the Su family wields a blade, and as it descends, it seems as though the very heavens and earth are to be cleaved asunder. Yet, Lin Vian deftly evades, and with a single strike of his palm, the Su celestial is sent reeling, bloodied, and retreating. The eternal night approaches, as darkness envelopes. Countless eyes are shrouded in shadow, and from within that abyss emerges a spear forged from the very essence of night. Observing this scene, Lin Vian merely shakes his head in disdain. Before I achieved the path of severance, I held some trepidation towards you. However, now that I have transcended, you are no more than an insect in my eyes. Any resistance is utterly futile. With a resolute step forward, light pierces the interminable night. The eternal night spear falters in the hands of the eternal night sovereign, obliterated by the radiance, and the sovereign himself is forced to retreat, blood spilling forth. The other celestial beings share a similar fate. In just one stride, 7 celestial beings are vanquished. You, who have yet to sever the mundane, shall never comprehend the essence of severance. To cut away the roots of mortality, to shed the corporeal form, is the true transcendence beyond the realm of all living beings. He spoke with a calm authority, each word imbued with an invincible might. The 7 celestial beings stared at him, their expressions darkened by disbelief. Although they suspected Lin Vian may have indeed severed the path, they could not fathom such a vast chasm between the celestial realm and that of severance. They were simply not opponents of his caliber. Finally, I say this, submit to me, and you shall all live. As he spoke, a hue knot of this world flickered within his gaze, golden pupils glimmering with an otherworldly aura, and a trace of demonic essence manifested upon him. This was the embodiment of a half-demon. Impossible. A holy light illuminated the expanse, a vague sanctity appearing in the atmosphere. The celestial from the Chu family emerged from the ruins, wielding the Kinkan mirror and gazing intently at Lin Vian. Upon seeing the Kinkan mirror in his grasp, Lin Vian's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. A sacred artifact demands utmost caution, infused with a trace of sanctity. The presence of the sacred imbues it with unimaginable power. Even those of severance would perish upon contact. The 7 celestial beings gathered, using the Kinkan mirror as a shield, standing resolute against Lin Vian. Cough. The Chu celestial struggled to uphold the Kinkan mirror, his aura feeble. For him to wield the sacred artifact was already a strain, especially in his wounded condition. Yet, the mirror was bound to him, and only he could channel its power. He could hardly sustain this for long. Su Jun, did you not mention that you had summoned another? That individual might be a hidden master of the severance realm. Where is he? The Chu celestial inquired of the Su celestial. Upon hearing this, the Su celestial hesitated, scanning the vast expanse of Bianjing and failing to spot the figure they sought. He recalled the promise made by that young man upon his departure and shook his head slightly. I do not know. Perhaps he has yet to arrive. He could not believe such a person would break their word, and thus thought as much. I suspect he is afraid, the mountain-moving sovereign remarked. His body pierced by the luminous spear, blood pouring forth as he too found himself at the end of his strength. He held the mysterious severance mentioned by the Su celestial in contempt. After all, he faced a half-demon embodiment of severance, and behind him stood the demon clan. Those who had severed but never revealed themselves in the world, mere survivors clinging to life. Do not place your hopes upon him. He spoke, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Vian, his entire being surging with pent-up energy. The Su family celestial, eager to retort, found his words falter on the brink of silence. I can employ the Qiankuan mirror once more, esteemed ones. Fight with all your might, for the future of our great song rests upon your shoulders. The Qi family celestial interrupted the conversation, and the others, their expressions solemn, nodded in agreement. Within the carriage, Lin Fan observed this scene, pausing momentarily. He had indeed heard their words, yet he soon broke into a gentle smile. He certainly could intervene, even to the extent of erasing Lin Vian upon his arrival in Bianjing. But what significance would that hold? Humanity cannot solely rely on him. It must strive for self-empowerment and awaken its own potential, a process that necessitates the baptism of blood. In the cosmos of Qiankuan, above the heavens, the Qi family celestial activated the Qiankuan mirror for a final strike. The mirror expanded, emanating sacred intent, and firmly ensnared Lin Vian within a celestial expanse. Subsequently, the assaults of several celestial beings descended upon him. Chapter 20. Are you not afraid? In the blink of an eye, the Qi family celestial, leveraging his life force to propel the Qiankuan mirror, managed to restrain Lin Vian for but a fleeting moment. Yet that moment sufficed to create an opportunity for the celestial assembly. Darkness surged like a tide, engulfing Lin Vian's silhouette. A colossal sword descended toward that abyss of darkness. Die! Roared the mountain-moving elder, raising his hands slightly, conjuring the ephemeral image of a great mountain that manifested in his grasp. He bore the weight of the mountain and brought it crashing down into the darkness. The other three celestials followed suit. Boom! The united assault of the seven celestials seemed poised to rend the very sky of Bianjing apart, leaving countless onlookers aghast at the spectacle. Had he perished? The darkness flowed through the heavens, obscuring the spectators' view. They could only gaze upward, their expressions grave. The Qiankuan mirror dimmed, falling into the hands of the Qi family celestial, who trembled uncontrollably, succumbing to gravity's pull. Father! Qi Yin cried out, though few could hear her voice. All attention remained fixated on the heavens. Had Lin Vian truly met his end? The collaborative strike of the seven celestials, coupled with the activation of a sacred weapon. Surely even a Dao-slicing realm grandmaster could not survive such an onslaught. Beside the carriage, a man wielding a long knife wore a grave expression. Others nodded in agreement. When the Qiankuan mirror was summoned, they could all sense the overwhelming pressure it exuded, sacred intent capable of collapsing an entire realm. Even from their distant vantage, they felt a suffocating weight, let alone Lin Vian, who faced this holy aura directly. Within the carriage, Lin Fan lifted his gaze slightly. He had not perished. As if to validate his assertion, the darkness that shrouded the sky erupted into brilliance. First a glimmer, then a thread, and ultimately a multitude of strands. At last, Lin Vian emerged from the depths of that darkness. His golden eyes radiated an infinite coldness, and a pair of fleshly wings unfurled from his back, blood staining his form, rendering him akin to a demon, a half-demon body. Someone gasped in horror. He had not died. He had transformed into a demon. Not only had he survived, but the bloodline of the demon race within him had awakened, evolving him into a true half-demon, his power magnified. How could this be? He was not dead? Within the city of Bianjing, countless faces were etched with despair. The expressions of the eternal night sovereign, the mountain-moving sovereign, Su Tai's Hang, and several other celestial beings were tinged with a hint of dread. Despite combining the powers of the seven great celestial beings and summoning sacred weapons, they found themselves unable to vanquish him. Lin Vian stood suspended in midair, his gaze icy and piercing as he looked down upon the celestial beings and the entire city of Bianjing, the demon blood dripping from him emanating an eerie aura. You have truly provoked my wrath. His words, delivered with chilling calmness, were laced with a murderous intent that suffocated the heart. Since you refuse to submit, then all shall perish. With this proclamation, the atmosphere thickened with an air of slaughter, targeting not only the celestial beings, but also the countless human lives within Bianjing. He intended to annihilate the entire city. Su Tai's Hang, the eternal night sovereign, the mountain-moving sovereign, and the others trembled, exchanging glances that mirrored their determination to face death. Despite their grievous injuries, they stood resolutely before Lin Vian. You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your own strength, Lin Vian remarked coldly. Across the land of Bianjing, myriad onlookers gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, trembling in fear. He is merely a half-demon, not yet a full member of the demon race, and yet he possesses such formidable power. What would happen if he faced a true demon race? Someone mused, recalling Lin Vian's earlier words, leading to a sense of utter hopelessness. A demon race had set its sights on humanity, preparing to strike. The demon race, one of the 10 pinnacle clans of the Xuanhuang Great World, was among its true rulers. Could humanity truly withstand such a force? Inside a carriage, Chu Yin and her two maidservants were equally shaken, not only by the impending slaughter, but also by the bleak future for humanity. Hope seemed utterly elusive. As if grasping at the last flicker of hope before death, Su Taizheng suddenly surveyed the entirety of Bianjing and uttered a poignant question, "Your Excellency, will you not make your move?" His words left countless people in stunned silence. Lin Vian, who had been on the verge of action, stiffened, following Su Taizheng's gaze across the ground, yet perceiving no unusual movement. He then scoffed coldly, merely a ruse. "What? Are you afraid of death as well?" The Eternal Night Sovereign, the mountain-moving sovereign, and the others regarded Su Taizheng with grave expressions, knowing he was not one to engage in deception. Long before their arrival in Bianjing, Su Taizheng had mentioned the presence of an ally, a mysterious and powerful figure, likely at the level of Dao Severance. Could such a person truly exist? Yet, why had they never heard of him? "Your Excellency, I know you are not one to break your promises. Is it not the case that you seek knowledge? The Great Song Palace houses a collection of 1,000,000 tomes. Should Lin Vine perish, you may freely peruse the treasures within the palace and take them all if you wish," Su Taizheng continued, his words growing increasingly absurd. Even touching upon the subject of the library, the Eternal Night Sovereign and the Mountain-Moving Sovereign were left in a daze. The library of the Great Song Palace? What could the mysterious, powerful figure possibly have to do with a collection of books? Would anyone truly choose to oppose a half-demon at the threshold of Dao Severance for the sake of mere tomes? "Your Excellency," appearing at a loss for further words, Su Taizheng bowed deeply towards the city of Bianjing. In the carriage, Lin Fan smiled faintly, finding the patriarch of the Su family rather intriguing. Under the astonished gaze of Chu Yin and her two maidservants, he lifted the curtain and stepped outside. "Young master, don't go out," Chu Yin exclaimed, hastily following him. At that moment, the coachman regained his senses and, upon seeing Lin Fan emerge from the carriage, was initially struck by confusion, followed by a sudden jolt of realization as he sprang to his feet. The near-death figure was revitalized in an instant. Before he could utter a word, Lin Wei Yan's voice resonated from the skies. "What is this? Are you mad with the knowledge of your impending doom?" he declared, stepping forward, his overwhelming aura suppressing the surroundings, forcing several celestial beings to retreat in bloody disarray, while Su Taishang appeared visibly perturbed. Could it be that he had truly misidentified the person? Lin Wei Yan surveyed the entirety of Bianjing City, a smirk gracing his lips. "Even if the person you speak of truly exists, what of it? The human race lacks a saint, at most. They are merely a wretched creature who secretly cuts the path. What is there to fear?" His voice echoed through the land, while Lin Fan simply shook his head and smiled, responding with a mere 4 words, "Are you truly unafraid?" These seemingly light words reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, resonating deep within the souls of countless individuals. Chu Yin and her two maidservants gazed at Lin Fan, utterly bewildered. In that fleeting moment, innumerable eyes were fixed upon him. A young man clad in a scholar's robe, a book tucked at his waist, exuding the aura of a learned sage, with the singular distinction of a sword upon his back. Is he the one? Chapter 21. Beneath the sage, all our ants the mountain-moving elders scrutinized Lin Fan, who stood upon the long street, his brow slightly furrowed. He appeared remarkably youthful, scarcely over 100 years old. The Eternal Night Elder remarked, her gaze fixed upon Lin Fan, though not through the lens of his true age, but rather an instinctive feeling. Under a century, and yet, at the path-cutting realm? She cast a glance at Su Taishang, and others followed suit. Su Taishang observed Lin Fan on the long street. His previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer, akin to a ray of light piercing through darkness. "Young master, you have indeed come," he uttered, his voice tinged with tremor. Lin Fan returned his gaze and nodded. "Having retrieved your collection of books and honoring your promise, I naturally had to come," he replied. As the wind swept across the land, rustling his sleeves, yet failing to disturb the tranquility in his eyes, he regarded everything before him with calm detachment. The shattered earth, the drifting bloodstains, and the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. He remained remarkably serene. "Are you the ally they seek?" Lin Wei Yan's gaze descended, still lofty and condescending as he looked down upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. "I suppose so." At this, Lin Wei Yan's expression sharpened momentarily. Suddenly, he erupted into a wild, mocking laughter, an aura of demonic light enveloping the skies, as if he intended to transform all of Bianjing into a realm of chaos. "You truly live in an era of regression. This person harbors not a shred of path-cutting intent, and he is likely not even worthy of being called a celestial. A mere child could ensnare you all in such a manner." His declaration sent a tremor through the crowd. No intent of path-cutting? These words originated from a formidable master of the path of severance, leaving even Su Tai's hang with an expression of uncertainty. Young Master Chu Yin called out from behind Lin Fan, her face etched with concern. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly. I am indeed not of the severance realm, he stated, causing Chu Yan's heart to plummet to the depths of despair, while those around him recoiled as if encountering a plague. Ha ha! Lin Vine continued to laugh heartily, his mirth gradually extinguishing the flickering hopes of the multitude. Since you regard him as your beacon of hope, I shall personally shatter that hope before your very eyes. He extended a finger toward Lin Fan, unleashing a beam of demonic light that shot forth. Young Master, flee! Chu Yin exclaimed, but it was too late. The speed was overwhelming. The demonic light pierced the heavens, swiftly descending upon Lin Fan. Buzz! Just as the crowd collectively braced for Lin Fan's obliteration, the demonic light halted mere inches before him. Yes, it simply froze. The void seemed to be suspended, and the expressions of those around turned rigid in disbelief. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and the demonic light dissipated like a fleeting illusion. The entire world fell into silence at that instant. Phew! After a prolonged period, someone exhaled heavily, their face a mask of astonishment. Not only had he blocked it, but he had done so with an indescribable finesse. Lin Vian, observing from the skies, also felt a jolt of surprise, gazing at the calm Lin Fan on the long street, instinctively taking a step back. Su Tai's hang was first taken aback, then elated. He has blocked it. He is of the severance realm. His words were laden with uncontainable excitement. He had placed the right bet. The Evernight Sovereign and the mountain-moving Sovereign shared a look of awe as they witnessed this spectacle. To effortlessly counter Lin Vine's attack was undoubtedly the mark of a severance master. In a blink, Lin Fan's figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear 100 meters above, directly before Lin Vine. The latter's expression shifted in shock, retreating once more. What speed is this? How did I not perceive it at all? Has he comprehended some form of rapid movement? Who are you? He inquired, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Fan, his face betraying a newfound gravity. This sudden presence invoked an inexplicable pressure within him. I am of the human race, Lin Fan replied. Just 4 simple words. Yet they sent shivers down Lin Vine's spine. Retreating 1,000 meters, he found himself atop the Great Song Palace, while Lin Fan regarded him with the same indifference as one might show towards an insignificant insect. Impudent. Feeling the weight of Lin Fan's gaze, fury surged within him, his demonic blood boiling. A multitude of demonic lights converged in his palm, transforming into a spear that pierced the heavens. Die! The spear tore through the air, nearly rending the fabric of reality, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, leaving Su Tai's hang, the Evernight Sovereign, and others aghast. This was the true might of a severance master. They turned their attention to Lin Fan, eager to see how this enigmatic severance master would counter such a blow. In the next moment, they all trembled in unison. Lin Fan extended but a single hand, resembling an impenetrable barrier of the heavens, causing the spear to shatter into nothingness. Lin Wei Yin, struck as if by a thunderbolt, felt his entire body teetering on the brink of collapse. How could this be possible? The words belonged to the mountain mover, who gazed at the scene with an expression of utter disbelief. Lin Wei Yin was a genuine powerhouse of the path of severance, possessing a half-demon physique. And yet he was so nonchalantly reduced to a near state of death. Could he truly rival the Emperor of humanity? The Emperor also wielded the path of severance, but he stood at its pinnacle, a figure of immense renown among the myriad races, incomparable to an ordinary practitioner of the path. Lin Wei Yin, in a state of utter desolation, fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, filled with incredulity. How could you be this strong? A being nearly on par with the Emperor of humanity, concealed in this world, never once revealed. Why? I understand now. You fear the reckoning of the myriad powerful beings. He spoke again, watching Lin Fan approach him through the void. He yearned to flee, yet found himself utterly immobilized, as if time itself had ceased to flow. This was not simply the path of severance. It bore the essence of the legendary domain of the Dao. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he displayed a look of horror. Saint, he murmured, as all his mental defenses crumbled in that instant. No matter how he calculated, he could not fathom that there still existed a living saint among the human race, and that this saint had come before him. Saint Su Tai's hang, the eternal night sovereign. The mountain mover and others also heard Lin Wei Yan's voice, their faces reflecting profound shock. Is there truly a saint among the human race? At that moment, they were all momentarily dazed, unable to believe it. They felt as though the figure before them was upholding the very heavens and earth itself. Is he truly a saint? Where has the Emperor of the Great Song gone? Lin Fan inquired, standing directly in front of Lin Wei Yin, his gaze serene. Lin Weiyan's face was ashen. He relinquished all resistance. Below the saint, all beings are but ants. No amount of scheming would avail him. Yet, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, he managed to smile. He has gone to the demon race. Do you dare to go? He replied, as if recalling that a saint also had intentions concerning him, and he chuckled. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment. Do you refuse to speak? Lin Fan said, then pointed a finger to Lin Weiyan's forehead. The surrounding void shivered. As though time were rewinding, and scenes from Lin Weiyan's past materialized in the air. Su Taizhang and the others watched this spectacle, their faces awash with astonishment. Rewinding time, what a formidable technique. Chapter 22. Even reading can unveil the saintly realm like a slideshow. Images flickered before him, ultimately freezing upon a deep canyon shrouded in a tremulous black mist. It appears to be here, Lin Fan remarked, releasing Lin Weiyan. Just moments ago, the once arrogant Lin Weiyan, intent on slaughtering all of Bianjing, now resembled a mere puddle of mud, his gaze blankly fixed on Lin Fan. Such a forceful soul search had inflicted irreversible damage upon his spirit. Lin Fan paid him little heed, turning his attention to Su Taizhang and the others. The group bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Hail to the saint. They bowed respectfully, their eyes shimmering with indescribable excitement. The human race has a saint. Such news is potent enough to reverberate throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces. On the long street, Chu Yan wore a dazed expression. He was indeed a saint. Not merely a figure of the Dao-cutting realm, but a true sage. It is unfathomable that a saint would accompany them on this journey, listening to their trivial musings. Lin Fan nodded slightly and gazed upon the land of Bianjing. As his gaze swept across, people began to kneel, and in that moment, whether they had once stood with Lin Weiyan or not, their eyes brimmed with emotion and tears. A saint had graced them. They too had a saint. It had been far too long. Nearly 100,000 years had passed since the last saint appeared. In these millennia, the human race had endured countless hardships, unrelenting invasions, and merciless slaughters, all due to the absence of a saint, which rendered them a threat to no one. But now, that had changed. Buzz. The entire Bianjing trembled as the heavens bestowed a shower of radiant light upon the city. Amidst this luminous rain, the dead arose, bones reformed, and all things revived. Even the shattered earth began to mend, and the towering buildings and long streets were restored at a visibly rapid pace. It was an unimaginable miracle. They lifted their eyes to the figure in the sky, their faces filled with astonishment. Is this the power of a saint? Is this the legendary Dao domain, where all things rejuvenate? The revered eternal knight gazed at Lin Fan with nothing but reverence in his eyes. The Dao domain. This was a power spoken of only in ancient texts. It is said that upon reaching a certain level of comprehension, one could manifest the Dao domain, which is known as attaining sainthood. Such miracles must surely stem from the strength of the Dao domain. Yet, could this power truly be so formidable? This thought lingered fleetingly in their minds before dissipating. They had never encountered a saint before, and a saint ought to possess such overwhelming strength. Chu Yan. A voice pierced through the shock, bringing him back to reality. I see you have an interest in reading, so allow me to impart some insights. Reading is not a trivial pursuit. It can lead one to the realm of sainthood. She looked up, meeting Lin Fan's gaze. In that instant, countless revelations flooded her mind, weaving together to form an endless path of understanding. Reading can indeed lead to the realm of a saint. She closed her eyes in concentration and, at that moment, attained enlightenment. Lin Fan offered a faint smile before shifting his attention to the ancient library of the Song dynasty, stepping into this venerable repository of knowledge that had stood for thousands of years. Su Taizhang, the eternal knight, and the mountain-moving master followed closely behind. I am not a savior. The human race has its own trajectory, one that I cannot alter. I am merely a scholar. As I mentioned before, I have taken the books from here, Lin Fan stated. A tremor ran through the group at his words. They wished to voice their thoughts, yet upon seeing that figure, they fell silent. The saint is indifferent to the human race. They discerned the underlying meaning in his words. But if he was truly indifferent, how could he be present here? He could easily feign ignorance. If the emperor of the great song were still alive, he would surely return, Lin Fan remarked. And the others were momentarily taken aback, only to see Lin Fan already departing from the library of books. When they attempted to follow, all that remained was his receding silhouette, gradually fading from their sight. In the presence of this figure, the human race and all living beings seemed insignificant. No need to follow, his voice echoed, prompting the onlookers to solemnly bow in unison to his retreating form. He arrived and departed with such nonchalance. Yet the impact on humanity was profound. The existence of a sage could alter the course of human history for millennia to come. On the long street, a celestial being from the Chu family found Chu Yan, who who was enveloped in an aura of profound essence, his countenance filled with astonishment. It was a realm of understanding he had never encountered before. As if grasping a revelation, he bowed in the direction of the sage's departure. The sage had not left without a trace. He had not been indifferent to humanity. Chu Yin was a testament to the sage's legacy for the human race, a transformed genius, the future of humanity. Lin Fan's journey from Bianjing should have concluded at this point, for the collection of books from the Su family, combined with the royal archives of the Great Song, would suffice for extensive study. However, after probing Lin Weiyan's soul, he found himself compelled to seek out the emperor of the Great Song. Lin Weiyan had perished as Lin Fan departed from Bianjing, dissolving into ethereal remnants under the gaze of countless witnesses, marking the demise of the second most powerful figure in the realm of the Great Song. Approximately 10,000 miles north of Bianjing lies a canyon perpetually shrouded in black mist, a place vividly etched in Lin Weiyan's memory. Indeed, both his rise and tragic downfall commenced from this very site. Standing atop the canyon, Lin Fan gazed down into its depths, a faint smile gracing his lips. Little one, beneath this black mist lies a forbidden zone for living beings. It would be wise to keep your distance, cautioned an elusive master observing from above. Yet, before the warning could conclude, Lin Fan had already ventured into the canyon. His voice fell silent as he witnessed a young man, at the first stage of body refinement, stride confidently downward, parting the mist to carve a pathway. This left the onlooker in a state of disbelief. A resounding roar echoed from the depths of the canyon, reverberating through the very soul. Lin Fan continued his descent, seemingly unfazed by the tumultuous sounds surrounding him. Suddenly, a rustling stirred the air as a colossal serpent, stretching 100 meters in length, lunged at Lin Fan with its gaping maw. With a mere glance, the serpent disintegrated into fragments. Has it attained sentience? Is this considered a demon? Lin Fan mused, as if conversing with himself or perhaps addressing some unseen entity. The demon race, separated from humanity by vast distances, would typically harbor no intentions toward humankind, at most dispatching formidable beings to confront the ascendant sages. Yet, the demon race had indeed manifested upon the lands of humanity. It seems you are the cause, Lin Fan concluded, quickening his pace to cover 1,000 meters in a single stride, swiftly arriving before a dark abyss, leaving in his wake all beings imbued with demonic essence in utter annihilation. A figure sat cross-legged before the dark pool, embodying a peculiar blend of both demonic and human traits, as if engaged in an internal struggle of sorts, profoundly uncanny. As long as he is not dead, Lin Fan remarked. This was the emperor of the Great Song, gradually being transformed into a being of the demon clan by the enigmatic entity within the abyss. Chapter 23. The emergence of the demon Saint. Lin Fan gazed into the dark pool, which rippled ominously, exuding a strange aura, suggesting that a great terror lay concealed beneath its unfathomable depths. So you cannot escape, Lin Fan stated, as he beheld a pair of blood-red vertical pupils and a colossal form that twisted like a hill. This dark pool was a miniature world, specifically crafted to suppress it. Yet, this world was on the brink of collapse. A low growl emanated from the depths of the pool, seemingly furious at Lin Fan's presence, relentlessly battering against the layers of the world's seal. The reverberations of its assault shook the entire gorge, as if the very earth were poised to cave in. Above the gorge, a reclusive master observed the profound chasm with a grave expression. He was oblivious to the happenings below, unable to penetrate the mysteries of the gorge even with his celestial prowess, yet he sensed an overwhelming dread lurking beneath. He hesitated to approach, let alone descend. Moments ago, a scholar-like figure had ventured down. Could it be because of him? He murmured, feeling the crimson radiance surging from the gorge, his countenance growing ever more solemn. Before the dark pool, Lin Fan remained serene, casting a glance at the emperor of the Great Song who, under the pool's influence, was on the verge of succumbing to his demonic nature. It is time to awaken, Lin Fan declared softly, his words imbued with a mysterious power that instantly revitalized the emperor's fading humanity, while extinguishing his demonic essence. The emperor opened his eyes, only to be met by the abyssal dark pool and the overwhelming aura of demonic energy. In the next moment, a look of profound realization washed over him. The demon clan, he exclaimed, his aura of peak-cutting power surging forth, only to be swiftly subdued by the overwhelming demonic energy. The master of this aura was far too powerful, having transcended the realm of mere cutting. It was a being of the sacred realm. With a cough of blood, he staggered back, his peripheral vision catching sight of a figure that made his heart tremble. The dark pool erupted with waves, thick demonic energy swirling as if to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Yet that figure stood resolutely untouched. He was filled with awe, having heeded Lin Wei's words. He had come to suppress a demon about to emerge, only to find this entity far too formidable. The influence of the seal had reached him, and in his moment of despair, he finally comprehended that Lin Wei had long since betrayed humanity, acting as an agent for the horrifying presence within the dark pool. All to lure him here, the demon sought to utilize him to break free from its confinement. Under the insidious influence of the demonic power, he could only desperately hold on, and just as despair threatened to overtake him, that malevolent force abruptly vanished, as if erased by some unseen power. It was then that he beheld the scene before him. A solitary figure stood before the dark abyss, as though their mere presence subdued the very earth. A saint. An incredulous thought surged in his mind. The human race actually possessed a saint. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. The saint. Beneath this dark abyss lies a demon saint, on the verge of breaking free from its seal. Hurry, repair the seal, and re-imprison it, he exclaimed. Yet, the figure ahead remained motionless, gazing intently at the unfolding scene. His urgency intensified as he witnessed this tableau. Saint, do not underestimate the foe. The demon saint's origins are exceedingly formidable, likely possessing the bloodline of the celestial giant python, a being of unparalleled strength that no ordinary saint could withstand. Moreover, with millennia of malevolent energy amassed, it must not be allowed to escape. He spoke with authority, for as the emperor of humanity, he was well acquainted with the potent bloodlines among the myriad races. The celestial giant python, one of the 3 imperial clans of the demon race, had birthed emperors in ancient times, a lineage steeped in countless ages of imperial blood. Yet, despite his warnings, the figure remained unmoved. Saint, repair the seal at once. Feeling the overwhelming demonic energy surrounding him, his anxiety escalated. He attempted to advance, but as he took a step forward, he was repelled by the overwhelming force of the demonic energy. This place was shrouded by the realm of demons, beyond the capacity of his single strike to alter. It was over. He gazed at the unfolding scene, despair etched on his face. The celestial giant python. Only those who truly understood its nature could fathom the terror of that bloodline. Even a celestial giant python at the 1st level of the saint realm could contend against those at the 3rd or 4th levels. How much more so for the one beneath this dark abyss, which surely could not be newly ascended to the saint realm. In contrast, the saint before the abyss might be a novice in the saint realm. Should the celestial giant python break free, there would be no chance whatsoever, and the entire land would be drenched in blood. Too slow. Suddenly, he heard a voice. It was that of the saint. This was the first utterance he had heard from the saint, who was now watching the turbulent black abyss, their tones seemingly tinged with impatience. Too slow? What could that possibly mean? In the next moment, he witnessed a terrifying sight. The saint extended a hand, devoid of a weapon, yet he felt an overwhelming sharpness, as if a fearsome sword were piercing towards the dark abyss. Saint, no? He exclaimed in horror. The saint was aiding the celestial giant python in breaking the seal. But his warning came too late. That hand descended into the abyss, slicing through with casual ease. A resounding crack echoed, as if something had shattered, and the tumultuous demonic energy abruptly ceased. In the next instant, the entire gorge and the surrounding mountains trembled in unison. A crimson hue engulfing the dark eye. This was indeed a blood-red eye. The seal was broken. It was about to emerge. The emperor of the Song dynasty trembled, collapsing to the ground. It was all over. Humanity, who could have imagined that it would be you who ultimately shattered my confinement? I am willing to forgive your transgressions and grant you a complete demise. A voice resonated, the dark abyss rending asunder, and a colossal shadow began to rise from its depths. Outside the canyon, the sky abruptly darkened. The expressions of the celestial beings above the gorge shifted dramatically, for a terrifying demonic aura surged from below, sending shivers through their very souls with but a mere touch. What manner of dread power is this? Cursed human race, Songming, have finally emerged. It cried out, seemingly unleashing the fury of countless ages. Lin Fan observed this spectacle and suddenly chuckled. Do you truly believe you can escape? He inquired, his words so nonchalant that even the celestial python within the abyss was taken aback, and the emperor of the Great Song turned to him, puzzled by the implication of his statement. I have allowed your emergence solely to facilitate your demise. Lin Fan replied coolly. As he spoke, the wooden sword behind him slowly began to unsheath. With a whoosh, the void tore open, and chaotic light gathered along the edge of the blade. When this strike descended, it was as though 2 vast realms were cleaved apart. The celestial python gazed upon the sword in terror. It desperately sought to burrow deeper into the dark abyss. But it was already too late. The chains of order. The one who instills fear in the heavens. Only it could perceive the intricate chains of order coiling around Lin Fan as he wielded his sword, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. Chapter 24. The Great Sage Realm, spare me. It cried out in anguish. As the sword struck, the entirety of the world seemed poised to revert to chaos. The layers of the chains of order were rent asunder, revealing a terrifying figure. Myriad paths encircled its form, akin to stars in a celestial embrace, with countless indescribable phenomena manifesting, and within its gaze lay the obliteration of infinite worlds. How utterly horrifying! Despite being a pinnacle existence of the sacred realm and one of the lineage of the celestial python, it bore no thought of resistance beneath this sword. No, it screamed. As the blade descended, cleaving its body, which coiled within that small world, in two. Yet the most terrifying aspect was that its sea of souls was also severed. Holy Sovereign, I was wrong. I am willing to kneel before the Holy Sovereign as a servant, to become the mount of the Holy Sovereign. Do not slay me. It cried out in desperation. Before the words could fully escape its lips, silence enveloped it. The crimson moon that had risen above the canyon plummeted down like a fleeting illusion, vanishing in an instant. And that surging demonic aura seemed to be strangled by some unseen force. The massive shadow also dissipated. Above the canyon, the celestial being sat on the ground, utterly stunned. He is dead? Before the dark abyss, the Emperor of the Great Song beheld the scene before him, trembling in awe. A demon saint, the celestial python, had just emerged, only to be vanquished so effortlessly by a single strike, leading to its utter obliteration. Who is he? Is he truly of the human race? Can such a fearsome being truly arise from humanity? In slaying a demon saint for you and reclaiming the tomes from your great song library, we shall consider this matter settled. From henceforth, we are at an end. Lin Fan declared, gazing at him. The Emperor of the Great Song, taken aback, nodded vacantly. The remainder is now entrusted to you. Lin Fan spoke and then turned to leave, maintaining his usual demeanor, a scholarly figure with a sword slung over his shoulder, taking deliberate steps through the vastness of the world. The Emperor of the Great Song finally regained his senses, a look of bewilderment on his face. A collection of books? What does that mean? Yet, he understood that this sage was departing. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from uttering words of entreaty and instead offered a respectful bow to the gradually receding figure. Farewell to the sage. The sage appeared remarkably youthful. However, with a lifespan of 3,000 years, he must have employed some miraculous art of rejuvenation to preserve his youthful visage. Above the canyon, a powerful being of the celestial realm beheld Lin Fan emerging. It's you actually survived, he exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Fan paused momentarily and cast him a glance. Just a single glance imbued the celestial realm expert with a clarity of understanding that magnified his insights 100-fold, an avalanche of realizations flooding his mind. By the time he regained his composure, Lin Fan's figure had vanished, leaving him utterly astounded. He had encountered a true master. After a considerable time, another figure emerged from the canyon, and upon seeing him, he was left in disbelief. How could the Emperor of the Great Song emerge from the canyon? That is our human race's sage, the Emperor informed him. He abruptly gazed towards the horizon, lost in thought for an extended period. Is it true that our human race possesses a sage? He asked incredulously, to which the Emperor nodded. I have heard that our human race's path to sanctity would invite retribution from foreign tribes, leading to a severance of one's foundations, even if one survives. How then did this sage attain such a status? He is different. Differently? No one could fathom what the Emperor of the Great Song had endured within the canyon. Only he truly comprehended Lin Fan's formidable strength. The sage had chosen to remain hidden, perhaps reluctant to reveal too much. He would not speak of it. In a realm billions of miles from the human territories, transcending over 1,000 clans, a vast imperial court of the demon race stood amidst towering mountains. This was the imperial court of the demon clan. Song Ming is dead, a voice echoed. A young man, adorned with dark scales and eyes gleaming with a crimson light, gazed at the flames of souls before him and spoke. His position had also been disturbed, likely due to the being that had slain him shielding the heavenly secrets. The ability to kill Song Ming indicated the presence of a great sage. Only certain clans possessed such a power. It seemed our demon race had languished in silence for too long. Some clans no longer regarded us with respect. On this day, the demon imperial court re-entered the world, awakening an ancient presence from one of the 3 great imperial clans, the celestial giant python, causing tremors throughout the vast world of Xuanhuang. Lin Fan remained unaware of these events. He arrived at the former residence of the prince of the southern town of the Great Tang. Though the prince had passed, the estate endured, rebuilt by the 2 heirs of the prince. While it lacked the former grandeur of the prince's reign, It still represented a significant clan within the southern domain of the Great Tang. Standing outside the estate, Lin Fan did not venture inside. It seems the young master has been standing outside for a while. Is there something amiss? One of the estate's attendants inquired. Lin Fan shook his head. Just came to take a look, he replied before turning to depart. The attendants watched his retreating figure, momentarily taken aback, before they understood. Though the Prince of the South is no longer with us, his remarkable achievements will forever be etched in the hearts of the people of the Tang dynasty. It is common for visitors to the royal residence to pay tribute to the departed prince. From a lineage of over 1,000, only 3 heirs remain, deserving of utmost respect from all. Such is the nature of individuals like him. As Lin Fan strolled through the streets of South Town, myriad memories flooded his mind. Childhood, brothers, parents, and old friends. In just over a decade, he had experienced what many would consider a lifetime. This city had once witnessed a massacre, and his survival was owed to those who had perished. Since it is named South Town, may it forever stand in this place. The wooden sword he carried was drawn and vanished into thin air, only to reappear moments later in a lotus pond before the ancestral hall of the Prince of the South. Then he smiled. Step by step, he made his way beyond the city limits, while behind him, a great sun hung in the sky, leaving countless onlookers in awe at the spectacle. The Great Sage Realm. The instant Lin Fan stepped out of South Town, he transcended his previous boundaries, achieving a breakthrough into the Great Sage Realm without the aid of any system. His thoughts were clear, leading to his natural advancement. Though he had yet to meet his 2 brothers, he had seen them. They lacked his extraordinary talent and paled in comparison to Qin Ming and Qin Gu. Indeed, one might say they were quite mediocre. It seemed that the weight of millennia of the prince's legacy had fallen upon his shoulders alone. Perhaps this was a consequence of the system's endowment. Or it may be that in his previous life, he was a prodigy, merely deprived of the opportunity for cultivation. Yet, that very sword would subtly alter their innate abilities, ensuring their future achievements would not be insignificant and influencing the next generation of the Lin family. Generation after generation, the Lin family would ultimately rise. Lin Fan secured a future for them. This is the legacy he bequeathed to his kin, the Great Sage Realm. With its boundless domain and a lifespan of 5,000 years, is a presence unmatched even among the top 100 clans of the Xuanhuang Yellow World. Yet, Lin Fan stepped into this realm without causing the slightest ripple in the world. As for the domain and longevity, these held no real significance for him. He had never been an ordinary cultivator, having transcended the mortal realm since achieving sainthood. Chapter 25. The Path of Chaos alone, he forged a multitude of paths, transcending the myriad ways above them. The road he traversed was fraught with greater challenges than that of an ordinary sage, yet he emerged far more powerful. This was an invincible path trodden by none before him. When a force arises capable of suppressing all paths and refining countless principles, he experienced a moment of sudden enlightenment. Thus, he manifested a wisp of chaotic energy, termed the Path of Chaos. A single breath of chaos could dominate all heavenly laws. The twilight of the setting sun gradually faded at the earth's edge, leaving only a distant silhouette. A wisp of white mist enveloped him, and in that fleeting moment, the very rules of the world and the great paths lamented. More chains of order manifested upon Lin Fan's form. Each step he took felt as though he bore the weight of heaven and earth, yet his pace remained unyielding. After nearly a month, Lin Fan returned to the capital, where beneath the banyan tree in the Western Mountain Library, a scholar in white appeared once more. A few days later, Qin Gu arrived at the library. Sir, this is Yunyan tea. It is greatly favored by those outside. Qin Gu once again brought tea. The gentleman had few preferences, reading and tea. Thus, she held a deep interest in tea, having frequented every tea house in Shengjing. Lin Fan accepted the tea, took a slight sip, and nodded in approval. Quite good. A smile blossomed on Qin Ji's face. The gentleman's approval seemed to be the greatest joy for her. Observing this scene, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Qin Gu, you ought to venture outside more often. The art of the zither requires an understanding of the worldly affairs, a glimpse into the myriad forms of existence. Confining oneself within closed doors is insufficient. To comprehend the essence of life, one must witness the world in its entirety. You have lingered too long within the Yuan estate. Although only a month had passed, Lin Fan could discern that Qin Ji's understanding of the Dao had fallen into a certain stagnation. At his words, Qin Gu paused momentarily, then continued to pour tea for Lin Fan, earnestly heeding his counsel. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Beneath the sunlight filtering through the banyan tree, Lin Fan resumed his reading of a tome acquired from the Song dynasty. After a while, the sound of zither music filled the air. Qin Gu began to play in the courtyard, her melodious notes resonating with the essence of life's growth, harmonizing with the banyan tree behind her. One person played the zither while the other read. Time drifted by slowly. When night fell, Qinggu rose and bowed respectfully to the slumbering Lin Fan on the reclining chair before departing from the library. After a while, Lin Fan awakened. He gazed at the sky, a thought sweeping through him as if he were surveying the entirety of Xinjing. Ultimately, you are the protagonists of this grand era. I merely construct the stage for you. Survive, and may your existence be prolonged. Lin Fan murmured, then walked towards the library, the banyan tree swaying its branches behind him. As if in salute, always in the company of the sage, imbued with the essence of the Dao. The banyan tree had developed a certain spirit and embarked on a path of cultivation, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon while comprehending the ways of mountains and rivers. In the Yuan estate, Yuan Nanyu looked at Qinggu, who stood before her holding the zither, a look of confusion and concern etched on her face. Sister Qinggu, is the Yuan estate not a good place? The barbarian and stone tribes are invading our great Tang. Chaos reigns throughout the realm. Countless bandits roam, and spies from foreign lands are everywhere, even in Xinjing. People die daily. Only within the Yuan estate are we safe, she expressed, unable to grasp why Qinggu suddenly wished to leave. Qinggu shook her head, offering little explanation, merely glancing at the zither in her hands. I wish to step outside, she stated. She was uncertain of the gentleman's true strength. Perhaps it was akin to the Dao-slicing realm of the emperor, or perhaps even beyond that. She simply desired to be closer to him, to accompany him longer. The divine platform realm is too weak. But you lack cultivation, and Brother Qin is not in Xinjing, with the city in such turmoil. What would happen if a malicious person were to harm you, Sister Qinggu? It would be better for me to send 2 attendants from the Yuan estate to accompany you. Qinggu regarded Yuan Nanyu, a gentle smile gracing her face. No need. Take good care of yourself. I have my own path, and besides, how do you know that I am truly as defenseless as you think? Qinggu spoke, and Yuan Nanyu gazed at her, utterly bewildered. He had never seen Qinggu practice. She merely played the zither and read books daily. So how could she possess such cultivation? He assumed she was merely trying to console him. After Qinggu departed, Yuan Nanyu nonetheless sent someone to secretly follow her, but after a short while, they could no longer find any trace of her. In Xinjing, there exists a place known as the 9 Towers and 18 Pavilions, a collection of exquisite buildings interconnected. Here, there exists a hierarchy, with the lower tiers dedicated solely to indulgence and pleasure, while the uppermost levels cater to refinement and elegance. It is often said that the 9-tiered courtesans represent the base, whereas the first tier signifies the sublime, aptly indicating the stratification within the 9 Towers and 18 Pavilions. The Yunzong Tower stands as the most refined locale, frequently frequented by nobility and esteemed figures, where the musicians and dancers may even be daughters of illustrious families. Within the Grand Hall, one often encounters young gentlemen engaged in poetry, painting, and musical performances, whose identities may well trace back to influential clans. All drawn here for the sake of so-called elegant music. Miss Qinggu, are you truly certain you wish to come to our establishment? A woman clad in a splendid robe regarded Qinggu with a hint of astonishment. Qinggu was not a mere nobody. Her fame stemmed not from her zither, but from her unparalleled beauty. In Xinjing, she topped the list of breathtaking women. Qinggu nodded. Soon after, a new zither player emerged within the Yunzong Tower, a zither room. A beaded curtain and a veil concealed her visage from all. The patrons referred to her as Changgu. Her renown swiftly spread, her melodies enchanting and ethereal, captivating all who heard them. Many wondered about her appearance and background. If only they could ascertain her identity, those young gentlemen in Xinjing would surely seek proposals. While the Yunzong Tower is deemed a place of sophistication, when compared to the Imperial Academy and various martial arts institutions, it merely served as a diversion for those from families lacking martial prowess. She likely belonged to such a category. Numerous individuals held a passing interest in the zither maiden known as Changgu, yet it remained just that, curiosity. Most patrons were those neglected by their families due to poor cultivation talents, merely gathering to find solace in each other's company. Of course, there were also those unwilling to accept their fate. Within the Yunzong Tower, many rooms were dedicated to cultivation, where, amidst the lingering zither melodies, some were engaged in arduous training. At a certain moment, a young man suddenly opened his eyes, turning towards the source of the music, his face reflecting astonishment. Have I broken through? He mused. As he closed his eyes again to attune himself to the zither's sound, he felt his perception of the world sharpen significantly, and the pace of his cultivation seemed to accelerate. In the zither room, before Qinggu lay a sheet of paper, the very one penned by Lin Fan, which emitted a resonance of power as Qinggu played. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as if a figure clad in white, a scholar, appeared within the zither room. When Qin ceased her playing, that figure vanished into the paper. Chapter 26. Yunzong Tower, Celestial Melody. It ceased. The delicate zither notes gradually faded, and only then did the young man, lost in contemplation, return to reality. When he turned to look back at the zither room, he was met with the sight of a solitary silhouette, an ethereal frame, graceful and enchanting. Merely by observing her silhouette, one could ascertain that she was indeed a captivating beauty. Within the enchanting melodies of the zither, there lay the potential to compensate for deficiencies in one's cultivation talent, enhancing comprehension of both the martial arts and the universe, and even serving to gather spiritual essence. Such was the marvel of fate, he exclaimed in astonishment, fixating on the departing figure, unable to suppress a deep breath. On the following day, within the very same meditation chamber, he gradually entered a state of transcendence as the zither's notes enveloped him, awakening every ounce of his vitality and propelling his cultivation to extraordinary heights. Day by day, he remained steadfastly committed, and unbeknownst to him, others had also uncovered the secret of the zither's music, leading a multitude of dedicated practitioners to converge within the cloud tower. In moments of profound insight, I fleetingly glimpsed a figure clad in white. In that instant, I sensed a shift in the spiritual essence of the realm around me. I had perceived this before. This must be the most profound secret of the zither's sound. I had once perused ancient texts, which spoke of practitioners who did not cultivate through traditional means, but rather through visualization, directing their focus towards the supreme existence. They remarked, observing the solemnity of those within the zither chamber, the method of visualization, which I had only heard of in legends, unexpectedly manifested in this overlooked cloud tower, and in the hands of a woman, no less. Many harbored feelings of greed, yet more bore expressions of reverence. We, who were often disregarded within our own clans, found hope in her. Believing we could match the cultivation pace of those so-called prodigies, we ought to feel gratitude. She must not be offended, they declared. As the woman in the zither chamber subtly became the cornerstone of the collective, inadvertently forming a formidable force. Naturally, the myriad emotions of those outside did not escape Qin Gu's notice. She merely observed quietly, reflecting on the worldly affairs as articulated by her mentor. Unbeknownst to her, her understanding had quietly transcended. The flower of life blossomed beneath her feet, and the essence of her path radiated throughout the cloud tower, alleviating many of the ailments and deficiencies present in those around her. In the library, Lin Fan watched this scene unfold with a faint smile. Qin Gu had indeed begun to discover her own path. Grounded among the masses, she gleaned the myriad phenomena of the world. This was the true essence of the path of life. Yet, he had not anticipated that her unintentional actions would coalesce into a significant force comprising the scions of the prominent families in Xinjiang. This force was no trifling matter. However, the formation of such a force inevitably invited deceit and intrigue, as there were many who harbored ill intentions amidst those who held her in esteem. Cloud Tower, Changgu. I have finally found you. Under the starry night, Qin Gu stood in the street, cradling her zither, as an array isolated this area from the outside world, shielding it from external perception. Approximately a dozen individuals surrounded her, their faces alight with excitement, as if great fortune lay before them. Deliver unto us the method of visualization. Such a treasure cannot be wielded solely by a mere zither maiden. Only by sharing it can we unlock its full potential. We seek only the method of visualization. Your life is not our desire. They spoke of having inquired about Changgu at the Cloud Tower. Although the Cloud Tower did not divulge the precise identity of Changgu, it did suggest that her origins were relatively modest, within a realm they could contend with. Qin Gu silently observed the group before her, her expression concealed beneath her veil. They were not formidable. The strongest among them barely reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Figures she had previously encountered within the Cloud Tower, individuals who had once cultivated under her musical notes. The method of visualization momentarily startled her, yet comprehension dawned swiftly. A sheet of paper materialized in her hand, causing the group to gasp in unison, their avarice no longer masked. This was it. Hand it over. Though they had yet to discern the content of the paper, their subconscious had already informed them that this was the coveted treasure of visualization, left behind by an extraordinary being. Qin Gu smiled, her enchanting visage hidden beneath the veil, still capable of mesmerizing those before her. Can you truly possess what belongs to my esteemed master? She inquired, her eyes sparkling like stars, captivating their senses. Master? The crowd gasped in surprise. This implied that someone else had gifted this to Changgu, suggesting that a powerful entity stood behind her, the treasure originally belonging to that formidable presence. They exchanged glances, and a resolute determination settled among them. Having come this far, what good was hesitation? Fortune favors the bold, after all, one individual declared, charging directly at Qin Go. Reaching for the paper in her grasp, she regarded him, making no move to deter him. As his fingers brushed the paper, it quivered slightly, and he froze in astonishment. His expression a portrait of shock. He had finally glimpsed the content of the paper. A single word, Qin. It was merely an ordinary sheet, devoid of the expected marks of time, appearing almost pristine, as though it had not been long since it was inscribed. Upon reading the word, a vivid image flashed in his mind. In a small courtyard beneath a banyan tree, a young man in white sat quietly reading a book. As if sensing something, the young man lifted his gaze to meet his. Then, like grains of sand, the figure dissipated. The individuals who had followed the young man halted in their tracks. Terror etched upon their faces as they witnessed the scene before them. How could a seemingly ordinary person simply vanish in such a manner? Qin Gu observed this unfolding drama, a smile gracing her lips. She had long known that the gift from her master was far more than a mere sheet of scripture. It contained a fragment of his essence. Having secured the page, she turned her attention back to the group, who, seeing her action, collectively exhaled in relief. They then bowed deeply to her. Lady Changguo, we acknowledge our folly in underestimating you and the formidable backing you possess. We implore your forgiveness. We hail from esteemed families in Shengjing City, and should we perish, it would be arduous for you to perform at the Cloud Tower again. If you spare us, we shall ensure the cause of Mei Yun's demise remains concealed. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. They proclaimed their identities, believing that even if Changguo had a background, it would not surpass their own, nor would they dare to offend so many noble families of Shengjing at once. Qin Gu remained silent, yet an aura of profound wisdom emanated from her. The crowd was taken aback. It seemed as if the sound of a zither filled the air, leading them to witness a breathtaking spectacle. Surrounding Qin Gu were blooming azure lotuses, a profusion of flowers, and the verdant growth of flora, creating a scene of resplendent revival. This was the essence of the Dao. They gasped in astonishment, only to realize that something within them was also beginning to take root and sprout. They felt the vital energy within them swiftly dissipating, leaving only terror etched on their faces. Changguo had comprehended the essence of the Dao. Furthermore, she had ascended to the divine platform realm. Moments later, a dozen lifeless bodies appeared on the long street, while Qin had already returned to Yunzong Building, standing before the esteemed manager of the establishment. Chapter 27. The news of the sage in the 9 towers and 18 pavilions. Tranquility was a rare commodity. Yet the inner courtyard of Yunzong Building was an exception, reserved for individuals of significant standing. An array enveloped the entire courtyard, isolating it from external sounds, rendering it the sole sanctuary amidst the bustling 9 towers and 18 pavilions. Madame Yun, the manager of Yunzong Building, resided here. The room was well lit and tidy, the soft glow of the moon illuminating a wealthy matron engrossed in her writing at the desk. At a certain moment, she abruptly looked up to see a woman standing in the moonlight, gazing at her. She was startled, a formidable aura surging within her, momentarily stalling the surrounding air. She possessed the cultivation of the divine realm. Upon recognizing the woman before her, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Qin Gu, the name echoed in her heart. The famed beauty of Shengjing, sister to the illustrious Qin Ming of the imperial court. However, her renown stemmed primarily from her beauty, and the apprehension surrounding her was largely due to her connection to Qin Ming. No one had ever spoken of her cultivation. Yet, her silent appearance within the confines of her chamber proved that she was far more than mere beauty, deeply concealed beneath layers of mystery. Did you inform them? Qin Gu inquired softly, possessing only the 3rd level of the divine platform realm, a significant tier below Madame Yun. Yet, there was little fear upon her countenance, rather an unsettling intensity that gripped the heart. Madame Yun furrowed her brow upon hearing this. It was I, but I did not disclose your specific origins. Yunzong Building has its own protocols. We do not reveal anyone's identity. It is merely that too many have inquired about you. As she spoke, a sudden tremor rippled through the atmosphere of the room. The breeze that had been flowing in from the window abruptly ceased. The woman before her gazed silently. Yet Madame Yun felt a sense of impending danger. Under the moonlight, blood-red flowers bloomed profusely, painting the scene before Madame Yun in vivid crimson. It became apparent that the guards stationed outside had all perished without her knowledge. The essence of the Dao, she exclaimed in shock. Before me stands a young woman, scarcely in her teens, yet she has already grasped the essence of the Dao, a formidable understanding unlike any I have ever encountered. A prodigy, unequivocally a prodigy. Her talents surpass even those of her brother, Qin Ming. At this moment, she has finally discerned Qin Ge's cultivation level, the 3rd stage of the divine platform realm. Though she herself is merely at the first stage of the divine ability realm, she should not feel such trepidation towards Qin yet. An inexplicable tremor lingers within her heart. Next time, you shall perish, Qin states, gazing at her with an air of indifference. This seemingly casual remark marks the first time in many years someone has dared to threaten her within the halls of Yunzong Tower. Madame Yun remains silent for a considerable time. From this day forth, only I shall know of your existence within Yunzong Tower. No information about you shall be leaked, she declares, her tone solemn and weighty. The young woman before her, though youthful and bearing a hint of naivete in her features, comprehends the gravity of her situation. She cannot afford to provoke this individual, nor could those who stand behind her. This is not solely due to Qin, nor merely because of the Yuan family. Qin, without uttering another word, turns to depart. Under the moonlight, each step she takes seems to awaken flowers of life upon the ground. Madame Yun gazes in astonishment at this spectacle. Finally, just as Qin is about to vanish from view, she speaks up. Yunzong Tower is still in need of a master. Would you be willing to take on the role? The figure does not pause, continuing on her path, unaffected by her words. In a flurry, she hastens a few steps forward. Yunzong Tower is not merely a place for the scions of noble families to indulge. Its influence is far greater than you can imagine. The 9 floors and 18 pavilions belong entirely to us, and Yunzong Tower also operates as an assassin and intelligence organization. Before she can finish her thoughts, Qin has already disappeared from sight. Madame Yun stands frozen, lingering in silence for a long while. Does she truly not feel the slightest inclination? She murmurs, her gaze fixed upon the direction in which Qin departed, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Soon, she resumes her seat at the table, focusing intently as she solemnly writes a name, Qin. She commands that all information regarding Chang be classified as top secret, instructing that any inquiries into her identity be reported immediately, and that no one must divulge her identity. Her status within Yunzong Tower is equivalent to mine. Any of her requests shall be fulfilled, she asserts. Understood, comes the response from the shadows. Qin, at the 3rd stage of the divine platform realm, has evidently comprehended at least 30% of the Dao's essence, and is suspected of mastering an ancient visualization technique. Her innate talent is likely even more formidable than that of the one she previously mentioned, deserving of the top rank on the Great Tang's list of prodigies. Madame Yun gazes at the name inscribed on the table, taking a deep breath as she reflects. The Great Tang maintains a list compiled by the imperial court, cataloging the top 100 geniuses of the entire dynasty. Previously, the top rank was held by Qin. Yet she is aware that the individual from the palace possesses talents that are not inferior to those of Qin, though none have dared to place him on the list. Now, however, she has uncovered a genius more terrifying than both Qin and the aforementioned individual. On the following day, within the same Qin chamber, Chang reappears, and Madame Yun silently breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunate indeed that she has not departed. As long as she remains, there exists a chance to retain her within Yunzong Tower. As the number of listeners surrounding the piano increased, the atmosphere within the cloud tower transformed imperceptibly, becoming a sanctum for cultivation. At the end of the lengthy street, a majestic cluster of palaces stood tall. Ascending the grand staircase led to the illustrious hall of Xianzhong of the Great Tang. Here, officials gathered to pay their respects, while Liu, adorned in an imperial crown and royal robes, sat upon the golden throne, attentively listening to the heads of the 4 great families discuss the state of the realm. Your Majesty, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Our human race has detected signs of a saint within the borders of the Great Song dynasty, proclaimed the head of the Gongsun family, one of the 4 great families, with palpable excitement. The court was awash with jubilation. Rumor had it that the national master of the Great Song was a spy of the demon clan, nearly seizing control of the entire dynasty. Thankfully, the saint intervened, vanquishing this threat and safeguarding the Great Song. With a saint among us, we need not fear the Stone Clan or the barbarian tribe any longer. In my view, it is time for a counteroffensive. For years, these 2 tribes have ravaged the borders of our Great Tang, feeding on our people and committing heinous crimes. It is time for vengeance, they asserted, while Liu listened in silence, his thoughts drifting to a small courtyard, to the library where the saint had emerged, coinciding with the day of his teacher's departure. Could that saint be his teacher? The teacher had mentioned a brief absence, and it had been nearly a month. Surely it was time for his return. Chapter 28. Northern Expedition against the Stone Clan. Though he had ascended to the throne and wielded imperial power, his voice held little sway. The true power to influence the fate of the Great Tang lay with the 4 great families of Xinjiang. The emperor had left him little to work with, a mere shadow of the deep-rooted influence held by these families. He did not contest this, The emperor had earned his dominion through merit and strength, and he occupied this position solely due to the lingering prestige of the emperor. However, this was merely the present and did not dictate the future. He possessed his own trump card. Teacher, should the grand edifice falter and the dynasty collapse, I am certain my teacher would not stand idly by. Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow me to lead the army in a campaign against the Stone Clan, to restore the might of our great Tang. An elder with glimmering eyes stepped forward, bowing deeply to Li Yu, drawing the attention of all in the court. This was the patriarch of the Gongsun family. Li Yu regarded him with scrutiny. Among the 4 great families, only the Yuan family stood by his side, while the other 3 either aligned with the royal faction or harbored their own ambitions. The Gongsun family, with their treasonous intentions, warranted caution. This was the counsel of the strategist left to him by the emperor, who quietly observed the unfolding dynamics from the rear of the court, a scholar wearing Confucian robes, and also a vice president of the National Academy. To launch an expedition against the Stone Clan, Gongsun Patriarch, is this not overly ambitious? With the emperor's demise, the fortune of our great Tang has waned, and we face the pressing threat of the southern barbarian tribes. To embark on such a campaign now, should we succeed, it may be well, but should we fail, it would deal a catastrophic blow to our great Tang, which cannot withstand such a calamity at this juncture. Another elderly figure clad in the attire of the flying kite official emerged, his brow furrowed as he regarded the patriarch of the Gongsun clan. You speak the truth. The fall of the emperor has indeed dealt a blow to the fortunes of our great Tang, diminishing the people's morale and inviting incursions from barbarian tribes in the southern regions, who have laid waste to several of our border cities. Yet, it is precisely in such dire times that our great Tang requires a resounding victory. The spirit of our nation is waning, and the populace lives in fear and trepidation, yearning for a decisive triumph to restore their confidence. He articulated, casting a glance at the Myriad patriarch before turning to the assembled ministers in the court. His gaze lingered for a moment on an elderly scholar clad in Confucian robes at the rear of the assembly. Though he stood at the back, he represented the entirety of the national court, and it was the court's support that secured Li Yu's position as emperor. Finally, he directed his attention to Li Yu. Your Majesty, I am willing to take on the role of the vanguard. The strength of the Stone Clan pales in comparison to our human race, though there are whispers of an ancient sage from the Stone Clan lurking amidst the mountains. However, our human race also possesses sages who fear not the Stone Clan sage, making this the optimal opportunity for our great Tang to elevate its prestige. I am prepared to pledge an oath of military service. I shall not return until we achieve victory. His declaration sent a tremor through the court. Li Yu regarded him in silence. At this moment, the head of the Yu family was absent, engaged in combat against the barbarians in the southern regions, and the head of the Sidhu family had feigned illness to avoid attendance. Should the Myriad patriarch not oppose, it would fall to him alone. He glanced again at the elderly scholar, who shook his head slightly. Li Yu focused once more on the Gongsun patriarch, a smile gracing his lips. Since you have expressed such intent, I shall certainly agree. Let us embark on an expedition against the Stone Clan to invigorate the spirits of our great Tang's people. And I place my trust in you, Gongsun Patriarch. This expedition is of paramount importance to the nation, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Li Yu proclaimed, recognizing that this endeavor was not a solitary affair. Regardless of the Gongsun Patriarch's private motives, he would lend his full support. As the Emperor of Tang, he was not merely to sit upon the dragon throne, but to forge a legacy of monumental achievement for the great Tang and the human race, even aspiring to lead the entire human race to resurgence. Though such aspirations may seem unattainable at present, he firmly believed in their eventual realization. He was a sacred body destined to become the emperor of all under heaven, perhaps even ascending to the realm of the saints one day. I require only the support of the 3 armies from the northern frontier, along with the forces of the Gongsun clan. And your Majesty need only await good news in Shengjing. This time, I shall surely conquer the vast lands of the Stone Clan, declared the Gongsun Patriarch, his demeanor resolute. As a formidable figure at the celestial being's stage, his words resonated with a divine authority throughout the court. Agreed. Li Yu responded affirmatively. The forces of the Gongsun clan and the 3 northern armies alone will not suffice. My Myriad clan possesses over 100,000 troops in the northern frontier, and I shall entrust them entirely to you, Gongsun brother. The Myriad Patriarch interjected from the side. The national court shall summon formation masters and physicians to accompany the expedition. Any scholars and students from the court who wish to join should follow suit. The elderly scholar in Confucian robes added. Excellent, replied the Gongsun Patriarch, his spirit ablaze with martial fervor. Though he harbored personal ambitions, the battle ahead was, as he had stated, ultimately for the Great Tang and the human race. The Tang dynasty is in dire need of a resounding victory. In the southern territories, under the leadership of the Yuan clan, the human army has become ensnared in a fierce battle, with countless refugees fleeing northward, leaving behind a landscape strewn with the dead. The northern expedition must be won. As the court disperses, edicts emanate from the very heart of the Tang, stirring the populace. By imperial decree, march against the Stone Tribe. With a single proclamation, the world stirs. Within the palace, a venerable scholar in Confucian robes approaches Li Yu, who stands atop the starry tower, gazing northward, his thoughts inscrutable to those around him. Your Majesty, the elder bows respectfully. The State Council was established by the Emperor of Humanity, and many within it were nurtured under his guidance. Including the current head of the council, the most powerful figure in the Tang since the Emperor's passing. They are grateful to the Emperor, and naturally align themselves with Li Yu in his wake. Li Yu, a being of sacred essence, possesses the potential to ascend to the realm of the path as long as he remains alive, harboring aspirations that could elevate the Tang to greatness. Elder Ming, do you believe the northern expedition is just? Li Yu inquires, his voice devoid of tremor. Ming hesitates slightly. It is both right and wrong, at this moment. The strength of the Tang does not support a protracted war, yet, as Gongsun Ming has stated, the Tang desperately requires a grand victory. A note of gravity laces his words. The Saint of the Stone Tribe is reputed to be the Lord of Mountains, said to embody a great mountain itself. With a lifespan beyond imagination, should it engage in battle, defeat would be inevitable. Whether our human race possesses a saint remains uncertain. It is merely hearsay. Even if we do have a saint, can he truly contend with the Lord of Mountains? Your Majesty has been on the throne for some time. You must be aware of the reckoning the other races have against our emergence of saints. The ascent of such a saint must have come at an unimaginable cost. We cannot risk a saint in this venture. Our race has long been without one, and he is our greatest source of strength. A saint must not come to harm. Upon finishing his discourse, he looks to Li Yu, only to find his gaze drifting, no longer fixed on the north, but rather on the city of Xingjing. Indeed, a saint must not come to harm, he reflects after a prolonged silence. Then he turns to Yu Ming and offers a faint smile. Elder Ming, I am aware of all that transpires. Please return and convey my regards to the director. Yu Ming, taken aback by this, recognizes that though he has more to say, Li Yu's demeanor suggests otherwise. He bows to Li Yu and exits the starry tower. Chapter 29. The Lord of Mountains on the eve of the army's departure. Li Yu arrives at the western mountains. The banyan tree in the courtyard has grown even more lush, its sprawling branches casting shade over a portion of the small yard. From the open courtyard gate, Li Yu can glimpse a figure beneath the banyan. Reclining half-heartedly, the individual is engrossed in a book. With an inked brush resting on a small table nearby, its tip not yet dripping with ink. Sir, Li Yu enters the courtyard. Bowing respectfully to the figure in the recliner, Lin Fan sets down the book, casually reaching for the tea that has long been brewed. Taking a gentle sip before regarding him. What brings you here? Li Yu took a deep breath and rose to his feet. Sir, may I inquire if you are the sage who emerged in the Great Song? He asked, a hint of anxiety betraying his composure. Though he suspected the man before him was indeed an extraordinary figure, perhaps equal to his father. The title of sage carried immense weight, one capable of ensuring the survival of humanity for millennia. Especially after learning about the ruthless purges and hunts by foreign races against humanity's sages, he understood the monumental challenge of giving birth to a sage among his people. He had his conjectures, yet sought confirmation, which is why he had come. Lin Fan regarded him with a slight smile. Not long ago, I did visit the Great Song, where I met several individuals and acquired some books that have enriched my library, which now resembles a true collection, he replied. Although he did not directly answer Li Yu, the latter comprehended the implication. Lin Fan was acknowledging that he was indeed the sage who had appeared in the Great Song. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Yu could hardly contain himself. Even his body trembled slightly. He understood the significance of a sage for the current Tang dynasty and humanity. It was akin to tearing through darkness to reveal a glimmer of light, offering hope amidst despair. The Great Tang suffered from the incursions of barbaric tribes and the Stone Clan, while the plight of humanity across other regions was scarcely better. In fact, the Great Tang was relatively fortunate. Humanity faced the threat of annihilation, and while a sage alone might not elevate them to true resurgence, such a figure could help them escape the dire predicament of extinction. Lin Fan observed him and gently shook his head. This world is vast, and what lies within your field of vision is not the entirety. Beyond this realm, there are other realms. One must always maintain a sense of reverence towards the world, he advised. Having mastered myriad paths and delved into the chaos of existence, He had come to understand that the Xuanhuang Great World was not the sole domain. With some experience from his previous life, he recognized that many fantastical narratives are akin to nesting dolls. Upon reaching the pinnacle and stepping beyond this land, one might realize they are but a frog at the bottom of a well. What are considered supreme beings in one world may merely represent the lowest tier in another. Li Yu's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he soon adopted a serious demeanor. Sir, I understand. Though a sage is formidable, the Xuanhuang Great World is home to myriad races, including peak groups such as the Demon Clan, Spirit Clan, and Feather Clan, among whom there are not only sages, but also great sages and quasi-emperors. The Sir was imparting wisdom that his gaze should not be limited to the Great Tang or humanity, but must encompass the entirety of the Xuanhuang Great World. As a leader, he should aspire to guide humanity towards resurgence, rather than focus solely on immediate concerns. Lin Fan nodded in approval. Indeed, there is hope for the youth. In cultivation, stability is paramount. In an eternal night, those who leap the highest often meet their demise the quickest. The realm of the great sage is still far from sufficient. And how does the Sir perceive the Great Tang's current northern expedition? With the barbaric tribes pressuring the southern borders and embroiled in a bitter struggle, would it not be hasty to initiate a northern campaign at this moment? Li Yu inquired once more. Lin Fan paused in surprise at the question before shaking his head with a smile. I am but a humble scholar, unversed in the affairs of the world. You are the sovereign of the Tang dynasty. What you deem right is indeed right. Having resolved upon the northern expedition, there should be no need to pose such questions to me. Throughout history, no war has ever been waged without cause. Once the battle is joined, the legitimacy of war should not be called into question. A ruler must unite the vassals and strive to restore order to the realm, Lin Fan articulated. This young monarch harbored grand ambitions, yet exhibited a degree of caution that bordered on excessive. Whether in the court or on the battlefield, such prudence is not inherently detrimental. Previous sovereigns, including the revered emperors of the Tang, have acted in similar fashion. He merely continues their legacy, and achieving this much is no small feat. Especially considering the frailty of humanity, striking against a rock with an egg is an imprudent endeavor. Li Yu, upon hearing these words, was visibly shaken. As if enlightenment dawned upon him, he bowed deeply to Lin Fan, having grasped the significance of his words. Drawing a deep breath, he posed the question that weighed heavily upon his heart. The Lord of the Mountains among the Stone Clan is an ancient sage, endowed with unfathomable power. Li Yu yearned to know if, should the Lord of the Mountains descend one day, would Lin Fan be capable of withstanding such an onslaught? The northern campaign may yield only minor victories. A decisive triumph would imperil the very foundation of the Stone Clan, compelling them to awaken their Lord of the Mountains, at which point human strength would be rendered futile. Yet, to expend the entirety of national strength for a conflict that promises but a meager victory is a bitter pill to swallow. This hesitation is precisely why humanity has never dared to launch a full-scale invasion into foreign territories. The last incursion by the King of the South into the barbarian lands resulted in the annihilation of his clan, rumored to have been instigated by a sage from the barbarian tribes, the Lord of the Mountains. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He gazed toward the northern expanse of the Tang dynasty, where a swirl of chaotic energy flickered within his pupils. The world unfolded before his eyes, invisible chains of cosmic law trembling and pressing down upon him. Li Yu felt a shiver both in body and soul, as though an unspeakable terror loomed, threatening to erase him from existence. Sir, he stammered, unaware of the gravity of the moment. His only recourse for assistance lay with Lin Fan. Lin Fan's gaze traversed space, landing upon the uncharted lands of humanity, where towering mountains and countless members of the Stone Clan resided. As if sensing his scrutiny, a pair of colossal eyes opened amidst the mountains, and the mere act of opening them caused the earth to tremble. Who? A deep voice resonated, akin to the earth's own murmurs. In an instant, the sensation of being observed vanished, as if it had never existed. Yet the Lord of the Mountains perceived lingering traces of the power of cosmic law. A tremor surged within his immense pupils. Such a mere glimpse. Yet it stirred the forces of law. Who was the master of that gaze? Could it be the beings of the demon or spirit clans? As for humanity, he had never considered them a threat. 100 millennia ago, he may have regarded humanity with caution, but the present-day humans were far beneath his notice. In the courtyard, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and turned to Li Yu. The chaotic aura dissipated, and the chains of law receded, allowing Li Yu to finally breathe freely. The Lord of the Mountains was indeed extraordinary, yet he would not impede the northern expedition. Before Li Yu could inquire further, Lin Fan uttered a single phrase. Li Yu's countenance shifted. Go forth. Do what you wish. A sovereign must embody the majesty of a ruler. The Tang dynasty does not require a passive monarch. Humanity needs a sovereign capable of ushering in an era of prosperity, Lin Fan proclaimed. Liu nodded, bowing deeply to Lin Fan before departing. Chapter 30. The battlefield of two clans. The expedition to the north to confront the Stone Clan took away a number of formidable warriors from Shengjing. Accompanied by young geniuses from prestigious families, the capital felt a tinge of desolation. Another wave had departed. In the residence of the Yuan family, Yuan Nanyu watched her brothers leave with their uncles, gazing at the empty hall with a heavy heart. The war with the barbaric tribes had already claimed many of the Yuan family's strong members, and now the northern campaign had taken away even more. This lineage, which had flourished for millennia, seemed to be fading into obscurity. If the Yuan family was in such a state, the plight of other noble families was even worse. Those with exceptional talents and high cultivation had all departed, leaving behind only those of lesser gifts and abilities, who remained in Shengjing solely to ensure the continuation of their bloodlines. Sister Qingge, where are you? She pondered, looking outside the Yuan residence, her gaze gradually hardening. In that moment, the once innocent girl appeared to mature. Within the cloud tower, amidst the delicate strains of the guqin, the onlookers turned their attention to the figure in the music chamber, their eyes brimming with a spectrum of emotions, desolation, resentment, and determination. Only we remain, someone remarked, striking a chord of resonance, causing many to clench their fists. They were the ones left behind, those of modest talents and meager cultivation, entrusted with the legacy of their families. I can no longer endure this existence. They are fighting for humanity outside, while we are confined within Shengjing for the sake of mere survival, one lamented. This meager existence has become unbearable. With their absence, it falls upon us to uphold our family and the entire Shengjing. Once, their lack of talent had been their hindrance, but now, they gazed at the graceful figure with newfound resolve. From that day forth, their training intensified, day and night. Each individual harbored a fierce determination to support the Tang dynasty and humanity. In the music chamber, Qingge entered a state of transcendence through her melodies. Sensing the emotional currents of the crowd, gradually, her playing began to reflect a broader emotional spectrum. The black and white realm of the guqin was now infused with the hues of sentiment. Teacher, I understand, she murmured to herself. Her cultivation made a silent breakthrough, and a smile graced her lips. The path of life extends beyond mere existence and demise. It encompasses myriad experiences that transcend life and death. In the Star Hall of the Tang Palace, Liu was enveloped in flames, diligently honing his craft. The more he learned, the clearer the struggles of humanity became to him. With the guidance of his teacher, humanity could scarcely endure. However, as his teacher had stated, a ruler's thoughts should not be limited to mere survival. He must contemplate how to ensure that humanity thrives honorably within this vast world. This was also the cherished aspiration of his father. He must grow stronger. In the courtyard of the library, a smile graced Lin Fan's face. The seeds he had sown were finally taking root and sprouting. Grow swiftly, he urged, reaching for another book to read. In the southern territories of the Tang dynasty, where the borders intersect with those of the barbarian tribes, an overwhelming stench of blood pervades the air, and countless corpses lie strewn across the mountains and fields. This land has borne witness to an untold number of battles. The human race relentlessly pours its forces into this conflict, as do the barbarian tribes. It is as if a meat grinder incessantly devours the lives of both sides. The wind howls across the blood-stained ridges, and from within, several figures burst forth, their sights set firmly on a young human cultivator meditating in a secluded hollow. How reckless to cultivate in such a perilous place. 5 barbarians converge from various directions, surrounding the young man with lethal intent, their massive axes swinging down with a sharp gust, a familiar ambush that they have executed countless times before. Yet, this time is different. In the past, their prey would sense their approach, revealing a face of stark terror. But this youth seems oblivious, eyes closed, utterly absorbed in his practice. How audacious to be so brazen amidst the battlefield of the two races. But in the next instant, they comprehend their folly. Just as they close in within 3 feet of the young man, a sudden, melodious sound of a sword resonates in their ears, followed by a blinding flash. It is as if lightning has split the night sky, illuminating the scene in a blinding crimson hue. The 5 barbarians clutch their throats, dread etched across their faces as they gaze at the young man in the hollow. He is a practitioner of the divine platform realm. It turns out he was not overconfident. Rather, he held them in utter contempt. 361, Teeming remarks coldly, surveying the fallen barbarians before turning his gaze towards the increasingly crimson sky, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Rain begins to fall, a torrential downpour that violently washes over the world, as if intent on cleansing the battlefield of the bloodshed between the two races. After enduring several large-scale confrontations, the conflict has gradually evolved into a strategic game of attrition, with the border region spanning nearly 1,000 miles serving as a chessboard. Both factions continuously send their warriors into this area, engaged in relentless skirmishes. It has become a war of exhaustion, a test of which side can endure the longest. After a while, another 5 barbarians arrive at the hollow, their expressions grim as they gaze upon the lifeless bodies of their fallen kin. He has escaped us once more. One of them laments. The barbarians, distinguished from humans by their towering stature, averaging nearly 2 meters tall, with elongated fangs protruding from their jaws and thick fur covering their bodies, lack the level of civilization found in human society. They adhere to a tribal system, venerating their so-called barbarian saint, comprised of various clans. He sealed his throat with a single strike. He seems even stronger now, another barbarian notes. Crouching to feel the lingering sword intent in the air, a serious expression on his face. My lord, to be cautious, we should inform the White Wolf team. With Bada's strength, we should be able to capture him. He looks up at the last of their group, speaking earnestly, while the other 3 barbarians step aside to allow him to advance. The barbarians are often scantily clad, merely draping themselves in rudimentary coverings, exuding an aura of wildness. Yet, this particular barbarian is different. He is adorned in a meticulously tailored beast hide. He gazes down at the lifeless body of a fellow barbarian, his face contorted with suppressed rage. Is he merely a first-level human in the divine platform realm? Can't the 4 of you in the divine platform realm handle him? By the time the White Wolf squad arrives, he will have already fled. This genius of the human race must not be allowed to return alive. He must be slain, he declares, turning on his heel to depart. The 4 barbarians exchange glances before following suit. Protect His Highness, the leader of the barbarians commands. And the other 3 nod in agreement. Nevertheless, he activates the communication talisman in his hand, summoning the mightiest of the nearby barbarian squads, the White Wolf squad. The captain of the White Wolf squad is a formidable barbarian of the divine ability realm, a figure of authority within the barbarian camp, capable of commanding a legion. Dealing with a first-level human in the divine platform realm should be a trivial task. Chapter 31, Rainy Night, Slaughter. The long night weeps blood. Torrential rain pours from the heavens, and thunder roars as if the heavens are wrathful. Yet, this tumultuous spectacle fails to halt the carnage on the battlefield. Instead, the slaughter intensifies, with lives extinguished on this land by the moment. Boom. Thunder cleaves the night sky. A trio of fugitives races across the wasteland, their bodies stained with blood, their fearful gazes darting behind them. A few little mice, where do you think you can escape? A voice shatters the darkness ahead of them. A grand figure, wielding a massive axe, stands before them like an impenetrable wall, blocking all avenues of escape. For additional barbarians close in from behind, and despair washes over the faces of the trio. This barbarian squad is overwhelmingly powerful. Their leader is a barbarian of the divine platform realm, and the other 4 are at the condensation realm, while the strongest among the 3 is merely at the condensation realm. It seems we are destined to perish here. The foremost of the trio is a young man in blue, not yet 30, a prodigious talent akin to the most gifted in the Tang dynasty. 2 companions, a man and a woman, share his stature, both at the condensation realm, wielding mystical artifacts of the transformation realm. All I lack is time. If only I were granted a little more, I would storm into the barbarian territories like the king of the south, spilling rivers of blood, the young man laments. Clenching his fists tightly, I do not wish to die. A slender youth behind him trembles, while another woman remains silent, gripping her sword with determination. Who would have thought we could hunt 3 big fish? At such a young age, and with such cultivation. You must be the so-called geniuses of the noble families in the Tang dynasty. 3 who have only recently attained the condensation realm, lacking stability in their cultivation. Dare to venture here without a protector. Truly, a death wish. The 5 barbarians advance toward them, their demeanor reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. As if their fear only fuels their excitement. The trio stands back to back, trembling in terror. In the absence of protection, they found themselves surrounded by 2 clan elders at the divine platform realm, one of whom had even reached the pinnacle of that realm. Yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of such a formidable barbarian squad on this battlefield? Even those at the divine transformation realm had entered this domain. Badu. They recalled the name of the barbarian leader. For it was only through the desperate efforts of the elder at the peak of the divine platform realm that they had gained a fleeting chance of survival. However, it wasn't long before they encountered another powerful barbarian squad. Perish. A thunderclap tore through the heavens, illuminating the arc of an axe. And the nerves of the 3 tightened instantaneously. It was the barbarian from the divine platform realm making his move. His divine might bore down upon them like a blazing torch, suffocating them with its overwhelming pressure, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting that axe strike. I refuse to yield, they cried out, with one woman even shutting her eyes. Yet, when the thunder subsided and silence enveloped the world, there was no agony of dismemberment as they had imagined. Only the relentless patter of torrential rain. They opened their eyes to find the barbarian before them staring at them with sheer terror, before his head tilted and fell, his entire body crashing to the ground. The 4 barbarians behind him met the same fate. We have survived. They trembled, turning their gaze toward the rear, where a young man stood silently, swordless yet radiating an intangible sword intent that enveloped his being. In the long night, amidst the thunder, it seemed as if an entire world had become his reflection. Who are you? They gasped in astonishment. This individual was not much older than they were. In fact, he was even younger, yet his prowess was far beyond their reach. An absolute prodigy. Teeming regarded the trio, sensing something. Before his brow furrowed as he gazed toward the heavens. Let us go, he said, his voice low amid the rain-soaked night. The 3 were jolted and hurriedly followed as Teeming departed. In this dire situation, survival hinged upon following him. They traversed the terrain, encountering several ambushes along the way. Yet each was swiftly dispatched by Teeming's lethal strikes, blood staining his blade with every swing. Clad in black fabric, he bore a sword upon his back, and a branch intertwined at his waist, remaining unbroken despite the torrential downpour and fierce winds. 392. After annihilating another barbarian squad, they discovered a cave where Teeming finally halted, granting the trio a brief respite and the opportunity to behold his visage. Despite their mental preparation, they were still taken aback. He appeared even younger than they had imagined. Thank you for saving our lives, young master by Yuan of the Kangnan Duke's residence. Thank you for your life-saving grace, by Nian of the Kangnan Duke's residence. Thank you for your life-saving grace, by Sun of the Kangnan Duke's residence. The 3 expressed their gratitude to Teeming. Teeming, he replied nonchalantly, a simple name, after which he fell silent. The trio exchanged astonished glances, all taken aback. You are Teeming, the foremost genius of the Tang dynasty. The Tang Dynasty Academy was renowned across the realm, and they had certainly heard of this prodigious talent, who, at barely 20 years of age, had already reached the pinnacle of the pill condensation realm, with rumors of his enlightenment in the Dao. What they had initially thought to be an exaggeration now appeared to be an understatement. This is not merely the realm of condensation, but evidently the realm of deity platform. You have also arrived. They were somewhat incredulous. A figure of such caliber should be a cherished asset of the imperial court. So how could he willingly step onto this perilous battlefield in the south? This reflects their ingrained perception of the court's prodigies. Nurtured in a greenhouse, though gifted, they earned little respect compared to those who fought their way through life and death. Yet, the individual before them was strikingly different. The ominous aura surrounding him instilled a sense of dread. One could only speculate how many lives he had taken. And he had entered this meat grinder of a battlefield alone. After a brief respite, they would depart immediately. Teeming paid no heed to the 3. Instead, gazing at the torrential rain outside the cave, slightly focusing his mind. The downpour concealed some of his traces, yet could not completely erase his presence. A certain barbarian squad possessed the means to track him. The 3 focused intently and nodded in agreement. They then witnessed Teeming sitting cross-legged at the cave's entrance, engaging in a unique form of cultivation while facing the thunderous downpour. A faint aura of sword intent emanated from him. As if he had become one with the night outside, a branch at his waist swayed gently, as though born of sentience. Suddenly, an inexplicable tranquility enveloped the 3, as if a mysterious force was permeating their bodies, soothing their wounds, and rejuvenating their depleted vitality. They gazed at the branch at Teeming's waist, exchanging glances of astonishment. The life force, this seemingly unremarkable branch was infused with immense vitality. Chapter 32. The Fall of the Barbarian Prince. Boom. Thunder rumbled across the night sky, shaking the world to its core. Teeming opened his eyes, and the 3 felt a sudden constriction in their hearts, as though an invisible sword had sliced through the air before them. Have they found us? Teeming directed his gaze toward the cave's entrance and spoke. The 3 followed his line of sight, their expressions shifting in alarm. At some point, 5 towering figures stood outside the cave, brandishing massive axes, blood trickling down the blades with the rainwater. A faint scent of blood wafted toward them, causing a shiver to run through their hearts. Barbarians. The 3 trembled in unison. The realm of deity platform, 4 of them. By Yun exclaimed, his words plunging the hearts of the other 2 into despair. Typically, those in the realm of condensation were deemed strong here, able to traverse the battlefield with ease. How could so many figures of the deity platform emerge this night? Can you manage? They looked at the figure ahead, their expressions quaking. He was their only remaining hope. Ming quietly observed the 5 barbarians outside the cave, his demeanor revealing little emotion, while the barbarians outside bore expressions of grave concern. The second level of the deity platform, one of the barbarians remarked, gripping his axe tightly, his eyes reflecting an indescribable shock as he regarded Ming. How swift! He had only recently entered the deity platform, and now, in just over a month, he had broken through once more. A prodigy. Even the barbarian prince could not help but take a deep breath, exclaiming. Then, a fierce murderous intent ignited in his eyes. This individual must not survive. He is an unprecedented threat to our tribe and must be eliminated, he declared, casting his gaze toward the 4 companions beside him. At all costs, kill him. A chilling command reverberated, causing the 4 warriors to shudder and exchange glances before advancing toward the cave. Only after engaging with Ming did they grasp the extent of his terrifying prowess. Once, when Ming was merely at the first level of the divine platform realm, he nearly felled one of them. Now, he had ascended to the second level of the divine platform realm. Human, might I inquire your name? Asked the leader of the 4 warriors. Despite being 4 fierce tribesmen surrounding a single individual, it was the 4 who appeared anxious, with one even trembling. This was the same warrior who had once nearly perished at Ming's hands. At the 3rd level of the divine platform realm, he had faced Ming. Then at the 1st level, and had been saved only by the captain's intervention. Ming, he replied with an air of indifference, 2 simple syllables. The expressions of the 4 warriors hardened, as if they wished to etch this name into their memories forever. He was the most extraordinary human they had ever encountered. They had yet to witness the holy son of their tribe, but they surmised that even he might not surpass the individual before them. To face 4 opponents while transcending several realms was no small feat. Why do I sense their fear of him? Bai Nian remarked within the cave, noting a trace of trepidation in the eyes of the 4 fierce warriors. One stood at the 3rd level, 2 at the 4th, and 1 at the 5th of the divine platform realm, while Ming was merely at the 2nd. Bai Yun possessed a unique technique that allowed her to discern their realms. None of the warriors' powers were inferior to Ming's. I can feel it. You have grown considerably stronger since we last met. Perhaps this time, it is not us seeking you, but you awaiting our arrival, the leader of the warriors stated, his vitality surging, revealing the tribal totem upon his body. It depicted a 2-headed white wolf, its heads raised toward the heavens, and in a moment of reverie, the haunting howl of a wolf echoed in the air. The tribal totem technique. Bai Yun and her companions exclaimed gravely. This was a perilous technique employed by the tribe, betting one's life against another's. Kill. The 4 towering figures advanced, their formidable axe shadows slicing through the air, accompanied by a chilling gust that swept toward the cave. Bai Yun and her companions instinctively held their breath at the sight, with a thunderous roar. Not from the night sky, but from the hand of the young man emerging from the cave, a bolt of lightning erupted, illuminating the night for 100 meters. The downpour halted in that instant, as all eyes fixated upon the figure at the cave's entrance, their expressions one of shock. A monster! Exclaimed the voice of the warrior at the 5th level of the divine platform realm, and as his words fell, the bodies of the 4 warriors split asunder. Blood gushed forth, leaving the prince of the tribe trembling in terror. He involuntarily stepped back, gazing at the figure before the cave, experiencing fear for the first time. Suddenly, that piercing gaze fell upon him, causing his entire body to tense in response. I am the prince of the barbarian White Wolf clan. To slay me would incite a war between the entire barbarian race and the human realm. Before my words could fully escape my lips, a head fell to the ground, leaving only a headless corpse standing beneath the vast curtain of rain. The barbarian prince has perished. Ming cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body of the prince before turning his attention to the 3 individuals within the cave. A shiver ran through them. It was time to depart, Ming announced, prompting the trio to regain their composure and nod in agreement. They had come to understand the gravity of the situation. The last barbarian was none other than the prince of the White Wolf clan. The barbarians are comprised of 3 principal clans, with the White Wolf clan at the forefront. Legend has it that the ancestors of the White Wolf clan were among the oldest sages of the barbarian race. The demise of the White Wolf prince was bound to unleash an unimaginable storm. The 4 emerged from the cave and pressed onward through the battlefield. The rain fell gently, a stark contrast to the previous tempest, yet within the hearts of the 3 surged tumultuous waves of astonishment. That was indeed the prince of the White Wolf clan. Following closely behind Ming, Bai Sun could not contain himself. Bai Nian and Bai Yun exchanged glances, swallowing hard. The prince of the White Wolf clan. He had killed him without a trace of hesitation. Did he not comprehend the enormity of the chaos his actions would provoke? In the southern battlefield, the human race had been struggling to endure, perpetually at a disadvantage, merely because the barbarian forces had not unleashed their full might. Should the barbarians unleash their wrath, a full-scale invasion would be unstoppable. Was he truly unafraid? Bai Sun mused, foreseeing the potential calamity that awaited the southern battlefield. The fury of the barbarians would descend upon the entire southern realm of the Great Tang, and one could only speculate how many lives would be lost in the ensuing conflict. The survival of the Great Tang itself hung in the balance. With the fall of the human emperor, there was no one left to bear the weight of the realm. How would they withstand the might of the barbarian forces? Should they unleash their imperial power? This line of thought filled them with a deep sense of sorrow. It was exceedingly stifling. Retreating time and again. When would the human race glimpse a future? Rumors had begun to circulate that a sage had emerged among the humans, Bai Yin stated. Bai Sun and Bai Yun's eyes lit up at this revelation. The existence of a sage meant that the human race would not face annihilation. Although this sage was not present in the Great Tang, it was reasonable to believe that should the Great Tang face destruction, the sage would not remain indifferent. Chapter 33. Yuan Ba. The emergence of a sage among the humans brought a glimmer of hope to the despondent land of humanity, whether in Qingzhou, Suzhou, or other regions. At the very least, their sacrifices would hold significance, ensuring that the flame of humanity would not be extinguished. The three contemplated the legendary sage with resolute expressions. They would not delve into whether the rumor was true or false, for they could not bear the blow should it prove to be false. Their conviction alone sufficed. Yet, they also understood that even with the sage, the human race had merely just begun its ascent to sanctity, still lagging behind the ancestral sages of the three barbarian clans. The sage would require time, and they did not blame the sage for not standing among the human palaces of the 9 provinces, leading humanity to confront the myriad races of the Xuanhuang Great World. They could only hope that their sacrifices would grant the sage more time. The rain ceased quietly. Beyond the cave, 5 tribesmen gazed solemnly at the corpses strewn upon the ground. The demise of Prince Lamo weighed heavily upon their spirits. Before the headless body, one tribesman emanated an aura of formidable killing intent. The very winds around him stilled in reverence. Batu, the captain of the White Wolf squad, stood resolute. A being of the first realm of divine mastery. Fools, did they not realize that the safety of Prince Lamo must be our foremost concern? Why were we not informed sooner? Remarked another tribesman, his expression marred by displeasure. Damn it! The countenance of the tribesman darkened. The death of a prince from the White Wolf lineage would not only impact the human race present, but would also reverberate through their own ranks. Within the totem hall of the White Wolf royal city, the soul flames of every royal would have ignited, now aware of Prince Lamo's tragic fate. We must apprehend the murderer before the royal envoy arrives, Bata stated, his voice low and resonant, as if emanating from the very depths of his bones. Although Prince Lamo was not held in high regard by the White Wolf clan, he nonetheless represented their dignity, and it was inconceivable for him to perish so easily here. The royal envoy would be no less than a being of the realm of transformation, tasked with meting out justice. The reckoning would extend not only to the human race, but to them as well. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Prince Lamo's death, they bore responsibility. They had received word of a human genius they were pursuing, young yet formidable, at the first realm of divine platform mastery, identifiable by a peculiar branch at his waist. This was the sole information relayed to them by the tribesmen who had previously protected Prince Lamo. At the first realm of divine platform mastery, the tribesmen's expressions hardened. To have slain an entire squad of tribesmen, led by a captain of the 5th realm of divine platform mastery, is no small feat. Dispatch orders. All tribesmen in the Zhongling Plains who spot an individual with this description must report immediately. We must delay him at all costs. Simultaneously, all tribesmen's squads in the area received the directive, with the White Wolf squad holding a commanding position among the tribes. Is merely delaying enough? Shortly thereafter, near the edge of a marsh, 5 tribesmen observed 4 figures in the distance, their brows furrowed in concentration. Kill. The 5 tribesmen launched themselves into action. With a mere gesture, Qin Ming unleashed an invisible sword light, slicing through the reeds, and, tragically, the 5 tribesmen as well. 431. Qin Ming stated nonchalantly. Continuing forward, the 3 companions, gazing at the fallen tribesmen, followed closely behind. Qin Ming, something feels amiss. The number of tribesmen we have encountered is overwhelming. As if they are hunting us specifically. We may have been compromised, Bai Yun expressed, the other 2 nodding in agreement, their faces etched with concern. Every human still present in the Xuanhuang Ridge could sense the shift in the battlefield. The tribesmen appeared to be scavenging for something. their movements increasingly frequent and their bloodshed intensifying. The chaos unfolded around them, edging closer to a large-scale conflict. The higher-ups of the southern border garrison also took notice, casting more scrutiny upon the Xuanhuang Ridge, subsequently reinforcing their military presence in the area. Whatever the reason may be, it was time for battle. In the southern city of the human race, before the sand table, the commander of the southern Tang, Yuan Ba, planted a flag at the position of Xuanhuang Ridge and spoke with a solemn voice. The people below were taken aback, their eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. In a more distant area, a young man clad in white armor gazed at the scene, momentarily lost in thought, before clenching his fists and stepping forward. Xuanhuang, requesting to fight, he declared, drawing many gazes from within the camp towards him. Xuanhuang, the son of Yuan Ba, the commander of the border forces, was born into the illustrious Yuan family in Shengjing, a child of privilege. Outside the southern city lay a battlefield akin to a meat grinder, fraught with peril, where survival was never guaranteed. Did he truly intend to go? Their eyes shifted back to Yuan Ba. Yuan Ba, head of the Yuan clan and a peak expert of the celestial realm, was the backbone of the southern military. He regarded Xuanhuang with a furrowed brow. Are you certain? He inquired. Xuanhuang looked up, his expression resolute. I am. Why? To fortify the Tang's defenses like you. To protect our borders and expand our territory for the human race. To achieve great deeds, to be remembered through the ages, and to marry the woman I love. Xuanhuang replied, the image of a girl playing the lute in the courtyard floating in his mind. She would surely disdain a young nobleman who only knew how to boast. Yuan Ba scrutinized him, and the entire camp fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You may go. He offered no further words, and none could discern his thoughts. Xuanhuang knelt before Yuan Ba, bowing deeply before departing. Father, I have grown up, his words echoed in the tent. Yuan Ba turned to the person beside him. Find out who that girl is. Gather all information, her origins, and everyone related to her. I want every detail. Understood. At Xuanhuang Ridge, the situation was increasingly evolving into the main battlefield, with the human race deploying more troops, and the barbarian tribes doing likewise, enveloping the entire Xuanhuang Ridge in a shroud of blood mist. At the edge of a precipice, Bai Yun and his companions gazed at Qin Ming, their faces marked by shock. Just moments ago, Qin Ming single-handedly annihilated a barbarian army of over 100. The ground surrounding the cliff was strewn with corpses. Qin Ming, we must leave. These barbarians are clearly coming for us. They must have learned of the barbarian prince's demise. Bai Yun urged. No sooner had he spoken than more barbarians emerged from the distant land, hundreds of them, with even more following behind, surrounding them from all directions. This small precipice had turned into an isolated island. It's over, Bai Sun said, his face pale with trepidation. They could see clearly that the barbarians already knew they were the culprits behind the prince's fall. This was a deliberate ambush targeting them. The blood-red sun illuminated a figure standing atop the cliff, facing the encirclement with a smile. They have finally arrived. He gently caressed the branch at his waist, as if reminiscing about something. A corner of a page peeked out from his attire, an enigmatic aura enveloping the entire cliff. Chapter 34. A fragment of a branch. Are you afraid? Qin Ming asked, looking at Bai Yun and the others. The three individuals focused intently, gazing towards a blood-soaked expanse, their trepidation dissipating. Fear not. Qin Ming smiled. The master once said, a swordsman must harbor no fear, daring to wield his sword against the heavens and earth, to challenge the sun and moon, while all I face are merely a horde of barbaric tribes. What is there to dread? Qin Ming swung his sword, and it seemed as if thunder cleaved the dawn, carving through the earth as it descended upon the advancing barbarian army. Kill. Bai Yun and the others gritted their teeth and followed suit. Madmen, these individuals are truly insane. They dare to take the initiative. Further away, atop a ridge, a human squad that had been observing this scene bore expressions of trepidation. The southern army is about to arrive. Can we not delay any longer? This is akin to courting death. The captain cursed angrily, then charged from their concealed position towards the battlefield, and many other human squads followed suit. What began as an encirclement swiftly transformed into a battle between two races. It is unclear how many barbarians were slain or how many swords were wielded. All that is known is that the surroundings were piled high with corpses and rivers of blood flowed. After a long while, a sense of numbness set in. Qin Ming stood, his sword plunged into the ground, amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Raising his gaze, all he saw was the carnage. The slaughter continued. Yet more individuals fought fiercely to protect Qin Ming, including Bai Yun and his companions, who encircled him, battling with all their might. He is Qin Ming. I have seen him. He is the foremost among the younger generation of our Tang dynasty, the hope of our race. Someone remarked. Merely with this statement, Countless souls willingly embraced death. Yet, the surrounding barbarians multiplied, numbering in the thousands, tens of thousands, until despair began to take root. The remaining few hundred gathered atop a cliff, steadfastly guarding that chasm, while the barbarian army finally ceased its assault. For they realized they were at the end of their strength. Teeming, are you all right? Bai Yun and the others looked towards Teeming, the one who had shielded them from the majority of the barbarian onslaught. A madman. Teeming turned his gaze towards the heart of the barbarian army, where a towering figure approached, suspended in the air. A being of divine power, free from the earth's constraints, capable of momentarily hovering, a formidable foe. One man against an entire army. This barbarian was a powerful entity of divine prowess. Teeming drew his sword, the air resonating with its song, the clear sky thundering. This was the essence of the sword. He was gathering momentum, determined to confront divine power with his own. Teeming. They trembled. This is the pride of our human race. Is it you who has slain our barbarian prince, Prince Lamo? Badu, the strongest barbarian who should not have appeared in Xuanhuang Ridge, advanced through the void and landed before the gathering humans. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing squarely upon Teeming. The assembly of humans shuddered. No wonder these barbarians are so frenzied. He has indeed slain a prince of their kind. It is I. Teeming replied, stepping forth from the throng to face them. Badu smiled, a smile that was chillingly sinister. Then, you must die, with a single fist. Imbued with overwhelming might, he struck directly at Teeming. Teeming did not flinch, meeting it head-on with his sword. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string. Teeming was hurled away, crashing beneath the precipice, perilously close to the brink of the abyss. His long sword shattered, embedded at an angle nearby. Such audacity. With his sword broken, how could he possibly continue to fight? Batu, cold and indifferent, advanced slowly towards Teeming, as if intent on shattering the last remnants of his confidence. Rising to his feet, Teeming drew a branch from his waist. Witnessing this, Batu paused momentarily, taken aback. A branch? At this juncture, he resorted to a mere twig? The onlookers were equally stunned. Only Bai Yun and his companions, recognizing the gesture, felt a surge of remembrance, a glimmer of life beneath the rain-soaked night. Are you intending to use that branch to fend me off? Batu chuckled, as though he were witnessing a farce. Heh, is this the extent of the human prodigy? He declared, seizing the massive axe strapped to his back. Crimson veins pulsating upon its surface, as if the weapon had attained a form of sentience. This is a spiritual weapon blessed by our clan's sage. Those of the divine realm who have perished beneath it number only a handful. To fall to this axe would be a mark of pride. With a mere tremor of the blood axe, it sent the gathered humans sprawling, before transforming into a crimson shadow, charging towards Teeming, firmly grasping the branch. Teeming inhaled deeply. Sir, he murmured, involuntarily closing his eyes. A vision surfacing in his mind of a figure cleaving through the heavens with a sword beneath the heavy snow. In that moment, it seemed as though an ethereal presence grasped his hand, lifting his sword. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in an unimaginable aura of Dao. Batu felt a sudden chill within. The youth before him seemed transformed, as though he were an entirely different person. Such tricks, he thought. Recalling the origins of the blood axe, his confidence returning as he swung it at the young human wielding a mere branch. Yet, in the next instant, he was shaken. The seemingly innocuous branch, devoid of any ripples, effortlessly cleaved through the blood axe upon contact, severing it as if it were mere rotting wood. How is this possible? His heart raced in disbelief, and his pupils dilated in horror. A sudden chill enveloped his neck. He froze before Teeming, the half-axe falling from his grip with a resounding thud. He gazed at Teeming in disbelief, fixating on the branch. With a calm demeanor, Teeming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, regarding him coldly. This was bestowed by my master. He once wielded this very branch to carve out the celestial sword, imbued with a fragment of his sword intent. Batu stared intently, his eyes filled with resentment. How could a mere branch granted by a human possibly surpass the blessing of a barbarian sage? What had gone awry? Boom. The colossal form collapsed to the ground, splattering blood everywhere, leaving all witnesses, including the thousands of barbarians behind, in a state of shock. This was a formidable barbarian warrior of the divine realm. How could he have been felled by a mere branch? General Batu had met his demise. It took a considerable time for the barbarians to regain their senses, their faces etched with astonishment. Batu, not only a captain of a barbarian squad on this battleground, but also a barbarian general, stood alongside four warriors who approached with prowess nearing the pinnacle of the divine platform realm. Their expressions darkened as they beheld the unfolding scene. Turning their gaze towards the human youth, an inexplicable tremor coursed through their hearts. Teeming, wielding a mere branch, surveyed the four barbarians, then glanced at their comrades behind. A palpable silence enveloped the barbarians. What manner of divine weapon was this? They could hardly believe that such power emanated from Qin Ming. He had merely invoked the might of a divine armament to fell General Batu. This fragment of branch must possess an extraordinary origin. Chapter 35. Envoy of the Barbarian Monarch, a holy weapon of humanity? One of the barbarians murmured, fixating on the branch. Measuring 3 feet in length. Adorned with but a few withered leaves, it bore cracks that rendered it an unremarkable twig. Yet, it had been wielded to slay a barbarian general. The holy bestowed spirit weapon had been shattered. A barbarian remarked gravely, despite the human youth appearing at the brink of exhaustion. Standing precariously at the cliff's edge as if a gust could topple him, none dared to move. This was solely due to the branch he clutched. Qin Ming, Bai Yun, and the others stared at him, awe-stricken. To wield a mere branch as a sword and slay a general of the divine realm was beyond imagination. Yet he had achieved it. He had borrowed another's sword but wielded it with his own sword intent, delivering an astonishing strike, a testament to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He and that individual were both prodigies. Surely, he was a master from the Great Tang Academy. Perhaps even one who had transcended to the divine realm or the path of severance. Some speculated. For only those who practiced the sword path could comprehend the terror of that earlier strike. Upon hearing their words, the assembly of barbarians silently exhaled. If he were merely of the divine realm or the path of severance, that would be manageable, as long as he was not a holy figure of humanity. They had heard rumors of human saints, yet they remained skeptical, even scoffing at the notion. Saints represented a rare existence. The number of barbarian saints throughout endless ages could be counted on one hand, and it was inconceivable that humanity could birth a saint in the present day. The barbarians believed in their own saints who proclaimed that divine retribution would ensure humanity never produced a saint. Though the reasons eluded them, their faith in their saints remained steadfast. Humanity could never give rise to a saint. Such tales were mere smokescreens released from within their ranks, a form of self-comfort. To command such a spirit weapon indicated a lofty status among humanity. If you were to perish, we would at least have an explanation. Our prince must not die in vain. You shall serve as the offering. Led by the 4 pinnacle warriors of the divine platform realm, a dark tide of barbarians surged towards the precipice, intent on overwhelming this location. On the cliff, everyone wore expressions of trepidation. Yet, in the midst of this despair, war drums echoed across the distant land, followed by countless streams of light cascading towards the earth. Kill! It was a rain of arrows, accompanied by a deafening chorus of battle cries. The crowd turned their gaze beyond the cliff, hope rekindled. It was our human army. The reinforcements of humanity had finally arrived. Boom! A man of the human race, clad in black armor, traversed the void, descending upon the precipice. With a sweeping motion of his long blade, he dispatched hundreds of barbarian foes. Under the orders of the young general, he had come to rescue Bai Yun, the heir of the King Xuanhuang. He identified himself as a captain of the human forces, possessing the first tier of divine power. His gaze swept across the battlefield and settled upon Qin Ming. In a mere glance, he discerned that Qin Ming was the focal point of the crowd, with nearly all attention directed towards him. He assumed that Qin Ming must be the heir of the King Xuanhuang. Truly, as the heir of King Xuanhuang, he had already reached the second tier of the divine platform at such a young age. It was no wonder he attracted the barbarian onslaught. A hint of astonishment crossed his features as he recalled that the heir of the King Xuanhuang was still under 30, yet had achieved such remarkable prowess. Indeed, a prodigy. Qin Ming paid him no heed, simply securing the branch back at his waist and smoothing the paper on his garment, his expression tranquil. The captain of the human forces frowned slightly at this scene. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interjected. I am Bai Yun, esteemed human general. Quickly dispatch these barbarian remnants, so we may return to southern town. Bai Yun declared. The captain turned to regard him, momentarily taken aback. You are Bai Yun? He inquired. Noting that while this young man was also a genius of the condensation realm, he paled in comparison to the youth upon the cliff. Indeed, Bai Yun replied, fully aware of the captain's unspoken thoughts. Yet this was the truth. He could not measure up, and he accepted that. Your Highness need not worry. The young general has provided me with an army of 30,000. They are merely remnants of the barbarian forces, and I can easily cleanse them, the captain stated. Glancing at the carnage below, where the human army was overwhelmingly dominating, leaving the barbarians with scarcely 1,000 left. The outcome of this battle appeared certain. However, Bai Yun's expression bore no sign of relief. Instead, it was marked by gravity. General, if we delay further, the royal envoy of the barbarians will arrive, he warned. His words caused the smile on the captain's face to fade, and he regarded Bai Yun with newfound seriousness. The royal envoy of the barbarians? Surely, your highness jests. The royal envoys are at least of the creation realm, and they would not leave the royal city for trivial matters. You mean to say that the prince of the White Wolf clan has been slain by us? Bai Yun interjected. The captain's breath caught in his throat, and the surrounding humans were similarly startled. The prince of the White Wolf clan is dead. How can this be? Suddenly, the captain's gaze fell upon the corpse at Qin Ming's feet, his pupils constricting. Batu. He recognized Batu, a fellow general of the barbarian forces. It was inconceivable that he had perished here. We must leave, he shouted, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. He seized Bai Yun, intent on departing. But a voice echoed from the heavens above. You wish to leave? It is too late. The voice resonated across the land, vast and powerful, akin to the voice of the divine. Countless eyes were drawn skyward. A barbarian man, clothed in black ceremonial robes, stood poised in the celestial realm, gazing down upon the battlefield with an expression akin to a deity observing a swarm of ants at play. The creation realm. It is the envoy of the barbarian royal city. The leader of the human race, astonished, witnessed the barbarian envoy casually toss a short blade. In an instant, the human leader plummeted from the air, his body pierced through completely. A swift execution. The blade then soared towards the ongoing battlefield, effortlessly piercing through countless warriors, claiming the lives of thousands in a single strike. Such was the power of the creation realm, having initially mastered the forces of heaven and earth. It was not mere numbers that could vanquish such an existence. Standing amidst the celestial expanse, they could reap the lives of countless beings at will. To dare slay the prince of the White Wolf clan, it appears the human race has forgotten the matters of the Southern King's manor. Shall I require my barbarian kin to cleanse your race once more in blood? He declared, his gaze fixed coldly upon the struggling humans below. The human race had never commanded his respect. Within the barbarian royal city, humans were no different from swine or dogs, mere flesh upon the butcher's block. A fact that had persisted for millennia. Who grants you the audacity, human? He inquired, his eyes narrowing upon Qin Ming. The oppressive aura of the creation realm bore down upon Qin Ming, causing his bones to shudder, crimson droplets seeping from him, swiftly transforming him into a bloodied figure. The sword that had slain Batu had drained his vitality. He could no longer wield it. Even at his prime, he would undoubtedly be no match for the barbarian envoy. He could only rely on his master. He lifted his gaze towards the barbarian envoy in the heavens, his eyes devoid of fear, filled solely with icy resolve. Chapter 36. The arrival of Lin Fan. My master has proclaimed that the human race is the sovereign of all beings. Should there exist a cycle of reincarnation, those like you ought to be relegated to the beast realm. You oppress my race solely out of fear, fearing our resurgence. It was the human race that once reigned over the vast world of Xuanhuang. Must I seek your permission to slay a beast? If I wish to kill, then I shall. Covered in blood, Qin Ming stood defiantly upon the precipice, addressing the barbarian envoy above. His calm words left all around him in stunned silence. The human race is the sovereign of all beings. Truly? The endless epochs of human history had long since erased their pride, leaving only humiliation. And the multitude of compromises had rendered them numb. Such words were a first for them, yet they resonated like thunder. Master, who exactly is he? Such a presence exists within the Great Tang Court? To disregard the barbarians and call them beasts was an audacious stance, a display of unparalleled pride and dominance. Impudent. The voice of the barbarian envoy echoed from the sky like thunder, causing the hearts of the humans below to tremble. A despicable race, daring to aspire to the heavens. The human race is but a cultivated source of sustenance. Were it not for our need for your blood, you would have been annihilated long ago. It seems you truly wish for your extinction. With a single step into the void, the humans felt a crushing weight upon their chests, unable to suppress their bloodletting. He gestured, summoning more short blades to orbit around him. Ants, he remarked disdainfully, the aura of the creation realm surging downward, as if the very heavens were collapsing upon Qin Ming. His bones quaked, now a bloodied figure, yet he continued to gaze upward, even managing a smile. The barbarian envoy seethed with fury at this spectacle. You hold your esteemed master in such high regard, yet where is he today as you face your demise? Does he dare to show himself here? He refers to me, a barbarian, as a beast. Does he have the audacity to enter my barbarian king's city? Do you comprehend the essence of the sacred? The so-called celestial beings of your kind are but mere ants before our barbarian saints. Thus spoke the envoy of the barbarian king's city. The mention of the barbarian saint quelled the fervor of the human race, casting them into silence. Indeed, the barbarians possess a saint, while the human saints remain mere rumors, their existence uncertain. Even if they were true, Could they possibly contend with the barbarian saint? Should the barbarians truly seek the annihilation of the human race, who could stand in their way? Ming, though gifted and extraordinary, is ultimately too young. He requires time. Yet the barbarians will not afford him that opportunity to grow. Bai Yun and the others turned their gazes to Ming, eager to discern the nature of the master he spoke of. Ming regarded the envoy of the barbarian royalty with a faint, mocking expression. He uttered no words, merely observing the royal envoy in silence. A page of paper fluttered forth from his robe, and in that moment, the presence emanating from the envoy of the barbarian royalty vanished. An enigmatic aura descended upon the land. All the humans were taken aback, turning their attention to Ming, where they beheld the fluttering page and the words inscribed upon it. Sword. A palpable tremor coursed through the hearts of all present. An intangible silhouette seemed to materialize from the void, approaching Ming's side. This single apparition inspired a profound urge to kneel in reverence among the onlookers, for they were confronted by an unimaginable divinity. Master. Ming, too, was struck with astonishment, bowing respectfully to the apparition before him. The surrounding individuals were similarly startled, quickly regaining their composure as they bowed in unison. Master. This must be the esteemed figure behind Ming, the unparalleled master of the Great Tang Academy. With but a single page, he had manifested a presence. Though merely a phantom, it effortlessly dispelled the oppressive aura of the barbarian envoy, asserting dominance over the very earth. Lin Fan observed Ming with a smile. Indeed, just 2 words ignited a spark of excitement within Ming. Praise from the master is a rare occurrence, and such acknowledgement serves as the greatest encouragement for him. Above in the skies, the envoy of the barbarian king's city wore a mask of uncertainty. The master the human youth spoke of had truly arrived. Yet, it was merely a phantom. He focused intently, regaining his prior confidence. So, you are the so-called master of the Great Tang Academy he spoke of. Do you believe that a mere apparition can save him? He declared, as a flurry of short blades coalesced into an arrow, crimson markings appearing upon it. Though a mere phantom, he did not underestimate its significance. I am no ordinary envoy of the king's city. I rank among the elite, even among my peers. If you were to manifest in your true form, I might still regard you with caution. But as you are now, merely a phantom, let us see how I shall slay your human prodigy. He spoke, traversing the void, propelling an arrow forward, an endless surge of sanguine energy coalescing before it. Lin Fan raised his gaze, as if he had only just noticed him. Sir, be cautious. The envoys from the barbarian king's city are all formidable beings of the transformation realm. If he claims to be among the foremost of these envoys, it signifies he possesses peak strength within the transformation realm. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. There is no rush to slay him at this moment. Ensuring that Ming survives is of utmost importance. Once we reach the southern town, the barbarians will be powerless against us. Bai Yun observed the barbarian envoy in the sky, his expression grave. He was unaware of Lin Fan's true strength. Yet he understood that a mere shadow summoned by a sheet of paper would hardly unleash Lin Fan's true prowess, perhaps not even a fraction of 1%. It was unlikely that they could contend with this envoy from the barbarian king's city. To escape is impossible. Upon hearing Bai Yun's words, the pressure within the barbarian envoy eased somewhat. He dismissed the shadow before Ming with disdain. Kill me, and none of you shall escape. As for you, man of the Great Tang, you shall merely prolong your life a little longer. With that, he released the arrow, transforming it into a breathtaking stream of crimson light that surged towards the heavens. Everyone trembled at this sight. Then their gazes converged upon that shadow. What would he do? Unlike Ming, they did not harbor faith in Lin Fan. They merely watched his figure with solemn expressions, each one contemplating how they might fight desperately should the shadow prove inadequate. Lin Fan observed this scene with calm detachment. When did I ever say I intended to leave? His tranquil words sent a tremor through the hearts of all present. Then, they beheld a most astounding spectacle. He extended a hand towards the firmament, a spectral hand. Indistinct, yet palpable, as if the very fabric of the universe had come to a standstill. The arrow halted 3 paces from Lin Fan's shadow, and then dissipated. Above, the barbarian envoy's face still bore that arrogant expression, but in the next moment, he vanished into thin air. The entire realm fell into a profound silence. Chapter 37. A sword to punish the world. The barbarian royal envoy has perished? He was a powerhouse of the transformation realm, capable of commanding armies and waging wars across the lands. Yet he had met his end so effortlessly. A single hand, as if brushing away grains of sand, had caused the barbarian envoy to cease to exist. They gazed at the shadow standing before Ming, utterly stupefied. This is merely a shadow, someone murmured in disbelief. If a shadow could wield such power, What of the true form? Sir. Qin Ming's face also bore the marks of excitement. Lin Fan nodded slightly in his direction, then turned his gaze towards the chasm below, where a gruesome scene of carnage unfolded, and then towards the distant horizon, to feast upon the human race. Do they intend to wash the land of humanity in blood? Lin Fan spoke softly, even standing there as a mere shadow. All eyes in the universe seemed fixed upon him. Do they seek to reenact the bloodbath of the southern Wangfu? Lin Fan continued, then smiled. He extended his hand, and myriad streams of bloodlight coalesced within it, the word sword inscribed upon that sheet of paper suddenly radiating with brilliance. Today, a single sword shall suffice as interest. With a swift motion, he raised his sword to the heavens, unleashing a multitude of blades forged from bloodlight that soared forth from his palm, traversing the expanse of the world in an instant. Countless unsuspecting barbarians fell victim to the onslaught of these blood swords, powerless against the might of any realm. Whether it be body refinement, spiritual communication, or the transformative essence of creation, a barbarian of the creation realm roared in fury, his blood energy erupting into a colossal wall that sought to shield him from the impending doom, yet it was still pierced through. Who could it be? The Emperor of Humanity? Was not the Emperor of the Great Tang already deceased? A chorus of despair echoed from the multitude of barbarians. The sky was awash with bloodlight, and the scars of countless swords carved through the heavens, reaping the barbarian hordes as though they were mere stalks of wheat upon the battlefield of the southern realm. Observing this scene, countless humans stood in disbelief. The blood swords wreaked havoc upon the barbarian race alone, sparing all humans. A clear indication that a great power had emerged among them. Could it be that humanity has regained its emperor? They gazed skyward, their expressions lost in reverie. With the fall of the emperor, the spiritual pillar of the Great Tang had crumbled, casting a shadow of despair over the heads of many. Only at this moment did they experience a semblance of relief. As long as the emperor lived, the Great Tang would not perish. This was a moment that stunned the world, the first time a being of emperor-level strength among humanity had acted with such ferocity, ruthlessly slaughtering the alien race. Upon the precipice of Xuanhuang Ridge, all eyes were fixed upon this spectacle, their faces etched with shock. That sword by Yun trembled, fixated on the ethereal figure beside Qin Ming, his body quaking. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. A sage, he stammered. Those two words reverberated through the crowd, rendering them incredulous as they beheld the figure. A sage? Is he truly a sage? In the next moment, they too knelt, for regardless of his true status, this being was deserving of their reverence. Lin Fan cast a glance at them before turning his attention to Qin Ming. Slaughter is also a path, not inherently opposed to the way of the sword. The path of slaughter can indeed meld with the sword's essence. Just as with this strike, he articulated, each word coalescing into profound insights that surged into Qin Ming's consciousness. Qin Ming's expression shifted, and he nodded. Having come to the southern battlefield, he had grasped a fragment of the path of slaughter, but struggled to comprehend the fusion of the sword's way with that of slaughter. Yet this strike had revealed to him a glimpse of its intricacies. Though modest, it was sufficient to illuminate his understanding, proving immensely beneficial. Remember, within this domain, act according to your heart's desire, without reservation. Slay whom you wish, do as you please. I am present, Lin Fan declared, casting a glance at the land of the barbarians. Following this, his figure dissipated into the void, leaving a page that fell into Qin Ming's hands. The characters inscribed upon it now tinged with a hint of crimson. In addition to the previously acquired insights of the Thunder Path and the Sword Path, a new thread of understanding had emerged, the path of slaughter. Qin Ming accepted the paper, gazing at the spot where Lin Fan had vanished, nodding solemnly. The master's words indicated that he held no fear of the barbarians. These words echoed in the ears of those surrounding him, though he had departed. His voice lingered in their minds. Act according to your heart's desire, without reservation. I am present. What a declaration of dominance that was. With but a fleeting shadow, he wielded the sword of the human emperor, indicating that his true form must be even mightier. He is undoubtedly a sage of our human race. Banyan spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. It was not mere rumor. Indeed, our people had produced a sage, and this sage was not from the Song dynasty, but from our Great Tang. Qin Ming, he is the disciple of the sage. After speaking, she could not help but take a deep breath. No wonder he is so powerful, thought Bai Yun, gazing at Qin Ming. In the distance, Yu Wenhua, leading his army, beheld the sword shadow soaring across the sky. Equally astounded and unable to extricate himself from the moment. The human emperor exists in that direction, someone remarked, daring to wield a sword against the barbarian tribes. Could this be the new human emperor of our Great Tang? Historically, there have been human emperors, yet few have had the courage to strike against foreign races. Their role has often been to safeguard the borders of humanity, ensuring the flame of our race endures, which is no small feat across the ages. What transpired at Xuanhuang Ridge? As they approached Xuanhuang Ridge, they were filled with a sense of reverence. The emperor of the Great Tang may not enjoy the support of all its people, but it is the human emperor who truly commands loyalty, the one capable of unifying the realm. On the walls of Zhennan City, Yu Wenba and a host of human generals were also watching the crimson sword lights streaking through the void, their expressions grave. The blood sword punishes the world. Sweeping across the southern battlefield, the presence of a human emperor indeed invigorates the hearts of the people. However, one general spoke up, his words trailing off unfinished. Yet, everyone understood the unspoken concern. Such actions would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the barbarian tribes. Should powerful warriors, or even a sage from the barbarians descend, how would they respond? Could that mysterious human emperor withstand such might? Why dwell on such thoughts? Do you not find this moment exhilarating, having been constrained for so long? Can you honestly say you have not longed for such an action? He simply did what we wished to do. Let the soldiers confront soldiers. Let the waters cover the earth. Humanity does not fear. Another general voiced his thoughts, gazing toward the barbarian direction, all displaying fierce determination. In Shengjing, within the library pavilion, Lin Fan set aside the book in his hands and gazed toward the north. The Lord of the Mountains, has he succumbed so swiftly? Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head. This Lord of the Mountains seems less composed than the barbarian sage. The Northern War has not raged long before he intervenes. Though not a direct engagement, it is still an interference. The involvement of a sage, even in the slightest capacity, can alter the course of battle. Meanwhile, the once unstoppable Northern Army now faced imminent destruction. Qin Gu, in the Cloud Tower, lost in thought while playing the Guqin, found herself before the library pavilion in the next moment. Sir, she beheld the figure beneath the banyan tree, holding a book and gazing at her. The essence of life encompasses not merely existence, but also death. In Shengjing, you have witnessed life. Now, venture to the northern borders to observe the decay of life. To witness both life and death is to comprehend the great path. Qin Gu focused intently and nodded. In the next instant, the world before her transformed, and she returned to the Cloud Tower, as if the preceding experience had been but a fleeting dream, yet profoundly vivid. She understood that it was indeed real. She rose, the melody of her zither abruptly ceasing, capturing the attention of those practicing in the myriad chambers of the Cloud Pavilion. Why is she here so early today? They were accustomed to her routine, knowing that she typically arrived an hour later. Miss Qin, where are you heading? Inquired the proprietor of the Cloud Pavilion. Momentarily taken aback by her actions, Qin Gu gazed towards the north, the northern realm. With just 2 words, she cradled her zither and exited the Cloud Pavilion, leaving the proprietor in a state of bewilderment. The northern realm? Is that not a battlefield? What could she possibly seek there? Miss Changa, the situation in the northern realm is dire, with an impending retreat. It is not a place to venture. If you must go, I advise you to wait a few days, urged those who followed, concern etched on their faces as they watched Qin Ji's silhouette fade away. She paused briefly, leaving behind a simple yet resolute statement. I understand. Then she pressed forward, gradually disappearing from their sight, leaving them in a state of shock. In the southern realm, Qin Ming returned to the town of Southern City, soon joined by Yu Wenba and others. Qin Ming, the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Great Tang Academy, hailed as a potential future emperor. Upon meeting him today, his reputation proved well-deserved. Look at Lin Fan, someone remarked, excitement barely contained in their eyes. Their enthusiasm was not solely for Qin Ming, but rather for the enigmatic figure standing behind him, a being suspected to be a sage. Bai Yun claimed that the overwhelming sword strike was delivered by a mere shadow of your esteemed master. Is that true? Inquired Yu Wenhua, drawing the gaze of the assembly towards Qin Ming. Although they were already aware, they yearned for confirmation. Indeed, Qin Ming replied, is your master a sage? A chorus of voices questioned, the inquiry tightening their hearts, including that of General Yu Wenba. Qin Ming met their gazes and shook his head. My master has never proclaimed himself a sage. His words deflated the group, revealing their disappointment through their expressions. Is that so? Yu Wenba murmured, his previously clenched fists relaxing slightly. Yet, his gaze sharpened again, regardless of his status as a sage, as long as he remains alive. The barbarian horde shall not breach Southern City. Observing this scene, Qin Ming merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. His master had indeed never claimed to be a sage, yet he had also never denied it. It matters not, even if he is yet to ascend to sagehood. He remains an unparalleled powerhouse of the Great Tang, a testament to our heritage, someone asserted. Though they spoke thus, traces of disappointment lingered on their faces. Do not worry. Rest well. and we shall return to see you in a few days, they said, departing in succession. Despite their distance, Qin Ming could still hear their murmurs. It must be that a powerful figure from the Great Tang Academy wielded a human sacred weapon to deliver that strike. In a sense, he could be considered a pseudo-sage. Should he attain the realm of emperor, he might truly unleash the might of a sage. Is your master a sage? He must be. Only when one truly stands before his master can they comprehend his profound strength. Every word and phrase embodies the Great Dao. Each stroke of the pen transforming into a sword capable of vanquishing millions of barbaric foes. A sword has arrived from the east, sweeping across the battlefield of the southern realm. Countless members of the human race, after moments of exuberant celebration, are now enveloped in an inescapable gravity of solemnity, fully aware of the tribulations that lie ahead. The last time the barbarian tribes suffered such a grievous blow was during the southern expedition led by the Prince of the South, which resulted in the annihilation of the prince's estate and the slaughter of over 300 cities along the border, leaving a trail of blood across 10,000 miles. And what of this time? That night, Xuanhuang sought out Qin Ming once more. Are you the brother of Qin Go? He inquired, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Qin Ming turned to him, studying the young man before him with newfound seriousness. The youth bore a semblance of fatigue, intertwined with an air of stubbornness and resolve. Yes, Qin Ming replied, his gaze steady upon him. I wish to know whom she loves, he asked. He was not the heartless person one might assume. He had long been aware that Qin Go harbored feelings for another, making it increasingly difficult for any man to capture her attention. Yet, he felt a sense of unwillingness. He was the scion of the Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the Tang dynasty, a genius of the nation's court. How many could truly rival him? Qin Ming fell silent at his words. After a long pause, he stated, do not dwell on it. Those words caused Xuanhuang to tremble slightly. Why? You cannot compare to that person, Qin Ming replied. Then turned his gaze toward the distant lands of the barbarians, where darkness loomed, ominous clouds swirling, heralding an impending storm. The true calamity for the southern realm was upon them. Xuanhuang stood behind Qin Ming, staring at his silhouette. I do not believe it, he declared. This time, Qin Ming offered no response, merely smiling faintly. To the north of the Tang dynasty, mountains stretched endlessly, interspersed with stone forests. And the cities of the Tang rose majestically from this terrain, each brick infused with the labor of multitudes. Yet now, most of these cities lay in ruins. Before one's eyes, the land was strewn with the starving and the dead. The northern expeditionary forces had stripped away everything of value, and the Stone Clan had ravaged the land once more. It was a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Amidst this landscape of death and desolation, a figure emerged, incongruous to the surroundings. A woman, clad in simple white garments, cradled an ancient zither as she ventured into this forsaken land, her presence seemingly the sole flicker of life amidst the decay. Sir, I have witnessed death, but what should I do? She stood before a mass grave, gazing at the blood-soaked earth, trembling slightly. She posed her question, yet received no answer. Girl, return. The northern forces have been decimated. Even the commander has perished. The north has fallen, someone urged her, imploring her to turn back. She stood silently for a moment, yet continued her journey northward. Run. The Stone Clan's army is upon us. Ahead, hundreds of human civilians fled in panic, while she became the sole figure moving against the tide. Fools, hurry and escape, laughed a group of nearly 100 Stone Clan warriors as they pursued the fleeing populace, leaving a trail of fallen human bodies in their wake. Pressing forward into the unknown. Look, there are some who do not flee, they exclaimed upon spotting Qin Go, their faces contorting into cruel expressions. Qin Go stood silently in place, awaiting their arrival, as they surrounded her and mocked her without restraint. She extended a hand, and all laughter abruptly ceased. An invisible aura emanated from her hand, causing a palpable stillness in their hearts, followed by an overwhelming sensation of vitality swiftly draining from their bodies. Akin to a dam bursting, impossible to halt. Their lives were effectively pressed to a standstill. Chapter 39. The mountains fall. Someone turned back and beheld such a scene. The veiled woman extending her hand towards the ferocious Stone Clan, causing them to collapse lifelessly. The essence of the Dao, one person exclaimed, their face alight with astonishment. A form of Dao, previously unseen, seemed capable of wielding life and death. Though she appeared youthful, could such a woman truly exist in our Great Tang? From south to north, what purpose did she pursue? Many cultivators gazed at Qin Ge's retreating figure in silence. After a prolonged moment, they all made the same decision and chose to follow her. If a woman could embody such strength, what right did they have to flee? Let us return and fight. They trailed behind Qin Gu without disturbing her, enveloped by a unique ambience that they were loath to disrupt. She was comprehending the Dao, enlightenment. An elderly woman remarked, blood staining half her body, grievously injured yet still resolute to follow Qin Ge. She possessed the cultivation of the divine realm and was determined to protect Qin Ji's path. She bore the grace of an emperor. No, it was the bearing of a sage. As she journeyed onward, more and more individuals followed in her wake, fellow cultivators, each step purposeful, advancing towards the desolate land ahead. This was a shattered city, its walls gaping as if cleaved by some colossal being, the interior steeped in tragedy. Yet, there were still survivors, groaning and crying out, most hanging onto mere fragments of life, surrounded by severed limbs and broken bodies. Qin Ge halted, sitting cross-legged amidst this human ruin, and began to play a melody. The sound of her zither resonated through the city, drawing the attention of all those teetering on the brink of despair, including those who still followed her. What was she doing? Confusion flickered on their faces, but in the next moment, comprehension dawned. An unimaginable miracle was unfolding beneath the notes of her music. Severed limbs were restored, life rekindled. Gradually, the cries and moans faded, leaving only the lingering melody, until, astonishingly, those who had suffered began to stand. The music ceased. Qin Ge cradled her zither and continued onward, while those behind her knelt in reverence. To reverse life and death, what a terrifying Dao this was, some whispered, trembling at the sight of such a paragon of humanity in their lifetimes. As long as she lives, humanity shall thrive. Let this old, dying man make one last move. Unless I perish, no one in the northern regions can touch her. Indeed, a figure of transcendent power emerged, following Qin Ge at a distance of 3 paces. Addressing the onlookers with these words, the Northern Liang King. Someone recognized him and couldn't help but draw a deep breath. Before the northern expedition, there stood a figure who was the Lord of the North, the first to respond to the call of the northern campaign, integrating all the northern Liang forces into the Grand Army. Yet, the northern expedition met with defeat. The events of that fateful battle remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that, following that clash, the northern forces were decimated, leaving the entire northern realm utterly vulnerable. The Stone Clan surged forth, wreaking havoc across the northern territories. The king of northern Liang emerged, and those who followed trembled at the sight of his frail figure. The king was aged, and though a being of celestial prowess, the vitality within him had waned significantly. Had it not been for the northern expedition, he likely would not have endured for long. Now, his time was even more limited. Yet, his steps did not falter. Each movement, though feeble, seemed to unite the entire northern domain into a single force, transforming him into a beacon of hope for the people of the north. Were these humans mad to dare approach this place? This was the encampment of the Stone Clan, and the sight of the throngs of human warriors emerging from the horizon left them momentarily speechless. Yet, in the next instant, they witnessed the relentless onslaught of human cultivators charging towards the camp, each one fearless, as if driven by a desperate resolve. However, when grievously wounded, a radiant light descended upon them, instantly mending their injuries and restoring them to peak condition. It was the human woman. A voice rang out from the Stone Clan ranks. Countless Stone Clan warriors turned their gazes towards the woman seated serenely behind the throng of human cultivators, a figure in white, quietly playing her lute. It seemed as though she had transcended all concerns, and the streams of light emanated from her being. "Kill her," a Stone Clan warrior shouted. But this cry stirred the hornet's nest, inciting even greater frenzy among the approaching humans, with powerful beings of transformation joining the fray. At her side appeared a figure, the king of northern Liang. Madness! They cried in despair. In mere moments, a Stone Clan army numbering in the tens of thousands was annihilated. "Young lady, shall we continue northward?" The king of northern Liang inquired, gazing at Qin Ge. She nodded affirmatively. "My master has bid me enter the northern realm, and it is surely not merely for enlightenment," she replied, her eyes fixed ahead towards the mountains of the Stone Clan. "Master?" The king was taken aback. This was the first time Qin Ge had addressed him, invoking a figure whose mere mention commanded her deep respect. "If you wish to proceed, I shall follow you to the ends of my life. I have lived for over 1,000 years, and for the first time in the north, I see hope." He then turned to the followers behind him, his expression earnest. "I did not partake in the last northern expedition, but I shall not miss this one. Even if I must perish, I will make my way forward. Born in the north, I should also die in the north. I can only hope that after my passing, you will truly bring hope to this realm." A smile graced his face. Qin Ge looked at him and nodded. "You shall not perish," she assured him. A corner of the paper tucked within her garment slightly revealing itself, where, in addition to the word lute, a new line had been inscribed by her master. "The mountains shall fall." Just 4 words, seemingly embodying an inexorable will, intent on subduing the entire expanse of mountains and land. I have long been in the northern borders. Yet I have heard whispers that our human race has produced a sage. You hail from Shengjing. Is this rumor true? The king of Bailiang inquired. And many others following him turned their attention toward the matter. They journeyed southward, largely for this very reason. The emergence of a sage among humanity signifies hope. Indeed. Qinggu responded succinctly, a single word that sent a tremor through all present. Our human race has truly birthed a sage. Is the sage aware of the dire plight in the northern lands, the invasion of the Stone Clan, leaving our northern territories desolate? Are they willing to intervene on our behalf? They murmured, initially believing the woman before them would offer no reply, yet she unexpectedly turned to respond earnestly. Yes. A simple word that left everyone momentarily stunned. Yes, the sage will act for them. Is this truly the case? Chapter 39. The grave of humanity. The realm of the Stone Clan is, in truth, a vast expanse of towering mountains, interconnected and crisscrossing, stretching for thousands of miles. Here, only cultivators remain by Qin Ji's side, while ordinary folk or those of lesser cultivation have stayed beyond the borders of the Stone Clan's territory. The Stone Clan refers to their land as the realm of mountains, venerating an ancient sage, the Lord of the Mountains. Legend has it that the Lord of the Mountains slumbers beneath the peaks, with the seasonal transformations and myriad phenomena arising from their presence. The king of Bailiang followed closely behind Qinggu, his demeanor solemn as they traversed the mountainous terrain. The existence of the sage realm can manifest the cosmic domains. Possessing unfathomable transformative power, we may indeed be walking within the domain of the Lord of the Mountains. Perhaps he is observing us as well. Another peak cultivator approached, offering a slight bow to the king of Bailiang before addressing Qinggu. The northern expedition was annihilated too swiftly. This is not the work of mere mortals, but rather the intervention of a supreme being. It must be the Lord of the Mountains. His expression was grave, seemingly cautioning both Qinggu and the king of Bailiang. Many who followed were drawn by Qinggu, yet some were there for the king of Bailiang. In the hearts of the northern people, he ranks just beneath the emperor of humanity. The king of Bailiang's expression tightened. He was acutely aware of the possibility that only an entity of the sage realm could have caused such a rapid defeat of the human forces. This was also the reason he hesitated to venture into the northern territories to uncover the truth. If the Lord of the Mountains intervenes, no matter how many people come, it would be futile. Upon hearing their words, Qinggu paused, and the king of Bailiang and the others looked to her, their gazes intense, eager to discern her decision. Should they continue their journey northward? The mountains are falling, so that is what the master meant. Qinggu murmured, pressing onward. Unbeknownst to her, it was the first time someone had spoken of the Stone Clan sage in her presence, referring to them as the Lord of the Mountains. The fall of the mountains did not merely pertain to this realm of peaks, but rather referred to the Lord of the Mountains. The master intends to take action against the Lord of the Mountains. Master? Gazing at the figure ahead, the king of Bailiang furrowed his brow slightly. This was not the first time they had heard the term master from Qin Ji's lips. Traversing high mountains and navigating rugged paths, they were met with a scene of profound shock that caused even Qinggu to shudder. The 5 mountains encircled a deep, eerie gorge, now filled to the brim with corpses, the blood pooling into a lake. It is the Northern Expedition Army. A voice trembled. This was the resting place of the Northern Expedition Army, transformed into a vast burial pit by the encircling mountains. Not all are here. There is more. They turned their gaze further afield, where a river of blood flowed from a distance, upon which floated countless corpses. All were human remains. Such burial pits were not singular. There were others. There are stone clans, a voice murmured. The group concealed themselves, observing the Stone Clan figures that emerged atop the 5 mountains. Their bodies, formed of stone, assumed humanoid shapes, towering above the average human. There were even colossal stone giants, oblivious to the source from whence they dragged human corpses, casting them into the burial pit. What are they doing? Someone inquired. It took but a moment for them to comprehend. Some of the Stone Clan utilized great powers to extract the essence of life from the pit and sprinkled it upon a grove of stones, many of which suddenly exhibited sentience. I believe I now understand how the Stone Clan reproduces, a woman remarked, her hands clenched tightly, her face flushed with fury. The blood-soaked burial pit refined human essence, which, when applied to the stones, after a prolonged gestation, transformed into stone beings. This was the origin of the Stone Clan. Each birth of a stone entity signified the demise of a human. Behind Qinggu, a surge of indignation arose. The Stone Clan must be eradicated. The king of Bailiang dispelled the surrounding concealment and leaped directly to the burial pit, striking down with his palm, shattering a stone giant towering over 100 meters. This giant had likely soaked in countless human lifeblood. Kill. In the thickets, humans surged forth, fiercely attacking the stone beings surrounding the pit. The sound of a zither resonated, imbued with both sorrow and coldness, sweeping through the forest, resulting in the demise of stone giants wherever it passed. The panicked stone beings quickly regained their composure, and numerous figures emerged from the earth, many soaring into the air. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into a forbidden territory of the Stone Clan. Sunward. A great shout echoed from the heavens, the voice of the king of Bailaong, the sole celestial being in this realm. He stretched forth his hands, gathering the sunlight into a radiant bow of solar energy. Drawing the bow, a flaming arrow pierced the sky. The king of the north, the king of Bailaong. It is you, exclaimed a celestial being of the Stone Clan, who recognized the gravity of the situation. The human realm referred to this level of power as the celestial realm, whereas other clans termed it the realm of heaven. Merging with the heavens, embodying the forces of nature, every movement emanated the power of the cosmos. The wrath of the king of Bailaong could not be thwarted by a mere celestial being of the Stone Clan. And even this powerful entity could only withstand for a fleeting moment. The fiery arrows sliced through the heavens, tearing apart the bodies of the stone beings from the celestial realm. Thus, one of the celestial stone beings met its demise. A throng of humanity surged into the burial pits, with the Northern Liang King leading the charge, accompanied by the healing melodies infused with life force. In no time, this sacred ground of the Stone Tribe was swept clean. Gongsun Ming, an esteemed ancestor of the Gongsun family, was discovered in the final burial pit, his lifeless form marked by a massive spear that had pierced the mountain wall. Yet, he was not dead. A group approached him, and as he opened his eyes, he beheld the Northern Liang King and the multitude of human cultivators that followed, his expression subtly shifting. Flee, the sovereign of the mountains has awakened, he uttered with great difficulty, before the light in his eyes dimmed completely. The onlookers gasped in shock. The sovereign of the mountains had indeed returned. Some murmured in fear, realizing that Gongsun Ming, one of the two main generals of the northern expedition, if fallen, signified the total annihilation of their forces. The sovereign of the mountains had truly intervened. Peering ahead, they beheld an oppressive darkness, a sense of being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Just as they had surmised, the catastrophic defeat of the human army was indeed orchestrated by the sovereign of the mountains. Where was he? In that moment, a voice resonated, drawing their gaze to a woman clad in simple garments, cradling a zither, silently observing them. They all froze momentarily before shaking their heads. A sage, a being beyond their comprehension. Qin Gu, witnessing this scene, fell into silence. After a brief pause, she directed her gaze further northward, the royal city of the Stone Tribe. Those 4 words sent a tremor through the Northern Liang King and others present. She intended to journey to the royal city of the Stone Tribe. Chapter 40. The Battle for the Royal City. What is your purpose in the royal city of the Stone Tribe? The Northern Liang King inquired, his expression grave. He had followed her from the northern front without ever questioning her intentions, but now felt compelled to understand. Qin Gu met his gaze, then turned to the mountains, her eyes deep with contemplation. I have been sent to seek the sovereign of the mountains. Her words fell softly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Yet the Northern Liang King's demeanor sharpened. Who is this master of yours? What are his intentions? He pressed, recalling that throughout history, all external conflicts ultimately culminated in humiliating surrender, with someone always designated as the scapegoat for capitulation. Could her master be such a person? Had he dispatched her to the Stone Tribe to seek the sovereign of the mountains, only to conclude this battle in a manner most disgraceful, preserving the so-called ember of humanity? Others appeared to share this sentiment, their faces marred by suppressed fury and shame. The stone beings had mercilessly slaughtered their kin, and were they to prostrate themselves in apology? Qin Gu regarded them, having perused the annals of human history. Aware of the humiliations endured by her people, she shook her head, standing resolutely with her zither, isolated from the world. My master seeks to invite the sovereign of the mountains to his demise. Her words rendered the earth itself into a profound silence. All eyes fixed upon her, disbelief etched upon their faces. To invite the sovereign of the mountains to his demise, a trembling practitioner uttered, his face a portrait of bewilderment. My lady, the Lord of the Mountains is none other than the progenitor of the Stone Clan, a being of sanctity. Has our esteemed teacher perhaps overstepped? Another voice chimed in. The Lord of the Mountains, an existence beyond their wildest imaginings. They had never even considered the possibility of his demise. Qin Gu offered no response, merely nodding slightly. She chose to disregard those trailing behind her and pressed onward, placing her faith in her teacher and in the belief that those 4 words signified the Lord of the Mountains' impending tribulation. Her task was to present those 4 words before him, a trial set forth by her teacher, perhaps. After a considerable time, more individuals began to follow in her wake. Closest among them was the king of Baliang, who cleared the path of stone guardians, carving through mountains to create a direct route to the royal city of the Stone Clan. It dawned upon me who her teacher might be. Before the grave pit of the human race, the weary king of Baliang spoke a single phrase, igniting a spark of vitality in his otherwise lifeless visage. It is the saint, our human race's saint. He left behind those words and hastened after Qin Go. The others, listening to the king of Baliang, were left in stunned silence. Is the saint truly so? They whispered, trembling. After a while, they resumed their forward march, their eyes now filled with unwavering resolve. Regardless of whether or not he was a saint, they were unwilling to allow the humiliations of the past to repeat. They would rather perish than submit. In Shengjing, beneath the great banyan tree in the library, Lin Fan opened his eyes, casting a glance toward the north before breaking into a slight smile. This was a trial for Qin Go, yet it was equally a test for the northern realm. All seemed to be progressing favorably. The rise of the human race does not rely upon me, but upon them. I can only serve as a guide, while they must forge their own path. Lin Fan remarked. The great banyan tree swayed gently, its nascent intelligence struggling to comprehend Lin Fan's words. Is the master not a pathfinder? Within the interstices of towering mountains lay a vast plain. At its end stood colossal cities forged from massive stones. A magnificent statue loomed within, a figure with a human head and a stone body, standing with arms crossed, as if surveying the entirety of the mountainous realm. That is the Lord of the Mountains. Someone remarked. The royal city of the Stone Clan is also their sacred pilgrimage site, where the statue of the Lord of the Mountains has stood for countless ages, receiving innumerable tributes from the Stone Clan. If anywhere were to harbor the sleeping Lord of the Mountains, it would be here. Qin Gu paused momentarily, lifting her gaze. While those around her spoke of grandeur and magnificence, her prior encounter with her teacher led her to view it as nothing extraordinary. Upon entering the plain, their presence could no longer be concealed. Qin Gu had no intention of hiding. Soon, stone warriors became aware of their presence, gathering in overwhelming numbers, effectively severing their escape route. Humans, how dare you tread upon this sacred ground? Boomed a towering stone giant, surveying the multitude of human practitioners before him. His expression a mixture of disbelief and anger. You dare to defile our Stone Clan's sacred pilgrimage site. How could our holy ground be sullied by such a base race as yours? To them, the appearance of humans here was an affront to their revered Lord of the Mountains, an unforgivable act. Lady Qin, do you truly believe that the esteemed gentleman can vanquish the Lord of the Mountains? Inquired the king of Northern Liang, casting a glance at the surrounding stone figures before turning his attention to Qin Gu. Qin Gu nodded affirmatively. Very well. Today I shall stake my life to forge a path for you, aiding your journey to the Stone Clan's royal city. The king of Northern Liang, once a frail figure, began to regain his former vigor, although his vitality was rapidly depleting. This was a forbidden technique belonging to the king of Northern Liang, trading life for life. Kill. For the first time, the battle cries of humanity resonated within the sacred grounds of the Stone Clan. Thousands of human cultivators, undaunted by death, surged forth against the surrounding stone beings. Even more astonishing was the emergence of a human army behind them, clad in shattered armor, with a wilting vitality and an aura of malevolence. They were the remnants of the Northern Expeditionary Force. They had appeared at this critical moment. King of Northern Liang, I have come to assist you, proclaimed the patriarch of the Gongsun clan, the commander of the Northern Expeditionary Force, who had somehow survived. With the addition of a celestial realm powerhouse and nearly 100,000 human soldiers, the odds for humanity had improved slightly, yet it was still insufficient. Old man, why have you come here to seek death? Do you not cherish your life? Gongsun Liang laughed heartily as he plunged into the fray against the Stone Clan warriors. Slaying as he spoke, the king of Northern Liang regarded him. If you can face death, why can't I? The human army bore the marks of the Stone Clan, indicating they had once been captives, now escaped, or perhaps they had willingly been taken prisoner for this very battle. Then let us fight with reckless abandon. Even if we perish here, we shall ensure these stone beings suffer, he stated resolutely. But we must not allow news of this to escape. The Lord of the Mountains had awakened. Right within the Stone Clan's royal city, humanity could not advance northward any longer, and perhaps they would have to relinquish their northern territories. Gongsun Liang lamented, a deep sense of unwillingness evident in his voice. As several celestial realm Stone Clan warriors charged in, he was forced back 1,000 meters, bloodied yet more fervent, as if he had forsaken life itself. His gaze fixated on the distant statue. yearning to behold the entity that had brought humiliation to humanity for millennia. It will not be so, declared the king of Northern Liang. Gongsun Liang, momentarily taken aback, followed the king's gaze to the figure of a woman approaching the Stone Clan's royal city. A look of confusion spreading across his face. A woman of the divine platform realm? Perhaps, from this day forth, the very dynamics of this land would shift. It was not invincible. The king of Northern Liang reiterated, charging forward to clear a path for Qin Ge. Not invincible? What does that mean? Gongsun Liang did not comprehend. Yet he discerned the significance the king placed on that woman. It seemed she had become his beacon of hope, willing to sacrifice everything to afford her an opportunity. King of Northern Liang, what exactly are you doing? Gongsun Liang queried, intercepting several Stone Clan warriors on the king's behalf. I cannot say for certain what I am doing, but this young friend claims to have come to invite the Lord of the Mountains to his demise. I believe in her. The king of Northern Liang laughed heartily, drawing his bow as an endless radiance of sunlight converged between his hands, forming a blazing arrow that soared through the sky. Countless Stone Clan warriors were obliterated beneath its might. The king of Northern Liang was a formidable being at the 8th level of the celestial realm, and after his ultimate ascension, he was nearly comparable to the pinnacle of that realm. You madman! Gongsun Liang shouted. Yet he continued to hold off the majority of the Stone Clan's formidable warriors to aid the king and Qin Ge. Suddenly, a spear shot forth from the distant ground like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the king of Northern Liang. His armor shattered, flesh and blood scattered. Half of his body was pierced through, and the thunderous force from the spear sent him flying. In the distance, a Stone Clan warrior approached, each step reverberating with thunder, resembling a divine being of lightning. The realm of Severing Dao. Gongsun Liang's expression trembled at this sight. A Severing Dao expert from the Stone Clan had made his move. And not just one. 3 more figures loomed atop the Stone Clan's royal city, exuding a fearsome aura despite their inaction. 4 Severing Dao warriors. Was this the true strength of the Stone Clan? The human warriors, who had been fighting desperately, now gazed at this scene with despair. In the Great Tang, before the Emperor's demise, only he had reached the Severing Dao. The Celestial and Severing Dao realms were like an impassable chasm, blocking all others. Yet the Stone Clan had manifested 4 Severing Dao experts during the same era. Had the Emperor still lived, they would not have feared them. He alone could have vanquished them all. But the Emperor was no more. Who among the Great Tang could stand against them? This was the lamentation of a general from the Northern Expedition Army. They never doubted the Emperor. His name was forged through battle, and at equal levels, he was invincible. This was true not only against the Stone Clan, but also against many other tribes. It was time for this farce to end. The Stone Clan's Severing Dao expert, surrounded by crackling thunder, spoke calmly, reaching out to reclaim his spear, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. The king of Northern Liang struggled, but could no longer rise. He gazed at the figure before him, trembling slightly. I'm sorry. I can no longer escort you to the Stone Clan's royal city, he murmured, feeling his vitality slipping away, a visage of reluctance on his face. Gongsun Liang, having been thrown to the ground, found himself near Qin Ge. His face was bloodied, and madness gleamed in his eyes. I believe in you. The king of Northern Liang said, you can slay the master of the mountains. Yet now, you still hesitate to unleash your power? Gongsun Liang spoke, and in his despair, he began to yearn for the impossible. What could a woman of the divine platform realm possibly achieve? Suddenly, the sound of a zither resonated, causing Gongsun Liang to pause in astonishment. At that moment, this woman had the leisure to play music, and fury washed over his face. Just as he was about to erupt, he witnessed a shocking scene. Beneath the melody of the zither, many severely wounded human soldiers visibly began to recover. And even the king of Northern Liang regained some semblance of vitality. Could this be the path of life? He gasped in astonishment. The path of life had been recorded in ancient texts, said to have the power to control life and death, to revive the dead and reshape flesh and bone, even to generate life itself. Yet, this path of life has long since become a legend, utterly incomprehensible to all. However, this was insufficient. After the initial shock, he gazed into the distance, where he beheld the stone tribe of the Severing Realm, his expression grave. As a pinnacle being of the celestial realm, he stood merely a realm away from the severing path, yet that single realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm, utterly incomparable. Quite intriguing indeed. The human race never ceases to birth various enigmatic paths, though regrettably, you shall never rise to prominence. The stone tribe's severing expert observed this scene, slightly concentrating, and then spoke, you must be the prodigy of the human race. Impart your comprehension of the path of life to me, and I shall grant you a chance to live. He stood 100 zhang away from Qin Ge, speaking in a calm manner. Beside him, Gong Sun Liang wore a solemn expression, yet he dismissed Gong Sun Liang entirely, his attention solely fixated on Qin Ge. Countless gazes converged upon Qin Ge. The veil had fallen away, revealing a breathtaking visage, yet no one took the time to admire it. All were concerned with her forthcoming words. Qin Ge raised her gaze to him, then turned towards the expanse of heaven and earth, in the direction of the imperial capital. I apologize, sir, for failing to live up to your trust, she declared. Gong Sun Liang stood momentarily taken aback, while the mortally wounded king of Bailiang abruptly opened his eyes, fixated intently on Qin Ge. Those who had accompanied her also wore expressions of hope, as if their aspirations rested upon her shoulders. Qin Ge did not respond to the words of the Stone Tribe's severing expert. Instead, she produced a piece of paper. The paper stirred without wind, ascending into the air, allowing all to discern the characters inscribed upon it. The mountains shall fall. For words imbued with boundless profundity, causing all present to gasp in astonishment. The mountains, did they signify this very land? Did these 4 words imply the annihilation of this realm? The severing expert of the Stone Tribe's expression hardened. Taking a slight step back, he could not fathom the mystery of this paper. Though it appeared to be an ordinary sheet, it emanated an aura of danger. Could it be a divine weapon of the human race? The 3 severing Stone Tribes atop the royal city furrowed their brows. Such was the nature of humanity. They could never be extinguished. Whenever one believed they were on the verge of destruction, the humans would unveil some hidden depth, though currently devoid of saints. The human race had once possessed them, and not merely one, but many powerful beings had arisen. You have done well enough. You all are commendable. A voice resonated softly, yet it possessed a profound power that stirred the hearts of all present, including the Stone Tribe. All eyes turned upwards, yet no figure was visible. The sound emanated from that very sheet of paper. Sir, Qin Ge reverently bowed towards the paper. As if touched by some unseen force, the human onlookers followed suit, including the king of Bailiang, who had just regained a semblance of vitality. Gong Sun Liang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bowed as well. Merely a ruse. The severing expert of the Stone Tribe struck out. A thunderous spear was hurled towards the paper suspended in the air, yet it halted 3 zhang away, despite the expert's relentless attempts to propel it forward. How could this be? He trembled. In the next moment, a hand emerged from the void, gently touching the thunder spear, which immediately disintegrated. Subsequently, a figure stepped forth. Chapter 42. The ruler of the mountains has fled? Clad in a white robe, one hand resting behind him and the other holding a book, he stood quietly amidst the heavens. He gazed upon the vast land of the mountains and spoke softly. The human race is formidable. The Stone Clan warrior, surrounded by crackling thunder, focused intently on Lin Fan, realizing he was merely a youth. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his features faded from memory, leaving only a vague, indistinct impression. He trembled, exclaiming, inconceivable, unrecordable. The Northern Liang King and Gong Sun Liang, along with other human warriors, experienced the same phenomenon, unable to recall the visage of the figure in the sky, as if it were forbidden to gaze directly upon him. Saint. The Stone Clan warrior involuntarily retreated, disbelief etched on his face as he beheld the figure in the heavens. The human race possessed a saint. The mountainous terrain served as a bastion for humanity, provided they remained compliant. And you, ruler of the mountains, Lin Fan continued, his voice soft yet resonating throughout the cosmos. Countless Stone Clan members trembled, while the Northern Liang King and Gong Sun Liang knelt even deeper. A wave of astonishment washed over everyone, a saint among the humans, appearing before them, alone yet exuding an overwhelming pressure upon the Stone Clan. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the human warriors. As the flowers of life blossomed in that realm, a supreme manifestation of the path of life, all the wounds of the human warriors healed instantaneously, including that of the Northern Liang King, who felt as if his lifespan were being extended, restored to his pinnacle state. Impudent. A thunderous roar erupted through the heavens, coming from the Stone Clan warrior encircled by thunderous energy. Incensed by Lin Fan's words directed at the ruler of the mountains, he summoned a torrent of thunderous might to strike at Lin Fan. Lin Fan regarded him calmly. The thunder darkened the sky, morphing into myriad thunder spears. Yet as they approached within 100 meters of Lin Fan, they vanished into nothingness at the mere gesture of his finger. Boom. The entire firmament trembled, and the Stone Clan warrior was driven into the earth, causing the ground to sink beneath him. The Northern Liang King and Gong Sun Liang looked up, their faces etched with shock. That was a warrior at the Dao severing stage. Ruler of the mountains, are you waiting for me to drag you out? Lin Fan directed his gaze toward the Stone Clan's royal city. With a mere glance, the 3 Dao severing warriors atop the city walls spat blood and retreated. while the towering 1,000-meter walls fractured with countless cracks. With a single step, Lin Fan tore through the void, descending upon the Stone Clan's royal city. With another step, the grand statue collapsed, and the entire royal city shattered, burying countless Stone Clan members beneath the debris. Fled? Suddenly, Lin Fan paused, his gaze penetrating deep underground. Where he glimpsed a fleeting light hastening away from the mountainous realm, it was the ruler of the mountains. The one hailed as the most ancient of saints had chosen to flee without a fight. In the distance, the northern Liang King and Gongsun Liang, initially filled with concern, stood frozen upon hearing Lin Fan's words. The Lord of the Mountains, an ancient sage resembling a living fossil, dared not even reveal himself before the sage of the human race. Could it be that the Lord of the Mountains was not as formidable as imagined? Remarked King Bai Liang. Gongsun Liang gazed at him in silence. He understood best how powerful the Lord of the Mountains truly was. Over several million troops of the northern expedition had been decimated in an instant, and this was the work of the Lord of the Mountains. A colossal hand, formed from solid rock, descended, and the entire army crumbled as if it were made of dry twigs. It was not that the Lord of the Mountains was weak. Rather, the sage was overwhelmingly strong. He spoke, striving to maintain his composure, yet one could still sense a trace of excitement in his words. The countless stone tribes across this land were left bewildered. The Lord had fled? How could that be? Such nonsense. The Lord was merely in slumber, and to disturb him, even a sage would meet their demise here, proclaimed one of the stone tribes. They refused to believe that the Lord, whom they had venerated for countless years, would abandon them. They were convinced the Lord would vanquish all foes, including the humans before them. Lin Fan observed this scene with a calm demeanor, extending a hand towards the heavens, tearing apart the boundless void to reveal another realm. This was a vast subterranean world, where a gigantic stone figure was frantically fleeing. It was he. How could he be of the human race? The Lord of the Mountains trembled in fear, not daring to look back, oblivious to the rift in the void behind him. Previously, when the power of the rules had descended upon the mountain realm, he sensed an unparalleled existence had scrutinized his domain. However, he imagined it was a powerful being from a demon or spirit tribe surveying this mysterious world. He never expected this presence to originate from the human race of the 9 provinces, lying beside him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, causing his body to shudder. He glanced back, and in that fleeting moment, his soul quivered. The space tore apart, and a hand reached out towards him. Flee. This was his sole thought as he connected with the pulse of the earth, urging the boundless power of the land to crush that hand. Yet, in the next instant, that hand still descended upon him. Then the world transformed, stars realigned, and when clarity returned, he found himself back before the Stone Tribe's royal city, standing before Lin Fan. The mountains have fractured, he roared. Around him, mountains crumbled, and towering stone figures emerged, all charging towards Lin Fan. Chaos surged within Lin Fan's eyes, and all the stone beings shattered. The Lord of the Mountains was filled with dread. How did you achieve sainthood? Why did the overseers of those pinnacle tribes not detect your presence? A sage should not emerge among the humans, he exclaimed. However, when he scrutinized Lin Fan's surroundings, he found no signs of the constraints he had envisioned. Could it be that this existence was not he? At that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan observed the changes in his expression, maintaining a serene countenance. Overseers, it seems that this mysterious world indeed harbors secrets yet unknown to me. Lin Fan spoke, not immediately taking action, seemingly contemplating the meaning behind the words of the Lord of the Mountains. The Lord of the Mountains also sensed that Lin Fan's aura was not particularly formidable. It turned out that you have only recently entered the sacred realm. Yet you dare to venture into my mountainous domain without concealing your meager strength. The Lord's demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming arrogant once more. You have not even stabilized your realm. Yet you stand before me, seeking death. His voice reverberated across the land, revitalizing the previously despondent Stone Clan. While the hearts of Bai Liangwang and Gongsun Liang sank to the depths of despair, they looked at Lin Fan, filled with concern. The human race had finally produced a sage. He could not perish here. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly in response. Killing you is more than sufficient. What stood here was not Lin Fan's true self, but merely a fragment of his Dao intent. Sustained by those 4 words, its existence in the world was fleeting, possessing less than 1,000th of the strength of his true form. Chapter 43, Cycle of Life and Death. Lin Fan extended a hand, tracing a circle in the void, drawing forth a vast energy of life and overwhelming death, as if summoning the cycle of life and death. Qin Gu, pay close attention, Lin Fan instructed. Qin Ji's expression shifted, and he raised his gaze, fixating intently on the circle of life and death that unfolded in Lin Fan's hand. The world comprises both yin and yang, life and death. You have witnessed much along this path, and should glean some profound truths about existence. I shall demonstrate the Tao of life and death for you. His gentle words resonated throughout the land, leaving all in a state of astonishment. At this moment, the sage still had the leisure to impart wisdom. Qingge nodded, truly settling into a meditative posture, beginning to comprehend the cycle that Lin Fan had manifested. Seemingly unperturbed by the Lord of the Mountains' arrogance, the Lord of the Mountains was enraged. The earth shattered, mountains crumbled, and countless stones surged towards him, transforming him into a towering giant in an instant. With a single palm, the heavens darkened, a true hand blocking the sky. My true form is not an ordinary sacred realm. I am a being of the seventh heaven of the sacred realm. You have only just entered this realm. How can you contend with me? His voice echoed throughout the mountainous domain, reaching even the Northern Territory. Countless people of the Northern Territory looked up in awe. They beheld a giant standing amidst the mountains, raising a hand to press down upon the earth, causing it to tremble. An invisible shockwave spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, obliterating countless lives along its path. When a sage is enraged, they can indeed annihilate heaven and earth. Yet, the instigator, the Lord of the Mountains, trembled in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold before him. The seemingly insignificant human, whom he regarded as an ant, had managed to block his strike with a single hand, manifesting a wheel of life and death. The cycle of life and death. Lin Fan stated calmly. The yin and yang revolving in his palm caused the Lord of the Mountains' vast form to begin to collapse. The most terrifying aspect was not merely the destruction of his physical body, but rather that of his spiritual core. The spiritual core is the essence of his life, the dwelling place of his soul. As long as the spiritual core endures, he too remains unvanquished. This was his greatest reliance. Yet it was precisely what Lin Fan saw through, as the wheel of life and death extinguished his spiritual core. Beneath the imposing stature, a jet-black spiritual core emerged, no larger than a fist, yet brimming with unimaginable power. This was the entirety of an ancient sage's strength. However, in that very moment, the spiritual core was ensnared by the wheel of life and death, unable to escape, and could only succumb to gradual obliteration. Humanity sage, I was wrong. Before the gaze of countless Stone Clan members, he uttered a plea of terror. The so-called oldest sage bowed his most esteemed head towards that sage, shattering the pride of the Stone Clan utterly. Lin Fan observed this scene with a calm demeanor, then gazed beyond the mountains at the myriad clans of the Xuanhuang world. Suddenly, he smiled. There are always those who believe humanity to be easily deceived, yet I cannot confront each one individually. For a decisive resolution, it is prudent to demonstrate an example by slaying a clan. Your Stone Clan shall suffice, Lin Fan declared, his unassuming words causing the spiritual core, once belonging to the Lord of the Mountains, to tremble violently with fear. In the next moment, the wheel of life and death turned. Lin Fan closed his hand, and all things were engulfed within. It was over, Lin Fan stated calmly. Thus, a so-called Lord of the Mountains, the oldest sage, met his demise. Behind him, the Northern Liang King, Gongsun Liang, and a throng of humanity stood in stupefied silence, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. How could such a disparity exist among saints? Ancestral being. Countless Stone Clan members quivered in despair. The Lord of the Mountains, their faith, the very foundation upon which the Stone Clan stood in this Xuanhuang world, had vanished. It was finished. All was lost. The three Stone Clan members at the path-cutting realm lamented sorrowfully. Lin Fan cast a glance at them. A sword light manifested from the void, swiftly slaying the three path-cutting realm Stone Clan members, before he approached Qingge. Sir. Qingge rose and bowed respectfully. The others followed suit. They endeavored to discern Lin Fan's visage, but only beheld a hazy silhouette. Have you gained any insights? Lin Fan inquired. Qingge shook his head, then nodded. Lin Fan smiled faintly. A single point of understanding suffices. In my view, the path of pure life is but a fork in the road. The convergence of yin and yang, the cycle of life and death, must coexist. Of course, this is my path. You may cultivate your own thoughts. Qingge nodded, seemingly grasping some of the essence. Lin Fan then turned his gaze towards the leaders, including the Northern Liang King and Gongsun Liang. Sensing Lin Fan's attention upon them, they knelt even lower. This world is vast. We are but mere grains of dust in the mortal realm, and even a single wave may utterly obliterate humanity. The rise of humanity cannot rely solely on one or a few. All who belong to humanity must strive for its ascendance. Lin Fan's words resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The Northern Liang King, Gongsun Liang, and others lifted their heads, only to catch a glimpse of his retreating silhouette. He ascended towards the heavens, vanishing at the world's end. We bid farewell to the sage. The throng bowed deeply in unison. After a considerable time, until the oblique sun set and the bright moon ascended, the northern Liang king, Gongsun Liang, and the tens of thousands of humanity revealed expressions of joy. The dark clouds had dissipated, revealing the azure sky. Humanity's dawn had arrived. Surely, this battle can be deemed a victory. A cultivator of humanity remarked. Indeed, it is a resounding triumph. Gongsun Liang remarked. The pressure that had been suppressed for so long was finally released at this moment, and for the first time, a joyful smile graced his face. We have triumphed. The human race has prevailed. Qin Gu observed this scene and then glanced at the paper in her hand, which was now blank, having completely absorbed Lin Fan's essence of Dao. Lin Fan had inscribed the path of life and death into her mind, rendering this piece of paper useless. Yet she still carefully tucked it away, gently placing it within her garment, her face alight with a long-lost smile. Sir, I always knew you would win, she said. She had faith in Lin Fan, fully aware that it was merely a manifestation of his Dao. Yet she still felt a pang of worry during his confrontation with the Master of the Mountains. Let us return to the capital, Gongsun Liang declared, King of Bailiang. This time, you must accompany me back. The sages have proclaimed that we are the foundation of the human race's resurgence. The sage has granted you the gift of youth. You cannot squander it here, Gongsun Liang said with a smile. The King of Bailiang paused for a moment, then smiled back, turning to Qin Gu. Will Miss Qin return to Shengjing? He inquired. Qin Gu nodded. Then I shall also journey to Shengjing, he affirmed, assuming the role of a protector. Gongsun Liang was momentarily taken aback by this display before breaking into a smile. As they traveled southward, unimpeded, Lin Fan's Dao manifestation obliterated over 90% of the Stone Clan's formidable warriors, leaving them without the strength to resist. Miss Qin, may I inquire how you came to know the sage? Gongsun Liang asked. The sir said it was due to fate, Qin Gu replied. And Gongsun Liang refrained from pressing further. He had once heard of the sage during the Song dynasty, and he mused that the sage must wander the vast expanse of the 9 provinces without a fixed abode. The sage resided in Shengjing. Such thoughts were all he could entertain. Chapter 44. The barbarian sage. The earth trembled, invisible shockwaves radiating for miles, bringing forth countless anomalies as all living beings in the northern realm gazed toward the mountainous region. Before their very eyes, a colossal figure fell, causing the mountains to collapse and the ground to rend, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Countless individuals quaked in fear. It is the ancestor. How can this be? Those of the Stone Clan still residing in the northern realm beheld this sight with trepidation. The ancestor has fallen. With whom was the ancestor engaged in battle? Who could have slain the ancestor? The human race, it is utterly impossible. The fall of the Master of the Mountains resonated within them, for they had originated from the mountainous region, which had previously been enshrined in the domain of the Master of the Mountains. Now, that domain had dissipated. They stared blankly at the mountainous terrain, their expressions filled with confusion. Time passed, and eventually, a human cultivator emerged from the mountains, swiftly spreading news across the northern realm and even throughout the Tang dynasty. A sage has emerged from the human race. The Master of the Mountains has perished. It was no longer mere rumor, but a confirmed truth, recounted by over 100,000 soldiers of the northern expedition who had witnessed the battle firsthand. The sage had obliterated the Master of the Mountains with a single strike. The remaining Stone Clan in the northern region faced retribution as the northern expedition forces, accompanied by the human populace of the north, encircled and exterminated all Stone Clan members who had ravaged the land. From this day forth, the Stone Clan would no longer exist in this world. Henceforth, this shall be the northern bastion of our Tang dynasty, the 10,000 Great Mountains. Gongsun Liang stood atop the fallen bodies of the Stone Clan, gazing toward the north, his voice steady. From this moment forth, there shall be no more mountains. Only the vast expanse of the human realm, the 10,000 mountains. Return to the capital, Gongsun Liang declared, as countless northern tribesmen echoed his words with fervor. In Shengjing, within the library, Lin Fan lifted his gaze slightly, a smile gracing his face. It was time for tranquility to prevail for a while. This battle had served as a deterrent to several tribes surrounding the human lands, granting humanity a precious respite. For the seeds to grow into towering trees, time was essential. They were still too weak, be it Qin Gu, Qin Ming, or others. Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to recall something, directing his gaze toward the southern borders of the Tang dynasty, smiling. They were indeed cautious. The sage of the barbarian tribe did not exhibit the same flamboyance as the Lord of the Mountains. Even after setbacks in the southern campaign, he retained his composure. Instead, the entire barbarian tribe remained in a state of silence. In Zhunnan City, the southernmost stronghold of the Tang dynasty and the nerve center of the southern army. Generals like Yu Wenba were gathered. On this day, an unexpected visitor arrived in Zhennan City. An elderly man, stooped and cloaked in a black robe, appeared on the long street, invisible to all. Even under such concealment, a sage could emerge. Indeed, humanity, the oldest race, concealed unknown means. He spoke, and with a single step, his form vanished, only to reappear in the residence of Yu Wenba. Who? Yu Wenba, engrossed in military documents, looked up at a certain moment, his pupils dilating in shock as he realized that someone had entered his chamber unnoticed. The old man regarded him, and with a mere glance, Yu Wenba felt as though his entire being, even his very soul, had been laid bare. A sage? He trembled. From whence does this sage hail? The answer could only be one place, the barbarian tribe. At this thought, his heart plummeted, the aura of a half-step to the Dao surging within him. Ready to fight to the death. Not you, the barbarian sage stated, before turning to depart. Yu Wenba stood frozen in place, a look of terror etched on his face. A sage from the barbarian tribe had set foot on human soil. What could his intentions be? A deep worry crept upon him as he rose to step outside. The bright moon hung high, stars twinkling, yet could not quell the weight in his heart. The barbarian sage must be in search of someone. Who could possibly warrant such attention from a sage of the barbarian tribe? It could only be that mysterious powerhouse who had appeared at Xuanhuang Ridge. Teeming sat cross-legged atop a pavilion, a branch resting upon his knees, surrounded by thunder and a sense of slaughter as he practiced. The path of thunder, and another that seemed to be the path of slaughter. A voice interrupted, and he opened his eyes to see an elderly man observing him. A hint of doubt in his gaze. This young human was simultaneously comprehending two paths, a grave taboo among practitioners, an act that would diminish one's innate talent. The Great Dao is a solitary journey. How could one cultivate both? Yet, astonishingly, the two paths this young man grasped appeared to be merging. The fusion of the Great Dao? Is that even possible? He watched Qin Ming in silence for a long while until Qin Ming finally noticed him. Who taught you? He inquired, expressing disbelief that a young human from the divine platform realm could achieve such a feat. The fusion of grand principles was beyond even his grasp. Qin Ming focused intently, recognizing that the individual before him was extraordinary. A member of the barbarian tribe? He stated directly. The barbarian sage was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qin Ming had so readily discerned his identity. Indeed, observing the elder's silence confirmed Qin Ming's suspicions, and a grave expression appeared on his face as he instinctively tightened his grip on the piece of paper concealed within his robe. The barbarian sage extended his hand toward Qin Ming, and the paper hidden in his robe fell into his grasp. He examined the paper closely, and suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. Wholly intent, he concentrated, gazing at Qin Ming with newfound seriousness. This single page bore a remnant of holy intent, a trace left by a sage. However, this trace had now diminished to near nothingness, akin to a consumable that had all but been exhausted. Who bestowed this upon you? He inquired, a surge of holy intent emanating from him, causing the very atmosphere to thicken, and Qin Ming felt a momentary sense of suffocation. The barbarian sage. His heart trembled. The ability to perceive the lingering aura of a sage from this page was undeniably indicative of a sage's presence. Not far away, Yu Wenba also approached, but he too could only gaze at the barbarian sage, equally subdued by this strand of holy intent. Such is the nature of the holy. Even a mere wisp of its essence could render an ascendant realm being breathless. Before Qin Ming could respond, a voice resonated from the void. I. A single word that eased both Qin Ming and Yu Wenba, while the barbarian sage focused intently on a certain point in the void. Are you the so-called human sage? He took a slight step back, then steadied himself, speaking. Being a sage himself, he felt no fear of this enigmatic human sage. However, as a first-tier sage, he could do little against this human sage. Human sage. Beside him, Yu Wenba was visibly astonished, staring intently at that emptiness. There was a sense of nothingness there. Yet the voice originated from that very spot. Is it truly a human sage? The northern battlefield had not yet reached this place. He was unaware of the fall of the Mountain Lord and the annihilation of the Stone Tribe. Thus he was not entirely convinced of the existence of a human sage. What? Have you come to seek vengeance against me? In the library pavilion, beneath the banyan tree, Lin Fan reclined in a chair, one hand holding a book as he addressed the void. Recently, Lin Fan had been delving into the profundities of spatial principles, having gained some insights. This was but a glimpse of the capabilities of spatial principles. Chapter 45. Human Imperial Artifact? Human sage, you are rather arrogant. Even if you have fortuitously attained sagehood, you are merely at the threshold of the sage realm. Meanwhile, my barbarian tribe boasts 3 esteemed sages. It would not be difficult to end your life," he proclaimed, his entire being suffused with holy intent, forming a domain of his own. The previously bright moonlit town of southern peace suddenly became shrouded in a layer of gray light. If I so desired, the humans within this city could be obliterated in an instant, he stated coldly, his words rendering Yuwenba beside him pale with shock. The barbarian sage was indeed using the lives of the humans in town of southern peace to threaten the sage, placing the sage in a precarious position. Yuwenba gazed toward the void. "Oh, is that so?" A faint voice resonated through the void, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if it were merely a casual remark. "Do you think I lack the courage? You have slaughtered millions of my kin. In return, I can raise an entire city, which is hardly a significant feat." Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the people of Jin's city, causing them to look up in confusion. Many frail individuals even coughed up blood on the spot. As the silence lingered, the barbarian sage seemed to perceive that Lin Fan refrained from taking action due to the presence of the human populace in Jin's city. A smile spreading across his face. The dark robes surrounding him fell away, revealing his true form, which bore a closer resemblance to humans than to other barbarians. Save for subtle differences in skin texture, I have not come to forge enmity with you. Rather, I am willing to overlook the massacre of millions of my kin. The barbarian race can promise not to invade your kind again, provided you reveal how you ascended to sainthood under the watchful eyes of those apex observers. Do the humans still possess imperial weapons, and are they in your possession? He inquired, his breath growing slightly hurried towards the end. It is no secret that the human race has birthed emperors, a fact known amongst many clans. The history of humanity has been severed, yet they remain oblivious. Where there are emperors, there exist imperial weapons. The incessant incursions by the barbarians over the years were aimed at compelling the humans to wield these imperial weapons. What they seek is the imperial armaments of humanity. With such power, they too could comprehend the path of the emperor, possibly ascending to great sagehood or even quasi-emperor status. Under the sprawling banyan tree, Lin Fan set down his teacup and swallowed the tea, momentarily taken aback by the sage's words. Imperial weapons of the human race? Is that truly your intent? He mused, but do such weapons even exist? If they do, why then does humanity endure such misery? And if they do exist, would you dare to seize them? He replied with a smile. In Jin's city, the barbarian sage's expression was one of unrestrained excitement, his aura momentarily wavering. Do the imperial weapons of humanity truly rest in your hands? Where are you? I shall come to find you, he exclaimed, as if eager to meet Lin Fan at that very instant. Beside him, Yuwenba watched in astonishment. Sage, you must not divulge this, he urged. But the barbarian sage merely glanced at him, and he felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, his bones seemingly shattered. Meanwhile, Qin Gu observed the scene quietly, untroubled for his master, for he understood that Lin Fan's mere existence indicated a disregard for the barbarian sage. There's no need for such complications. If you wish to seek me, you may encounter me at this very moment. Lin Fan's voice echoed from the void, leaving the barbarian sage momentarily stunned. Could he possibly be in Jin's city? In the next instant, a rift in space tore open where he stood, an immense gravitational force pulling him in. As the landscape shifted and myriad scenes flashed before his eyes, he found himself before a 9-story library. Nearby, a great banyan tree stood tall, exuding an intangible consciousness, revealing that it had acquired sentience, and not a feeble one at that. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a young man reclining in a chair, holding a book in one hand, with a steaming cup of tea resting beside him, seemingly just freshly poured. He narrowed his gaze and surveyed the surrounding land, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Where's this place? He asked gravely. Lin Fan smiled as he regarded him. This is the capital of the Great Tang. Upon hearing this, he inhaled sharply. The Great Tang's capital, a place millions of miles from Zhennan City. He had been transported here in an instant. What manner of power is this? He glanced at the young man of the human race before him, only to perceive an emptiness, as if the young man did not truly belong to this realm. How could this be? Trembling, he retreated swiftly until he reached the entrance of the courtyard. Beyond it, an invisible barrier obstructed his path. Who are you? He exclaimed, realizing with that single glance that the young man before him was no mere novice in the sacred realm, but rather someone far beyond the ordinary. My name is Lin Fan, the young man declared as he rose from the recliner. In that singular motion, the barbarian sage beheld the shattering void, ultimately revealing a multitude of intricate chains of order. He was utterly horrified. What kind of existence is this? The weight of the rules bore down upon him, the heavenly path denying him. Perhaps you do not recognize this name, but you should remember the former king of Zhennan, the one whom you killed. Lin Fan stated. And he trembled at the words. A taboo. A great terror. How could such a formidable human exist? The king of Jinnan, he certainly recalled. That human had slaughtered the barbarians for countless miles, forcing him to take action. What connection does the king of Jinnan have with him? Could he be a descendant? Observing the bewildered expression of the barbarian sage, Lin Fan chuckled. He is my father. The simple declaration caused the barbarian sage to look up in disbelief at Lin Fan. The child of that human? Does that mean he is still under 100 years old? How is this possible? In that moment, his worldview shattered. To have achieved such an extraordinary realm at such a young age was unfathomable. As for the imperial weapons of humanity, I know not whether they exist or not. Whether they do or do not is of no consequence to me. You simply must die, Lin Fan remarked. His calm words causing the expression of the barbarian sage to shift dramatically. He had initially thought to make a journey, but to his astonishment, the young man had come willingly to him, which was fortuitous, as it spared him the trouble. The barbarian sage was filled with dread as he listened to Lin Fan's words. A terrifying aura of decay emanated from within him, threatening to transform the entire library into a wasteland in an instant. Yet, as this domain began to manifest, it was swiftly extinguished. Lin Fan had already approached him, merely standing there quelling any thought of resistance. Spare me. He knelt before Lin Fan, who merely gazed at him in silence, extending a finger to touch his forehead. From the center of the barbarian sage's heart, his body began to disintegrate, disappearing entirely, his soul meeting instantaneous oblivion. Thus, one of the three great sages of the barbarians perished, both form and spirit extinguished. In the palace of the barbarian royal city, one of the three soul lamps at the pinnacle was extinguished in an instant, leaving the barbarians below, who were kneeling, in a state of utter shock. Chapter 45. To me, all beings are equal. The saint has perished. A tremor coursed through the barbarian tribes. In the capital of the barbarians, the sound of mourning echoed, as countless formidable warriors stirred to wakefulness, gathering before the hall of soul lights, their expressions grave. It was the sage, Puchuo. One of the barbarians spoke. A king of the White Wolf clan, possessing peak prowess in the realm of Dao severing. The sage Puchuo had previously instructed us to venture into the realm of humanity. Could it be that this new saint of theirs is responsible? Is the new human saint truly that powerful? The crowd pondered. Although Puchuo was the weakest among the three great saints of the barbarian tribes, he had still stepped into the sacred realm for over a millennium. Logically, he should have been more than sufficient to confront a new human saint. Suddenly, the void tore apart as an elder cloaked in black emerged. The assembled barbarians bowed deeply. It was the White Wolf sage. On another side, a shadowy figure descended before the hall of soul lights, gradually solidifying into another barbarian saint. The Shadow Saint. Puchuo has indeed fallen. It seems this new saint from humanity possesses extraordinary abilities. The Shadow Saint gazed at the extinguished soul lamp, his brow furrowing slightly. Puchuo, as their junior, had a strength they were well aware of. Even when confronting a generally powerful saint, he should not have met his end so swiftly, without even a cry for help. The history of humanity is far too ancient. They were once a pinnacle race in this grand world, having birthed more than one emperor. This new human saint must have discovered some remnants left behind by the human emperors, remarked the White Wolf sage. His gaze shifted towards the direction of humanity, his countenance darkening, a trace of murderous intent emanating from him, causing the temperature of the entire realm to plummet. Just moments ago, he had received news that one of the Stone Clan had perished at his hands. The Shadow Saint frowned at these words. The kneeling barbarians wore expressions of shock. They knew precisely whom the two barbarian saints referred to, the most ancient sage, the Lord of the Mountains. That this individual had also fallen at the hands of the new human saint was alarming. Was this a case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey? This new human saint indeed exhibited tyrannical tendencies, yet it remained uncertain how many times he could rely upon his means. The Shadow Saint snorted, asserting that he did not believe the new human saint had slain the Lord of the Mountains through sheer strength. How could a nascent saint possibly defeat such a formidable being? This was an existence they all greatly feared. A fledgling saint, even if wielding an imperial weapon several times, would not require their intervention. He would likely perish on his own. However, they could not afford to be the scapegoats in this matter. They acknowledged the possibility that the new human saint had employed imperial weapons, a long-held suspicion of theirs. The humans possessed imperial weapons. They simply had not manifested until now. Their emergence had allowed a human to evade the scrutiny of the myriad overseers and ascend to sainthood, wielding imperial power to slay both the Lord of the Mountains and Puchuo. Let the Sea Tribe take action. Had they not nearly seized a continent of human territory? They should find it easier to contact this new human saint. They exchanged knowing glances, laughter escaping their lips. The clam and the snipe contest. While the fishermen prophets, this was their intent. Adjacent to the 9 provinces of humanity, alongside the barbarian tribes and the Stone Clan, lies the formidable Sea Clan, which constitutes the greatest threat to the human race. To the north of the human 9 provinces are the majestic mountains of the Stone Clan, to the west, the barbarian tribes, while the south and east are bordered by the vast seas. The dominion of these waters belongs to the Sea Clan, which is unlike any typical tribe, as they are divided into numerous factions based on their respective marine territories. These factions are independent and often adversarial, with the waters closest to humanity referred to as the Celestial Sea. It is said that in ancient times, this expanse was graced by falling stars, thus earning its name. In the town of Genese, Yuenba gazed intently at the spot where the sage Puchuo had vanished, his countenance a mixture of astonishment and concern. Young Master Qin, is the sage the same as your esteemed teacher? Yuenba inquired. Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. Is the sage affiliated with the Tang dynasty? Yuenba asked again. Qin Ming shook his head. With a slight sigh, Yuenba recognized that his aspirations were perhaps too grand. The existence of a sage among humanity was already a tremendous fortune, and to wish for the sage to belong to the Tang dynasty seemed overly ambitious. The sage was not solely a sage of the Tang, but of all humanity. Qin Ming regarded her silently, choosing not to elaborate further, for he understood that his teacher preferred solitude. It was unlikely that anyone would have anticipated that the last scion of the former king of Genese would ascend to become humanity's sole sage. After a prolonged silence, a voice resonated through the void. Qin Ming. Startled, Qin Ming lifted his head and bowed towards the emptiness, sensing that although he could not discern his teacher's precise location, he was indeed being watched. A sword materialized from the void and landed in Qin Ming's grasp. Forged from a blend of golden iron and beast bones, this sword, nurtured by Puchuo for thousands of years, was a rare and exceptional artifact. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Qin Ming expressed gratefully as he accepted the bone sword. Beside him, Yuenba stood in a state of astonishment, slowly awakening to the reality of the situation. The barbarian sage has perished? He pondered, realizing that the sage's life essence had indeed transferred to the hands of Qin Ming. How could such a momentous event have transpired in such a brief span? Was the battle of the sages truly so swift? Suddenly, he felt a tightening within his being, perceiving an immense gaze directed at him, profound and boundless, yet devoid of hostility. The sage was observing him. A wave of excitement surged within him, prompting him to bow deeply towards the void. Break through, a voice whispered in his ear. And in an instant, a multitude of insights regarding transcending the celestial realm flooded his mind. The surrounding spiritual energy began to infuse into him, dismantling the barriers that had hindered his cultivation for countless days and nights. Transcending was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in achieving sagehood, which required an understanding of the Great Dao. Lin Fan remarked. As he opened his eyes, the power of transcendence surged through him, and he respectfully bowed towards the void. Thank you, sage. I, a humble disciple, am grateful for the success in my transcendence and seek nothing further. As for attaining sagehood, that is a task for others to undertake, Yuenba declared, casting a glance towards Qin Ming. The young man, merely in his 20s and standing at the peak of the divine platform realm, possessed an extraordinary disposition unseen before. Humanity's future rested upon the shoulders of such promising youth. Lin Fan shook his head. The path of cultivation is vast and boundless. Even the realm of emperors may not signify an ultimate end. It is merely a matter of pace. You are not incapable of progressing. In my view, all beings are alike. These words left Yuenba in a state of profound astonishment. Are all beings indeed the same? He stared blankly into the void, seemingly awaiting further words from the sage. Yet silence enveloped him. I bid farewell to the sage. In the end, he bowed deeply to the emptiness. For the people of Zhennan City, this night seemed like any other, yet for Yuenba, it was a night of metamorphosis. He had severed the path. Furthermore, he had been granted the opportunity to converse with a sage. Chapter 46. The 10,000 Great Mountains, the Arrival of All Saints. The Stone Clan has been annihilated. The Human Clan has a sage. News from the northern regions spread throughout the Tang dynasty and the 9 provinces. Simultaneously, the clans surrounding the Human Clan in the 9 provinces received this momentous information. The 10,000 Great Mountains. The fabled site where the master of the mountains once fell. The void shimmered, and a shadow descended upon this land. Indeed, the aura of the sage realm was present. The Human Clan truly had produced a sage, he murmured, gazing at the vast expanse of human territory, until it vanished into the void. What of the so-called overseers? Did they not claim that the human clan was the scourge of the Xuanhuang Great World, never to produce sages? Moreover, the consciousness of the sage realm had descended upon the 10,000 great mountains. A pinnacle sage from the demon clan, the Great Python, had perished, inciting the demon clan's wrath as they sought the truth. Their overseers should not be present among the human clan at this time. It appeared that the human clan had indeed produced a sage during this period. As long as there are beings of sage stature, the foundation of the human clan would be severed. When did this sage of the human clan emerge? Could it be that the human clan possesses imperial weapons? A multitude of sage consciousnesses swept across the human 9 provinces, relentlessly pursuing the so-called human sage and the traces of imperial weapons. Within the library pavilion, several consciousnesses also brushed past Lin Fan. Is the human clan truly under such scrutiny? Lin Fan slightly shook his head, disregarding the sage consciousnesses, and picked up another book to continue his reading. Ding. You have read 100 volumes, gaining 10 years of cultivation. You have obtained an imperial level formation diagram. You have received enlightenment T. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, yet Lin Fan had long ceased to pay attention, only occasionally glancing at the character panel of the system. Name: Lin Fan. Age: 31. Cultivation: 5th level of the Great Sage Realm. Talent: unmatched for eternity. Sword Path Deduction Opportunities: 137, and used. Destruction Source Comprehension Opportunity: once, and used. Thunder Source Comprehension Opportunity: once, and used. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan had already reached the 5th level of the Great Sage Realm. For him, reading was a form of cultivation. 1 volume of reading surpassed a century of arduous training. If he desired, he could eradicate all those so-called sages peering into the human clan, but he deemed it unnecessary. The flourishing trees would inevitably be uprooted. He understood this principle well. His gaze was never fixed on the Xuanhuang Great World, but rather aimed higher. He had once sensed a glimpse beyond the Xuanhuang Great World while comprehending the chaotic path, an expanse vast and eternal. Moreover, even within the Xuanhuang Great World, there remained countless mysteries yet to be unveiled. He merely wished to immerse himself in the pages of a book, seeking solitude from disturbances. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. The ethereal consciousness of the sacred realm converged upon the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, manifesting as specters that gazed upon the realm of humanity, their brows furrowed in concern. It was the unknown that instilled the greatest trepidation. The sovereign of the mountain had perished, and they were oblivious to the instigator of this calamity. It appeared that a certain profound essence of humanity had indeed emerged, obscuring their investigations. However, this also indicated that the sage of humanity harbored a fear of their presence. One voice proclaimed, "Our great sage has bestowed upon me a sacred artifact, a divine weapon that allows a fleeting glimpse into the past occurrences of a location. Allow me to unveil its secrets." Another sage declared, as a mirror materialized above the site where the Stone Clan's royal city once stood. "Reveal." The sage pointed into the void, causing the mirror's surface to shimmer, as though time itself was being unraveled. Soon, a figure emerged within the mirror's depths, a youth clad in a robe, one hand resting behind him, the other holding a book, standing beneath the vast heavens. The collective specters of the sacred realm were momentarily transfixed. "It is he." Yet, the visage within the mirror remained obscured, a mere blur of a silhouette. "Show me," commanded the sage wielding the sacred weapon, as the mirror trembled in the void. The figure in the robe began to solidify within the reflection, yet at the final moment, the mirror quaked violently, as if unable to sustain the vision under an overwhelming burden. With a resounding crash, the image shattered, and the sage wielding the divine weapon let out a muffled groan, evidently wounded. "What transpired?" inquired the other consciousnesses of the sacred realm, but there was no reply. The mirror vanished, and the sage appeared to have dissipated entirely. A profound silence enveloped the assembly of sages. "Let us refrain from disturbing humanity for the time being. We shall wait for the watchers from the demon clan." A voice echoed, and the myriad consciousnesses of the sacred realm faded, restoring tranquility to the 10,000 great mountains. Far to the north of the 10,000 great mountains, several 100 million miles away, a sharp-eared figure clad in Taoist robes, wielding a yin-yang mirror, coughed up blood. His expression grave. "The chains of the rules," he murmured, his mind reeling in shock. In that final moment, he had glimpsed the chains of the rules within the visage reflected in the yin-yang mirror, and that figure seemed to cast a glance in his direction. Just a fleeting glance, and he felt as though his very spirit was drained. "Another prodigy has emerged from humanity," he quivered. The myriad clans sought to prevent the ascension of humanity's strong to the sacred realm, binding them with shackles, not because humanity was a tribe of sinners as alleged, but due to the profound fear the myriad clans harbored towards them. Eons ago, it was humanity that reigned over this vast and mysterious world, even naming it as such. All laws and origins of the Dao stemmed from humanity, and the very order of the world was established by them. Yet, it remained a mystery what calamity had befallen humanity, as all their powerful beings had vanished, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught of the myriad clans, leading to their swift decline. Until now, humanity had seemingly forgotten their past. A change is imminent, he declared, realizing he might be the sole bearer of this knowledge. The so-called new sage of humanity was not an ordinary sage, but an existence of unparalleled might. He harbored suspicions that an ancient existence of the human race, long dormant, had awakened. However, he chose to remain silent, for he could not provoke either the humans or the pinnacle clans. His only recourse was to navigate the currents with finesse. He had already devised a plan to seek favor with that esteemed figure of the human race in days to come. In the library, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a remarkable feat to locate him, albeit the pursuer had been a tad too swift. Lin Fan gazed towards the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, sensing that the consciousness of the sacred realm had departed, granting him a prolonged period of tranquility. Qin Ming opted to remain in southern town, immersing himself in the battlefield, seeking enlightenment through the path of slaughter, which he intended to integrate with his swordsmanship. Qin Gu, on the other hand, returned to the imperial capital. Once again, the melodies of the Qin resonated in Yunzong Tower, yet this time, she was accompanied by another. The king of Baliang chose not to return to the northern territories. Instead, he took on the role of Qin Ji's protector. It seemed as if their thoughts were in sync, or perhaps he was influenced by the melodies of Qin Ji's Qin, as he achieved enlightenment on a cloudless day. It felt as though the entire world had settled into a serene calm. 3 more years passed. On a day blanketed in heavy snowfall, a delegation of envoys from the eastern region collapsed before the gates of the imperial capital. They hailed from the Linhai Xian prefecture of the Great Qin dynasty. Save the Great Qin. The envoy trembled, clutching the garment of the gatekeeper. Chapter 47. The peril of the Sea Tribe. The Great Qin dynasty of Xian prefecture stands as the mightiest dynasty within the human realm, commanding the most expansive and fertile lands. It has birthed countless formidable beings. The current emperor of Great Qin had even ascended to the sacred realm, though he had since fallen due to certain circumstances. Simultaneously, they faced the most formidable adversaries, the Sea Tribe of the Stellar Ocean. Not long after, Li Yu arrived at the library. Sir. Upon returning to the library, Li Yu's perception had undergone a profound transformation. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation advancements. Or perhaps the place itself was evolving. Everything around him seemed imbued with a sense of vitality. Every mountain and stone, every tree and flower, appeared to pulsate with life. Li Yu, what troubles you? Lin Fan, watering a flower by the wall, looked up at Li Yu, who appeared to be in deep thought. Li Yu respectfully bowed before Lin Fan and conveyed his purpose. Sir, the eastern front of the Great Qin dynasty has been breached. The Sea Tribe's forces have invaded our territory, and the Great Qin is beseeching assistance from our dynasty. His expression was grave. The envoy from Great Qin reported that a sacred being of the Sea Tribe was involved, and several generals had been slain, leaving the emperor of Great Qin severely wounded and on the brink of death. If Great Qin falls, the human race will be in grave peril. Li Yu boldly implored Lin Fan to emerge from seclusion. Kneeling before him, Lin Fan regarded him for a moment, then set down his watering can and approached. The Stone Tribe has been annihilated, and the Barbarian Tribe has suffered the fall of a sacred being. Now, the Sea Tribe launches a large-scale invasion of the Great Qin dynasty. Who do you think they are targeting? Lin Fan inquired. Li Yu was taken aback. Lifting his gaze to Lin Fan, dressed in white, standing beneath the heavenly light, Lin Fan smiled at him, and suddenly, a realization struck Li Yu, his expression shifting with shock. They are targeting you, sir. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation, gazing towards the eastern expanse of the Tang dynasty. A human realm that once boasted a semi-saint quickly crumbled, revealing the unmistakable interference of a saint. Given this, the master could not intervene. They had come for him. Undoubtedly well prepared. Regardless, the master's safety was paramount for the human race, he remarked gravely, having listened to the master's words. He had begun to grasp the situation. The Starry Sea clan's actions were designed to bait the master out, their target being none other than him. If his suspicions were correct, the Great Qin had already been ensnared in the Starry Sea clan's intricate web, merely awaiting the master's approach. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head. It was not an exaggeration. Luring a noble into a trap depends on what kind of trap it is. The stage had been set, and it would be impolite not to make an appearance. Having lingered in this library for so long, it was time to step out. Lin Fan stated nonchalantly, while Li Yu gazed at him, astonished. Knowing well the dangers ahead, he ventured toward the tiger's den, either seeking death or trusting that the master possessed absolute confidence in returning alive. Master, he hesitated, but Lin Fan merely waved his hand. Do not fret. Your focus should be on how to strengthen the Tang dynasty. The human realms of the 9 provinces are still too fragmented. Unification is essential. His seemingly casual remark caused Li Yu to visibly startle. After a moment of silence, he respectfully bowed to Lin Fan. Li Yu understood. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Unity of the world marks the dawn of the human race's resurgence. You have been in seclusion for long enough. It is time to make your presence known as the sovereign of the Tang dynasty. The calamity of the Qin's Xi clan presents your opportunity. As for me, I shall also make a journey. You need not worry about the saints. With me around, the rest is up to you, Lin Fan said, casting his gaze toward the great Qin dynasty, aware that there were aspects he could not fully comprehend, one of which lay within its borders. He wished to investigate, and he also intended to visit the Starry Sea clan to discern who sought him. After Li Yu departed, Lin Fan gifted him a scroll, an ordinary history book, yet annotated with his insights. This item can vanquish saints, he had told Li Yu. The words left Li Yu in shock as he clutched the book tightly to his chest, his confidence in the journey to Qin bolstered. Lin Fan observed this scene with a faint smile. Soon after, Qin Gu visited again, bringing an assortment of tea leaves and some delicacies from Yungkong Tower. Master, I am about to step into the realm of divine powers, she declared, her gaze toward Lin Fan filled with anticipation. Indeed, you surpass even your brother significantly. But remember that cultivation requires steadfastness. Progress must be made step by step, without haste. Lin Fan spoke only partially, as if a thought crossed his mind, causing him to pause momentarily before shaking his head. Cultivation should flow naturally, he concluded. Qin Gu nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, you have transformed from a mere child into a poised young woman. I have yet to gift you anything, so allow me to present you with a zither. Lin Fan extended his hand into the void, and a branch from the great banyan tree snapped off, swiftly transforming into a zither within moments. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Fan inscribed the characters "phone lie" upon the guqin. As the characters were etched, it seemed as though the ethereal cry of a phoenix resonated in his ears, and a phoenix emblem manifested upon the instrument. Mr. Xia, Qin Gu exclaimed, taking the guqin with a face radiant with joy. In that moment, she resembled not the audacious woman who dared to venture into the northern territories alone, but rather a humble woman from a mundane farming household. Within the Cloud Tower, the northern Liang king, Gu Yi, beheld Qin Ji's demeanor and found his understanding of her fundamentally transformed. She appeared akin to a maiden in the throes of youthful affection. Could it be that Qin Gu harbored feelings for someone? Or perhaps there existed a man worthy of her in this world? He gazed at her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking his head. Such matters were of no concern to him. The sole purpose of his remaining days was to safeguard her path. He was aging, and even with the blessings of a sage, his time was limited. The future belonged to prodigies like Qin Gu. Should he witness the rise of humanity in his waning life, he would have no regrets, even in death. I shall lead the charge personally into the Great Qin and confront the Xi clan. In the imperial court, a cacophony of ministers erupted in vehement debate over the affairs of the Great Qin, while the envoys from Great Qin stood to the side, their faces etched with concern. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above, rendering all present momentarily speechless. They turned their gazes towards the one seated above. The sovereign of the Great Tang could not be referred to as the human emperor, merely a regent entrusted with the empire by the former human emperor, who commanded respect, yet was often dismissed. Now, amidst their ongoing deliberations on the Great Qin, he had spoken, not as a query but as a decree. Your Majesty, I shall lead the charge. Li Yu directed his gaze towards the minister who had spoken, a figure of the transformation realm, who, under Li Yu's scrutinizing gaze, felt a palpable pressure reminiscent of the former human emperor. Chapter 48. Entering Great Qin, I ask you all, am I still the sovereign of the Great Tang? Li Yu rose and addressed the ministers gathered beneath the golden dais. Among them, the weakest was at the transformation realm, with several possessing the strength of the celestial realm. Yet in this moment, they all chose silence. I further inquire, are the people of Great Qin not of the human race? The current Great Qin is suffering under the tyranny of the Xi clan. Should we not offer aid? He proclaimed, I am not merely an emperor of a nation, but a protector of humanity. His words sent a tremor through all present, as if they were truly encountering the sovereign of the Great Tang for the first time. They had failed to notice that this emperor had already reached the 6th level of the divine platform realm, a feat matched only by a few in the entire Great Tang, notably the one in the National Academy and the woman of the Northern Territories. I shall personally lead the expedition into Great Qin, Does anyone dare to question this? He asked, as the essence of the sacred body surged forth, enveloping him and imparting an aura of sanctity. Obediently obey the emperor's command. A voice rang out, followed by the sound of kneeling. The envoys from Great Qin were overwhelmed with emotion, their heads bowed to the ground. It had been said that the new emperor of the Great Tang was merely a figurehead, with the true decisions resting in the hands of the four great noble houses. Now, it seemed to be nothing but slander. They were all of comparable age, yet the princes of Great Qin paled in comparison, both in cultivation and otherwise. After merely a few days of anticipation, a formidable army from the Great Qin, assembled to vanquish the Xi clan, converged outside the capital of Xinjing, numbering in the millions. The ailing Gongsun Liang, who had long been bedridden, also made his appearance. Clad in crimson battle armor, he stood before the troops and bowed deeply to the once despised emperor of the Great Tang. The emperor did not err. You are indeed worthy of the title, he uttered simply. Li Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to the vast assembly of the human army, a hint of intensity in his eyes. Warriors, let us march into Qin and slay the Xi clan. With this singular, straightforward declaration, an overwhelming chorus of voices responded in unison. Into Qin, slay the Xi clan. Into Qin, slay the Xi clan. The sound resonated across the heavens. Though daylight had yet to break, the inhabitants of Xinjing had already awakened. Their expressions solemn as they gazed toward the horizon. They set forth once more. Within the cloud tower, those in their meditation chambers turned their gazes toward the outside world. Before retreating back into their arduous training, no one could have foreseen that those once overlooked by their families would one day rise to become towering trees, standing as pillars for the human race. This is the spirit our people should embody, remarked Gu Yi, the king of Bailiang, standing beside Qin Ge, his eyes brimming with hope. Humanity has a future. In the library, Lin Fan stretched lazily before sitting upright, his eyes drifting toward the expanse beyond Xinjing. A smile gracing his lips. What a grand display, he declared. They have departed. It is time for me to leave as well. He turned to the venerable banyan tree behind him. I shall take my leave. The care of this place is entrusted to you, for you are its elder. The banyan tree slightly bowed its trunk, paying its respects to Lin Fan, a voice emanating from it. Yes, master. The banyan tree had attained spiritual awareness, its power reaching an astonishing level due to Lin Fan's deliberate cultivation. He had cultivated a path of life within the banyan tree and bestowed upon it the life essence left behind by the fallen sage of the barbarian tribe. The banyan tree now possessed strength equivalent to that of a celestial being. Legends persist of visualization techniques, wherein one contemplates supreme beings to glean fragments of their profound insights, thereby attaining enlightenment. While others visualize paintings or various forms, the banyan tree envisioned a real person. Lin Fan had also given it a name, Bodhi. Lin Fan departed with but a few books, garbed in simple robes, resembling a scholar as he left Xinjing. Prior to his departure, he took a moment to see Qin Ge, refraining from intruding as she approached a critical juncture in her advancement to the realm of divine abilities. Gu Yi noticed him, and, upon seeing Lin Fan approach Qin Ge, felt an intense surge of anxiety, his aura pulsating with the essence of the path of severance as he swiftly moved toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely smiled and turned to leave. The distance of mere paces felt like an insurmountable chasm. Gu Yi found himself unable to reach Lin Fan, standing in a daze as he watched him depart. After a considerable time, astonishment washed over his features. A sage. He had witnessed a true sage of humanity, not a mere figment of imagination, but a genuine presence before his very eyes. He glanced back at Qin Ge, who, having been stirred by Lin Fan's presence, now found her previously tumultuous aura calmed, transitioning into the realm of divine abilities. The youngest cultivator of the divine passage realm in the human realm has emerged after millennia. He felt a profound reverberation within his heart and respectfully bowed in the direction where Lin Fan had departed. The Great Qin. Traversing thousands of miles of land in mere steps, Lin Fan soon arrived within the borders of Great Qin. Instead of heading directly to the capital or seeking out the aquatic tribe, he ascended an unremarkable mountain, quietly observing a woodcutter at work. The woodcutter was a young man, barely in his 20s. At an age typically filled with adventure, he remained steadfastly occupied with chopping wood on this mountain. After watching for a while, Lin Fan revealed his presence. At such a young age, to neglect the duty of defending one's homeland in favor of wasting time here is unbecoming of your station, Lin Fan remarked. His words prompted the young woodcutter to look up at him. From several dozen meters away, a youthful scholar was smiling at him, wearing an expression of feigned interest. Yet you are no different. At your age, rather than defending your homeland and battling foreign tribes, You mock an ordinary man like me here, he replied, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Fan, yet quickly regaining his composure. Perhaps he believed that this was a scion from a noble family in the Qin capital, taking pleasure in ridiculing him, a once promising genius now reduced to a woodcutter. A situation that could easily be seen as a jest. I am no ordinary scholar, Lin Fan retorted. The woodcutter ignored him, continuing to gather his firewood before trudging down the mountain. Although he limped slightly, each step was resolute. What distinguishes a scholar, after all? Except having read a few more books and grasping a few more principles? In the context of Great Qin and the human race, what significance does that hold? The woodcutter said, seemingly indifferent, yet harboring a sense of discontent within. Lin Fan followed him, walking at a leisurely pace. It is different. Through reading, I can discern the celestial realm, comprehend the path-cutting realm, and even glimpse the saint realm. Perhaps one day, I will even perceive the emperor realm, Lin Fan asserted, prompting a glance from the young woodcutter, as if questioning whether Lin Fan considered him a fool. Lin Fan chuckled. Just as the young woodcutter was about to return to his dwelling, Lin Fan suddenly posed a question. Do you wish to cultivate? The woodcutter halted, nearly stumbling, and was about to respond when a voice emerged from within the small house. Has Xuanhuang returned? Hearing this, he quickly set down the firewood and entered. Lin Fan stood outside the modest dwelling, quietly observing his retreating figure. He envisioned a day when the human realm would flourish. With this place, the mighty Great Qin dynasty, sowing a seed for the future. Chapter 49. Even scholars can kill mother. Inside the small house, the young woodcutter knelt beside the bed, grasping the hand of a frail woman. She gazed at him with a pallid face, devoid of color, indicative of her deteriorating health. She had little time left to live. Xuanhuang, you have suffered alongside your mother, she murmured softly, her face a wan yellow, displaying the signs of impending demise. The young woodcutter shook his head, retrieving a bowl of medicine from beside him. Do not blame mother, it is my fault. I should not have quarreled with my brothers, nor should I have harmed them, he said, carefully feeding the medicine to the woman lying on the bed, one spoonful at a time. The woman reached out to touch the young woodcutter's head. Do not blame yourself. It is your mother who lacks a powerful family to protect you. Your talents surpass theirs. They are merely envious and resort to such means to undermine your potential. As for your mother. Enough, interrupted the young woodcutter. As if he had already shed his edges, his only concern was for the mother resting upon the bed. The woman gazed at him and sighed softly. After a while, once the woman on the bed had drifted into slumber, the young woodcutter stepped outside, exhaling gently. Looking up, he beheld a figure in the courtyard. It was the scholar, seated on a wooden chair, quietly perusing a book. Remarkably, he had not yet departed. You haven't he left? He inquired, his brow furrowing. Lin Fan looked up at him and smiled faintly. This place is tranquil, perfect for reading. I intend to linger here for a while longer. I trust you do not mind. The young woodcutter regarded him for a moment. As you wish. He then turned away, attending to the well to draw water and preparing a meal. Everything as ordinary as that of a simple farmer. As the sun set, the last rays of light vanished beyond the horizon. Lin Fan lifted his gaze just in time to see the young woodcutter lighting an oil lamp and serving food beside the bed. Xuanhuang, do we have guests outside? The woman inquired. The young woodcutter was about to shake his head when Lin Fan's voice floated in from outside. Not quite guests. Merely a passerby borrowing your space to read. I trust the lady will not mind. Those words seemed to carry an invisible force, alleviating the woman's ailments and easing her breath. Although she remained unaware, the woodcutter was taken aback. He observed his mother's face visibly regaining color and her stiff arms relaxing. This is... He glanced towards the scholar outside and involuntarily inhaled deeply. You jest. Sir, our humble abode is modest. It is our honor for you to read here, the woman replied, her voice imbued with newfound strength. As if she too sensed the change in her condition. She smiled, shaking her head lightly. It appears these herbs are indeed effective. Then I thank you, Lin Fan replied. And by the moonlight, he opened another book, the stillness of the night punctuated only by the rustling of pages. Who are you? Once the woman had fallen asleep, the young woodcutter approached Lin Fan in the courtyard, asking. A scholar, Lin Fan replied calmly. The young woodcutter looked into Lin Fan's tranquil eyes, which seemed to hold a vast expanse of stars. He gazed deeply at Lin Fan before returning inside. Lin Fan observed this scene with a faint smile. The night lay still as water, yet at one moment, it was shattered by an incongruous sound. A sharp whistle echoed as an arrow pierced the night sky, aimed at the young woodcutter inside, who was sorting herbs. The young woodcutter's expression shifted in shock as he rolled to evade, yet an arrow still pierced his shoulder, causing him to let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from the wound. Who? He glared towards the outside, his gaze laced with malice. The depths of the dense forest fell silent for a moment before a voice emerged. Fourth prince, it's been a while. Who would have thought that despite being rendered powerless, you could still survive under my arrows? A figure clad in black emerged from the forest, eyeing the young woodcutter and then glancing at the woman in the house. A smile creeping onto his lips. So, Lady Li is still alive, quite the fortunate one. Very well, I shall eliminate you both today. Shadows lurked behind him, their eyes sharp, standing like an army in formation. The young woodcutter tightened his grip on the hatchet, his expression grave. On the bed, the woman stirred, awakening to the grim scene before her, a pallor crossing her face. Mother, it's all right, the young woodcutter reassured, positioning himself at the doorway to shield her view. Staring resolutely at the intruders. Fourth prince, do not take it personally. The emperor is in peril, and the Qin dynasty requires a decisive leader. Alas, you cannot be allowed to live. The dark-clad figure spoke, revealing a black dagger in his hand, a faint aura of lethal intent enveloping it. He was an assassin of considerable prowess. Disregarding the young woodcutter, who was fixated on him with the hatchet, he casually hurled the black dagger. The fourth prince Yi Buhan has been rendered powerless. Killing an ordinary man is a trivial matter. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow, only to ultimately land in the grasp of a hand as immaculate as jade. You've disturbed a scholar's peaceful slumber. That's a grave transgression. The voice rang out, drawing their attention to another presence in the courtyard, a youth in white robes, reclining on a stone chair, observing them with an indifferent gaze. A scholar? The dark-clad figure faltered slightly. Could a mere scholar withstand his lethal strike? My lord, this is a matter of the Qin royal family. I advise you not to meddle. He uttered, as the moonlight unveiled the figures hidden in the forest, hundreds of them, all seasoned assassins. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. I have heard tales of the maritime tribes wreaking havoc upon the Qin. Are you not preoccupied with combating them instead of performing this power struggle? His words elicited furrowed brows among the crowd. Are you certain you wish to impede us? Lin Fan chuckled at the inquiry. And if I do? His calm words seemed to darken the night sky, the group shuddering as a murderous intent surged forth. Kill! The black-clad figure launched dozens of daggers, his body following suit. Trailed by a throng of shadows, Lin Fan merely watched the unfolding scene with a dispassionate gaze, then turned to the young woodcutter at the doorway. You see, scholars can kill too. He then gestured towards the approaching assailants. The group froze in the void, and before the young woodcutter's astonished eyes, they disintegrated into a cloud of ashes. Chapter 50. The Emperor of the Qin Dynasty Falls. You see, it is that simple. Lin Fan remarked that under the moonlight, those figures seemed as if they had never existed. Yi Buhan gazed at Lin Fan, his expression filled with astonishment. Lin Fan smiled faintly. In truth, one could attain the realm of celestial beings and the path of severance not only through scholarly pursuits, but also by chopping wood. Would you like to learn? Lin Fan inquired. Yi Buhan looked at Lin Fan, ensnared in prolonged silence, before eventually nodding vigorously. Yes, I wish to learn. After speaking, he stepped out of the room and stood before Lin Fan, bowing deeply and performing the traditional 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, a grand gesture of apprenticeship. Lin Fan shook his head. I do not take disciples. Yi Buhan lifted his gaze, bewildered. However, I can teach you. Haha, Yi Buhan. It seems you are not entirely without ambition. In this life, how can one be devoid of all contention? Striving with others and with the heavens. That is the essence of cultivation, Lin Fan articulated. Yi Buhan stared at him, seemingly absorbing Lin Fan's words, and finally nodded earnestly. Master is right. You should call me sir. Very well. That night, Yi Buhan found himself unable to sleep. He kept vigil beside the bed, speaking with his mother throughout the night, sharing countless words that seemed to encapsulate half a lifetime. When dawn broke, his mother gently touched his head and looked toward the young scholar in white in the courtyard. Xiao Zhenggo. He nodded, rising to approach Lin Fan. Sir, I entrust myself to you. From within the room, the woman's voice carried forth. She made an effort to rise from the bed and solemnly bowed toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of his hand, he and Yi Buhan ascended the mountain, which was the first place Lin Fan had laid eyes upon, a realm of towering trees. Remember when I said that chopping wood could lead to the realm of saints? Lin Fan asked, to which Yi Buhan looked up in confusion. Can one truly attain the saintly realm through woodcutting? I thought it was the celestial realm. Watch this stroke carefully. Ignoring his bewilderment, Lin Fan took the axe from Yi Buhan's hands and, amidst Yi Buhan's astonished gaze, struck toward the boundless heavens. Boom. The sky collapsed, the void extinguished, and a gaping chasm opened, revealing the towering mountains before them. In an instant, everything was split asunder. Yi Buhan was left in a state of shock. Did you grasp it clearly? Lin Fan inquired, to which Yi Buhan shook his head. Lin Fan then placed a finger upon his forehead. etching that blow into his very soul, ensuring it would be rehearsed within him at all times. Practice diligently, and you shall master it, Lin Fan encouraged. Returning the axe to him. The once ordinary axe now radiated a celestial aura, a momentary brilliance that quickly subsided into the axe itself. This weapon had transformed into an instrument of profound significance. Yi Buhan felt that this axe could be as heavy as a mountain or as light as a feather, depending on his will. He understood that this axe had become an embodiment of the Dao. Thank you, sir. He bowed once more to Lin Fan. This gesture rooted in genuine gratitude and respect. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. As the day unfolded, from dawn until dusk, with the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, Yi Buhan tirelessly chopped wood, repetitively practicing that one stroke. By the time he returned to the small house, a glimmer had emerged in his eyes, and the woman lying on the bed revealed an expression of excitement. On the second, third, and fourth days, Yi Buhan was utterly engrossed, as if possessed by madness. Finally, at a certain sunset, he executed a stroke that astonished the entire forest, a single strike that illuminated the heavens and the earth. My cultivation has been restored, he exclaimed in disbelief. Once at the first level of the divine platform realm, he now felt entirely rejuvenated, and sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, the most exhilarating aspect was that he had finally sketched the embryonic form of that singular strike. Even in its nascent state, it could cleave mountains. Congratulations. Lin Fan appeared with a smile. Yi Buhan quickly bowed in respect, although the master did not take disciples, instructing him to simply address him as sir. Yi Buhan regarded him as a mentor, believing that once a teacher, always a father. What do you wish to do next, Yi Buhan? Lin Fan inquired. Yi Buhan's expression became solemn. What does sir wish for me to do? Lin Fan chuckled. Come with me down the mountain. Very well, he replied without a hint of hesitation. He then bid farewell to his mother and followed Lin Fan down the mountain. Lin Fan drew a circle in the void, enveloping the entire mountain, which then vanished from the eyes of the world. Yi Buhan watched this scene, his face awash with astonishment. It hasn't he truly disappeared? It is merely an illusion, a slight trick, Lin Fan explained, taking a step into the shattered void, pulling Yi Buhan into the fragmented space. The path of space, he murmured. Though he lacked understanding of this profound path, he had perused some introductions about it in the royal library of the Dakin dynasty. The path of space, the mightiest of all paths in the world. Throughout the vast realms of the Xuanhuang Great World, countless prodigies over the ages have understood it, but only a handful have truly grasped its essence. It was an immensely powerful path, with each individual who comprehended the path of space being an unparalleled existence. But sir has comprehended it, he thought, feeling somewhat dazed. What kind of being was his master? Qing capital. Suddenly, the shattered void reformed, the world before him materializing, and countless memories surged forth. This place was indeed the imperial capital of Dakin. How does it feel? Is it familiar? Lin Fan queried. On the long street, sparse crowds meandered, recruitment notices plastered everywhere, a scene imbued with desolation. Yi Buhan felt a wave of disorientation. It's different now, he remarked. Having spent 3 years atop that mountain, oblivious to the happenings in the world below. Of course it's different. Dakin is on the brink of destruction. Have you forgotten what that person who sought to kill you said? Lin Fan responded, guiding Yi Buhan through the streets of the Qin capital. The grandeur of Qin is no more, leaving only desolation, yet within the imperial palace, people still vie for power. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Yi Buhan, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, wore an expression of disbelief. Is he truly going to die? He asked, with Lin Fan knowing precisely whom he referred to, the once great emperor of Dakin, who had ascended to the saint realm, a true semi-saint. If you wish to know, then go and see for yourself, Lin Fan suggested. In just a few strides, traversing a mere distance, the two found themselves within a palace steeped in an atmosphere of death. In the heart of the palace, a solitary figure stood, gazing out at the vast and desolate sea, the vitality within him long extinguished. Had he perished? Yi Buzheng voiced his incredulity. This was the emperor of humanity, the cornerstone of the Qin people, the embodiment of their faith in the war against the Sea tribe. To have departed so quietly within this grand hall was unfathomable. Lin Fan remained silent, extending a finger into the void. Rewind. Space fractured, time reversed, and countless images flickered before his eyes, ultimately crystallizing into a single scene. Chapter 51. The Overseer, Celestial Tribe. Clad in the imperial robe of the Black Dragon, the Emperor of Qin held a celestial map, gazing into the boundless expanse of the starry sky, enveloped by a halo of starlight. The myriad stars above seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, cascading beams of starry light that converged upon the Emperor, propelling him towards sanctity. He was but a step away, already on the threshold of that realm. Yet, amidst the vast nothingness, a hand suddenly emerged, flipping the cosmos upside down, causing all starlight to vanish, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Humanity shall not attain sainthood. The cold words echoed with an endless chill, severing the path to sanctity for the Emperor of Qin. You have come, he remarked, as if already aware of the entity's existence, perhaps having awaited this moment. What sins have the humans committed that are not yet atoned for after millennia? The Emperor's voice was laced with anger, his form swaying as his spiritual energy dissipated, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the silhouette in the void. Not enough. The ethereal figure replied softly, and from the depths of the darkness, a beam of black light emerged, swiftly piercing through the Emperor. His pupils gradually closed. Yet at the brink of complete annihilation, they suddenly flared with brilliance. It was the resplendent light of the stars, surging forth from the celestial map in his grasp, enveloping his entire being, ultimately converging into his eyes. He discerned the figure in the void. So, you are of the celestial tribe. A smile graced his lips, as if this realization encapsulated all his intentions. To unveil the architect behind the shackles imposed upon humanity may seem futile, yet it was his desire to do so. Celestial tribe. These words manifested upon the celestial map before vanishing into the void. Fragmented imperial armament. The silhouette in the void observed this scene in silence. Is it of any use? It inquired. The Emperor of Qin shook his head. Should a successor arise, they must know who our enemies are. And when humanity gives birth to a sage, they shall recognize who conspired against us. Following this, he smiled, a sorrowful grin imbued with valor and defiance, gradually transforming into a lifeless husk. The flame of hope endures. Humanity shall not perish. These were the final words left by the Emperor of Qin, rendering the figure in the void silent for an extended period before it vanished into the vastness of nothingness. This was the moment crystallized before Lin Fan. Father. Yi Buzheng fell to his knees, realizing for the first time the weight his father bore. His indifference was not born of neglect, but from the burdens he carried. The welfare of the realm outweighed that of his children. Lin Fan, witnessing this poignant scene, too remained in contemplative silence for an extended time. The Celestial Clan, he murmured. One of the 10 pinnacle clans of the Xuanhuang Great World, second only to the Demon Clan, yet not necessarily inferior to them. Legends suggest that the Celestial Clan descends from the heavens, a lineage of divine offspring, possessing enigmatic and unpredictable abilities, making them the most mysterious clan in the Xuanhuang Great World. It seems there is yet another destination I must venture to, Lin Fan remarked casually, then turned his gaze towards the direction the stars were flying, a place within the Great Qin that remained beyond his comprehension. A mystical lake concealed atop a snow-capped mountain. It is likely that the Emperor of Great Qin never anticipated that this newcomer would arrive so swiftly. Even discerning the existence of the Celestial Clan without employing the means he had left behind, the notion of reckoning with the Celestial Clan has already surfaced. The Celestial Clan is responsible for the death of our father, Yi Buzheng stated, his face a mask of hatred, to which Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Yi Buzheng, do you still harbor thoughts of non-contention? Are you now aware of what you must do? Lin Fan inquired, as Yi Buzheng turned to face him and then bowed deeply in respect. In his final moments, father was still concerned for the human realm. I wish to safeguard this realm for him. I seek to attain sainthood. I must avenge my father. Master, please instruct me on my course of action. A smile graced Lin Fan's face as he pointed to the firewood axe in Yi Buzheng's grasp. I have told you before. Even chopping firewood can lead one to the realm of sainthood. Although there is no firewood on the mountain, there exists the Sea Clan. Lin Fan waved his hand, tearing through the void, revealing a tumultuous sea, from which countless Sea Clan members emerged. This is where your path to sainthood shall commence. As Lin Fan's words resonated, Yi Buzheng had already descended into that oceanic expanse, as if under celestial might. The entire sea trembled upon his arrival. An invisible hand struck the ocean. The sea roiled. Colossal waves surged, and countless Sea Clan members were pulverized, leaving behind only a bewildered Yi Buzheng. Master, gazing at the seemingly severed expanse of the sea before him, he was utterly astonished. He had begun to grasp the extent of his master's power. The path of space, the reversal of time, and this unparalleled strike. Such feats transcend the capabilities of an ordinary emperor. It is the realm of the saint. Yet, did not the Celestial Clan proclaim that humans could not attain sainthood? How did the master become a saint? And why was there no obstruction from the Celestial Clan's formidable forces? As he pondered, Sea Clan members approached to investigate this realm, and he charged at them with the axe. How the master attained sainthood is of little consequence. What matters is that he is indeed a saint. The master declared that even chopping firewood could lead one to sainthood, and he believed it. A surge of power briefly shielded this expanse of sea, shattering the void within. A human saint has emerged. After a considerable time, once Yi Buhan had vacated this realm, the sea parted, revealing a sea clan member clad in golden battle armor. He was a semi-saint, already possessing a pseudo-saint domain, but as he unfurled his domain, the residual power here extinguished it. His expression grave. He submerged into the depths of the sea, vanishing from sight. The human saint has finally been drawn out. Yet is this human saint truly someone they can contend with? In the grand palace of the Qin Empire, within the chamber of the Qin Emperor, Lin Fan had just smoothed the unclosed eyes of the deceased ruler when he heard a voice emanating from outside the hall. Father, I have been unable to locate our fourth brother. He must have departed. I am willing to temporarily govern in his stead until he returns. This was another son of the Qin Emperor, a man draped in a python robe, his eyes cast downward, yet gleaming with a sharp light. Lin Fan paused momentarily at his words, then smiled softly. He is dead, he stated, his calm words causing the man outside to freeze in disbelief. Followed by a look of shock. How could there be another presence within the Emperor's chamber? Who dares to intrude upon the imperial palace? Before he could utter more, a heavily armored man pushed open the grand doors of the chamber and strode in. Inside the chamber, Lin Fan supported the lifeless body of the Qin Emperor and gazed at the newcomers. Your Majesty. The armored man's eyes swept over Lin Fan before landing on the Emperor's corpse, his pupils narrowing in horror. Who dares to harm the Emperor? In the next instant, a wave of revelation washed over him as he spoke a world-shattering truth. Lin Fan regarded him with a momentary daze, then smiled faintly. It appears there are still others destined to perish today. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the chamber became stifling, rendering the armored man's body rigid. He wished to speak, yet the space around him had become a stifling prison, leaving him unable to utter a sound. His face contorted in terror as he looked at Lin Fan. In the following moment, he felt his mind plunge into chaos as a forceful consciousness invaded his sea of awareness, his memories being rifled through as if they were pages in a book. When he regained his senses, a pair of cold eyes loomed before him. The figure from the chamber had approached him. Saint, he stammered. Just those two words sent shivers down the spines of the Qin princes and the attending ministers, who promptly fell to their knees. The existence of a saint among humanity was no longer a secret. The stone tribe of the north had been annihilated by a saint, leading to the demise of even the Lord of the Mountains. Yet, they had never anticipated that a saint would manifest within the imperial palace of the Qin. Do you know your crime? Lin Fan gazed steadily at the heavily armored man, the most powerful among them, standing at the threshold of the path of severance. The armored man suddenly fell to his knees, fear etched upon his face. Saint, forgive me. I should not have offended you. My concern for the Emperor's safety led me to act impulsively before he could finish. Lin Fan had already snapped his neck, a sword of divine thought piercing through his soul's ocean, erasing his very essence. The others who knelt in reverence quaked in fear. I shall take the body of the Qin Emperor with me. As for you, take heed of your own conduct. Remember, you are of the human race. Lin Fan cast a cold glance at those still kneeling before him, then departed the chamber with the Emperor's body. With a single step, he exited the palace. And with another, he vanished from the imperial grounds. He felt no need to justify the slaying of the armored man. The opinions of the world mattered not to him. He acted solely upon what he deemed right. The armored man had already allied himself with the Sea tribe, serving as their greatest spy within the Qin. In the grand palace of the Great Qin, it was only after Lin Fan had walked for a considerable time that they lifted their gazes, staring at the lifeless body on the ground, their expressions trembling. General Wei was dead. They quivered, questioning why the sage would choose to slay General Wei. No one could elucidate the sage's actions, yet a flicker of dark light appeared in the depths of the Great Qin prince's eyes, his hand tightly clutching a fish scale. He remained undetected. A tremor coursed through him. At the moment the heavily armored man fell, if anyone had reason to be terrified, it was him. He too had betrayed humanity, having taken a Sea tribe woman as his wife and sired children. Positioning himself as the deepest pawn of the Sea tribe within the Great Qin. Taking a deep breath, he approached the assembly. Perhaps the sage was not as benevolent as we had imagined. He had slain the Emperor and now General Wei, intending to plunge our Great Qin into turmoil. We must not place our complete trust in the sage. His calm words sent a shiver through everyone present. Not trusting the sage? They gazed incredulously at this Great Qin prince, Yi Sun, who might also be the future emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. High above in the heavens, Lin Fan silently observed this scene. He had sensed something amiss with Yi Sun from the very first glance, yet he refrained from taking his life, intending instead to leave him for Yi Buzheng. Yi Sun's existence was an obsession for Yi Buzheng. It was precisely because Yi Sun had covertly harmed him that Yi Buzheng had fallen to such depths. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. He left this opportunity for Yi Buzheng. Lin Fan also wished to witness just how decayed the great Qin dynasty had become, planning to settle accounts when the time was right. Suddenly, as Yi Sun spoke fervently, he felt a jolt in his heart. A moment later, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood as an invisible sword sliced past him, cleaving the ground in two. He raised his head, terror etched across his face. That person had not yet departed. The emperor's corpse stood nearby, as if gazing at him from across the void. Yi Buzheng, do you still remember? Lin Fan inquired. His expression initially one of shock, followed by disbelief. He recalled the individuals he had dispatched to eliminate Yi Buzheng. One team had vanished, while another returned with news that the mountain could not be found. A mountain had disappeared into thin air. Could this also be the sage's doing? At this thought, intense envy surged within his eyes. Why did Yi Buzheng receive their father's favor and the sage's attention without lifting a finger? Where had Yi Sun fallen short? He looked up at Lin Fan, his face a mask of resentment. Do you intend to kill me? He asked, and at that moment, he found himself devoid of fear. Fixating intently on Lin Fan, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled faintly. No, it is he who seeks to end your life. As the words fell, Lin Fan's figure had already vanished, having seen through all his machinations yet choosing not to strike. Yi Sun stood dazed in place, gazing at the sky for a long time. When he turned, those behind him recoiled as if in fear, retreating far away. His gaze darkened, brimming with murderous intent. Do you truly believe he can save the Great Qin? The Sea Tribe is overwhelmingly stronger than we are. He is but one individual, while the Sea Tribe boasts no fewer than 10 sages. Yi Sun remarked, as a gathering of individuals merely gazed at him in silence. He cast a cold smirk at this scene before turning to depart. Behind the grand library of the Tang dynasty in Xinjiang, a new grave appeared in the clearing, adjacent to the tomb of the Emperor of the Tang. It was the tomb of the Emperor of the Qin. All had transpired quietly. The only one sensing the shift was the ancient banyan tree, which extended a few branches over the grave, providing it with shade. Yi Sun was but a bait thrown out by Lin Fan, a means to inform the Sea Tribes of his arrival. If they wished to eliminate him, they ought to have prepared in advance. He was eager to witness the number of net bearers when the final trap was set. The Sea Tribes, the barbarian clans, and other formidable beings. How many sought the demise of this human sage? To slay them one by one would be cumbersome. Thus, a collective demise was preferred. Lin Fan departed from the capital of Qin, not venturing towards the ocean, but ascending a snow-capped mountain that remained perpetually blanketed in snow. What might lie here? He mused, as he treaded upon this sacred ground revered by the Qin dynasty, where even foreign races dared not tread lightly. Here lay a grand formation enveloping the mountain for 3,000 miles, its pervasive aura capable of slaying saints. Yet, it was merely a dead formation, immobile, with a swish. As he stepped into the snowy domain, countless icy winds transformed into blades aimed at him, only to dissolve into a flurry of snowflakes upon reaching Lin Fan. The snow fell silently in his wake, concealing the murderous formation. The heavens appeared heavy, with stars flickering, as if a painting had come to life, with Lin Fan becoming the figure within it. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered the realm of a fractured imperial weapon, the Celestial Clan. Lin Fan beheld the two blood-stained characters left by the Emperor of the Qin, seemingly to convey to future generations that the human race and the celestial beings were locked in an eternal struggle. Is this the imperial weapon? Lin Fan mused, probing the entire expanse, as the world waned into oblivion. A celestial chart materialized in his hand as he ascended to the summit of the snow-capped mountain. An elderly man, astonished, stared at him. How did you pass the test of the imperial weapon so swiftly? No, your Cultivation Chapter 53, the unending emperor, the sacred pool of humanity. This was a place designated for those of the human race aspiring to ascend to sainthood. To traverse from outside the snow mountain and subsequently pass the imperial weapons trial bestowed the privilege to bathe in the sacred pool. The pool enhances the comprehension of those aspiring to sainthood, facilitating a deeper understanding of the Tao, as well as refining the body and gathering the spirit. In times past, mighty beings of the human race had left their soul imprints within the sacred pool. Those aspiring to sainthood might awaken these dormant marks and inherit unparalleled legacies. Yet, it had been an eternity since a human had graced this place, as if the human race had long forgotten it. Finally, a human arrived. But he was not merely an aspirant to sainthood. He had already stepped into the realm of a sage, reaching a level that even the elder could not fathom. The spirit of the snow mountain. Lin Fan regarded him, speaking softly. He discerned the true essence of the elder, recognizing him as the manifestation of the mountain's spirit. the very force driving the imperial formation beyond the mountain. The elder trembled slightly, feeling an overwhelming pressure in the presence of this youthful human. The sacred pool of the human race serves as a sanctum for those who have ascended to the realm of saints. Since you have already stepped into this sacred domain, there is no need for you to be here, the elder declared, positioning himself before Lin Fan. Despite his seemingly frail and stooped frame, he emanated a weighty aura akin to that of a mountain. Lin Fan cast a glance at him before continuing forward. How audacious! The elder exclaimed in anger, only to witness Lin Fan pass directly through him, stepping into the sacred pool. As he entered the water, the ethereal energy that had accumulated over countless eons surged forth. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lin Fan dispersed this energy into the surroundings. The elder, standing on the shore, found his words faltering. If not for the spiritual energy of the sacred pool, what was his purpose here? You have lingered here for far too long, came a calm voice, causing the elder to momentarily pause in astonishment. Too long. Indeed, he had been here for an eternity, so long that the concept of time had slipped from his mind. Endowed with the means bestowed by a great emperor, he had long transcended the notion of mortality. Perhaps he could no longer be considered alive, but merely a vessel. Have you ever contemplated leaving? Lin Fan inquired, his gaze directed toward the depths of the sacred pool, where the presence of a formidable human figure was concealed. Yet Lin Fan discerned the truth within. Chaos light swirled in his pupils, granting him the ability to see through all worldly matters. There lay a corpse, a woman clad in a white gown with flowing black hair, serenely resting at the bottom of the pool, unchanged despite the passage of time. Though her once vibrant eyes had dimmed, it was evident she had once radiated unparalleled beauty. This was the secret of the sacred pool of the human race. It was not merely a natural treasure for enlightenment, but rather a legacy left for humanity by a powerful ancestor, her body serving as the foundation for an everlasting inheritance. Regrettably, no one from the human race had ventured here in ages. For countless millennia, the only one to approach this vicinity was the emperor of the Great Qin. Yet he ultimately failed to pass the test. I am the guardian of the sacred pool. I cannot leave this place, the elder replied, shaking his head. Guardianship was the very essence of his existence. Was he to protect the sacred pool, or humanity itself? Lin Fan pressed on, and the elder hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to such a profound question. My mistress instructed me to remain here. She said to wait for her return. That one day she would seek me out, the elder confessed, his earlier uncertainty giving way to newfound resolve. You must depart. You do not belong here. Having attained the status of a saint, this place holds no significance for you. It is the aspiring prodigies of the human race who truly require this sanctuary, he insisted. Adhering to the rules established by his former mistress, which he had upheld for countless ages, even if he could not restrain Lin Fan. Lin Fan's gaze shifted from the water to the elder. The latter's body trembled, and he instinctively took a step back. Who was the last person to come here? Lin Fan inquired. The elder appeared momentarily dazed, struggling to articulate a response before shaking his head. I have forgotten, he murmured, his eyes clouded with confusion, as though a segment of his memory had been erased. Perhaps the human race has discovered better places than the sacred pool, rendering it obsolete, for this world is vast. Yet, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. The human race has grown strong. The master shall soon return, he remarked, a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes, only to be interrupted by Lin Fan's words in the next moment. The human race is on the brink of extinction. The statement, delivered in a calm tone, seemed to express nothing extraordinary, yet the elder froze instantly, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan in disbelief. Impossible. The human race is so powerful, ruling over myriad clans, and even pioneering celestial pathways. With my master present, how could humanity possibly perish? His aged visage bore a hint of panic. Lin Fan regarded him with a slight shake of his head. You had already surmised part of the truth, had you not? Though time has erased many of your memories, you ought to recall the grandeur that once flourished here, starkly contrasting with the present. Lin Fan had deduced that the woman beneath the water was his master. She had long since buried herself beneath this sacred pool. It was she who severed his memories, leaving him only with the imperative to protect this place. As if influenced by his emotions, a fierce snowstorm erupted upon the snow-capped mountain, as though the very heavens were about to collapse. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Where's the master?" His gaze was locked on Lin Fan, awaiting an answer. Lin Fan remained silent. "Ah, you are still unaware of my master's identity. She is the unyielding emperor, the mightiest being beneath the great emperor," he proclaimed with pride. The mightiest beneath the great emperor. A paragon of unparalleled brilliance in an era that overshadowed all clans. Lin Fan continued to be silent. his gaze drifting once more to the lifeless form submerged below the water. Time had turned, yet her visage remained unchanged. It was uncertain how many still remembered her. "She is dead," Lin Fan stated. Just 3 words rendered the elder, who had been so fervently extolling his master, momentarily speechless, before he turned to Lin Fan. "She perished beneath this sacred pool, which you have guarded for countless ages, or rather, what you have been safeguarding is her remains." Lin Fan's hand once again graced the water's surface, causing ripples to spread as the pool's spiritually infused waters parted, revealing the shroud covering the woman's body. The relentless force of time surged forth, seeking to obliterate her remains entirely, but Lin Fan, with a mere gesture, warded off the torrents of time. The elder had lost all interest in the surrounding. His focus was solely on the woman beneath the water. A myriad of emotions, daze, confusion, fear, sorrow, flickered in his eyes as he knelt heavily before the corpse, his forehead pressed to the ground, unable to rise. "Master," he cried, and the entire mountain echoed with lamentation. The blizzard raging, yet miraculously avoiding the sacred pool atop the snow-capped peak. Lin Fan silently observed this scene. It seemed he had torn a corner off the past of humanity. Chapter 54, bestowing a fortune upon the mortal realm, the unyielding emperor. An entity that has buried herself atop the snow-covered mountain to prolong the life of humanity. Moreover, as the elder spoke, the human race dominated myriad clans and opened celestial pathways. Humanity should have been experiencing an era of unparalleled prosperity. They had even ventured beyond the Xuanhuang Great World. Yet for reasons unknown, they had declined, and even one as formidable as the unyielding emperor had perished. The snow fell night after night, and Lin Fan stood quietly atop the mountain, gazing into the abyss. At last, the snowfall ceased. Indeed, I had contemplated this long before. From the moment that individual named Yi Yuan arrived, I merely dared not believe it. The elder turned to Lin Fan and spoke. "Yi Yuan is none other than the emperor of the Great Qin. How could such a powerful human race, now so diminished, have an emperor who resides at the realm of transcendence, especially when I have witnessed his foundation being severed? Who would dare to sever the foundation of a sovereign of humanity?" His voice carried an undertone of murderous intent. In his era, humanity reigned supreme, with myriad races subservient. Not even a single clan would dare to challenge a human sovereign, let alone a scion of a noble lineage. The Celestial Clan? He had also discerned those 2 characters on the celestial map. Lin Fan gazed back at him, inquiring, "What manner of race is the Celestial Clan?" "One of the 10 pinnacle races of the current Xuanhuang Great World," Lin Fan replied, having only glimpsed them through the recollections of the Great Qin Emperor, knowing them to be a most enigmatic race. "The Celestial Clan did not exist in those times," the elder remarked, his brow furrowing in contemplation, yet moments later, his visage transformed, brimming with murderous resolve. "Whether it be the Celestial Clan or any other, those who offend humanity shall be met with annihilation. With the master gone, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard our race." He bowed once more to the corpse within the sacred pool, then rose, his once stooped form gradually regaining its youthful stature. Before Lin Fan stood a middle-aged man, a being of the 3rd heaven of the sacred realm. He then cast his gaze beyond the snowy mountains, across the vast expanse of the Great Qin, where a sudden snowfall descended, an invisible divine consciousness sweeping across the realm. A sage of humanity. In the capital of Qin, Yi Sun knelt before a figure shrouded in a black robe, relaying the state of humanity. When he noticed the figure suddenly raise its head, "It is snowing?" He paused momentarily, bewildered. Just moments ago, the skies were clear. How could it suddenly snow? The armies of the Great Tang had entered the Great Qin, bypassing the capital, charging directly into the territories ravaged by the Sea Clan. Just as a great victory was at hand, the heavens unexpectedly unleashed a snowfall. "This snow is peculiar." Gong Sun Liang stood beside Li Yu, catching a flake in his hand, his expression turning grave. "This is not true snow. It is the manifestation of the Dao. Where the great snow falls, there the sage descends." He spoke, and an image naturally surfaced in his mind. In the mountainous expanse, a figure in white stood unparalleled. Could it be that one? Li Yu focused intently. He knew it was not the master, yet he also understood that the master had come to the Great Qin. Could it be that the master was confronting the sage of the Sea Clan? Along the coastline, countless Sea Clan members who had just crawled ashore, upon witnessing the snowfall, hastily retreated back into the depths, gazing up at the sky in astonishment. A snowstorm blanketed the entirety of the Great Qin. "The Sea Clan," he bellowed in fury. The entire snow-capped mountain trembling, only settling after a long while, before he turned his gaze to Lin Fan. How has the human race dwindled to such an extent that within an entire nation, not a single sage remains? even subjected to the humiliation of these wretched creatures? Where are the sages of humanity? Will they remain hidden while our race faces annihilation? He questioned, his countenance cold and stern. Lin Fan shook his head and turned his gaze toward the lifeless body submerged beneath the waters. I am the sole sage of the human race. The calm declaration left the elder wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Lin Fan chose not to respond, instead surveying the sacred pool of the human race. A reservoir of spiritual energy accumulated over countless ages, truly a sanctified ground. The spiritual energy of the human realm was exceedingly sparse. Lin Fan remarked calmly, causing the elder to visibly shudder. What are you contemplating? Lin Fan smiled slightly. No other human can reach this place. Thus, let me summon rain for the human race, allowing this desolate land to be rejuvenated. His words offered the elder no opportunity to interject. With a single leap, he ascended above the sacred pool. The snow-capped mountains trembled but remained firmly restrained. Without the remains of the sacred pool's master, it shall decay, the elder shouted, struggling in vain. Only then did he comprehend the true extent of the youth's terrifying power. Even with the might of his true form, he could not disturb even a fraction of it. Even employing imperial artifacts revealed nothing of Lin Fan's essence. He sensed that the very rules of the surrounding world subtly recoiled from him. I have sought a burial site for her, to preserve her body from decay. Where? The elder inquired. Behind my courtyard. The backyard? The elder was momentarily taken aback. Before he could elaborate, he witnessed the waters of the sacred pool being drawn into the void, the heavens above fracturing, as fragments of the void intruded. The sacred spirit water flowed into these rifts. In that instant, it was not merely the realm of Daqin, but the entirety of the human race across the 9 provinces that began to rain. Water descended from the sky, its origins unknown, as if conjured from thin air. This is spiritual energy. Human cultivators, bathed in the rain, experienced a profound cleansing sensation, as if the very earth around them was awakening. All things revived. The barriers to cultivation became less insurmountable, and the comprehension of the world's great principles no longer felt so arduous. The sage has manifested. Some human cultivators gazed upward, their excitement palpable. This is a sacred miracle. The sage is altering the human realm with transcendent creation. Many knelt in reverence, including ordinary people, who believed this was the manifestation of the sage, reminiscent of the prior annihilation of the Stone Clan. Upon the snow-capped mountains, the elder stood in awestruck silence, unable to process the scene before him. After a long moment, he finally asked, "What realm do you truly occupy? Is this merely the sage realm?" He was incredulous. To command the path of space and attain such profound heights, this is beyond even the quasi-emperors. How could the human race, bereft of sages, produce one such as he? As the waters of the sacred pool dissipated, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the lifeless body, while the elder regarded Lin Fan with a wary expression. Was he truly intent on burying his master in his backyard? His master, the Emperor Wei Yong, the unparalleled empress of that era. How could she be interred in such a place? Bodhi. Lin Fan's voice resonated within the library, as the great banyan tree swayed its branches, seemingly in response. Then, a lifeless body traversed through the void, and a grave appeared anew in the backyard, with a tombstone erected before it. The tomb of the quasi-emperor Wei Yong. Chapter 55. The Saint of Flying Snow. A figure emerged from the depths of the void, unseen by any, gazing upon the vast expanse of the human realm with a furrowed brow. An observer from the celestial clan. When did the human race give rise to a saint? After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The remnants of the ancient human imperial court. He spoke softly before vanishing back into the void. Atop the snow-capped mountains, Lin Fan cast a glance into the depths of the void before turning his attention to the spirit of the snow mountain. Though not of the human race, he identified himself as one, embodying the essence of humanity more than some who were born to it. Were it not for Lin Fan's existence, he would have been a guardian of the human race. This was the final contingency left by the Emperor of Viang. Beneath the threshold of the quasi-emperor, Lin Fan remarked mildly. The spirit of the snow mountain's expression grew serious, though he had yet to reach the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Fan's presence struck him as more formidable than any quasi-emperor he had previously encountered. He sensed that perhaps only the Emperor of Viang could rival Lin Fan. Despite the decline of humanity, a figure of such terrifying prowess had emerged. Your master has already been interred. Should you wish, you may visit at any time. Lin Fan gestured, conjuring an image before his eyes, a pavilion, a courtyard, and an ancient banyan tree, culminating in a graveyard at the back. The tomb of the Emperor of the Great Tang. The tomb of the Emperor of the Great Qin. The tomb of the Emperor of Viang. His gaze settled upon the final tomb, and a tremor of emotion coursed through him, enveloping him in a wave of sorrow. He then knelt before the grave. Master, you need not feel this way. Even without your words or actions, I shall continue to protect this land. He proclaimed, the roots of flying snow lie within humanity, and the fate of flying snow is a gift you bestowed upon me. As long as I exist, humanity shall endure. Lin Fan regarded him silently, aware that the great commotion he had stirred was due to himself. The alien races were aware that humanity possessed a saint, yet none knew the identity of this saint. He could stand before all beings in representation of Lin Fan. The decline of humanity was surely being orchestrated by unseen hands, with countless eyes watching from the shadows. These observers may not even reside within the Xuanhuang Great World. Flying snow, though only at the third stage of sainthood, was formidable yet not yet worthy of their attention. However, should Lin Fan emerge, those observers would undoubtedly be stirred into action. Lin Fan currently possessed the strength of the ninth heaven of the Great Saint realm. Poised to enter the quasi-emperor stage, his combat prowess reaching unfathomable heights. No one beneath the emperor could rival him. He must not act lightly. A single move would result in the reckoning of all. After a lengthy pause, Flying Snow rose and bowed once more to Lin Fan. In you, I perceive a shadow of my master. Though you have restrained yourself to the utmost, you, like him, exude an innate aura of invincibility. In the future, you shall not fall short of him. Though I know not why you choose to conceal your power, I sense you have your own plans, and I am willing to heed your command, he stated, performing a gesture of loyalty akin to that of a sovereign and his subject. Lin Fan regarded him with a slight smile, pointing towards the land ravaged by the Sea clan. Then, let your first task be this. Go forth and eradicate every member of the Sea clan upon this human land, leaving not a single one alive. The snowflakes danced in the air as figs you gazed intently at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood suspended in the void, peering through the fabric of reality to behold countless chains of rules, witnessing the oppressive force of the heavens upon him. A wave of astonishment washed over him. What manner of person could provoke the wrath of the celestial order? I sensed that within this vast expanse of human territory, there existed not just one, but multiple sea race sages, with one presence even stronger than my own. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Lin Fan offered a faint smile. They shall not make their appearance. Fig's Yu's expression grew serious. He bowed once more to Lin Fan before departing. As he moved, the entire land trembled. The towering snow fog dissipating, revealing countless fissures stretching in all directions. Before the gaze of countless onlookers, the largest snow-capped mountain within the realm of the Great Qin vanished without a trace. In the territories that had succumbed to the Great Qin's downfall, innumerable sea race warriors relentlessly besieged a human city, with a sea race sage of the creation realm breaking through the city walls. The human city was on the brink of collapse, and countless human soldiers trembled, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes ablaze with fury. The human race shall neither perish nor retreat. A human general roared, and throngs of soldiers echoed his sentiment. Those who came here had never contemplated returning alive. Yet, just as the city was about to fall, snow began to descend from the heavens, blanketing the earth and dividing the realm into two hues, one within the human city, the other beyond its walls. In an instant, a veil of white enveloped the surroundings. Countless sea race warriors looked skyward, beholding a figure standing majestically in the firmament. A gaze as frigid as ice reflecting the entirety of the land. Die. A single word, and the temperature plummeted outside the city, freezing all in its wake. Every sea race warrior was annihilated. This transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the humans within the city realized what had occurred, the outside had transformed into a realm of ice. All they glimpsed was the silhouette of that singular figure. It is our sage, one human exclaimed, causing a ripple of astonishment among the ranks. The sage has come to rescue us. Within the city, not only were there soldiers from the Great Qin, but also reinforcements from the Great Tang, all of whom stood in a daze, entranced by the spectacle above. A military camp housing 500,000 sea race soldiers, spanning hundreds of miles, was completely buried beneath the tempest of snow. A heavenly realm sea race used immense powers to assault the city, only to be impaled by an ice spear driven into the ground. Some sea race warriors slaughtered human villages, but after a chilling gust swept through, silence reigned. All sea race warriors transformed into ice sculptures before the eyes of the human populace, shattering upon contact. This was the slaughter befitting the sage realm, beneath the sage. All were but ants. Where is our sage? Some sea race gazed skyward, their faces pale with despair. Yet, no matter how fervently they called, their sage remained absent. In a small human town, a sea race figure adorned with scales and a crimson crystal embedded in its brow strode through, rendering all human beings around it paralyzed. Sea race. They gasped in terror, unable to believe that such a being had appeared so close to the heart of the great Qin Empire. It was as though they had sunk into a quagmire, helplessly watching as the sea race passed by, unable to move a single step. Indeed, humans are far more delectable than those sea creatures. It is no wonder so many clans covet them, he chuckled lightly, observing the fear etched upon the faces of the humans surrounding him. Are you afraid? Indeed, fear is warranted, for soon you shall be devoured by me. Do not entertain the notion that salvation is at hand. Even if that so-called sage of yours were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. Mere shadows flitting about can do nothing but watch as I consume you whole. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of a young man clad in white, standing upon the long street, a tome tucked at his waist, gazing quietly at him. Oh, the sage of the human race has arrived, he remarked with a smile, dismissing Lin Fan entirely. Yet, in the next moment, his smile vanished. For Lin Fan had taken but a single step forward, arriving directly before him, seizing his throat with an iron grip. The trajectory of Lin Fan's approach eluded him, and he found himself powerless against that single hand. As he attempted to unfurl his domain, it collapsed instantaneously, his sacred weapon shattering into fragments. He stared at Lin Fan, his expression one of sheer horror. Chapter 56. Before the Imperial Palace first, Lin Fan said calmly, applying a slight pressure, and the Sea Tribe sage breathed his last. In that fleeting instant, his soul was obliterated, leaving behind a limp corpse upon the ground, as snow began to fall from the heavens, transforming the Sea Tribe sage into a figure of ice. Lin Fan had comprehended myriad paths, and the way of ice and snow was merely one among many, infinitely weaker in comparison. Qian Kong is dead, in another expanse of land. A blue-skinned member of the Sea Tribe approached a human city, poised to enter when suddenly a frown creased his brow. Though merely standing outside the city, the overwhelming stench of the sea enveloped the entire settlement, and countless ears could hear the distant roar of waves. Peering outside the city, one could almost discern an expanse of ocean. Historical accounts state that when a sage descends, a domain accompanies them, manifesting countless wonders within that realm. This is the sacred domain. An elder stood at the city gates, fixating intently on the figure beyond. He was the strongest within the city, a master of divine arts. Yet at this moment, fear etched across his features. The human sage is far too arrogant. The blue-skinned sage of the Sea Tribe spoke in a low voice, imbued with chilling malice. Within the sacred domain, all human beings trembled, instinctively turning their gazes toward a singular point, a suddenly manifested Sea Tribe presence. Upon hearing the elder's voice, despair washed over their faces. This is the sage of the Sea Tribe. A chilling wind swept through, prompting countless onlookers to gaze skyward, where snow began to cascade. A beautiful yet indescribable spectacle. The wind dispersed the foul odor, soothing the taut nerves of the crowd. The Sea Tribe sage outside the city abruptly turned, witnessing countless shards of ice coalesce into a colossal sword descending upon him. The waves roar, he bellowed. With a mighty surge, he conjured a tempestuous wave to clash with the icy sword. Human sage, I did not seek you, yet you have come to me, he declared, stepping into the air as a vast sea rose beneath him, merging him with the depths. With a swift thrust, the icy sword pierced through the colossal wave, ultimately impaling the Sea Tribe sage completely. Silence enveloped the scene. Only the Sea Tribe sage remained, staring at the heavens in disbelief. How could this human sage, who had only just ascended, possess such formidable strength? In his final gaze, he beheld the saint of the human race, a young man clad in white, standing amidst the celestial expanse, suspended between the realms of void and reality, as if he were an ethereal being. The second one has been accounted for. The rest remain in the Qin capital, which simplifies matters, Lin Fan remarked, his gaze drifting away from the human city, as his divine thought incarnation dissipated. The so-called sea race saint required merely a fleeting manifestation of divine thought. The same applied to the saints within the Qin capital. Yet, there remained one task to undertake before their demise. Yi Bun, Lin Fan spoke, as the fabric of space before him tore apart, unveiling a boundless ocean of stars. This was the starry sea domain. Yi Bun soared above the vast waters, pursued closely by hundreds of humans, with thousands of sea race members trailing behind. Yi Bun, they are closing in on us. What shall we do? Inquired a woman clad in blue, glancing back anxiously at the rapidly approaching sea race. Yi Bun, you must possess a significant background to have been brought here with such formidable weapons. Did your benefactor not provide you with any means of survival? Others chimed in, their hopeful gazes fixed upon Yi Bun, who they regarded as their last beacon of hope. Yi Bun regarded them with a slight shake of his head. My benefactor entrusted me only with this firewood knife, he declared, revealing that with this very knife, he had cleaved through several sea race experts of divine prowess, stirring monumental upheaval within these waters. And what of your benefactor? Questioned a burly man nearest to Yi Buhan. Just as Yi Buhan was about to respond, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Master. He looked up as the void fractured, revealing layers of worlds receding until they were left before a magnificent imperial capital, Qin capital. There stood his master, observing him. Behind Yi Buhan, all the human witnesses stared in astonishment. Those from the Qin capital recognized the familiar scene, their eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding reality. This was the Starry Sea domain, located millions of miles from the Qin capital. Lin Fan's gaze turned to the sea race behind Yi Buhan. An instant later, the vast ocean fell silent, the sea race rendered voiceless. The onlookers were struck with awe. We pay our respects to the saint. The blue-clad woman was the first to regain her composure, bowing respectfully, and the others followed suit, their bodies trembling as they knelt. Yi Buhan's companions were, indeed, saints. A tempest of emotions surged within their hearts. They had long heard of the emergence of saints among the human race, and had pursued them in vain, never anticipating such an encounter under these circumstances. You ought to return, Lin Fan said, as an overwhelming power descended upon the Starry Sea domain. Yi Buhan and the hundreds of humans behind him felt the world around them shift profoundly. When their minds steadied and they gazed again, they found themselves beyond the Qin capital. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed millions of miles. They were astounded. Is this the power of a saint? Ahead, a young man in a white robe stood at a short distance, exuding not a trace of aura, yet rendering the entire expanse of heaven and earth a mere backdrop to his presence. Let us proceed to meet those you wish to see, and simultaneously conclude the ties of causality. Consider this the final act I performed for you, Lin Fan declared as he made his way towards the Qin capital. He beheld numerous deadly formations and the radiance of sacred weapons, among which several emanated the formidable power of a great sage. This was the intricate web they had woven for Lin Fan. Ignoring the peril, he entered the Qin capital alongside Yi Buhan. Behind them, a group of human beings lingered hesitantly at the city gates. Among them, a woman clad in blue closed her eyes, attuning herself to the surrounding energies. Her expression one of trepidation, an astonishing slaughter formation. As she gazed upon Lin Fan's retreating figure, she noticed that the sage appeared oblivious, boldly stepping into the deadly array. Becoming ensnared within, she exhaled deeply and followed suit, while the others gritted their teeth and pursued him closely. Sage, there are numerous lethal formations within the Qin capital, the blue-clad woman cautioned. Lin Fan merely nodded, showing no signs of retreat, instead plunging deeper into the danger. Ultimately, they arrived before the imperial palace. A youth adorned in imperial robes stood atop the throne, with a multitude of court officials kneeling behind him. He looked down upon Lin Fan and the others from his elevated position. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited this day for a considerable time, he proclaimed, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he no longer feared Lin Fan. On the palace walls behind him, figures emerged, each radiating a profound aura. They were all sages, 13 in total. This was his source of confidence. After all, Lin Fan was merely a newly ascended sage, while 13 stood behind him. Countless formidable beings lay in wait within the Qin capital, having set a trap so intricate that even a sage would spill blood here. Upon witnessing this, do you feel a twinge of fear, sage of the human race? Yi Sun inquired, his eyes filled with loathing. What of the sage? He too shall meet his end, he asserted, standing atop the throne like a peerless emperor, exuding an air of disdain that rendered even the sages unworthy of his reverence. His words sent tremors through the blue-clad woman and her companions. Where is the emperor of the Great Qin? Someone inquired, their gaze not upon Yi Sun, but directed toward the palace and the 13 figures upon the palace walls. I am the emperor of the Great Qin. Having seen me, why do you not kneel? Yi Sun's gaze turned lethal as he addressed them. The blue-clad woman and her companions regarded Yi Sun, then turned their attention to the 13 sages, a scornful smile gracing their lips. Emperor, you are unworthy. You do not even merit the title of human. You are more befitting of a beast, she retorted. They had ventured into the Starry Sea to slay the sea tribes, solely to grant the human race of the Great Qin a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Yet they had not anticipated that the royal lineage they protected would manifest in such a manner, with the bloodline of the emperor kneeling before an alien race. The vast Qin capital had entirely fallen under foreign control. Preposterous. Yi Sun fumed, but upon noticing the gaze of the blue-clad woman and her companions, he chuckled. If you seek the emperor, you should inquire of the man before you. The emperor has perished by his hand. If I am unworthy to be of the human race, then what makes him deserving? He taunted, casting a derisive glance at the crowd, before turning his gaze back to Lin Fan, seemingly urging him to take action. A group of individuals turned their gazes toward Lin Fan, their faces etched with disbelief. A sage has slain the emperor? How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment, a twinge of despair flickered within them. Had the sage truly forsaken humanity? Is it over? Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension. It was Lin Fan. All eyes were drawn to him, clad in a white robe, resembling a scholarly figure. Standing before the imperial palace, his demeanor remained unperturbed, even when confronted by 13 sages. His composure as serene as still water. The 13 sages furrowed their brows, unable to sense his aura. One sage, shrouded in darkness, declared that he was neither of the Sea tribe nor the barbarian clan, but belonged to an entirely unknown lineage. His essence was concealed, as if he existed in a realm of void. Another sage, observing Lin Fan, was filled with doubt. Could it be due to that imperial weapon of humanity? He must have come wielding the imperial artifact, which explains his fearless demeanor. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. How could a newly emerged sage of humanity possibly defeat the sovereign of mountains? They concluded that this new sage had awakened the dormant imperial weapon of humanity, harnessing its power to vanquish the sovereign of mountains. This was the consensus among the sages. The prey, once caged, dared to turn against its master. This was unacceptable. Even if he was merely a new sage, they felt compelled to extinguish him. This was their purpose for coming. Yet, there was another unspoken reason tied to the past of humanity, a history that they refused to acknowledge. Yi Sun regarded Lin Fan, his heart trembling at the thought of facing a sage, especially one who had slain the sovereign of mountains. However, the presence of the 13 sages behind him steadied his resolve. What is it, sage? He inquired, but before he could finish, he saw Lin Fan extend a hand toward him. 5 fingers, yet they loomed like a chasm, reaching for him, causing his spirit to quiver. The sages behind him remained still, perhaps out of a shared fear to act. The space between those fingers continuously reformed and evolved, swiftly manifesting an independent microcosm, within which only Yi Sun existed. Yi Buzheng, go forth, Lin Fan then addressed Yi Buzheng. Yi Buzheng's expression shifted as he gazed at Yi Sun standing within the microcosm, then turned to the 13 sages upon the palace walls, solemnly nodding. Thank you, sir. I shall assuredly triumph in this battle. With that, the space before him shattered, and he was drawn into that realm, landing before Yi Sun. Upon the palace wall, the 13 sages were taken aback by this spectacle. Lin Fan regarded them. It is not yet your turn, you may observe closely. His words, spoken with a calm demeanor, suggested that it was the 13 sages who were ensnared in a web of fate. The majestic presence of the sages radiated as they fixed their stares upon Lin Fan. Yet he paid them no heed. His focus remained on the battle within the microcosm, transforming the scene into a canvas, with the onlookers merely spectators of the unfolding drama. The woman clad in blue observed the scene, exchanging glances with her companions of the human race, suppressing the astonishment within their hearts as they stood resolutely behind Lin Fan. The saint was before them. How could they waver for the sake of a traitorous human? He was their sole saint. If they did not place their faith in him, whom could they trust? The courtiers who had knelt before the imperial palace gradually rose, silently positioning themselves behind Lin Fan. In the small world, Yi Sun confronted Yi Buzheng, a cold smile gracing his lips. My brother, it has been far too long. Have you grown up only to learn to defy me? That man killed our father. You, instead of aiding me in avenging him, choose to side with my enemy against me. Do you not realize the gravity of your treachery? Yi Sun regarded Yi Buzheng with disdain. Weakness is an eternal state. He may have triumphed once, yet he is destined to lose again. Yi Buzheng, I no longer regard you as a threat. Yi Buzheng ignored the taunts, focusing instead on unfastening the axe from his waist. Yi Sun scoffed at the sight of the axe. An axe? Is this the extent of your skills? In stark contrast, Yi Sun brandished a crescent-shaped long knife, its blade emanating a faint aura of sanctity, a true holy weapon forged by a Sea clan saint. This holy weapon has felled opponents of the transcendent realm. I have wielded it to slay formidable foes, he declared, pride radiating from him as he caressed the blade. Yi Buzheng gripped the axe and lifted his gaze. In that fleeting moment, his demeanor transformed entirely, as if he had become one with the weapon itself. The memory of Lin Fan's blade echoed incessantly in his mind, engraved deep within his very being. Father did not perish at the hands of the teacher. He fell to the celestial clan. It was the teacher who retrieved and buried him, he stated, advancing towards Yi Sun with purpose, every word deliberate. This is the blade forged by my teacher. He has never disclosed its rank, yet I can feel its potential to sever the blade in your grasp. To end you, one strike shall suffice. With that, He unleashed a strike towards Yi Sun. In that instant, Yi Sun transformed into a mere tree before him. His master had once imparted wisdom. Even woodcutting could yield a saintly presence. Yi Buzheng began to understand. Chapter 58. One finger to slay all saints. This strike is named Mountain Splitter. Yi Buzheng proclaimed, a magnificent apparition materializing behind him, mirroring his stance with the axe as it cleaved towards the mountains before him. Yi Sun's expression shifted upon witnessing this, and he retreated in a frenzy, summoning his holy weapon to counter Yi Buzheng's assault. It is merely an axe, he screamed, as the sacred aura of his long knife swirled, delivering a strike that could annihilate even one of a higher realm. Yet, he faced Yi Buzheng, open, with a decisive slash. Yi Buzheng shattered Yi Sun's holy weapon in an instant, followed by the severing of Yi Sun's hands, sending him hurtling 1,000 meters away. How is this possible? He shrieked in disbelief, fury coursing through him. How could I be defeated while wielding a holy weapon? It was but an axe. Suddenly, he looked up to see Yi Buzheng standing before him, bloodied axe in hand, regarding him with a calm detachment. You remain unchanged, yet I have transformed beyond recognition. Your arrogance blinds you, leading you to believe you have unraveled the mysteries of existence and seized control over all, when in truth, you perceive merely a fragment of the vast world. He spoke, lifting his gaze toward the celestial dome of this diminutive realm. His heart, too, was shaken. The machete he wielded had indeed severed the sacred weapon. The master had not truly refined this blade, merely grasped it once. I choose not to slay you to unveil to you the essence of true despair. The human race may presently appear feeble, yet the master is not as you envision, and the 13 saints may not possess the might you presume. As the heavens fractured, the two returned to the imperial palace. Lin Fan stood at a distance, observing the scene unfold. Master, Yi Buzheng stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Lin Fan. Yi Sun lay in a pool of blood, clutching his severed arms. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan, still harboring hope as he looked upon the 13 saints atop the palace walls. The saints will come to his rescue. The saints will vanquish this human saint. Lin Fan regarded him, then cast a glance at Yi Sun, offering a slight nod, understanding Yi Buzheng's thoughts. Before the imperial palace, Lin Fan suddenly advanced a step. The 13 saints' expressions hardened. Now it is your turn, he declared calmly, causing the entire realm to tremble. He intended to confront 13 adversaries alone. Behind him, the woman in blue and others watched in astonishment. The 13 saints fell silent, seemingly reluctant to be the first to act, until finally, a Sea Tribe saint stepped forth. From the array, he stated coldly. From within Qin capital emerged formidable Sea Tribe warriors, each wielding array flags, and in an instant, a lethal formation was activated. The 9 curves of heavenly punishment array, capable of slaying saints. The Sea Tribe saint proclaimed, opting not to engage directly, but rather compelling the Sea Tribe within Qin capital to unleash the array upon Lin Fan. Dark clouds surged above, enveloping the sky of Qin capital, followed by 9 bolts of thunder, akin to divine retribution, descending upon Lin Fan. Boom! The thunder shattered the heavens, tearing a rift in the void. Yet upon reaching Lin Fan, it transformed into tranquility, as if he were ensconced within a forbidden domain, untouchable by the tempest. Above the imperial palace, the Sea Tribe saint observed the scene, his expression faltering. Something was amiss, he uttered, unable to discern Lin Fan's cultivation. To his eyes, Lin Fan bore no resemblance to a saint, but rather appeared as an ordinary mortal. Yet, as the thunder of the 9 curves of heavenly punishment array bore down upon Lin Fan, he felt an inexplicable constriction in his heart, as though he had disturbed an unspeakable terror. A sense of retreat began to stir within him. What is happening? A saint inquired nearby. How can such a formidable killing array stir not even the slightest ripple? Deploy the great Saint Dao soldiers, the Sea Tribe saint suddenly commanded, his expression turning grave, his brow quivering. He had received news from the Sea Tribe Saint Hall. 2 of their saints had perished. Those 2 were not significantly weaker than him. Yet they had quietly succumbed within this expanse of human territory. His words caused the other saints to stiffen, their gazes turning toward him. He inhaled deeply. A crystalline object, as azure as a pupil, was unveiled. The moment this cerulean eye emerged, a wave of disorientation washed over the surrounding saints. The Oceanic clan's great sage's weapon. The Abyssal Ghost Eye, he declared. Under the influence of the Abyssal Ghost Eye, the karmic burdens within the hearts of countless individuals stirred, plunging them into an endless realm of illusion. 2 of our clan's saints have already perished at his hands. He is no ordinary sage. We have underestimated him. Perhaps the imperial weapon he wields is not as flawed as we believed. It might be a nearly perfect imperial artifact. Upon hearing this, the other saints were visibly shaken. To manipulate an entire realm with a mere gesture, you must realize this is beyond our capabilities. His cultivation is likely not as lowly as we imagined. Another saint stepped forward, revealing a glimpse of his form, his skin thick and dark as ink, adorned with peculiar demonic runes. He was of the demon clan. The surrounding saints were taken aback. The demon clan, despite having faced annihilation eons ago, still possessed a formidable lineage, ranking just beneath the 10 pinnacle clans. His power was among the mightiest of the saints, at the 7th level of sagehood. He summoned a short sword, its surface etched with an array of demonic runes, exuding a chilling crimson aura. The great sage's weapon, the blood imperial sword, forged with the blood of a quasi-emperor and the painstaking efforts of our clan's great sage. It can slay any being beneath a great sage. His voice was cold and resolute. Holding the sword, he stood before the assembly of saints, gazing indifferently at Lin Fan. Behind him, the other saints also summoned their own artifacts. Various sacred resonances flowed, causing the very void around them to strain under their collective presence, collapsing and reforming. Human sage, summon your artifact, one of the newly ascended saints challenged. You, who can slay the mountain lords, surely possess a fragment of an imperial weapon. Their expressions hardened at the mention of imperial artifacts. If one were whole, they would flee at once. Yet, it was impossible. If humanity possessed a complete imperial weapon, they would not have fallen to this plight. An imperial being transcends all existence. Just a single imperial artifact could annihilate all saints beneath it. A throng of saints fixated on Lin Fan, as if any slight movement from him might provoke a cataclysmic response. Yet, Lin Fan did nothing but slightly raise his gaze. Oceanic clan, demon clan, moon clan, Lin Fan spoke, effortlessly piercing through their disguises. How abundant, he remarked lightly, his tone devoid of any tremor, akin to a casual conversation. In the next moment, he pointed, and from the tip of his finger, an invisible ripple emanated outward. The 13 saints trembled, and then their souls extinguished. All 13 saints perished. Chapter 59, Frozen for thousands of miles silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. All present wore expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Had the battle of saints concluded so abruptly? There was no fierce struggle as anticipated, just a single gesture, and everything was resolved. Yet these were saints, 13 formidable beings, each capable of sustaining an entire clan, and they had simply perished. With a mere finger, they were annihilated. It is often said that beneath the sage, there lie mere ants. Yet, when has the sage ever become an ant? The esteemed gentleman, Yi Buhan, stood in astonishment. Fully aware of the gentleman's formidable prowess, realizing that these 13 sages might not be able to contend with him. Yet, this power is overwhelming. This is a sage. The blue-clad women and others, regaining their senses, knelt in reverence, their hearts brimming with indescribable excitement. This is the sage of the human race. What significance does the descent of many sages hold when one can single-handedly confront them all? Yi Sun, in a daze, gazed at the scene, feeling as if all his vitality had drained away, collapsing to the ground, his face etched with despair. How could this be possible? He murmured, as if lost in madness. He had schemed for so long, betraying his father and his kin, all in pursuit of that position, seeking dominion over the world. And now, all was lost. 13 alien sages. How could they simply perish? Now you understand, do you not? Everything you held dear was but a farce. What is so-called imperial power in the face of true strength? Yi Buhan regarded Yi Sun and spoke with a calm demeanor. The throne of the human emperor is not merely a title. It carries a weighty responsibility, one neither you nor I can bear. In the 9 provinces of humanity, there stands only the gentleman. My purpose is to assist him in the future. The human race must strive unceasingly. He recalled when the gentleman had once inquired about his aspirations. At that time, he had lacked understanding, but now, clarity enveloped him. To stand before millions. To be the pillar of the human race. Lin Fan turned back, surveying the entirety of Qin capital. With that singular motion, the ravaging 9 curves of heavenly punishment array crumbled instantly, and all the sea clans sustaining the formation perished. In the sacred land of the human dragon vein, alien entities were forbidden. His tranquil words seemed to impose a new order upon the land, causing all hidden alien beings within Qin capital to fall. And you as well. His gaze fell upon the ministers of the great Qin, kneeling before the aliens. Sage, spare us. We had no choice. My family is in the hands of the aliens. If I do not submit, they will perish. I recognize my error. I command the military of the great Qin. Should I die, chaos will engulf the army. Allow me to atone by leading the charge against the enemy. They pleaded, their voices filled with despair. Yet, no flicker of emotion stirred upon Lin Fan's countenance. He merely observed them quietly, as if watching a performance. You do not regret your actions, you are merely afraid. With a swift gesture, a multitude of souls were extinguished, rendered motionless, while those courtiers who had previously chosen to stand behind Lin Fan trembled in response. Lin Fan ignored them, directing his gaze skyward. Heavy snow began to fall, gradually enveloping the entire Qin capital, when a figure descended before Lin Fan, bowing deeply. Fei Shui pays respects to the gentleman. Fei Shui had returned. Just as Lin Fan had foretold, he had traversed a path of slaughter, exacting vengeance upon the Sea clans, encountering not a single alien sage along the way. Upon arriving here, he comprehended the truth. All the sages were gathered here, atop the imperial palace walls, 13 lifeless bodies devoid of vitality. He had come to aid Lin Fan, yet it appeared that such assistance was no longer necessary. Within the vast dominion of the Great Qin, I have vanquished all aquatic tribes. Along the eastern coastline, I sense the presence of the sacred Dao. It is likely that numerous aquatic sages lie in wait there. Sir, do you wish to make a journey there? He inquired. For this was one of the reasons for his visit. Despite the slaughter of the aquatic tribes within the Great Qin, he felt it insufficient. In his era, any who dared to harm the human race would face rivers of blood and even annihilation of their kin. Thus, in that time, the aquatic tribes would be guilty of genocide. Yet, his strength was lacking. He knew that Lin Fan possessed the necessary power. Onlookers beheld this scene with astonishment. It seemed yet another sage had appeared, one who stood alongside the sages. Could he be a sage of the human race? The elder cast a glance at the crowd, noticing Yi Buhan, and nodded slightly. I have met your father. His talent is commendable, though he is yet to reach the echelon of prodigies. Under the guidance of the esteemed sir, you shall undoubtedly surpass your father, he remarked, his tone imbued with warmth. His benevolence extended to others as well. Being born of the human race and receiving enlightenment from the Emperor of Vyang, he had long since rooted himself within humanity. Yi Buhan was taken aback. You have met my father? He nodded, letting out a soft sigh. This generation's emperor has endured great hardship. In another era, who would dare show disrespect to the sovereign of the human race in this vast world? You dwell in a time of profound suffering. He turned his gaze towards those behind him. They too seemed to be affected, bowing in unison. With these words, he had become a sage of the human race. Lin Fan observed this unfolding drama. As he journeyed through the Great Qin, reckoning with the aquatic tribes, he began to comprehend the plight of humanity today. Had he existed in another era, he would not have sought Lin Fan. He would have already penetrated the aquatic tribes, for at that time, there were formidable guardians among the human race to support him. Now, however, Lin Fan stood as the solitary being above the realm of sages. In the eternal passage of time, everything has transformed. I am called Figzu, awakened by the esteemed sir. I serve under the Emperor of Vyang. You may refer to me as Sage Figzu, he declared. Not as Sage Figzu, but simply Sage. The crowd was taken aback. Indeed, he was a sage of the human race. Yet, who was the Emperor of Vyang? They were all well versed in the annals of human history and had never heard of such a figure, nor found a single mention of him. Lin Fan nodded slightly, observing the expressions of the people, then turning his gaze towards the boundless starry sea of the eastern Great Qin. His eyes narrowed slightly. Only a few sages have perished. This is indeed a light toll. His calm words ignited a spark of hope in Sage Figzu's eyes, as he gazed at Lin Fan with anticipation. A chilling wind swept through, snow continued to fall, but the essence had transformed entirely. It was a grander, more magnificent manifestation of the ice and snow Dao. Figzu, you have guarded the sacred pool for an enduring span. Your merits are acknowledged. With the Emperor of Vyang no longer present, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity. Lin Fan spoke, as the void before him tore apart, revealing an endless expanse of ocean. He stepped forth, alighting upon the vast sea. With my Dao, I bestow upon you an opportunity of celestial magnitude. As the words fell, the vast ocean shuddered, and snow began to drift from the heavens, enveloping the entire sea with a profound aura of Dao, originating from the eastern shores of the Great Qin. A realm of ice stretched for thousands of miles. Chapter 60. The snow conceals the skies on the eastern coastline of the Great Qin. Countless onlookers stood in a daze, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. The void shattered, and a figure emerged from the endless expanse, uttering a singular phrase that encapsulated the freezing of a vast oceanic domain. Today, by my Dao, I shall bestow upon you a transformation of cosmic proportions. The icy expanse, which annihilated countless sea creatures, was merely a gift of fate bestowed upon humanity. Who was this individual? Questions arose, yet no one possessed the answer. Only a silhouette remained, seemingly bearing the weight of humanity's sky upon its shoulders. With a thunderous roar, at the horizon of the heavens, perhaps in the realm of the nine skies, a formidable, thunderous tribulation brood, descending with intent upon the figure above the sea. This was the wrath of the heavens. Yet, the figure merely lifted its gaze, and with a gentle grasp, the cataclysmic lightning dissipated into nothingness. An indescribable aura surrounded Lin Fan, a mere trace of it stirring the very fabric of the universe, compelling even the awe-inspiring tribulation to retreat. "Are you certain of this course?" Lin Fan queried, his eyes reflecting the chaotic Dao, a mere blink capable of annihilating worlds. The Chaos Dao, birthed for the first time in the Xuanhuang Great World, existed within the depths of Lin Fan's contemplation, yet he had truly comprehended its essence. The tribulation, seemingly enraged, erupted, yet ultimately waned. The chains of cosmic law around Lin Fan multiplied. He smiled faintly, unfazed by the tumult. His gaze turned towards the boundless ocean, where 3 sea clan sages, dragging their forms, fled across the ice, desperately escaping to the open sea. Could this truly be a sage of humanity? They glanced back, their expressions trembling. Such widespread devastation had not been directed at them. Separated by countless miles, they had merely felt a fraction of the aftermath. Yet, their very souls had nearly been frozen within. In the Qin capital, the Snowfall sage observed this scene with a visage of astonishment. Was this truly his genuine power? If he was not mistaken, that must have been divine retribution. From ancient times, those who faced divine wrath rarely emerged unscathed, and even those who survived were often left crippled. Yet, this individual seemed to navigate it with such ease. The ice and snow Dao was, in truth, a fusion of the Dao of ice and the Dao of snow. Your essence is that of a snow-capped mountain, born with an innate understanding of the Dao, yet lacking in realization. You have missed a crucial step. Lin Fan's voice resonated, a sound only he could perceive. His expression shifted, recognizing that Lin Fan was imparting wisdom onto him. This was his moment of transformation. He focused intently, channeling his mind to absorb the intricacies of Lin Fan's Daic essence. What I previously manifested was the Dao of ice. Next, I shall unveil the Dao of snow, Lin Fan proclaimed. Along the eastern coastline of the Great Qin, a multitude of humanity gathered, witnessing Lin Fan extend his hand toward the infinite sea. Snow. His gentle utterance bore an ineffable Daic resonance. In this starry oceanic realm, which had never known snow, flakes began to fall, cascading like grains of sand into the vast waters. The 3 fleeing sea sages halted, gazing skyward, their expressions lost in wonder. Snow? One of the sea sages extended a hand, as delicate snowflakes settled into his palm. Suddenly, the expression of the Sea Clan sage changed dramatically. He abruptly turned to his 2 companions who had yet to touch the snow. "Do not disturb the snow." As the words left his lips, he was transformed into a statue of ice, his flesh and bones halting entirely the moment they came into contact with the snow. An inconspicuous snowflake harbored the most terrifying intent to kill. Even the sage could only endure for a fleeting moment. Sea of Clouds, Sword Domain. Another sage of the Sea Clan hastily conjured his domain, summoning countless waters to form a vast expanse of Sword Domain before him. A chilling wind swept through, causing both sages to shudder, as the snowflakes penetrated the Sword Domain and fell upon them. How is this possible? They widened their eyes, incredulous as they gazed at the heavens. Countless snowflakes descended, burying their figures, and the 2 sages were thus obliterated amidst the swirling snow. The flying snow sage observed this scene, trembling with emotion. Is this truly the path of ice and snow? He, born of the celestial spirit mountain, found himself outmatched by a mere human, not merely outmatched, but leagues apart. It was as if the brilliance of a gem paled in comparison to the radiance of the full moon. Humanity, you have gone too far. A voice resonated from thousands of miles away across the ocean, where the waters churned violently. An enormous sea beast's head emerged from the depths, shattering miles of frigid ice with a mere movement. Yet the snowflakes continued to fall, and he gazed into the distance, spotting a figure clad in white, a human, upon whom his gaze fell. Ninth heaven of the sage, nearing the great sage realm, Lin Fan remarked calmly. At his words, everyone before the imperial palace trembled. This was a being approaching the great sage level. To them, a sage was already a formidable force, let alone a great sage. A peerless existence etched in history. He is doomed, the flying snow sage murmured. The crowd focused intently on the ocean, where they could witness everything unfolding. Yet the creatures there remained oblivious to their presence. In the ocean, tumultuous waves surged as the colossal sea beast shattered countless sheets of ice, entering the vast frozen expanse. Yet, in mere moments, it panicked. Fear flickered in its eyes as it became aware that the flow of its blood had inexplicably slowed several-fold. It was gradually being encased in ice. The closer it drew to that human, the quicker the freezing progressed. Despite the fact that it was still nearly 10,000 miles away, how could the coverage of the domain be so extensive? Flee, with no other thoughts in mind. It turned its massive form to escape toward the distant ocean. This human was terrifying, undoubtedly a great sage, perhaps even stronger, but it was too late. A figure descended upon the ocean before it, clad in white robes, standing serenely upon the water's surface. It turned back, and that human remained rooted in place. It's a manifestation of the Dao. Focusing intently, it stirred the tumultuous sea, attempting to crush this embodiment of the Dao. Yet that figure simply took a step forward. The colossal waves calmed, the seawater refroze, and the temperature around it plummeted drastically, sealing off its path of escape. Human race, have you contemplated this? The Sea Clan of the Starry Ocean is merely one faction among the vast oceanic tribes. Our true strength is not inferior to that of the demon or celestial races. My master is a great sage from the endless ocean, who revealed his origins. He is a disciple of a great sage and disclosed a hidden truth. The fragmented sea tribes have been unified. Today, the power of the Sea Clan rivals that of the demons, celestials, and spirit races. Yet, his words bore little impact. In a fleeting moment, he lost the ability to speak, fading into eternal silence within this oceanic expanse. That is sufficient. As the Daoist figure vanished, Lin Fan observed this scene and remarked. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the Qin capital. He turned his gaze towards Figs, who nodded and stepped out of the void passage to the spot where Lin Fan had previously stood. All of this transpired in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. To countless onlookers, it appeared as a mere fleeting daze. We still require a so-called incomplete imperial weapon, Lin Fan stated. Then, amidst Figs' astonished gaze, he presented her with a painting, not a celestial chart, but rather a grand depiction of snow obscuring the heavens. I painted this just now, Lin Fan remarked. And then the spatial passage shattered, leaving only Figs standing atop the frozen vast sea. The snow ceased, and countless individuals finally discerned the figure in the heavens. Chapter 61. The Ice Emperor, a middle-aged man with white hair, holding a scroll, stood amid the celestial sea, surrounded by a swirling aura of sanctity, embodying a domain of ice and snow. Is this our human race's sage? Countless onlookers along the eastern coastline of the Great Qin Empire gazed at the figure in the sky, their expressions awash with astonishment. Simultaneously, in the depths of the starry ocean, a pair of eyes opened, fixating on the figure of the Saintess Figs, ultimately resting upon that scroll. It is it, he mused. He beheld the scene depicted in the painting. Snow falling from the heavens, the sun and moon turning to frost, a figure standing amidst the endless snow. Sensing his gaze, that figure turned to him. Boom. His heart trembled, and he hastily averted his eyes. The spirit within the imperial weapon had not perished. It could still manifest the imperial visage. Mastering the way of ice and snow, could it be that one? The human race once had an ice emperor. When he attained enlightenment, the heavens and earth were cloaked in snow, the sun and moon congealed to frost, even giving rise to a clan known as the Ice Tribe. Yet, its existence was fleeting, vanishing alongside the ancient human race in the river of time, leaving an indelible mark upon the Xuanhuang Great World. The history of the Sea Clan still records his legend to this day. In the depths of the void, a figure emerged, not far from the Saintess Figs. Yet she could not perceive him. Or rather, she sensed more than one gaze upon her. Too many to trace their origins. This was the very purpose of his presence, to stand before the myriad races on behalf of Lin Fan. Not a human, but a manifestation of the snow-capped mountains. This was the entity that had appeared within the Great Qin Imperial Palace, slaying the Emperor of the Great Qin. Upon realizing that this so-called human sage was not of the human race, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This indicated that no human had eluded his watchful eye to attain sainthood. It was merely a manifestation of a snow mountain. An object of the Ice Emperor? He regarded the scroll, pondering similarly. After a moment's hesitation, his figure vanished into the void. The Ice Emperor's contingency plan was not worth confronting directly just yet. The Ice Emperor? In the Qin capital, Lin Fan heard the voice from the void and was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a serendipitous discovery. The human race truly had such an emperor. With a smile, he shook his head and looked towards Yi Buhan and the others, who all bowed deeply, filled with reverence. Only they understood that the one who truly sealed off the vast icy seas was this white-clad youth before them. He was the true pillar of the human race. The human race remained weak, still unprepared to step onto the grand stage of the myriad clans. The future lay in their hands, and he was merely a guide. It was not yet time to reveal himself in this world, Lin Fan said with a smile, and the group nodded solemnly in agreement. He understood that the sage was considering their welfare. Although the sage possessed the power to forcibly elevate the human race before the myriad clans, the outcome might not be favorable. The human race could not solely rely on the sage for support. They needed to stand on their own. Sage, we understand, they replied. Their respect for Lin Fan growing deeper. Despite having the power to transcend, the sage willingly concealed his identity for the sake of the human race. A testament to his earnest intentions. Lin Fan observed this scene with a gentle smile, nodded, and then turned to Yi Bun. The great Qin Empire has collapsed. Whether it is to be rebuilt or otherwise rests upon you, as you are its last bloodline. What are your thoughts? Lin Fan inquired. Yi Bun gazed at the grand yet desolate imperial palace of Qin and the trembling ministers of the dynasty. He shook his head. Sir, I cannot become the emperor of Qin. Gripping the axe in his hand, he looked towards the distant horizon and smiled. My path does not lie here. The throne is a shackle for me. Did you not say that one can achieve transcendence even while chopping firewood? I wish to try. His tone was resolute. Sir, do you have someone suitable? I shall entrust the great Qin to him. In that moment, the notion of imperial power seemed to pale in comparison to the axe he held. After witnessing that battle, he understood what the human race truly needed. The so-called imperial power was, in the eyes of the sage, mere fleeting smoke. What the human race required was a sage. He hoped that when the sage faced the might of the myriad clans, he would be able to safeguard the human race, allowing the sage to act without concern. Lin Fan regarded him with a nod. He did not disclose who that person would be, nor would he assist Li Yu. Both Li Yu and Yi Bun had their own paths to tread. The path of an emperor was Li Yu's choice. Lin Fan's gaze traversed the layers of void, landing upon the eastern coastline of the Great Qin, where Li Yu stood amidst countless troops, supported by the masses. Behind the Tang army were numerous commoners of Qin, who, upon seeing the young emperor, instinctively bowed in respect. I see the shadow of the human emperor within him, Gongsun Liang remarked, standing among the throngs, gazing up at Li Yu in admiration, as the commanders around him nodded in agreement. They had never witnessed an emperor who dared to charge into the fray amidst countless alien races, yet could also strategize from afar, determining victory from a distance. Suddenly, he turned his head and, not far away, beheld a figure he would never forget. Once atop the mountains, he had wielded his hand to sever the sacred. It was the sage. This was a projection of Lin Fan, who seemed to have noticed Gongsun Liang and gave him a slight nod before dissipating into grains of sand. Gongsun Liang's expression shifted, and he bowed respectfully in that direction. Although he could not recall the sage's visage, he would forever remember that silhouette, for it represented the true pillar of humanity. The one who had once frozen millions of miles was also a sage, though he had since transformed into the one in the heavens. While the reasons remained a mystery, the sage must have had his own motives. Regardless of humanity's future, there would always be someone quietly leading the way, and that was the sage. Go forth and pursue your desires, Lin Fan said, gazing at Yi Bun in Qin capital. Yi Bun's expression changed. Sir, are you leaving? Lin Fan nodded. I have accomplished what I needed to do, and it is time for me to return and rest. One must indulge in the joys of life. One cannot squander all their time in this mortal realm. Books must still be read, for I am a scholar, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. A hint of reluctance appeared on Yi Bun's face. Will I see you again, sir? Lin Fan nodded. You shall see me when you become a sage. Now, I must take my leave. He glanced back at the Qin capital, shook his head, and vanished within its confines. Apart from Yi Bun, the memory of Lin Fan gradually faded from the minds of others until it completely disappeared, leaving only an awareness of his existence. The sage has departed, the woman in blue murmured behind Yi Bun. Subsequently, everyone bowed towards the direction of Lin Fan's departure. The sight of the sage today marked the beginning of their fate's turning point. Humanity had finally glimpsed hope. Chapter 62. The celestial mechanism of the Tsang clan in the grand capital of the Tang dynasty. Lin Fan first visited the rear courtyard and observed a few graves. Each visit added another to the collection, and he pondered who would be the next. I feel like a funeral attendant, Lin Fan said, shaking his head. 3 graves stood in this obscure location, only visited by Lin Fan, leaving him to wonder who would remember them in a million years. The tomb of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, the tomb of the emperor of the Qin dynasty, the tomb of the future emperor of Viang. At least someone is here to honor your remains. Perhaps one day you will witness the flourishing of humanity. After speaking, Lin Fan departed, and from the soil of the graves sprouted a flower with 3 delicate petals, gently swaying as if in response to Lin Fan's words. As time flowed, several years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan's life remained unchanged during this period, reading, sipping tea, tending to some flowers, and caring for a pond of fish. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 38. Cultivation, ninth level of the Great Sage Realm. Talent. Unparalleled through the ages. Sword path deduction opportunities. 5. Unused. Destruction source insight opportunities. 2. Unused. Thunder source insight opportunities. 4. Unused. It is time to break through. Lin Fan suddenly declared, putting down the book in his hands. The subtle words seemed to resonate with some celestial will, invisibly bestowing countless constraints upon Lin Fan. He shook his head with a smile. How could you obstruct my path to transcendence? From the Great Sage Realm to the Quasi-Emperor stage. Countless cultivators in the world spend their entire lives striving to reach this point. Yet throughout history, 99% of great sages perish at this juncture. However, Lin Fan accomplished it in merely a few years. He extended his hand, the essence of chaos entwining around his fingertips, transforming into a chaotic blue lotus. Surrounded by the myriad paths of heaven and earth. Let chaos be the foundation. Let us break through, Lin Fan declared. As his voice fell, the entire courtyard trembled. The grand banyan tree, the trifoliate flowers among the graves, and the fish in the pond all ceased their movements. They could sense the change in their master's aura, a profound elevation in the essence of life, as if transcending the mortal realm. Lin Fan closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the sea of his soul. He beheld a vision of a chaotic blue lotus and glimpsed the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, as if his soul's ocean encompassed all phenomena of the world. Finally, he opened his eyes, and the breakthrough was complete. I am now a quasi-emperor, he stated. The system's record shifted from the ninth level of the Great Sage Realm to the first level of the quasi-emperor realm. The constraints of the laws surrounding him naturally shattered, as if this expanse of heaven and earth could no longer contain him. Thus, the youngest quasi-emperor of the Xuanhuang Great World was born, yet no one was aware. And even this realm did not manifest any signs of such a momentous event. The fortunes of the human race surged once more. A sharp-eared Taoist emerged from the northern expanse of the 10,000 mountains. He slightly gestured with his fingers and gazed upon the land of humanity before him. Involuntarily inhaling deeply, he produced the yin-yang mirror, intending to observe the cause of this transformation, but as soon as he summoned it, he withdrew it again. He recalled the chilling events he had witnessed while using the mirror to trace back to the countenance of the human sage in the mountainous regions, causing him to shudder. Taboo, he intoned solemnly. Among the myriad races of the Xuanhuang Great World, only he understood the true terror of this human sage. The Moon Clan and the Demon Clan believed that the so-called Saint of Flying Snow was the human sage. But he had long deduced that the Saint of Flying Snow was not of the human race. Rather, it was a manifestation of a spiritual mountain. The true human sage was someone else. Perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to them as a great sage of humanity. As for the quasi-emperor and the emperor, he dared not speculate. The commotion surrounding such existences achieving enlightenment was too great, and for many years he had seen no signs of such phenomena in this realm. Although this great sage of humanity had not yet attained the quasi-emperor stage, he was undoubtedly among the most formidable of great sages. With the revival of spiritual energy and the rise of fortunes, humanity was poised for ascendance. Observing the realm of humanity, he dared not underestimate it or become arrogant. Instead, he first bowed to the heavens and the earth before entering the 9 provinces of humanity. Saint Venerable, I am Tsong Clan's Tianzi. Having inherited the teachings of the strong from humanity and cultivated thus far, with no intention of antagonizing the human race, I humbly hope for an audience with the Saint Venerable, he proclaimed, standing at the pinnacle of the sage realm, having been stuck at this level for thousands of years. Seeking the human sage to pursue the Dao. The celestial arts he inherited only encompassed the portion relevant to the sage realm, and beyond that, he had none. Perhaps the human sage would possess the knowledge he sought. He employed a yin-yang mirror to observe the heavens and the earth. Having gazed upon other great sages yet remaining undetected, with the human race's sacred sovereign being the sole individual to uncover his presence. He surmised that the human race's sacred sovereign must possess knowledge of the secrets of the cosmos. Moreover, he aspired to carve a future for the Tsong clan. Although the Tsong clan ranked among the top 50 of the myriad races, this was solely due to the existence of great sages. In truth, the great sage of the Tsong clan had long since passed into eternal rest. He was the last remaining sage of the Tsong clan. In the library, Lin Fan had just retrieved a book from the shelf when he turned his gaze toward the direction of the 10,000 great mountains. Having heard the words of the Tsong clan sage, the legacy of human race's powerful beings? Once again, it was the legacy of the human race's strong. How much of their heritage had been left within this vast, primordial world? Regarding the past of the human race, Figsu had shared much with him. Among her revelations was the mention of the Ice Emperor. noting that the path of cultivation within the Sea clan intriguingly bore traces of the Ice Emperor's teachings, suggesting that they had perhaps inherited certain legacies from him. She also spoke of the legacy of the unfettered sovereign, which resided atop his very being. For years, he had been searching for someone capable of inheriting the unfettered sovereign's doctrinal lineage. Lin Fan paid no heed to the celestial mechanism master. The realm of the quasi-emperor was yet another uncharted territory, one he needed to ponder deeply. During this period, Liu made a visit. Sir, the Great Qin has submitted to our Great Tang, and I understand this is due to your influence. I have already met with Yi Bin, who spoke of you with unwavering respect. The Emperor of the Great Tang has passed away, and he regards you as a pillar of support, not only for the Great Tang, but for the entire human race. Many speak of your imperial potential. It seems to resonate well with them, for their allegiance to you stems from a place of trust. The future emperor must not belittle himself in such a manner, Lin Fan replied with a smile, imparting wisdom to Liu. Afterward, Liu ventured to the rear courtyard, where he was struck by the sight of 2 additional graves in the burial ground. The tomb of the Emperor of Great Qin. He gasped. Sir has interred the Emperor of Great Qin here. And the final grave, the unfettered sovereign, a quasi-emperor. He gazed at the small mound and involuntarily inhaled deeply, pondering whether it truly housed the remains of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor was a being he scarcely dared to conceive. Where had the Sir procured such a body? He strained to recall any memory of the unfettered sovereign, but found nothing. Yet, he surmised that those honored to be buried here must be of the human race. With this thought, he bowed respectfully to the graves of the Great Tang Emperor, the Great Qin Emperor, and the unfettered sovereign before departing from the site. Chapter 63. The Primal Mountain Jinzhou, one of the 9 great continents of the human race, governed by the Great Jin dynasty, lies within the inner domain of the human race, free from the threat of alien foes. Yet, it is home to the Primal Mountain, reputed to be one of the 3 great forbidden zones of the human race. Rising 30,000 feet, it is perpetually shrouded in mist, with none who ventured within ever returning alive. But on this day, someone emerged, a powerful being from the Great Jin dynasty, who had been cultivating outside the Primal Mountain. Witnessed an individual stepping forth from its depths. Clad in ancient Daoist robes, the figure stood at the mountain's edge, gazing into the boundless expanse of the cosmos. A look of bewilderment etched upon his countenance. I am still alive. My name is Mo Yun, a member of the 3rd sequence of the demon clan, he murmured, his gaze gradually regaining clarity, while intricate demonic patterns began to materialize upon his form. The demon clan, the powerful warrior of the Great Jin dynasty, observing him, was struck with horror, and just as he was about to retreat, the demon turned his gaze towards him. The human clan, the Primordial Mountain, actually leads here. He spoke, making no overt moves, yet the void surrounding the Great Jin warrior fell into a state of suspension. So feeble. Who would have thought that the formidable clan recorded in those murals, capable of traversing the starry skies, would have fallen to such a plight? He extended his hand, seizing a powerful human from the creation realm effortlessly, and swallowed him whole, causing the demonic patterns on his body to glow even more vividly. To the human clan, you are merely sustenance for my demon clan. He then gazed into the distant heavens, sensing the presence of countless living beings, and smiled. Having been trapped within the Primordial Mountain for 3,000 years, it had been ages since he inhaled such a plethora of life's essence. It was a nostalgic aroma. A sinister grin curled at the corners of his mouth. He then strode into the city of the Great Jin dynasty. This was merely the beginning. Following him, several figures emerged from the Primordial Mountain, akin to Mo Yun, infiltrating the realm of humans. Like farmers harvesting fruits and vegetables, they rampaged through the Great Jin dynasty, slaughtering indiscriminately to satisfy their hunger, or perhaps to vent some deep-seated fear. The human emperor of the Great Jin took action. In the firmament of a county city, the human emperor wielded a broken sword, gazing gravely at the distant Mo Yun, enveloped in demonic aura. The emperor. Countless individuals knelt behind him, the emperor being their spiritual pillar. Since ancient times, it had been thus. The appearance of the emperor could quell any calamity, even that of the demon clan before him. The emperor? Mo Yun chuckled. It's the first time I see such a weak emperor, hardly reaching the sacred realm. He uttered a perplexing remark, and the Great Jin emperor, observing him, felt an inexhaustible sacred resonance emanate from the broken sword in his grasp. This is a great sacred Dao weapon, though flawed. It still possesses the might of a sacred weapon. This is the foundation of the Great Jin dynasty. Boom. A torrent of sword waves surged forth, infused with the emperor's boundless ferocity, cleaving towards Mo Yun. Yet, Mo Yun merely extended a hand, grasping the void, and the Great Jin emperor found himself suspended in the emptiness. Break. The great Jin Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he forcefully shattered the binding upon him and retreated 1,000 meters, casting a grim look towards Mo Yun. The sacred realm. Just 2 words sent a tremor through the countless souls within the human cities below. That demon was indeed a sage. Huh, only now do you realize? Mo Yun remarked. Though a flicker of uncertainty stirred within him, this human, merely at the cutting path realm, was capable of breaking free from his grasp. A Dao wound. He discerned an indelible scar within the great Jin Emperor, etched upon his foundational essence, severing his path forward. He recalled all that transpired within the primordial mountain and inhaled deeply. He finally understood why the human clan had sent forth observers. Deploying observers to the human clan, severing their path to sanctity, was the consensus among all the pinnacle clans of the Xuanhuang Great World. The demon clan once dispatched their champions, and approximately every millennium, another faction would send forth their formidable warriors to the lands of the human race in the 9 provinces. The potential of humanity is truly terrifying. Do you wish to escape? The demon cloud remarked, as he wielded the broken weapon of a great saint. The emperor of the great Jin, surprisingly, exhibited a semblance of saintly combat prowess. Although he was merely at the first level of the saint realm, if the emperor of great Jin truly sought to flee, he would not be able to impede him. With a slight focus, the emperor stepped forward, standing resolutely before the human city, holding his broken sword, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit. Fight! This was the emperor of great Jin's response. He advanced with his fractured blade, channeling the power to sever the path against the saint realm. Had he not been afflicted by the wounds of the Dao, perhaps he could have truly barred the demon cloud, but ultimately, he remained a half-damaged emperor. His body was struck down to the ground, crashing against the city wall and shattering the earth beneath him. Countless souls trembled. Emperor, go! Do not concern yourself with us, they cried out, as those of the Dan condensation and divine platform realms shielded the emperor, willing to extend his life. The demon cloud observed this scene with disdain, shaking his head. Insects, he declared. With a single step, countless humans coughed up blood, while the demon cloud merely watched with a mocking gaze, as if savoring the plight of humanity beneath him. He had witnessed similar struggles on the primal mountain. The emperor of Great Jin was still struggling to rise, but the prolonged injuries from the Dao, compounded by the wounds inflicted by demon cloud, rendered him unable to stand. No, we still have saints. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. In that moment, hope surged in the eyes of all present as they knelt towards the heavens, filled with reverence. Saints, please save us. Humanity is enduring a calamitous ordeal. We beseech you to vanquish these foreign foes. One voice, then 2, until the entirety of the land echoed with such calls. The demon cloud furrowed his brow at this sight. Saints of humanity? He mused, before breaking into laughter. How could there be a human saint under the watch of the overseer? This is merely an illusion conjured by these insects as they face their demise. In the library pavilion, Lin Fan, who had long been in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, a chaotic light flashing within them, as the boundless void before him collapsed. Having entered the semi-emperor realm, he had drawn upon much of his origin comprehension, initially thinking he would merely take a brief rest, unaware that he had slept for so long. Turning his gaze towards the heavens, he heard the voices of countless souls calling out to him. Humanity cannot possess saints. The demon cloud asserted, as a blood-red vortex materialized before him, filled with the wails and cries of countless vengeful spirits, intent on devouring the entire human city. No saints? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. The void before him tore apart, and a figure emerged, clad in white robes. With a mere glance in his direction, the very essence of his soul fell silent. Once again, he was besieged by that familiar sensation, the dread and despair he had felt in the face of those entities on the primal mountain. If humanity has no saints, then what am I? A hand, as if that of the heavens, descended upon him, leaving no room for resistance, and in the next moment, he was reduced to a mist of blood. A black wooden plaque fell to the ground, inscribed with 3 characters, a name marked beneath it. The third sequence of the demon clan, the demon cloud, a prodigy of the demon clan. Lin Fan merely cast a fleeting glance, and the wooden plaque disintegrated. Chapter 64, The Will Within the Primitive Mountain. It is a sage. The sage has arrived. I knew that the sage would not forsake us. Countless members of the human race exclaimed with excitement. The emperor of the great Jin lay upon the ground, surrounded by a pool of crimson. Yet he smiled at the scene before him. The human race not only has an emperor, but also a sage. Great Jin's emperor, you have endured much. Lin Fan's voice resonated as he approached him, placing a hand upon his shoulder, shaking his head slightly. Do not concern yourself with me. I am aware of my condition and have not much time left. Thankfully, I have held on until the sage's arrival. Before he could finish, His pupils jolted in disbelief as he gazed upon the sage before him. His previously withered body began to slowly rejuvenate. Even the profound injuries rooted deep within his path were mending. A dark power entwined around his foundation was dispelled, and he appeared to have suddenly regained 10 years of youth, his aged visage transforming into that of vitality. The human race still needs you. You cannot depart so soon. The prosperous future of our kind shall require your witness, Lin Fan gently stated. Another fingertip touched his brow, and insights regarding ascension to sagehood flooded his mind. Live well, Lin Fan urged, then turned his gaze to the other side of the cosmos, his eyes growing cold. In an instant, he vanished from the realm. He reappeared upon a corridor bridge, where a mesmerizing woman stood, gazing at the throngs of people who were fervently enamored by her. Regardless of age or gender, they rushed toward her as if entranced, their faces alight with obsession, fully lost within her ethereal domain. What a captivating world, she mused. As her words concluded, a colossal hand descended toward her. She looked up, her expression shifting dramatically, her exquisite face shattered like delicate petals, and her form morphed into a stalk. I am a descendant of the Ling clan's imperial tower, spare me. She sensed that this blow was beyond her capacity to withstand, and in an instant, she revealed her lineage, a paragon of the Ling clan. Yet, the hand showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly descending upon her, causing the corridor bridge to collapse and the earth to sink, creating a deep, five-fingered pit. The paragon of the Ling clan was reduced to mere remnants. The throngs approaching the bridge regained their senses, staring in shock at the unfolding scene, only to see a solitary silhouette against the sky. In a village, a colossal wolf extracted a woman's heart, crushing it with a single bite, blood staining its form. The scent of humanity is indeed sweet, it remarked, turning its gaze toward a group of terrified individuals, grinning with a menacing expression. A hand emerged from behind its neck, shattering its spine. The wolf's spirit sought to flee, but another strike crushed it. Primitive mountain, Lin Fan intoned solemnly. In that instant, multiple figures emerged throughout the Great Jin dynasty, obliterating all foreign beings that had emerged from the primitive mountain. These were the prodigies of the most formidable clans, yet they appeared simultaneously within the realm of humanity. Lin Fan delved into their memories, glimpsing a mountain. Before the primitive mountain, Lin Fan's figure materialized. It is not merely the embodiment of the Dao, but rather the essence itself. He gazed into the void, and the entire primal mountain appeared to dissolve within his pupils, from which more enigmatic mists emanated. The presence of one man and one mountain seemed to create a peculiar confrontation. The primal mountain, one of the 7 forbidden zones of life in the Xuanhuang Great World, is not confined solely to the realm of humanity. It exists in other locales as well. A voice arose, prompting Lin Fan to withdraw his gaze and regard the individual beside him. It was an elderly man, holding a yin-yang compass, with starlight glimmering in one of his eyes, seemingly observing something inscrutable. Ultimately, he shook his head, casting a wary glance at the primal mountain before him. In truth, all the primal mountains that manifested within the Xuanhuang Great World are but a singular mountain. The distortion of space allows it to appear in numerous locations simultaneously. It is said that even quasi-emperors have ventured within, returning not dead but driven mad, and they did not survive long thereafter, perishing within a few short years. He spoke, having gathered much knowledge about this mountain, and then offered Lin Fan a slight smile. Which clan do you belong to? Surely, you are not also here seeking the great sage of humanity, for it appears that I am not the only one of discernment. He introduced himself as the celestial mechanism of the Tsang clan, having journeyed from afar to arrive at this place. Upon encountering Lin Fan, he instinctively assumed that Lin Fan shared his purpose. Lin Fan paid him no heed. He could sense a certain will within the primal mountain fixated upon him, a presence that transcended the realm of quasi-emperors, yet was unable to escape the confines of the mountain for reasons unknown. The celestial mechanism was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Dao brother, you do not intend to enter, do you? He inquired, instinctively distancing himself from Lin Fan. The primal mountain was indeed peculiar, yet he felt Lin Fan was not much less formidable. Lin Fan's displayed strength was merely at the first level of body refinement. First level of body refinement? This was discerned through the yin-yang mirror. What ordinary person could stand before the primal mountain with such cultivation? He should indeed take a venture. But the time was not yet ripe. Lin Fan remarked, casting a glance at the realm of humanity before him, and shook his head slightly. At this juncture, he noted that humanity was on the brink of extinction, beset by ravenous wolves, where a single sage of snow could be devoured to the last remnant in an instant. You truly wish to go? The celestial mechanism was momentarily stunned. My friend, if you seek death, there is no need to rush. Do you believe yourself a quasi-emperor? Even they have succumbed to madness within. Is living not preferable? He shook his head, unable to comprehend Lin Fan's intent. Indeed, humanity has endured much calamity. After the emergence of a great sage, the primal mountain stirred once more. Clans such as the demon, spirit, and fiend races might quell the disturbances of the primal mountain. But what can humanity rely upon? That great sage, perhaps? He mused, acknowledging that, under ordinary circumstances, a formidable great sage could indeed subdue it. Yet this was the primal mountain we spoke of. However, if humanity were to awaken a few imperial artifacts, they might stand a chance. Although it remains uncertain whether such a feat is true, it seems to have been mentioned within my lineage's teachings regarding the primal mountain. There lies the hand of a powerful human among these matters. Yet what exactly has humanity done remains a mystery. He shook his head, ignoring Lin Fan as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, Lin Fan spoke. Aren't you looking for me? With those words, Tian Jitsi froze, staring blankly at Lin Fan. Come, Lin Fan said calmly. The world before him began to transform. The needle of the yin-yang plate in his hand spun wildly, seemingly devoid of direction. His expression shifted. In the next moment, he found himself in a courtyard. Before him stood a library, followed by a grand banyan tree, and finally, a young man in white gazing at him from beneath the banyan's branches. You are a great sage of the human race, he exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 65. The Way of Heavenly Mechanisms Sit. Lin Fan did not respond to his words, but simply stated this command. Tian Jitsi hesitated. Aside from a fish pond and the banyan tree, the only place to sit was the rattan chair beneath the tree. Yet, that clearly was not where he was meant to be. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a sudden heaviness in his body and found himself seated involuntarily. A chair materializing beneath him. He was taken aback. To conjure objects from nothingness, the way of creation. He mused. The way of creation is an immensely powerful path. He had only heard of someone from the spirit clan comprehending it. Little did he expect that this great sage of the human race also walked this path. Your Excellency, I did not mean to intrude, but I wish to consult you on matters of the heavenly mechanisms. Additionally, I represent the Tsang clan in seeking an alliance with the human race, he said, bowing respectfully to Lin Fan. However, as he recalled Lin Fan's earlier display of the way of creation, his expression dimmed. It was indeed the way of creation, not the way of heavenly mechanisms. Leaving him with little to inquire of this great sage. The way of heavenly mechanisms. Lin Fan regarded him coolly. He shook his head. Your Excellency walks the path of creation. It was presumptuous of me. I have come in my true form, without any other incarnation. You should understand the sincerity of our Tsang clan. We wish to form a lasting alliance with the human race, should the human race face adversity. The Tsang clan will spare no effort to assist, and vice versa. He articulated this as one of his paramount objectives. He had used the yin-yang mirror to predict the future of the human race countless times, each time revealing a void. Remarkably, a century ago, he had foreseen the demise of humanity. Why had such a drastic change occurred? There must have been some transformation within the human race that he was unaware of. The emergence of this great sage was likely one of those variables. The unknown harbored infinite possibilities. He sought to board the great vessel of the human race in advance. This was a gamble, risking the entire future of the Tsang clan, yet the Tsang clan was already teetering on the brink of existence. If he did not take this gamble, annihilation was the only alternative. The death of the great sage of the Tsang clan could not remain concealed for long. Once the news spread, those hostile to the Tsang clan would likely descend upon them, tearing the clan apart. He looked at Lin Fan, awaiting his response. Sitting upright on the chair, his tense posture revealing his anxiety. The future of the Tsang clan hinged on the words of the man before him. Lin Fan regarded him and shook his head. A heavy sensation settled deep within him. However, Lin Fan's subsequent words drew him back. Very well, but it shall not be an alliance. Instead, your Tsang clan shall be compelled to submit and adhere to my human race. We do not require alliances, nor do we trust in them. His tone was calm, yet it resonated with overwhelming authority, and those tranquil eyes instilled within him an inexplicable dread. The yin-yang mirror in his hand trembled, as if in fear of some dreadful existence, a feeling that had persisted since his arrival in this courtyard. Submit, Lin Fan continued. I can extend my hand to aid your Tsang clan once. Should you refuse, it won't be long before your clan faces annihilation. A single saint cannot uphold the Tsang clan. Tian Jitsi abruptly lifted his gaze towards Lin Fan, his expression shaken. How do you know that the Tsang clan has but one saint? This was the greatest secret of the Tsang clan. Within their sacred temple, aside from him, only a lifeless corpse remained, the body of a great saint who had perished hundreds of years ago. Lin Fan extended a finger, resting it upon his brow. What is the essence of the heavenly mechanism? To deceive the heavens and alter fate. Today, through my path, I shall connect you to the path of heavenly mechanisms. A assisting you in attaining the status of a great saint. Lin Fan's voice echoed in his mind, and then a myriad of obscure symbols surged within his soul sea, coalescing into a tome of heavenly mechanisms. It was far more complete and powerful than the one he had previously acquired, presenting a distinct path that diverged greatly from the conventional understanding of heavenly mechanisms. In an instant, he found himself immersed in profound enlightenment. After a considerable time, he reopened his eyes to see the young man in white standing by the pond, feeding the fish. He instinctively inhaled deeply, then bowed in reverence. "Saint Venerable, I have attained enlightenment," he proclaimed, the depth of his astonishment beyond words. This human great saint possessed knowledge of heavenly mechanisms, the ability to seize celestial secrets, and an understanding of destiny, an entirely different path from that of creation, manifesting simultaneously within a single individual. This man was truly formidable. "I am willing to submit to the Saint Venerable, and my Tsang clan is prepared to become a subordinate race of the human race. Should the human race require assistance, my Tsang clan shall spare no effort," he stated, feeling no trace of humiliation in his words, only hope for the future of the Tsang clan. With such a figure present, the rise of the human race seemed unstoppable. This was the greatest variable for humanity. Lin Fan nodded. A clan willingly offering their allegiance was something he would naturally accept. The human race indeed required a capable ally at this time. The Tsang clan was just the right fit. He cast his gaze toward the Tang Empire's palace, where Liu was listening to the ministers discuss worldly affairs in the Grand Hall. The presence of saints in the world had once again bestowed a prosperous air upon the human race. Of course, this so-called visible saint did not refer to Lin Fan, but rather to the saint of flying snow, who was the nominal saint of the human race at present, holding the great snow covering the heavens map. He had once frozen the starry seas for thousands of miles along the coast of the Qin dynasty, instilling fear in the sea tribes who dared not approach human territories even now. The great snow covering the heavens map was described by foreign races as an almost flawless imperial weapon. Even the saints of other races spoke of it with grave expressions. Yet, an unshakable weight of concern lingered in Liyu's eyes. He had already become aware of the events in Jinzhou, the anomalies in the primitive mountain, and the emergence of formidable beings from the misty lands. In the shadows, the myriad races' watchers were perpetually surveilling the human race, rendering any movement by them exceedingly difficult. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. "The Tsang clan has already submitted to the human race. Should you require assistance, you may seek out the sage Tianjaizi of the Tsang clan, who will soon ascend to the great sage realm," Lin Fan spoke. His calm tone caused a tremor in his spirit. "The Tsang clan," he could not help but exclaim, causing the court to fall silent. With all the ministers turning their gazes toward him, Liu, now possessing considerable influence, could no longer be overlooked by the court officials, who were compelled to report to him with utmost diligence. The Tsang clan? This is the 41st ranked faction among the myriad races, boasting a great sage. What could Liu's mention of the Tsang clan signify at this juncture? An aged voice resonated in his mind. "I, the old sage Tianjaizi of the Tsang clan, have met with the emperor of the human race." Liu's expression shifted in astonishment. It was indeed true. The master had reached some accord with the sage of the Tsang clan, a faction ranked 41st among the myriad races, which had chosen to yield to the human race. He certainly did not believe that the strength of the human race had compelled the Tsang clan's submission. The true power lay with his master, and it was the master that the Tsang clan sought. Chapter 66. The Rise of the Human Race. What insights do you possess regarding the Tsang clan? He inquired of the ministers assembled below. Listening to their discussions, he gradually gleaned knowledge about this faction, and his expression grew slightly solemn. The allegiance of such a formidable clan could enable him to accomplish much. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from Jinzhou. The sage has intervened and temporarily quelled the turmoil of the primordial mountains, though many lives have been lost in Jinzhou." One of the scholars from the Great Tang Academy bowed deeply to Liu, his countenance grave. The assembly gazed at him, their expressions equally somber. Liu had dispatched a powerful individual from the Great Tang Academy to investigate the situation in Jinzhou, and this report came directly upon their return to the court. "How many lives have been lost?" someone inquired. The Great Tang Academy scholar's expression darkened. "Incalculable. The casualties are not fewer than those in the northern borders." It was said that a two-headed infernal wolf had been seen emerging from the primordial mountains, alongside a three-eyed demon, as well as many other nameless creatures. He recounted, seemingly recalling the horrors experienced in Jinzhou, his eyes ablaze with fury. Had it not been for the sage's intervention, all of Jinzhou would have been annihilated. However, the sage has only alleviated an immediate peril. The emperor of the Great Jin was personally stationed outside the primordial mountains, witnessing many terrifying figures at its fringes. It was feared that they had already ascended to the sage realm. His words sent tremors through all present. The mention of the sage realm left everyone on the brink of speech, yet they fell silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Matters concerning the sage realm could only be addressed by the sage himself. They had long lost count of all the deeds the sage had performed for the human race. Truly, one individual guarded an entire clan, yet none could stand behind him. This was the lament of the entire human race. Li Yu, observing this scene, could not help but clench his fists. He rose to his feet, and all eyes turned toward him. Dismissed. The two words seemed to grant many a sense of liberation, prompting a hurried exodus from the court. No one could discern their thoughts at that moment, yet as they exited the imperial palace, a resolute expression graced each face. The human race cannot rely solely on the sages. Within the grandeur of the Tang dynasty's imperial court, Li Yu addressed the assembly of formidable figures. His eyes ablaze with fervor, as he too ascended to the seventh realm of divine enlightenment. Henceforth, the admissions of the Tang National Academy shall expand by a factor of 2, nay, tenfold. Each year, a symposium shall be convened in Shengjing, inviting the strongest from all 9 provinces. The sages have bestowed upon our kin a chance for transformation and have instilled fear in the hearts of foreign races, granting us precious time. The remainder falls upon our shoulders. There will inevitably be moments when the sages are absent. We cannot place our entire trust in their hands. His voice resonated with conviction, and all the powerful beings of the Tang National Academy turned to him, solemnly nodding in agreement. The Tang dynasty has transformed. Not only here, but the entire 9 provinces are subtly shifting, a change perhaps unforeseen by Lin Fan, who has always viewed himself as a guide. Master, when I ascend to the status of sage, I shall return. In the eastern seas of the Qin realm, Yi Buzheng bowed towards the human lands, then departed with a group of his kin, becoming the first to traverse the vastness of the Xuanhuang world beyond the confines of the human territories. This is his path. The axe he wields embodies his very essence, and he intends to carve a sacred realm with it. In Suzhou, within a scholarly retreat, Chu Yen held a book, listening to the gentle patter of rain against the window, and in that moment of contemplation, she entered the realm of divine enlightenment. "Will I have the chance to see you again?" she murmured. Her actions and endeavors were not only for the sake of her people, but also for the memory of that individual from her past. For centuries in this mortal realm, she yearned for naught but a fleeting glimpse of him. Zhao Quangai, the scion of the Zhao family, officially stepped onto the grand stage of the 9 provinces, brandishing his sword atop the pinnacle of the Song dynasty's capital, Bianjing. As he raised his sword, the wind stirred, and before the multitude, he unleashed a sword light stretching thousands of feet. Standing beneath the gaze of countless onlookers, he fixed his eyes upon the heavens, filled with determination. Since encountering that person, a singular ambition had consumed him, to attain sagehood. In the southern city of the Tang dynasty's southern boundary, on the hallowed ground where blood had once been shed, Qin Ming brandished a branch, striking the heavens, summoning the resonance of 3 great paths. "Master, I have succeeded," he proclaimed with a smile. The paths of thunder, sword, and slaughter had indeed begun to harmonize within him. His cultivation had reached the 9th realm of divine enlightenment, achieved not through seclusion, but through the natural unfolding of his sword practice, as he and the sword seemed to have become one. At the cloud pavilion of the Tang sacred realm, flowers bloomed profusely that day, surrounding the woman within the music chamber. Doors to the cultivation rooms opened, and all gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. What a prodigy! The steward of the cloud pavilion watched in disbelief. This woman had actually entered the realm of transformation. How short a time had passed. Could she truly be the woman from the northern rumors? The human race shall rise. The king of the northern Liang appeared, gazing at Qin Gu with equal astonishment. Such a young individual at the creation realm must surely be the foremost in the world. At this moment, he felt an immense gratitude for the decision he had made long ago. Protecting her was far more rewarding than reigning as the king of the northern region for a century. With the awakening of spiritual energy, vitality surged into the human race, and their fortunes were continuously on the rise. Yet, an invisible hand seemed to shroud this progress. The Holy Venerable remarked that those who emerged from the primal mountain should have perished, and they ought not to appear on the land of humanity. Tianjiza spoke of the primal mountain and had overheard many conversations among the humans. He stated that he had not employed the art of celestial mechanics before Lin Fan. Such techniques appeared as rudimentary as a child learning to speak, akin to brandishing a great sword before Guangong. Lin Fan looked at him, inhaling deeply. The demon cloud referred to by the Holy Venerable was said to belong to the 3rd order of the demon clan. However, the 3rd order was not called demon cloud. The prodigies of the demon clan were ranked by their order, with those at the forefront being the most formidable. Yet, I had encountered the current third order of the demon clan, known as Blood Mingzi. Conversely, there had been a sequence named Demon Cloud thousands of years ago. But he was already dead, at least according to the demon clan's claims. He spoke as if a revelation had struck him. Could it be that this demon cloud was not dead, but had instead entered the primal mountain? However, this was unlikely. Each member of the demon clan's sequence was exceedingly valuable. Logically, they would not send one to certain death unless they had discovered something significant within the primal mountain. Habitually, he picked up his yin-yang mirror, but upon attempting to use the art of celestial mechanics, he felt a tremor in his heart and quickly ceased. Holy Venerable, the primal mountain is beyond my comprehension. It is for you to discern, he said, looking at Lin Fan with palpable anticipation. He yearned to witness how Lin Fan would employ the art of celestial mechanics. Lin Fan rose, and with a thought, he transformed into multiple forms, tearing through the void and arriving before the primal mountain. He wished to ascertain the truth by entering. Chapter 67. The enigmatic forest before the primal mountain. Life had ceased to exist, save for a solitary emperor of the Great Jin who stood guard. Clutching a sacred weapon, he gazed solemnly at the looming mountain. He understood that he could not hinder the existence within, yet as the emperor, he bore the responsibility for the world. He must remain here. A low, resonant beast roar emanated from within, and a pair of crimson eyes materialized amidst the miasma of the mountain. His body tensed, sensing his vital energy momentarily stagnate. This was undoubtedly a presence of the sacred realm. A single roar could annihilate countless practitioners. He gripped his sword tightly, prepared to fight for his life. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Clad in a white robe, he cast a fleeting glance at the pair of crimson pupils, and the owner of those eyes vanished into the miasma. "Saint," he exclaimed, quickly bowing in reverence. Confusion clouded his mind. The image of the saint as relayed through the 9 provinces depicted a white-haired man wielding the grand snow sealing the heavens diagram, embodying the path of ice and snow. Yet the saint before him was clearly not this figure. Nevertheless, he felt assured that this individual was indeed a saint of the human race. "Fear not. They do not dare approach. What they should fear is my pursuit of them." The faint words carried an unspoken dominance, calming his heart. And then he beheld that figure advancing toward the primordial mountain. A look of astonishment crossed his face. A sage should not venture into the primordial mountain. He hastily called out, yet that figure had already entered, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was a forbidden zone for living beings. Where he tread, miasma parted, revealing a celestial pathway leading into the endless abyss, and with a wave of his hand, a flash of crimson light pierced through the depths of the fog. A severed head fell to the ground, that of a blood-winged white tiger. Its eyes widened in terror. This was the very being that had just exerted its might over the emperor of the Great Jin before the primordial mountain. The existence of the sage realm was undeniable. The remaining words of the Great Jin emperor caught in his throat. He could only stare in disbelief at this scene. A being of the sage realm had perished in such a manner. Within the library, Tianjizi observed this event with a hint of concern on his face. Casting a glance at the figure reclining under the banyan tree, engrossed in reading. The use of an avatar to enter the primordial mountain had been attempted by members of the demon race before, only for that entity to meet a dismal fate. Certain existences within the primordial mountain could trace the avatar back to its true form. "You ought not to do this," he remarked. Lin Fan slightly lifted his head. "Is that so? I am rather curious to see what seeks me out, lest I have to pursue them myself." His tone was nonchalant, as if the ominous presences within the primordial mountain were of no concern to him. Tianjizi regarded him with a faint shake of his head. Did he truly not comprehend the terror of the primordial mountain? One of the 7 forbidden zones of life in the Xuanhuang Great World. Even quasi-emperors dared not tread here. He was merely a great sage. He began to question the wisdom of his decision to seek refuge among the human race. This great sage of humanity seemed to possess a touch of arrogance. "I wish to take a stroll," he said to Lin Fan, who nodded in response. After he departed, Lin Fan cast one last glance at his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Was he the only foreign entity in the realm of humanity? The starry sea was frozen for miles, undoubtedly causing quite a stir. However, as long as they exhibited no unusual behavior, Lin Fan chose to remain indifferent. Let them come. Once they arrived, their fates would be beyond their control. Lin Fan resumed his reading, simultaneously immersing his consciousness into his avatar. Passing through the miasmic fog, he found himself in an ancient jungle, towering trees reaching heights of 1,000 feet, with vines sprawling across the terrain. Yet, more prevalent than anything else were the remains of the deceased. White bone fragments danced through the jungle, the skeletal remains of countless beings piled amidst the foliage, while the streams coursing through the thicket ran crimson. This place seemed like a graveyard. Yet, peculiar sounds occasionally echoed, chewing, flute music, and indistinct voices. But as footsteps resounded, those sounds vanished, as if the entire world had been paused. A burial ground for myriad clans, yet no remains of the human race were visible. Why was that? As Lin Fan wandered through the jungle, he mused aloud, seemingly to himself, yet perhaps in inquiry of the spirits dwelling within this desolate forest. Suddenly, he chuckled. Could it be that this is the handiwork of the human race? He exclaimed, a stone stirring 1,000 ripples, drawing the attention of many peculiar entities within the jungle. Humans, this is not a place for you to tread. It was a colossal skeletal serpent, stretching thousands of zhang, its head lowered, emitting a ghastly crimson light that seemed poised to devour Lin Fan whole. Lin Fan looked up and proclaimed, I have arrived. My interest in this place, and in you, is quite profound. As he reached out, the immense boned serpent trembled, its crimson pupils quivering as if confronted by an unfathomable terror. In an instant, the serpent transformed into a diminutive snake that landed in Lin Fan's palm. After a moment of contemplation, he crushed it, leaving a scattering of bone fragments amidst the primal jungle. He then gazed deeper into the forest, where a swift retreat of energies left behind an eerie silence. Is that all there is? Lin Fan mused, continuing his advance. Time elapsed unmeasured until a figure finally emerged ahead, the most humanoid being he had encountered on his journey. Though it was missing half its body. Enough, it intoned. This is not your true form, merely a projection of thought. Reaching this point is commendable. Venture further, and you shall find it impossible to turn back. It bore semblance to a human, or at least had once been one, distinct from the bizarre entities of the jungle. This being was there to caution Lin Fan. Do not presume that you face merely a thought projection. The entities ahead can cast curses upon your true self through your mind. What you term as ominous is but a forsaken realm, unworthy of your pursuit, it warned. Lin Fan regarded him with a knowing smile and replied, that only fuels my curiosity further. I possess some understanding of curses. Perhaps I shall engage in discourse with the entities you speak of. Ignoring the warning, Lin Fan noticed a token hanging by the being's side, inscribed with a single character, prison. Pausing for a moment, Lin Fan pondered, prison? A warden? He sensed a revelation dawning upon him, yet sought further validation. This only intensified his resolve to explore further. Though merely a thought projection, it was not easily extinguished, at least. The beings he had encountered thus far could not contend with it. It was a quasi-emperor, likely the first of its kind throughout the ages. As for the emperor, Lin Fan was uncertain of its might, but it could certainly engage in battle. A thought projection capable of slaying a great sage was formidable enough. Emerging from the primal jungle, Lin Fan found himself at the edge of a blood-red swamp, an endless expanse concealing countless corpses, all in various states of decay. Amongst them lay the remains of myriad races, alongside even more sinister entities, reminiscent of a hellish realm, each layer of the world akin to a layer of prison. Lin Fan surveyed the scene before him and mused, if the entire primal mountain is viewed as hell, then this miasma represents the first layer, followed by the bizarre jungle, culminating in this blood-soaked mire. What else lies imprisoned here? As he stepped into the blood-soaked swamp, each stride was met with a foul assault, yet his garments remained untouched. In the dim crimson world, he stood as the sole beacon of white. From within the mire, bloodied hands reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Fan. But with a mere glance, they were reduced to ashes. Moon Clan, Lin Fan calmly remarked, recognizing the lineage of the bloodied hand. A Moon Clan of the 7th rank in the sacred realm was forcefully suppressed beneath this crimson swamp, its lifeblood drained entirely. The crimson mire flowed with sacred blood, which, after countless ages, had become tainted, giving rise to creatures unique to this realm. A murky mass of blood coalesced, transforming into a sanguine figure wielding an ancient spear. Charging at Lin Fan. With a single palm strike, Lin Fan obliterated it. Surveying the surroundings, more blood figures emerged from the flesh-filled swamp, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. Fearlessly rushing towards Lin Fan. The flames of destruction, Lin Fan intoned softly, as formless fire ignited, engulfing the land, unleashing countless wails from the depths of the mire. Lin Fan observed this scene with indifference, continuing his journey into the distance. Annihilate all living things. This time, a member of the demon clan struck forth, astonishingly not suppressed beneath the mire, sitting atop a mass of flesh. It unleashed a palm strike at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stepped down, crushing it beneath his foot, and pressed onward. At the pinnacle of the sage realm, in the vast world of Xuanhuang, one would be considered a supreme being, yet here, it was effortlessly extinguished. Having been eroded by the mire for countless epochs, the beings present had long since lost their former strength, especially when facing Lin Fan. Was it not said that the human race was on the brink of extinction? A creature with wings emerged from the mire, peering out with a trembling gaze at the distant figure. It was merely a silhouette. How formidable must the true form be? Even if it were powerful, could it withstand the curse of that individual? The mire heaved, and a massive crimson python slithered forth, its cold gaze fixed upon Lin Fan's silhouette. Aware of Lin Fan's dreadfulness, no other beings dared to act, save for the fearless blood figures. As the blood-red sun sank into the mire, a figure rose from the place where the blood sun fell. All shall perish. A voice, as if flesh and bone were entwined, echoed, prompting Lin Fan to halt. Upon first glance, he noticed a similar token hanging from this figure, bearing the same character for prison, signifying its identity. However, it was no longer the guardian of this place, but had transformed into the most terrifying anomaly within it. Born of boundless cursed power, it sought to annihilate all living beings that dared to tread here. It had manifested. The human race was doomed. Not only this incarnation of divine thought, but the original body would be utterly obliterated as well. Behind, the beings that had followed watched in trepidation as the entity born from the blood sun emerged. Because of its presence, not a single being in the entire Crimson Swamp could escape. Once they arrived, there was no turning back. All beings were destined to perish. Boom. Countless crimson patterns crawled across Lin Fan's body, resembling ghastly visages intent on tearing him apart. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He sensed that this incarnation of divine thought was on the verge of destruction. Alas, it was uncertain how many more layers remained. Only time would reveal that upon the next arrival. Lin Fan spoke, as this incarnation of divine thought was about to be torn asunder. He cast his gaze towards the being born of boundless curses, the pre-emperor realm. Although endless years have passed, he still perceives traces of his former self within his corporeal form. He is a quasi-emperor of the human race. Just as he had surmised, this primordial mountain is indeed a creation of humanity. During the zenith of the human race, an emperor of humanity crafted this primordial mountain to imprison the guilty beings of myriad races. Yet, it seems that such extreme measures were unnecessary for mere beings of various races. Beneath this primordial mountain, there must exist far more formidable entities. He cast a glance at the blood shadow and sighed softly. You have suffered. His gaze then shifted to the next realm behind the blood shadow, and Lin Fan furrowed his brow, subsequently vanishing amidst the multitude of ghostly apparitions. Die. The furious voice of the blood shadow reverberated throughout the flesh marsh, where countless beings lay trembling in the most foul of places. Beyond the flesh marsh, those figures also disappeared. In the library, Lin Fan's true form experienced a momentary curse, which was swiftly brushed away by him. In the realm of curses, he was no match for Lin Fan. Was the primordial mountain connected to the decline of humanity? Lin Fan pondered briefly. The primordial mountain resembled an 18-layered hell, with each layer guarded by a sentinel. The guardian of the eerie forest was that half-bodied figure. The blood shadow presided over the flesh marsh, yet the guardian of the miasma forest remained unseen. Of course, the primordial mountain need not possess 18 layers. It was merely that all subsequent arrivals were obstructed at the flesh marsh by that blood shadow. This applied not only to those who ventured forth, but also to the beings suppressed beneath. He stood like an indomitable fortress within the entirety of the primordial mountain. Figsu, he spoke. Far away in the great Qin, the saint of Figsu opened his eyes, witnessing the shifting world before him, and then found himself in a small courtyard. He took a deep breath and bowed to Lin Fan. Sir. The sir appeared even more formidable, increasingly reminiscent of the quasi-emperor of Vyang. Do you know of the primordial mountain? Lin Fan inquired. He shook his head. In my era, there was no such thing as the life-forbidden zone of the Xuanhuang Great World. The vast expanse was solely the domain of humanity. I have never heard of the primordial mountain. However, I believe it must have some connection to the human race. He spoke not as a conjecture, but with unwavering certainty. Lin Fan regarded him and waved his hand, conjuring an image before his eyes. An endless blood-red marsh, with a dying sun descending at the world's edge, and a blood-colored figure slowly rising from there. Within its gaze lay no vitality, only the profound silence of despair. He could not help but tremble at the mere sight of this image. Do you recognize him? As the image faded, Lin Fan asked. Figsu's expression quivered, and after a long time, he regained his composure, turning his gaze toward the rear courtyard of the library, his eyes filled with sorrow. I recognize him, he replied, then looked at Lin Fan to reveal the origins of that blood shadow. His name is Xuanwu, the brother of the quasi-emperor of Vyang, who once followed the great emperor to battle beyond the stars. This revelation caused Lin Fan's expression to stiffen. He was among the emperor's closest associates. a pillar of the human race before the rise of the quasi-emperor of Vyang. It was unexpected that he had not perished in the foreign starry skies, but instead met his demise within the primordial mountain. He has passed away. What remains is merely a shell, sustained by an indomitable obsession and boundless curse. It appears that another body must be collected, Lin Fan remarked. Chapter 69. The Unending Palace, sir. What is that place? Feigs Yu inquired. Urgency etched upon her face as she gazed at Lin Fan. Primitive mountain. Just 3 words caused his expression to shift dramatically. The thoughts he had entertained moments before were instantly submerged. Primitive mountain, a forbidden zone of life in this era, where quasi-emperors had perished. He was merely at the 3rd stage of the sacred realm. How could he venture there? To do so would only invite death. He then turned to Lin Fan and bowed solemnly. Sir, I recognize your extraordinary potential. It is possible you may one day attain the status of a quasi-emperor or even a true emperor. I implore you, on that day, to bring forth young Master Xuanhuang. He has dedicated his life to the human race and should not meet such an end. He spoke with reverence, having often accompanied the quasi-emperor of Vyang. Yet he had only seen Xuanhuang a handful of times, primarily through distant celestial news. Whether it was Xuanhuang conquering vast realms or opening new starry pathways, or discovering some enigmatic secret domain, the prosperity of humanity had been forged by countless individuals like Xuanhuang. Lin Fan regarded him and nodded. He will return here, just as the quasi-emperor of Vyang has, to rest eternally, Lin Fan stated, his gaze shifting toward the direction of Primitive Mountain. But now is not the time. Xuanhuang, the guardian of Primitive Mountain, also represented a threshold of that realm. His absence would herald chaos in the world. Beneath that morass of flesh and blood undoubtedly lay another world, imprisoning even more terrifying entities, perhaps beyond the scope of the Xuanhuang Great World. Prior to his descent upon Primitive Mountain, Lin Fan had perceived a consciousness manifesting, one that was as formidable as his own, likely a living emperor. Initially, Lin Fan believed it to be the will of Primitive Mountain, but after his visit, he reconsidered. The disturbances emanating from Primitive Mountain were a result of that emperor's resistance to the suppression imposed upon him. Xuanhuang, born from an indestructible will and fueled by limitless curse power, stood at the terminus of that fleshly mire, and he must surely be a fragment of that seal. However, that day should not be far off. Humanity cannot rely solely on your strength. It requires new saints. When humanity possesses the capability to stand proudly in this world, then it shall be sufficient, Lin Fan declared. To revisit Primitive Mountain, Lin Fan must descend in his true form, and he was uncertain how long he would be gone. Once there, he would need to explore the entirety of Primitive Mountain to eradicate the calamities it harbored. The blood-soaked mire might merely be the beginning. Should he depart, humanity would lose its pillar of support. Feigs Yu regarded Lin Fan, her expression shifting as if she grasped something profound. She bowed deeply once more. I understand. Your burdens surpass those of my master, and even those of young Master Xuanhuang. In that era, humanity had emperors, while you stand alone. She observed Lin Fan, seemingly seeking to glimpse the weariness upon his visage, yet she found only a faint smile. It appeared that regardless of the trials he faced, he remained perpetually composed. I once heard a saying, those endowed with capability must accomplish more than the average individual. Yet, I find myself doing little. I too harbor a fear of death. Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Does he truly fear death? Quite likely. He fears that there may exist even more formidable beings beneath the primal mountain. That among the myriad races, there are those in the imperial realm, or even beyond, lying in wait. He is apprehensive of unknown terrors that lurk beyond the Xuanhuang Great World. However, Lin Fan also holds a firm belief. Time will erode all adversaries. He simply requires more knowledge and time. Go forth. Did you not establish the Vying Palace? Seek out more gifted disciples to nurture. For I hope that one day a sage emerges from your palace. Lin Fan gazed at him, observing the worry etched upon his face, and shook his head. I shall immerse myself in reading. There is no need to fret about the future. When that day arrives, all will be resolved. If not, I shall crush all obstacles myself. His words, spoken with a calm demeanor, bore an undercurrent of overwhelming dominance and confidence that left Feigs Yu momentarily stunned. The young man reclined beneath the great banyan tree, a book in hand, exuding the air of a scholar. Yet within him, Feigs Yu discerned the shadow of the imperial figure of his era. Feigs Yu took his leave, bowing respectfully as he exited the courtyard. The world before him blurred, and with the simple act of closing and opening his eyes, he found himself at the Vying Palace, a palace perched upon the snowy mountains. With but a handful of disciples, yet unbeknownst to many, this place was the very lineage of the Vying quasi-emperor. Few realized that the little-known master of the Viang Palace was none other than the widely revered sage Figzu of humanity. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, various paths across the land began to awaken, and a multitude of human powerhouses emerged, signaling a profound transformation within humanity. Some foreign sages traversed this land, witnessing these changes, while others sought to impede humanity's ascension. Yet, when sage Figzu descended, wielding the grand painting of snow obscuring the heavens, no foreign sage dared to instigate turmoil upon the soil of humanity. A singular painting, vast snow shrouding the sky, truly concealed a realm, rendering all within it invisible. When the snow finally dissipated, the foreign sages lay vanquished within. Tianjaizi ascended to the great sage realm and ventured once more to the library. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's connection of the void of the primal mountain to the library, he was gripped by trepidation. You must be mad. Countless individuals steer clear of the primal mountain, yet you dare to place it before the library. His mental projection had not encountered curses, but that did not imply the primal mountain was devoid of danger. It was merely a stroke of luck. Lin Fan paid him no heed, merely gesturing to cast him 100,000 miles away, ensuring he could no longer locate the library. The library lay in the western hills of the capital, yet Lin Fan had melded it into the void. A mere courtyard apart could be a step or an eternity away. All was within Lin Fan's contemplation. Now, outside the courtyard, an eerie dark void manifested, and traversing this void would lead one directly to the primal mountain. Conversely, emerging from the primal mountain would bring one directly into the courtyard, effectively transforming the primal mountain into a secret realm just beyond the small courtyard. Years have passed once more, and Li Yu has arrived at the small courtyard. He now possesses the might of an emperor, and the innocence in his gaze has entirely faded. He stands as the renowned Tang Emperor, commanding the territories of Qingzhou and Xianzhou, with the Tang dynasty having ascended to become the most formidable dynasty of humanity. Master, I aspire to unify the human race, he declared earnestly. Lin Fan set down his book and turned to him. Taking a deep breath, he continued, the land of the 9 provinces may not be vast, yet it is fragmented by several great dynasties. While a flourishing human race would be invincible, our current state is ill-suited for such a divided existence with multiple dynasties. Although the intrusion of foreign races has somewhat abated, it is but a temporary respite. A bloody conflict is inevitable in the future. The human race must unite to confront what lies ahead. His eyes were resolute, a decision long contemplated. Lin Fan chuckled at his words. Perhaps one day you shall be deemed a villain. Will you still proceed? He nodded. I will. Then go forth and act. Chapter 70. The gathering of the spirit race as talents. Li Yu departed, having come solely to discern Lin Fan's thoughts. He would act upon Lin Fan's approval without seeking assistance from him, as he understood that Lin Fan would not concern himself with such matters. Who amongst the human race ascends to kingship or emperorship may pale in significance compared to acquiring knowledge. The world's transformations are of little consequence to him. I am merely a scholar. This had been Lin Fan's response to Li Yu's previous inquiries. In time, Li Yu grasped that Lin Fan cared solely for the human race. Should it face annihilation, he would intervene, yet for the Tang alone, he might refrain. Lin Fan observed Li Yu's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. What has been divided must inevitably unite, and what has united must eventually divide. Such is the nature of this world. Perhaps now is the time for the human race to come together. Yet Lin Fan would not assist him. If he could not achieve this, he would not deserve to be the sovereign of the human race. Another year passed, and the capital once again lay beneath a blanket of heavy snow. Ming had returned. He knelt outside the courtyard, performing 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. And only after completing this ritual did he enter, standing quietly behind the reading Lin Fan. As Lin Fan's tea cooled, Ming prepared a fresh cup for him. After finishing his book, he fetched a new one from the library, remaining by Lin Fan's side like a humble attendant. Thus, 3 days passed. Lin Fan turned his gaze towards him. What is it you wish to inquire? Gently sipping his tea, he spoke. Ming replenished Lin Fan's cup before replying. Master, I have heard that beyond the 10,000 mountains, the spirit race is hosting the gathering of talents from all races. I wish to participate. He looked at Lin Fan, lowering his head slightly. Lin Fan, who had always maintained a low profile, possessed transcendent abilities yet chose to remain in this library. If he were to leave the human realm to attend the gathering, it would breach his principles. Would the master consent? Although he consistently addressed him as master, he regarded Lin Fan as a mentor, believing he should disclose his intentions to him. Noticing the anxiety etched on Ming's face, Lin Fan smiled. If you wish to go, then go. However, it would not suffice for you to go alone. Take Gu with you as well. It has been quite some time since you two siblings last met. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming abruptly raised his head, a look of sheer delight gracing his features. Master, have you truly consented? Lin Fan gently shook his head. It is merely a gathering of prodigies. What is there that cannot be attended? However, since you shall go, you must strive for excellence. Your participation represents the human race. Do you understand? Qin Ming nodded solemnly. Master, I comprehend. I am unaware of how many prodigies exist among the myriad of races, nor if any true saints or demonic offspring will appear. Nevertheless, I vow not to disappoint your expectations. He declared that after a prolonged period of secluded cultivation, he had attained the third tier of the creation realm, a status of strength within the Great Tang. Apart from Qin Gu, he stood as the foremost among the younger generation, and he sought worthy opponents. The gathering of prodigies from the spirit race presented such an opportunity. Qin Ming departed, revealing a glimpse of his authentic self. A once aloof prodigy revered by countless individuals in the Southern Territories' Zhengnan city. He made his way to Yunzhong Tower. Those who had long accompanied Qin Gu in her cultivation finally uncovered her lineage. She was, in fact, the sister of the Great Tang's foremost youth, known as Qin Gu. Master has asked you and me to attend the spirit race's gathering of prodigies, he said, unable to suppress his excitement. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ji's musical notes faltered as if struck in her heart. She remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the direction of the Zishan Library Pavilion, contemplating for a prolonged moment. No one knew what thoughts occupied her mind, but at last, she nodded. Very well, she replied, regaining her composure. Qin Ming hesitated for a moment, as if on the verge of expressing something, yet he held back. The king of Baliang stood at the doorway, and upon hearing Qin Ming's words, many uncertainties became clear to him. He surmised who resided in Qin Ji's heart. It was that master, the saint of humanity. A tremor coursed through him. Is the saint truly in Xingjing? He inquired. I shall accompany you, the king of Baliang proclaimed as Qin Ming turned to regard him. I recognize you. The king of Baliang from the northern frontier, who vanished after the battle of the mountain ranges. I never imagined you would be here. The king of Baliang nodded slightly. He had not disappeared. Rather, he had been engaged in more pressing matters, all for the sake of safeguarding humanity. Qin Ming smiled upon hearing this. It is precisely because of individuals like you that humanity has persevered through the years, as countless have attested. Humanity is indomitable. Even a flicker of flame can illuminate the vast expanse. Qin Gu eventually arrived at Zishan, accompanied by the king of Baliang, Gu Yi. The saint was indeed here. Zishan, a desolate and abandoned mountain range, housed a library pavilion, rumored to be the residence of the last heir of the Zhengnan Wang. The Great Tang royal family tacitly permitted this heir to inhabit Zishan, a tradition that had persisted for many years, so much so that many had forgotten about this heir. The saint was present. One wondered where the heir of the Zhengnan Wang, seemingly named Lin Fan, might be. I once encountered him in our youth, he remarked. He was the king of the northern frontier, while the Zhengnan Wang ruled over the southern frontier. One safeguarded the south, the other the north. Bound by a deep friendship, he has likely returned by now. The Zhengnan Wang manor has been rebuilt, and I have heard it has flourished. Perhaps a new Zhengnan Wang will emerge before long. He sighed, speaking at length about the prince of southern town, a figure from his own era. One remained by Qin Ji's side as a guardian, while the other had long since found rest in a foreign land. Qin Gu cast a glance at him, uttering no words, and simply stepped into the West Mountain. The scenery of West Mountain appeared much as it had several years ago, with little alteration. A narrow stone path meandered deep into the dense forest, leading to a hidden library pavilion. Qin Gu walked slowly, as if lost in nostalgia, while Gu Yi, the king of Baliang, bore a solemn, almost reverent expression. He was about to meet a true sage of humanity, the being who had once emerged amidst the mountains and vanquished their lord. Back then, he had only glimpsed a silhouette, with no one able to recall its form. This time, he hoped to see more. A library pavilion, a small courtyard, a narrow door, surrounded by pear blossoms that, by rights, should not be in bloom at this season. Yet, here, the pear blossoms flourished vibrantly. Sir, entering the courtyard, Qin Gu bowed to the figure beneath the great banyan tree. Engrossed in a book, followed closely by the reverent bow of Gu Yi. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembled. The sage truly resided here. He had returned. Lin Fan's voice echoed, and as Qin Gu approached, Gu Yi raised his gaze. In an instant, his eyes froze, disbelief washing over his features. You are. He stammered, unable to fathom the visage before him. It was none other than the heir of the prince of southern town. The very person he had encountered in the prince's residence, albeit as a mere child at that time. Gu Yi of Baliang, I remember you, Lin Fan said. With those words, Gu Yi's expression shifted. Could it truly be him? But how is that possible? Chapter 70. The sword chest. A somewhat hazy memory surged forth, dating back about 30 years, when he visited the palace of the prince of southern town. In a courtyard, amidst the verdant trees and rockeries, a youthful figure sat reading. As pure as jade, serene as a tranquil pond. It seemed as if the world contained only his books, even as he stood before him. Do you enjoy reading? He inquired. He recognized the young man's identity as the heir of the prince of southern town, born with an innate understanding and rare talents. Yet, all he perceived was a youth devoid of cultivation. The youth looked up. It was uncertain whether he comprehended his identity. He merely replied succinctly. What use is reading? He asked. If the world were divided into 9 ranks, scholars would occupy the lowest tier. Should a prince's heir aspire to be a Confucian? The young man regarded him with a fleeting glance, then turned away, rising and vanishing down the corridor with his book. One day, this scholar may be needed. Those were the words the youth had left him. At the time, he could only shake his head and smile, viewing the boy's words as naive, untouched by worldly trials, with an innocence tinged by stubbornness. Little did he foresee that one day, those words would manifest into reality. The boy who had once stood before him had now ascended to the status of a sage, standing once again in his presence. Indeed, this world is in dire need of individuals like him, the scholar. Yet, he remains incredulous. It has only been a mere 30 years since that unrefined youth has ascended to such a profound realm. Is it truly you, Lin Fan, the heir of the town's South King's residence? He inquired, his eyes reflecting deep astonishment. Lin Fan nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It has been quite some time since anyone addressed me in such a manner. In fact, this name has not been uttered for ages. Lin Fan glanced at Qin Go, who had seamlessly approached his side, brewing a pot of tea and quietly awaiting his presence. It is indeed him. But how can this be? In just a few years. How could you have attained such a level, an achievement beyond articulation? He stared at Lin Fan, striving to reconcile this reality. Lin Fan merely smiled gently. Accepting the tea from Qin Go. What is impossible? I have simply traversed a path distinct from yours, albeit at a swifter pace. Is it not always the case in this world? Some tread slowly while others hasten. As long as the outcome is favorable, what difference does it make? His calm words seemed to carry a certain philosophical essence, soothing his restless heart as he gazed at Lin Fan and nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is swift. Yet, this is exceedingly rapid. I have aged and likely have little time left. I merely wish to witness humanity no longer oppressed by foreign races. To see a time of true prosperity. As for everything else, it holds little significance. Upon finishing, he respectfully bowed to Lin Fan. Gu Yi pays homage to the sage. This profound bow emanated from a place of genuine reverence. It is a gesture every individual ought to perform, for this man deserves the respect of all humanity. Lin Fan watched the scene unfold, a slight smile appearing. The journey to the Spirit Clan is fraught with challenges. As a guardian, you remain somewhat lacking. I shall grant you a sword box, which shall serve as your protective artifact. Should anyone dare to infringe upon you, they shall face execution without mercy. With a wave of his hand, a sword box landed in Gu Yi's grasp. It was light, 3 feet in length, crafted from pear wood, adorned with an engraving of a radiant moon rising above the vast ocean. At first glance, it seemed as though one's very spirit could be drawn into its depths. Regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and looked once more at Lin Fan. This sword box contains my sword intent, a casual creation during my leisure. You may glean insights into the way of the sword through it, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. However, Gu Yi felt the intrinsic value of the item in his hands. This 3-foot sword box encapsulated the martial prowess of a sage. It is likely that even ordinary sages would tread carefully in the presence of this sword box. This is indeed a rare opportunity bestowed upon him. Thank you, sage. He bowed once more. He did not presume to regard himself as an elder, for he could not claim such a position over this individual. He bore the responsibility of guiding all of humanity. Lin Fan nodded, then turned to Qin Go, extending a hand, revealing a seed nestled within his palm. Since you are to depart, I shall enact the cycle of life and death for you, hoping you may gain insight and soon reach the realm of the celestial. A single seed, within mere moments, took root and sprouted, eventually transforming before the astonished gazes of Qin Gu and Gu Yi into a sapling, and subsequently into a towering tree. This is life, Lin Fan remarked. As the two were enveloped in a haze of wonder, the majestic tree gradually withered, its leaves turning a sickly yellow, and in a matter of moments, it succumbed to decay at a visibly rapid pace, until a gust of wind swept through, scattering its remnants into ash. The cycles of day and night, the changing of seasons, all embody the essence of life and death. Beyond humanity, one must also learn to comprehend the natural world, Lin Fan continued. The transformation of life and death occurs within mere breaths. A thought births existence, another extinguishes it. Gu Yi, witnessing this scene, was filled with profound awe, while Qin Gu found himself engulfed in enlightenment. Lin Fan nodded slightly at this sight. Although Qin Gu's innate talent was not exceptional, his understanding of the Dao was unparalleled, surpassing even that of Qin Ming and Yibu Zheng. At times, Lin Fan pondered that the world is not devoid of genius, but rather lacks those who can truly uncover such talent. When one is on the right path, many can indeed become prodigies. In the small courtyard, as the sun and moon alternated, 3 days and nights swiftly passed, with Gu Yi vigilantly watching over Qin Gu. Suddenly, a ripple stirred in the shadowy void outside the courtyard, and a figure emerged. Perhaps she was not entirely human. A circle of green runes marked her forehead. Her ears pointed, and her stature was strikingly tall, exuding an otherworldly beauty. I have finally escaped, she trembled, her eyes still reflecting the terror of some unfathomable horror she had just endured. Abruptly, she surveyed her surroundings, momentarily taken aback. Where's this? She queried, glancing towards the dark void behind her, where she could barely discern a mountain looming in the obscurity. A void passage, she exclaimed in shock, then turned her gaze towards the courtyard before her. The courtyard, neither too grand nor too modest, was adorned with blooming pear flowers at its entrance. And beyond the red walls, a great banyan tree was visible. The gently swaying banyan emanated an exceptionally rich spiritual aura, and she could even perceive traces of the Dao among its branches. Its essence rivaled her own. This was a tree imbued with spiritual intelligence. Where had she arrived? Was this still within the primal mountain, or had she inadvertently stepped into a secret realm hidden within it? Chapter 71. The Spirit Clan's Spirit Jade. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The secret realms within the life-restraining zones were said to be even more terrifying. She stepped back, yearning to return to her previous location, but the elusive void eluded her grasp, a mere step away yet eternally distant. There was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to attempt retracing her steps, but instead focused on the quaint courtyard before her and the loft within it. She approached the small courtyard, pausing for a moment before the pear tree, then crossed the threshold. Contrary to her expectations of overwhelming dread, she beheld a serene scene, a grand banyan tree, a tranquil pond, a few steps leading up to a library pavilion, an oasis of tranquility that felt like a realm beyond the mundane. Are you here to seek the master? A voice resonated, causing her body to tremble as she hastily retreated. Turning her gaze towards the source of the sound, she beheld a middle-aged man. He was staring at her, and upon recognizing her appearance, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. The spirit tribe, he stammered, taking a step forward. It was then that she noticed a woman standing behind him. A human woman. They belonged to the human race. Had they arrived here before her? She focused her attention, discerning the cultivation levels of the two, which alleviated her fear somewhat, though the wariness in her eyes remained undiminished. This was the primitive mountain, where nothing could be trusted, and dangers lurked at every turn. To her surprise, humans existed in the primitive mountain. One had just achieved the Dao, while the other was at the creation realm. How did you come to this place? She inquired, her expression grave. She had arrived at the primitive mountain accompanied by a peak saint from the spirit tribe, only to become separated upon encountering a malevolent spirit. As far as she knew, there were no human cultivators of the saint level. How had they managed to enter the primitive mountain and navigate into this secret realm within it? Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. The primitive mountain? One of the life-restricting zones of the Xuanhuang Great World. I am certainly aware of that. But what do you mean? This is my master's courtyard. A voice interjected before him. It was Qin Gu, who had awakened after 3 days of enlightenment, reaching the 7th level of the creation realm. In addition to Lin Fan's teachings, the Bodhi of the great banyan tree had also played a role, as the Bodhi had originated from this place, nurturing it in return. The spiritual energy here was tenfold, 100-fold compared to the outside world. Who are you? Qin Gu arose, her gaze fixed upon her, facing a pinnacle existence of the celestial realm. She exhibited no trace of retreat in her eyes. For this is my master's domain. Even a saint would perish here. The spirit tribe woman's expression hardened at her words. After scrutinizing Qin Gu closely, she discerned her youthful age, her heart brimming with astonishment. Barely a century old. How can one so young reach such a level? At her age, she had not approached this realm, indicating that the talent of this human woman before her surpassed her own. I am Ling Yu, the prospective saintess of the spirit tribe's Wanling Valley, she declared with a hint of pride. Wanling Valley ranked 9th among the myriad powers of the spirit tribe, and being born into it conferred unparalleled honor. Yet, as she gazed at the two humans before her, She found herself momentarily stunned. The two did not exhibit any reaction to her words, their faces remaining serene, especially that of the human woman. You belong to the spirit tribe? Qin Gu remarked coolly, and then, as if realizing something, she directed her gaze towards the library pavilion, where a young man in white stood, seemingly having observed the scene for quite some time. Ling Yu was taken aback upon following Qin Ji's gaze, instinctively taking a step back. This human had been standing here unbeknownst to her. Could he be the master of this secret realm? A true source of terror. Lin Fan regarded her with a smile. This is the human realm of the 9 provinces, he stated, causing Ling Yu's expression to tighten, her vigilance intensifying further. She had initially found herself in the original mountain, having just encountered a malevolent spirit in the dense forest shrouded in miasma, and had become separated from the elder. In a moment of bewilderment, she arrived in this place, which was said to belong to the human race. Who would not be filled with trepidation? The human race and the spirit race were separated by hundreds of clans and billions of miles. How had he managed to bring her here? Where was the elder? She inquired, her gaze fixed solemnly upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the void before them tore apart, revealing an image to her eyes, her elder alongside several quasi-saints, anxiously searching for something amidst the miasma. Is Ling Yu dead? One spirit race member queried, trembling all over. The others shook their heads. They had been here for several decades. Initially led by the elder for training and preparation for the grand competition of talents among the myriad races set to occur decades later. Although the original mountain was known as a forbidden zone for life, its periphery was not as terrifying, proving to be a commendable training ground. Yet, they had not anticipated that this excursion would lead them to lose their way, with only a handful remaining from the original group of dozens. Now, their elder lay gravely injured from the previous battle, striving to hold on, but unable to endure much longer. There exists a malevolent spirit of the saint realm here. One spirit member remarked, casting a shadow of despair over the others. To be lost here, without the elder by their side, meant almost certain death. Elder, I am here. Ling Yu shouted towards the figures in the image, but they could not hear her words. They are still in the original mountain and cannot hear you, Lin Fan explained, causing Ling Yu to turn back to him, her expression tinged with apprehension. She had thought him to be free of malevolent influence. Yet he seemed even more sinister than the spirit they had encountered earlier, having silently brought her to this place. What do you intend to do? She asked, striving to maintain her composure, though her body trembled involuntarily. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I require you to bring a few individuals to the spirit race to participate in the grand competition of the myriad races. If you agree, they should find it relatively easy to exit the original mountain, he stated, glancing at the mountain. Ling Yu was taken aback. Them? She inhaled deeply, gesturing towards Qin Gu and another. Lin Fan nodded. You truly can ensure their departure. Did you not claim this place belonged to the human race's 9 provinces? How then can you assist them within the original mountain? She retorted. Lin Fan chuckled softly. He extended a finger towards the original mountain, and the endless miasma parted at his fingertip, releasing a mournful wail from within that realm of haze. Then, the group of spirit race members in the image beheld the path to departure. On one side of the path lay not the human race, but the spirit race. The original mountain existed in the interstices of space. Each fissure represented a world, one belonging to humans and another to spirits, with many others scattered throughout. The original mountain was present in numerous locations across the Xuanhuang Great World. Have we truly escaped? Ling Yu's face reflected shock. With a mere gesture, the very laws of the original mountain seemed to yield. Who was he? She gazed at Lin Fan, for the first time feeling perplexed about the so-called human race. Was it true that the tales of the human race lacking saints were false? Chapter 72. The chosen of all races, why me? Ling Yu inquired, gazing at Lin Fan. The youth before her, seemingly devoid of any aura, appeared as an ordinary mortal, yet she was engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Within the original mountain, there existed inherent rules, each layer governed by its own great order. Yet this individual had audaciously shattered the so-called rules of order. Lin Fan responded with a faint smile. It was merely a matter of chance. I happened to see you. The simplicity of his words made Ling Yu draw a deep breath, her gaze shifting to Qin Gu and Gui. Very well, I am willing, she declared, refraining from inquiring about the consequences of refusal. At this juncture, upon encountering this young man of the human race, she found herself devoid of any option to decline, merely contemplating a few more questions. In the presence of such a taboo existence, she and others were akin. He could fortuitously behold her or any other individual. Once his gaze averted, that person might cease to exist. Lin Fan nodded. I shall visit the spirit race when time permits, but there is a more pressing matter at hand. So let us pause for now. He cast a glance at the original mountain before settling onto a vine chair beneath the banyan tree, its sprawling branches offering respite from the sunlight. The sound of pages turning soon filled the air. To the spirit race? She asked, her focus sharpening as she glanced at Qin Ge and Gui. A mere glance revealed that the leader among them was the woman named Qin Ge, while the middle-aged man appeared to be of a protective nature. As for the guardian, a practitioner of the path-severing realm was hardly fit for such a role. If this truly was the human realm of the 9 provinces, then the spirit race lay tens of billions of miles away, requiring passage through numerous tribes. A journey fraught with challenges. However, with 17 years remaining until the grand contest of all races hosted by the spirit race, there was no need for undue haste. There is ample time, she proclaimed, beginning to outline the itinerary while divulging the secrets of various tribes along the way, as well as details regarding the grand contest. A realm entirely unfamiliar to the human race. The humans had never participated in such a grand contest. Their presence would undoubtedly attract significant attention from many tribes. You must prepare yourselves mentally, she cautioned, her focus sharpening as she glanced toward Lin Fan. Beneath the banyan tree, that figure remained engrossed in his reading, seemingly unperturbed by her words. The human race, to many tribes, was akin to a predatory species, and most tribes harbored a certain animosity towards them. Your situation will be exceedingly arduous. I can shield you from some foes, but not all. I remain a member of the spirit race, not the human race, she stated, directing her gaze towards Qin Ge and Gui. Gui's expression was solemn, attentively absorbing her every word, while Qin Ge merely nodded, her demeanor tranquil. In any case, you must heed my guidance throughout this journey, she concluded. At that moment, she noticed a young man standing at the entrance of the courtyard, seemingly having listened for quite some time. What level of genius exists among the myriad races? He queried, his eyes alight with keen intensity. Ling Yu gazed at him, aware that he must be the last individual in this line, equally at the creation realm and of a similar age, scarcely exceeding a century. When did humanity produce such an abundance of prodigies? He momentarily focused his mind before responding to Qin Ming's words. The talents competing in the 10,000 Races Grand Competition are classified into 4 tiers. The 4th tier comprises prodigies nurtured by minor clans, most of whom are at the divine platform realm, with the stronger ones reaching the divine ability realm. The 3rd tier includes those at the divine ability and creation realms, possessing certain sacred realm inheritances. Even among peak clans, they are considered geniuses. The 2nd tier, like myself, features the quasi-saintess of the spirit clan from the Valley of 10,000 Spirits at the human realm. She spoke with utmost pride, for even amidst the gathering of celestial beings in her clan, she was an extraordinary entity. However, upon seeing Qin Ge and Qin Ming, she fell silent for a moment. The requirement for the 10,000 Races Grand Competition is to be under 300 years of age. You have chosen to participate rather early, and could have waited for the next 2 sessions. Nevertheless, since you have decided to join, consider it an opportunity to accumulate experience. With such a formidable presence among humanity, would they still, as in the past, remain complacent and retreat to the shadows? She slightly focused her gaze on the figure engrossed in reading. An instinct told her that this year's grand competition might witness earth-shattering events, perhaps related to this very individual. And what of the 1st tier? Qin Ming inquired. She returned to her senses. The 1st tier comprises beings akin to the Sacred Sun and Sacred Maiden of my spirit clan's Valley of 10,000 Spirits. True paragons of excellence. They have all attained the path-cutting realm and possess mastery over the great saint's secret classics, even the techniques of quasi-emperors. Their combat prowess surpassing all reason. As she spoke of this, a glimmer of yearning appeared in her eyes. There are nearly 100 quasi-saint sons and daughters in the Valley of 10,000 Spirits, yet only one true sacred son and one sacred maiden exist. They are the epitome of unparalleled genius. Is there no one stronger? Qin Ming asked again, undeterred by Ling Yu's words. Instead, he radiated fierce fighting spirit, as if the creation realm was poised to challenge those geniuses of the 10,000 races. Ling Yu regarded him deeply. Indeed, there is. At this moment, both Qin Ge and Qin Ming turned their attention to her. She inhaled deeply and continued. The super 1st tier represents the truly invincible prodigies of the profound and yellow worlds, each one unrivaled at their level, even capable of defying higher realms. Yet such beings do not participate in the grand competition. They are the future of each peak clan. For instance, the top 10 of the Demon Clan, with the 10th ranked Diamo already at the half-saint realm, poised to ascend to sainthood at any moment. Her words left Gui utterly speechless, while Qin Ming and Qin Ge fell into silence. Half-saint, equivalent to the human sovereign. Are they not already powerful enough to have ascended to sainthood? Gui remarked, his face etched with astonishment. The human realm of the 9 provinces remains too limited. Many among humanity are oblivious to the vastness of this world. This is the entirety of the profound and yellow realms, which explains why humanity has become mere sustenance for those peak clans, akin to ants gazing at the heavens. Indeed. Lingyu nodded. Many of them have already attained sainthood. I have witnessed a being from my clan's ranks arrive through the myriad paths of light, effortlessly causing a saint to fall. They are no longer inferior to many of the older generation of formidable beings, Lingyu remarked, glancing towards the figure beneath the banyan tree, and indeed, that silhouette slightly lifted its head. Has it finally captured his attention? Lin Fan certainly heard her words. Yet his thoughts drifted back to the so-called third sequence of the demon clan he had vanquished in the Great Jin dynasty. So, this was the most extraordinary prodigy of the Xuanhuang Great World. After a brief pause, he resumed his reading, oblivious to the happenings outside, though occasionally stirred by a flicker of interest. Chapter 73. The Discourse in Shengjing, a sage, you say? Qin Ming bore an expression of astonishment. Indeed, the human realms of the 9 provinces are exceedingly small. In the Xuanhuang Great World, a being at the creation realm is merely a third-tier genius, not even ranking in the second tier. The most powerful echelon of prodigies has already ascended to sanctity. Yes, while we toil towards the path of transcendence, they have long since reached the pinnacle of cultivation sought by countless beings. Lingyu responded, her voice laced with wistfulness. What constitutes true genius? That is the essence of true talent. She did not wish to dishearten these 2 human prodigies. Yet it is the stark reality that the innumerable youth of the Xuanhuang Great World must confront. She merely wished for them to grasp this truth early on. You need not wallow in self-pity. You are still young, and with effort, you too can ascend to my level, and perhaps even strive for that premier echelon, she advised. Her gaze fell upon Qin Gu and Qin Ming, yet rather than seeing despondency on their faces, she perceived a distinctly different tableau. Qin Ming tilted his head towards the sky, as if attempting to gaze beyond the horizon to glimpse those so-called superlative prodigies, ultimately breaking into a smile. Indeed, they are formidable, but what of it? Some merely traverse the path more swiftly and earlier. The future remains uncertain, and ultimately, who can ascertain who will reach the forefront? I, Qin Ming, shall advance to the forefront and behold it all, he declared, his eyes aglow with determination, an aura of invincibility subtly radiating from him, leaving Lingyu in astonishment. This essence she had only witnessed in the ranks of the spirit clan, yet it now emanated from a young human. She then turned her attention to Qin Gu. Qin Gu merely plucked the strings of her guqin, seemingly untouched by the existence of those superlative prodigies. There was an ethereal quality about her that, at times, evoked an inexplicable sense of apprehension within her. She was even stronger than Qin Ming. Suddenly, beneath the banyan tree, Lin Fan raised his head, not stirred by their discourse, but rather by the sight of Shengjing City beyond the courtyard. Moments later, he chuckled. It indeed sparked a brilliant idea, he stated, drawing the attention of all present in the courtyard, with expressions of reverence on the faces of Qin Ming, Qin Gu, and Gu Yi. Lingyu's gaze was filled with awe. As if sensing something, Gu Yi took a slight step forward. Sir, this is the Discourse Conference of Shengjing. Emperor Tang had extended an invitation to all cultivators across the human realms of the 9 provinces several years ago through the Great Tang Academy. It aims to gather the world's strongest in Shengjing to engage in discourse and provide a transformative experience for all practitioners, he articulated, having followed the Shengjing discourse closely. Had he not been here, he would have attended it as well. This gathering of practitioners is indeed a grand event that no one wishes to miss. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed upon the Tang Emperor Palace, where tens of thousands of cultivators sat in tranquil meditation, while more continued to arrive. Shall we go? Lin Fan suddenly inquired, startling those around him. Then let us proceed. As his words fell, the void before them shimmered, and in the next instant, they found themselves before the Tang Emperor Palace, as if conjured from thin air, unnoticed by others. Qin Ming and Qin Gu were accustomed to such methods, while Gu Yi and Lingyu stared in awe, particularly Lingyu. Coming from the Yuling clan of the Wanling Valley, a prominent spiritual lineage, she possessed a deeper understanding of the significance of such techniques. The way of space, together with the paths of time and destiny, it constitutes the 3 supreme avenues, the most elusive and enigmatic, yet immensely powerful. However, mastering them is exceedingly challenging. Throughout the endless ages of the Xuanhuang Great World, the number of beings who have ascended to sanctity through these 3 paths is exceedingly rare, each one a paragon of supremacy. In this era, humanity has astonishingly given rise to one. Tianfeng sect, Li Qingfeng will now impart wisdom to all. An elder stepped forward, levitating gracefully into the air. sitting cross-legged amidst the void, and then gazing upon the practitioners before the palace. The crowd of cultivators collectively focused their attention on him, including Lingyu. He was a cultivator at the third level of the celestial realm, not particularly formidable. I cultivate the way of Tianfeng. Today, I shall share my understanding with you all, hoping it will prove beneficial to my fellow human cultivators. Upon concluding his introduction, he began to manifest his insights. A mighty wind surged forth, infused with a biting essence. At times, it transformed into swords, at others, into spears, and then into a torrential rain of arrows. All the practitioners fixed their eyes upon him, either to gain insight or to validate their own understandings, while some began to demonstrate their own interpretations before the palace. Soon, Li Qingfeng's discourse came to a close. But immediately after, another ascended to the forefront. A wandering cultivator, Mingyu, a woman, dressed in simple garb, stepped forth into the void and landed before the palace. Another celestial realm practitioner. Outside the palace, atop the rooftops of the bustling capital, countless cultivators had gathered, their attention unwaveringly fixed on the teachings unfolding before the palace. Teeming settled into a meditative posture. My teacher once said that all myriad paths in the world have interconnections. Their truths can affirm my own, he remarked. Qinggun nodded in agreement, setting down her guqin to begin her own contemplation. Lingyu observed this scene, then glanced at the multitude of human cultivators surrounding her. Her expression one of astonishment. They were not particularly strong, with few surpassing her own prowess, yet in that moment, she felt a profound sense of awe. Could such a race truly prevail? Minjiao Palace, Bodhisattva Yen, Sangjian Sect, Jinshan, Yungziao Hall Liming. One by one, practitioners from the various regions of the human realm converged in this place, unreservedly expressing their own paths. Before the Tang Emperor Palace, enlightenment occurred at every moment. Waves of breakthrough radiance emerged. Many laughed joyously, rising to bow in gratitude to the speakers above, then offering reverence to those around them. In this place, everyone is a teacher. How does it feel? A voice echoed in Lingyu's ear. She turned to see Gai, who gazed at the sermon in front of the Tang Emperor Palace with a beaming smile. It was a smile of confidence rarely seen among the human race. He paused, momentarily taken aback by her words, falling into silence. Was she questioning why such a human race had become mere prey for those peak clans? Gai inquired. She lifted her head, reflecting her inner doubts. Gai looked at her and smiled faintly. This was because someone had obscured the heavens of the human race, shackling them with chains, rendering them blind to hope. But now, things have changed. He directed his gaze towards the western mountains, his expression filled with reverence. A person has unveiled the heavens for the human race, severing the chains that bound them, allowing them to glimpse hope. The human race shall endure. Even if blood flows like rivers and mountains are overturned, they have never bowed their heads for even a moment. This is the legacy etched into our very bones. What we lack is merely a guide. And now we have one. As he spoke, Lingyu's heart trembled. She understood that Gai was referring to the young man in white from the small courtyard, the one they called Master. Chapter 74, The Imperial Scripture. She was unaware of the events that had transpired within the human race over the past decades, but at least decades ago. The human race had been merely a breed cultivated by the peak clans. There was no saint among the humans, nor could there ever be one. An overseer dispatched by the peak clans had suppressed the path to sanctity for the human race. But what of that overseer? Had he perished? Following Gai's gaze, she pondered. If there were anyone capable of slaying the overseer, it would only be him, an unfathomable entity. In the profound depths of the void, a figure shrouded in black mist, with wings, sat cross-legged. This was the overseer of the celestial clan. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a black light pierced the silence of the void. The human race. He surveyed the 9 provinces from the endless void, his gaze sweeping across various regional dynasties, pausing momentarily along the coastline of the Great Qin dynasty. There, the Sea clan continued their invasion, and the waters were stained crimson with blood. Finally, his gaze settled on the flourishing capital of the Great Tang. A scene of desolation unfolded, a capital city where 9 out of 10 households stood empty, devoid of vitality. Upon witnessing this, he smiled. Let the human race slowly fade away, he remarked, before descending into slumber once more. In the library of Xingjing, Lin Fan glanced into the depths of the void, a faint smile gracing his lips. He comprehended the myriad paths, including that of illusion, and the hiding place of the celestial overseer could not escape his perception. As for what he wished the celestial overseer to see, it was merely a matter of Lin Fan's intent. All that he observed and knew was a world of illusions crafted by Lin Fan. In the imperial palace of Xingjing, an elderly woman with silver hair emerged, leaning on a cane, her appearance frail, yet her eyes sparkled with light. I am Wei Yu, she declared, standing firmly in the void. Her gaze filled with compassion and comfort as she looked upon the people before the imperial palace. She was the first of the human race to manifest as a powerful being who could sever the path. Perhaps the years of her experiences have rendered her nearly unrecognizable to most. Wei Yu, the esteemed teacher of the Ming dynasty from 2 millennia ago, and the mentor of the current emperor of the Ming, was thought by many to be deceased. Gu Yi remarked, gazing at the aged figure before him. Letting out a soft sigh, he too was meant to have followed that path, yet Lin Fan had gifted him an extension of life, allowing him to witness the resurgence of humanity for an additional 3 centuries. So it was she. Many sighed in acknowledgement, bowing deeply to the venerable elder. This was a figure who had once devoted herself entirely to the cause of humanity, perhaps once aspiring to forge a new path for her kind. Yet, such endeavors proved exceedingly difficult. I have cultivated the way of water, and now I shall illustrate its essence for you, she declared, conjuring her path amidst the heavens. 2 millennia of wisdom released in a singular moment. Rain began to fall from the sky, harmonizing with her profound teachings, as countless souls immersed themselves in the experience. After some time, she paused, nodding to those around her as she descended before the imperial palace, having come more to witness than to intervene. Thus, if death were to come, it would hold no regrets. Wei Yu, I never expected you to still be alive. The last time we met was 5 centuries ago. How remarkable it is to encounter you once again. Another elder of the human race emerged, embodying the essence of the way of fiery flames. A stark contrast to Wei Yu's teachings. Once adversaries, they now stood united, casting aside past grievances in the face of a greater purpose for humanity. Several other pathcutters, akin to living relics, emerged, each having inscribed their legacies in the annals of history. Young ones, this is all we can offer you, they proclaimed. Under the guidance of the sages, I am confident that humanity shall rise again. Our flame will not extinguish in this era, but will blaze ever brighter. The manifestation of the path by these formidable beings was a sight unseen for many years, especially with so many appearing at once. Lastly, it was Gu Yi's turn. It is my time, he stated, stepping into the void under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. Holding his sword box as he stood resolutely in the celestial expanse before the imperial palace. I, the aged Gu Yi, will now share my path, he announced, never relinquishing his hold on the sword box, as if it were the most precious of treasures. The king of Bailiang had also arrived. In the star-plucking hall of the imperial palace, the president of the Tang National Academy stood beside Li Yu. He was profoundly moved by the spectacle unfolding before the palace, but even more so by the presence of this Tang emperor, who had orchestrated this grand event. To achieve this, he had traversed the vast lands of the 9 provinces, personally inviting these formidable figures. A subtle air of imperial authority began to emanate from him, an aura previously unseen even in the presence of the emperor of humanity. Li Yu replied softly, his gaze fixed on the magnificent scene before him. No one could discern his thoughts, though his hands trembled slightly. He too felt the weight of anticipation, awaiting a certain individual. This was the first time he had acted on his own accord. Would it displease that person? And if so, how would he respond? Suddenly, snow began to drift through the heavens and the earth, swirling gracefully, exuding an ineffable aura of Dao. Li Yu, the esteemed head of the Tang dynasty's imperial court, turned his gaze towards the horizon, his expression subtly shaken. At the farthest edge of the world, a figure gradually emerged, appearing to traverse the void with each step. As if instantaneously transported, the saint of flying snow. Before the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty, countless souls were left in awe. With cascading white hair like a waterfall and a scroll bound at his waist, he arrived amidst the wind and snow, standing in the void before the imperial palace. Many bowed in reverence. Ling Yu also felt a jolt. Was there truly another saint among the human race? In the vying palace, the saint of flying snow began to impart wisdom. He sat cross-legged in the void, a phantom of a snow-capped mountain materializing behind him, followed by the descent of a realm of Dao, drawing Ling Yu into that domain of enlightenment. The vying palace, though newly established in this era and known to few, had once been the foremost power of the human race in the ages long past, representing the last imperial lineage of the human Dao, the emperor's canon. After listening for a moment to the saint of flying snow's teachings, Ling Yu was suddenly struck, gazing incredulously at the white-haired man in the sky. He was expounding upon an emperor's canon. The Wanling Valley possessed a fragmented emperor's canon, a treasure that had sustained its legacy for countless ages. And she had once caught a distant glimpse of it. Just a fleeting glance had awakened profound understanding within her mind, as if her entire being had been cleansed. Even after a century, she could not forget it. This was not a mere fragment, but a complete emperor's canon. She exclaimed in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. The human race possessed an emperor's canon. Although it was only spoken and not the text itself, it was nonetheless astonishing, especially as he shared the canon so openly with such a vast audience. Though he wove the canon within the realm of Dao, presenting it in a manner comprehensible, she understood after merely a brief moment that this was unequivocally the emperor's canon. If he could recite it, then he must surely know the location of the original text. The emperor's canon was crafted by the great emperors with the essence of the Dao, each character infused with boundless imperial intent, gaining sentience the moment it came into existence. Chapter 75. The blossom of the Dao. The Wanling Valley held its esteemed position among the spirit clans precisely because it possessed a fragmented emperor's canon, qualifying it as a quasi-imperial force. The upheaval that a complete emperor's canon would unleash in the Xuanhuang Great World is beyond imagination. Could it be that this individual rose to prominence due to the emperor's canon? She thought of Lin Fan. Could the human race safeguard such a treasure? Could he protect it? A grave expression crossed her face as she pondered. Today, this saint of the human race revealed the existence of the emperor's canon. The pinnacle clans would inevitably learn of it, and how would the human race respond then? Would they face annihilation? No one noticed her troubled demeanor, nor did they comprehend that the saint of flying snow was imparting an emperor's canon. They were all absorbed in grasping the essence of his teachings. The path of the saint, merely comprehending one or two fragments, could lead to immense fortune. Ling Yu concentrated for a moment, then cast aside all thoughts, immersing herself in the emperor's canon being shared by the saint of flying snow. This too was a rare opportunity for her. In the small courtyard of Zishan, Lin Fan set down the book in his hands, took a gentle sip of tea, and his gaze fell upon the front of the Tang Imperial Palace. A gust of wind passed by, causing the book to close, revealing the title inscribed on its cover, The Ice Emperor's Canon. The book discovered upon the corpse of the Emperor of Viang possesses a true essence, yet it fell into silence upon entering the small courtyard. Particularly when held by Lin Fan, its demeanor was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary tome. In fact, certain passages bore annotations from Lin Fan himself. His comprehension of the path of Xianbing was commendable, though it lacked a touch of vitality. Would it not be more profound if it were to integrate elements of the path of life alongside the path of Xianbing? To pursue a single path to its utmost limit and achieve transcendence is a notion I cannot endorse. It is overly intricate and lacks simplicity. The discourse in Shengjing attracted countless powerful beings of the human race and drew the attention of several extraterrestrial saints. However, when they gazed upon Shengjing, they beheld only a vast expanse of snow obscuring the heavens. The snow concealed their vision, as did the imperial weapon. They focused intently, wary of approaching Shengjing. For many extraterrestrial saints had perished beneath the shroud of snow, and none dared to venture forth again. The flying snow spoke for 3 consecutive days, with the snowfall persisting for the same duration. When the ice and snow finally melted away, all present awakened to the truth. A resonant hum echoed. The holy essence radiated around Figzu, signifying his breakthrough from the 3rd to the 4th heaven of the sacred realm. In front of the Tang Emperor's palace, even more individuals experienced breakthroughs, some transcending multiple realms in a single moment, leaving all in a state of awe. Is this what it means to tread the path of a sage? They gazed at the figure in the sky, their expressions filled with astonishment. 3 days of teachings transformed many, akin to a rebirth, with their souls undergoing metamorphosis, and their understanding of the Dao became markedly clearer. To think that the path I have sought for years to sever the Dao would be illuminated here. Could this be the essence of the imperial scripture? Within a year, I shall sever the Dao. Ling Yu trembled with excitement, his gaze fixated on the saint of flying snow, a glimmer of greed unwittingly surfacing in his eyes. Though he swiftly suppressed his covetous thoughts, regardless of the enigmatic saint of flying snow, there existed an even more terrifying presence within that small courtyard, surpassing even the malevolence of the primal mountain spirits. Gratitude flowed from all towards the saint for imparting his wisdom. Before the imperial palace, everyone bowed to the figure in the sky, including Qin Gu and Qin Ming. This individual, also a sage of the human race, stood valiantly before the myriad races, facing the multitude of saints and deserving of utmost respect. Figzu regarded the throng before the Tang Emperor's palace with a nod, then turned his gaze towards the western mountains. A voice resonated in his ear. This is my path. Contemplate it deeply. Suddenly, a figure materialized before the Tang Emperor's palace. Unseen by all save for a select few, yet everyone sensed a shift. It was as though the very fabric of this realm had momentarily stilled, as if an unparalleled presence had descended. Before him, the Dao was obscured, and the rules ceased to apply, overshadowing all. Within the imperial palace, Liu trembled. Master. He bowed deeply toward the celestial expanse. The chancellor of the Great Tang Academy was equally startled, though he perceived only the saint of flying snow in that firmament. He understood precisely who Li Yu referred to, a true guardian of humanity, the one who had severed the Lord of Mountains and vanquished millions of sea tribes. He has arrived. The chancellor bowed as well, his body quaking involuntarily, realizing the truth, such an existence truly exists. Before the Tang Emperor's palace, all present bowed in unison, including Ling Yu. Not merely out of fear, but from a profound astonishment towards Lin Fan. He transcended the sacred realm. He was a great saint. Here, in hushed silence, emerged a great saint, one who comprehended the profound path of space. The Dao. Lin Fan spoke softly. The entire expanse of heaven and earth seemed to resonate. Myriad paths coalescing before him, requiring no incantations, merely a single utterance. A flower of the Dao, surpassing all in existence, capable of rivaling the elegance of the ages, manifested. Suspended in the celestial vault, rendering even the gaze of figs you momentarily still. The ice and snow Dao, within this singular blossom, he perceived the pinnacle. Having touched the very essence of the ice and snow Dao, a path that spanned from the sacred realm to the great saint, directly leading to the quasi-imperial realm. The crowd before the Tang Emperor's palace shared this experience. Some glimpsed the celestial realm, others the Dao severing realm, and even a few brushed against the sacred realm. The path ahead suddenly becoming clear. They were all struck with awe, inhaling deeply, then casting their eyes skyward, where the saint of figs you remained, standing in tranquil contemplation, as if still grasping some profound insight. This was the true transmission of the saint, the authentic inheritance of the sacred realm. Bowing deeply, they acknowledged this truth. Although they could not perceive the other figure in the sky, their hearts compelled them to pay homage to that celestial expanse. Meanwhile, Ling Yu had broken through her previous boundaries. She had entered the primal mountains under the guidance of an elder for life and death trials, seeking the path to sever the Dao. Yet this time she discovered not only the path to severance, but also the path to ascension as a saint. That blossom of the Dao had been imprinted in her mind, a unique fate that illuminated a clear path to her ascension. After a considerable time, she gazed once more at the figure in the sky, her expression one of shock. Not only had he grasped the space Dao, but he had also comprehended the wood Dao, stepping into the great saint realm through two or even multiple paths. A prodigy. She could not help but think of those exceptional talents from myriad races. Could they achieve such heights? Do not return. The path lies ahead, and you must tread it yourselves. You are the future of humanity. Lin Fan's voice resonated in the minds of Qin Ge and Qin Ming, prompting them to look up at him with resolute expressions. Gui, remember the sword box in your hand. Do not hesitate. When the time comes to draw your sword, do so without fear. Humanity fears no race as long as I remain. Gui nodded solemnly, his resolve firm. If they wish to kill, they must step over my dead body. This single declaration encapsulated Gui's conviction, formed the day he vowed to protect Qin Ge. Chapter 76. The Quasi-Emperor emerging from the primal mountains. Finally, Lin Fan turned his gaze to Ling Yu, who trembled in astonishment and hurriedly bowed, filled with nothing but respect. Thank you, Senior, for imparting the Dao. Decades spent in the primal mountains paled in comparison to this single day. This was her greatest opportunity. Lin Fan simply smiled gently and nodded. Then his figure dissipated into the void. Let us depart. His soft words transformed the blossom of the Dao into golden dust, scattering into the ether. Many stood entranced, enveloped in a surreal sense of wonder. When they looked to the heavens again, the saint of figs you had vanished. Silence reigned. A surge of exhilaration. They stood before the imperial palace, gazing blankly at the celestial expanse, reluctant to depart. This was a new beginning, some remarked, as they turned their attention to Wei Yu and several other formidable beings on the brink of demise in the Dao-severing realm, sensing a profound vitality within them. These individuals, too, were ensnared in a moment of enlightenment, their aura resonating with the essence of the Dao. Qin Ge, Qin Ming, and two others observed this scene before turning away, choosing not to return to the library, and thus embarked on their journey towards the Spirit Clan. Inside the Tang Emperor's palace, the president of the Great Tang Academy was still visibly excited when suddenly, Li Yu knelt before a certain void. A figure emerged from that emptiness, clad in white robes, with a book tucked at his waist, appearing before them without warning. Sir, Li Yu exclaimed. The president of the Great Tang Academy hastily knelt as well. A sage had approached them. It has been nearly 20 years since we first met, Lin Fan remarked. Li Yu trembled, lowering his head further in reverence. It has been 19 years and 7 months, he replied, causing the president to feel a tremor within. It dawned on him that the emperor had encountered the sage 19 years prior. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his expression shifting in realization. 19 years ago, was that not the time of the emperor's fall? You have changed greatly, Lin Fan noted, observing the young man before him, reminiscent of their first encounter in the library. When his eyes were filled with uncertainty and trepidation, now replaced by a depth of experience. I beg your forgiveness. It was Li Yu who acted on his own accord. I should have informed you sooner. Listening to his words, Lin Fan smiled. You have committed no fault. Forgiveness is unwarranted. You merely fulfilled the duties of a human emperor, leveraging my influence to bestow fortune upon the world. Such deeds deserve commendation. His gentle words prompted Li Yu to lift his gaze, only to find Lin Fan standing before him, assisting him to rise. You are now the emperor of humanity. Kneeling should not be your habit. Whatever your intentions may be, I shall not intervene. Just remember this. The so-called imperial authority is but an ephemeral illusion. The true foundation lies within humanity. And do be sure to inform me in advance next time. I am often absorbed in my studies and pay little attention to worldly affairs. Li Yu stood in awe. And when he regained his composure, he took a step back and bowed deeply. No matter how many years passed, he remained in the presence of the sage. Simply Li Yu, a humble seeker of the Dao. Humanity is the foundation of the Great Tang, and you, sir, are the foundation of humanity, he declared, his words causing the president of the Great Tang Academy to shudder in astonishment at Li Yu's profound insight. Lin Fan observed this exchange with a slight smile. Go forth and strive. Perhaps it is time for humanity to unite. Yet, unification is merely the beginning. His words trailed off as he gazed into the vast and intricate world, then upward toward the cosmos. This world is immense. As Lin Fan's figure slowly dissipated within the Tang Emperor's palace, the president of the Great Tang Academy raised his head in that moment. A gradually fading figure gazes at the boundless sky, as if the entire world is mirrored behind him. This is the guide of the entire human race. We bid you farewell, sir. We bid you farewell, sage. The figure vanished long ago, and only then did the two regain their senses. The president of the Tang Dynasty Academy bowed deeply to Li Yu. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling your majesty's grand ambitions. With just a few words, he understood what Li Yu desired, the unification of the entire human realm. His aspiration was to become the emperor of the 9 provinces of humanity. In the library, within the small courtyard, Lin Fan picked up a fishing rod and approached the tranquil waters, observing the fish swimming within with a faint smile. The seeds have taken root and sprouted. Lin Fan fished without bait, relying solely on the fish's willingness to bite. Yet the fish in the pond eagerly rushed towards his line, as if this were the most significant pursuit of their lives. Reading, sipping tea, and basking in the sun. Lin Fan's life returned to a state of tranquility. In the primordial mountains, at the juncture of the eerie forest and the blood-colored marsh, that half-bodied figure reappeared. Go back, he uttered, echoing the same words he had spoken when he first encountered Lin Fan's spiritual manifestation. Yet now he faced a demon. This demon, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, was adorned with demonic patterns, having traversed the entire eerie forest to arrive here. Behind him, many bizarre beings lurked, their forms concealed in the depths of the forest, their lifeless eyes fixated upon him. Human race? The demon regarded him with a hint of astonishment, then stepped forward. An overwhelming aura of a great sage surged forth, tearing the very fabric of the void before him. He exhibited no anger, merely observing calmly. You seem quite surprised to see me as a member of the human race. Or perhaps you harbor a deep-seated disdain. His tone was deceptively tranquil. Yet those bizarre beings following him vanished in an instant, as if confronted by a great terror. What is wrong with the human race? He inquired, his words laced with an inscrutable authority, reminiscent of an emperor posing a question. The demon's body trembled, retreating slightly before regaining his composure. Gazing at the half-bodied figure of the human before him, a cold smile crept across his lips. The human race, huh? It is on the brink of extinction. With that proclamation, the gaze of the half-bodied figure suddenly froze, and he turned sharply towards the demon, an inexplicable pressure descending upon them. The demon shuddered, the ground around him crumbling, and he was forcefully pinned to the earth, his bones shattering, disbelief etched across his face. A quasi-emperor, he stammered. The half-bodied figure, exuding an aura of death, was indeed a quasi-emperor. How could a quasi-emperor still exist among the human race? Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a formidable consciousness invading his mind in an instant. It has been a long time since I last beheld the mortal realm. A voice emanated from the demon's lips, and then he moved as if a marionette, stepping into the eerie forest. He traversed the miasmic woods, entering the land of the demons. Chapter 77. The twilight of the semi-emperor before the enigmatic jungle. the remnants of a once-whole human figure stood transfixed, gazing into the void with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "Why am I still alive?" he murmured, his garments appearing as if they had traversed the annals of time, dusted with the sands of ages. "No, I have already perished," he continued, his gaze shifting to the bizarre jungle that was tethered to his fragmented form, a smile flickering across his visage as a thought crossed his mind. He remembered the human who had come before him. The resurgence of some memories was attributed to him, for he had awakened remnants of his consciousness. "It seems that for some reason, you are unable to intervene. Very well, allow me to take the reins and witness how this world now treats humanity. Is there anyone left who recalls our kind guarding the celestial borders, spilling blood beneath the starlit expanse?" he proclaimed, only to have his eyes once again succumb to a profound stillness, as if having stirred momentarily from an ancient slumber, now returning to the eternal quietude. He remained a mere fragment of a corpse. In the library, Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Can you withstand the remnants of a semi-emperor? Some debts are due for repayment." He had glimpsed the memories of a being known as Mo Yun from the demonic lineage, where he observed numerous humans on the demon realm's soil. In the human territories of the 9 provinces, humanity still thrived, while there, they were mere prey, truly confined like livestock in a pen. The demon realm. Buzz. A figure emerged from the primal mountain, 3 heads and 6 arms, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy darkening the heavens upon his arrival. Mo Yuan, the great sage. Countless demons gathered outside the primal mountain to pay their respects, including a dozen or so sages, all gazing upon the demon's sovereign with reverence. Mo Yuan, a second-tier great sage, was among the candidates for the demon clan leader from the previous generation. Ignoring their presence, he surveyed the realm, seemingly attuned to the atmosphere surrounding him. "The blood of humanity," he uttered, a phrase that left all demons perplexed. Then, Mo Yuan extended a hand, and among the throngs of demons, a group of emaciated humans, shackled and trembling, felt a shiver run through their frail bodies. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves cradled within the palm of Mo Yuan, their eyes wide with terror as they huddled together. "These are the human sacrifices we have procured for the great sage. Their physical constitutions are robust, their vitality abundant," a demon sage declared, his countenance brimming with sycophancy. Bang! A hand swept through the air, reducing him to a mist of blood, obliterating both form and spirit. The remaining demons quivered in disbelief at the scene before them. Why did the great sage slay him? One sage dared to inquire, only to be met with a hand capable of cleaving the firmament, imbued with a terrifying demonic intent, which swiftly extinguished his life. Then, the revered Mo Yuan unleashed a wave of carnage upon all demons outside the primal mountain, his hand obscuring the sky as demonic energy surged through the heavens. "Demon kin, how dare you?" His voice resonated within the hearts of all demons, their gazes fixated on the figure wreaking havoc among their kind, trembling in fear. Mo Yuan has succumbed to malevolent influence. He has been possessed by the strange forces within the primal mountain. Flee! Alert the great sage of Xuanhuang. Countless demons fled, yet they could not escape the overwhelming aura of impending doom. After a prolonged silence enveloped the surrounding world, the esteemed sage Mo Yuan gently set down a group of humans he had held in his palm. Huddled together, they gazed at him in terror, acutely aware that the primal mountain was a realm of death, a place so fearsome that even a would-be emperor had once been ensnared within its grasp and never emerged. Had this demon sage been possessed by some malevolent force within? Mo Yuan looked upon them with a hint of melancholic sorrow, 2 words escaping his lips that seemed to encapsulate the bitterness of ages. The humans trembled at his utterance, perceiving a glimmer of anguish in the eyes of the possessed demon sage, particularly when he spoke of the human race. It was as if he lamented their plight while harboring profound guilt. Then, with a forceful push, the possessed demon sage directed them towards the primal mountain, leading them into the boundless expanse of demon territory. Behind him, rivers of blood coursed, painting the land crimson for miles. On this day, countless demon cities crumbled, and millions of lives were extinguished as once mighty demon sovereigns fell before the onslaught. This formidable clan, once perched atop the pinnacle of power, faced the gravest calamity in countless eons. In a brazen display, a demon sage unleashed a sword entwined with countless vengeful spirits, provoking the ire of Mo Yuan even further. Before the gaze of innumerable demon warriors, he was torn apart by Mo Yuan's wrath. The sage had perished. Then, an ancient entity of the demon race stirred. A hand as vast as the heavens descended, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. Regardless of one's nature, death awaited all. Towering at a height of 1,000 zhong, a figure stood, an aspiring emperor of the demon race, casting a chilling glare upon Mo Yuan. With a resounding crash, Mo Yuan did not succumb to annihilation. Though his body was shattered, he still advanced towards the demon emperor, much like the most radiant firework illuminating the night sky. Colliding with the emperor's form, Mo Yuan met his demise, reduced to a puddle of blood and flesh, yet an intangible specter rose from his remains. Cloaked in an eerie aura and shrouded in obscurity, it gazed upon the demon emperor, who recoiled at the sight. However, this specter soon faded away, a remnant of an aspiring emperor. The demon emperor, observing this phenomenon, focused intently. He approached the primal mountain, seeking to trace the origin of this remnant, yet at the last moment, he hesitated to enter. The forbidden legends surrounding the primal mountain were too numerous, even for an emperor of the demon race to dare tread. One day, when our demon emperor returns, the primal mountain shall be shattered, he proclaimed towards the mountain range, his voice echoing through the mists and into the blood-soaked marshes below. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a figure gradually materialized outside the primal mountain. The demon emperor, sensing something, trembled and tore through the fabric of reality to depart. In the capital of Shengjing, within the library, Lin Fan gazed toward the primal mountain. Is this how it ends? He mused, raising his hand, causing a multitude of humans to appear within Shengjing. On the long street, amidst the ebb and flow of people, a ragged group suddenly emerged, their garments tattered and stained with blood. A wave of the metallic scent spread through the air, causing all to pause in shock. Liu, aware of the news, personally witnessed this group. 3 days hence, the Tang dynasty would declare war upon the Song dynasty. Standing atop the star-picking hall, he gazed at the numbed faces of his kin, his expression solemn. The human race must unify at the earliest opportunity, he declared. The head of the Tang National Court, standing behind him, nodded in understanding. He comprehended Liu's intentions. The true war Liu sought to ignite was against the alien races, yet first, the human race must achieve unity. Chapter 78. The arrival of the emperor in Bianjing of the Song dynasty. The court was filled with ministers arrayed on either side, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the figure at the apex, the emperor of the Song. The sovereign of the Tang has declared war upon our Song. What are your thoughts? He inquired, his tone calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if merely posing a casual question. Yet, the decision would shape the future of the Song dynasty. The ministers fell silent. After a lengthy pause, the emperor continued, I have heard that not long ago, the young sovereign of the Tang extended invitations to the world's strongest to engage in discourse. How many of you attended? Many raised their heads, hesitating to speak. Your Majesty, my father went, a young minister at the back of the hall replied, drawing the attention of all present, their expressions shifting to one of focus. Zhao Quangai, the prodigal son of the Zhao family, he had assumed the family seal and entered the Song court, though he rarely spoke within the hall. The emperor of the Song turned his gaze upon him, a hint of approval gracing his countenance. Not only was he the scion of the Zhao family, but he was also the foremost among the younger generation of the Song, having reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. And your father? The emperor inquired. Zhao Quangai stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the emperor of the Song. I was informed that a sage had manifested in the capital of the Tang, imparting wisdom to the world's strongest. He has greatly benefited and is currently in seclusion in Shengjing. His words sent a tremor through the hall. The Tang had declared war on the Song, and yet a high-ranking minister of the Song was cultivating in the enemy's capital. What did this signify? Treachery? Their gazes shifted back to the emperor of the Song, only to find him smiling. The sage's emergence and teachings suggest that the sage has chosen the Tang, he remarked. All the ministers knelt in reverence, unwilling to raise their heads, save for Zhao Quangai, who remained standing. Zhao Quangai, what are your thoughts? The emperor of the Song asked. Zhao Quangai met the emperor's gaze and then inclined slightly. The Tang has declared but not yet engaged in battle. I believe they await your majesty. The Tang sovereign has no intention of waging war against our Song. The conflict between our two nations need not lead to bloodshed. There exists another path. Unity, he proclaimed, then turned his gaze to the elder ministers, his expression earnest. Esteemed elders, do you believe the human race can withstand another internal strife? Would the sage wish to witness a civil war among our people? Our only true enemy lies beyond, the alien races. The blood of humanity must flow upon the battlefield against the aliens. Softly spoken words resonated throughout the grand hall, drawing the attention of all present to a young man, whose utterance was unexpectedly profound. Your Majesty, if my assumptions are correct, the emperor of the Tang dynasty is likely awaiting your presence. I believe it is imperative for you to pay him a visit, he continued. The emperor of the Song gazed at him, his expression momentarily sharpening. And a hush fell over the assembly, soon to be shattered by the emperor's hearty laughter. Very well, Zhao Quangai, I have not misjudged you. You possess the clearest insight within this court, even discerning my thoughts. Since it is you who has spoken, accompany me on this journey. Xuanhuang bowed deeply. I shall obey your command. The emperor of the song descended from the dais, approached Xuanhuang, assisted him to his feet, and then addressed the other ministers. You see, none among you perceive as clearly as this young man. In this world, it is humanity that must precede the formation of nations. His words echoed through the hall, leaving all to gaze at the departing figure of the emperor, their expressions lost in reverie. Days later, in Shengjing, at the star-picking hall, Li Yu engaged in tea and chess, with the chancellor of the Tang standing behind him. At a certain moment, a figure descended from the heavens outside the star-picking tower, clad in azure and gold, stepping upon cloud-like boots, accompanied by a youth. He settled before Li Yu and took a sip from a nearby teacup. I have kept you waiting, the emperor of the song remarked. Li Yu rose and offered a slight bow. As long as the emperor was present, Li Yu would wait indefinitely. The emperor regarded him with a smile, then glanced at Xuanhuang. The sage has brought vitality to humanity. More individuals like you are emerging, and within you, I truly see the hope for the resurgence of our kind. I have aged, having shouldered the burden for much of my life, and it is time for me to rest. The stewardship of this land shall henceforth be entrusted to you. His demeanor was remarkably magnanimous, as if he had long anticipated this day. However, though I may be old, I am still capable of battle. When the call to arms arises across the 9 provinces, do not forget those of us who have paved the way. As his words faded, several more figures arrived outside the star-picking hall. The emperors of the Ming, Sui, Yuan, Shu, and Wei, with all but the emperor of Jin present. The emperor of Jin remained outside the primordial mountain, aware of the sage's watchful gaze upon it. Yet he had not departed. A prosperous era is built upon the foundations of countless bones. While we still possess the strength to act, let us unite to consolidate this realm. In the forthcoming conflict, we shall all stand together. That night, they converged in Shengjing, perhaps having awaited this day for far too long. Humanity requires an emperor, hence they stepped forth. Yet presently what humanity needs is a sovereign who can reign over all. Thus, they no longer needed to stand in the shadows. Li Yu observed this scene, feeling a tremor of emotion, inhaling deeply, bowing to the various emperors, alongside the chancellor of the Tang and Xuanhuang. This marked the transition from old to new, the passing of the torch within humanity. In this very star-picking hall, Li Yu vowed not to disappoint the expectations of the emperors. His tone was imbued with an unprecedented conviction. This is humanity. What is there to fear about rising? With a single word, all of humanity can unite as one. They do not regard the throne of the human emperor. Their concern lies solely with the human race. It is we who should bow to you, for by the end of this night, you shall become the sovereign of all humankind. However, should you ever forget your original intentions, we shall return. Although I know little of you, the sage has chosen you, and I place my trust in the sage. The 6 human emperors offered a slight bow to Li Yu within the star-picking hall, and Li Yu reciprocated the gesture. After several cups of tea, the emperors engaged in discussions that traversed both the past millennium and the millennia yet to come, until the tea grew cold and the guests departed. The group of emperors left together, while Xuanhuang remained, gazing at Li Yu and offering a slight bow. I am Xuanhuang, the sage has once guided me, he stated, thus choosing to remain in Shengjing. Under the starry night, the 6 human emperors strolled along the long street of Shengjing when suddenly, the world before them became illusory. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a small courtyard. A young man clad in white stood on the steps, smiling gently as he regarded them. Chapter 79. The continuation of the human emperor's path. Having traveled from afar, why not rest a while and quench your thirst before departing? His calm words washed over their wounded spirits like a serene stream, instantly bringing solace to their hearts. The group stared at him, astonished. What manner of technique was this that had brought them here without a sound? I am Lin Fan, he announced. The Grand Song's human emperor regained his senses, recalling the figure that had vanquished the demon race's sage before the Black Pool. At that moment, the silhouette before him seamlessly merged with the one from his memories. Grand Song's human emperor Kangyu, I pay my respects to the sage. He bowed deeply, and the other emperors were taken aback, their gazes fixed intently upon the figure on the steps. But we have all seen the sage. It is not he, they remarked. The sage has frozen the seas for thousands of miles, traversing the 9 provinces with the imperial weapon, the great snow covering the sky, to slay the alien sages. They had all paid their respects. That sage was an elderly man with white hair. Hearing this, the Grand Song Emperor was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. He had indeed encountered that figure, yet this one was from an even more distant past. Lin Fan smiled. Are you referring to him? He gestured to the side, where the void shimmered, and Figzu, who had been cultivating in the Vying Palace, was instantaneously transported to their location. The emperors were struck by the sight of Figzu. Yet what astonished them further was that the sage they revered first appeared momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to bow to the young man on the steps. Sir. The sage was actually paying homage to this young man in white. Who then was he? I am Figzu. It was the sir who awakened me from the sacred pool of the snow mountain. My master is the last quasi-emperor of humankind, the Vying quasi-emperor, he stated. Mentioning the Vying quasi-emperor, he had returned to the human race over a decade ago, traversing the 9 provinces, yet he found no record of the Vying quasi-emperor. Yet she had indeed perished for the human race and the great world of Xuanhuang. This world should not have forgotten her. My true form is that of a snow mountain, yet I belong to the human race. Behind him emerged the ethereal silhouette of a snow-capped mountain, stretching endlessly, its heavy snowfall obscuring the heavens and pulsating with the essence of time. The several emperors stood in astonishment. The sage they had known was, in fact, transformed from a majestic snow mountain, and its master was the last quasi-emperor of the human race, Emperor Vying. They etched this name into their memories. The last quasi-emperor of humanity. Did that mean all the sacred weapons left behind in the 9 provinces were her legacy? For countless ages, the survival of humanity had been sustained by these sacred weapons and even quasi-emperor artifacts. Emperor Vying was also present here, Lin Fan remarked. And then they proceeded to the backyard, where 3 small graves appeared before them. The tomb of the great Tang Emperor, the tomb of the great Qin Emperor, the tomb of Emperor Vying. A 3-leafed flower quietly blossomed among them, as white as mourning attire, resembling a solitary pilgrim guarding the grave. The 6 emperors trembled slightly, then, as if compelled by an unseen force, bowed deeply before the 3 graves, especially the last one, a grave of a quasi-emperor. Even the remains of a quasi-emperor are a forbidden zone, capable of obliterating countless lives, yet she lay here in tranquil repose. My master, Emperor Vying, was the mightiest quasi-emperor beneath the starry skies, an entity capable of contending with emperors, and she was the final bastion of the Xuanhuang Great World. But now, my master has also passed. Figzu knelt before the grave, grief etched across his face. Who could have imagined that the once humble attendant, who merely followed behind Emperor Vying, serving tea and presenting swords, would become the guardian of humanity today? Yet, all had perished, leaving only him. The emperors gazed at him, trembling slightly, wishing to speak but uncertain of what to say, their hearts brimming with shock. Such was the past of humanity. An unparalleled quasi-emperor had upheld humanity and the entire Xuanhuang Great World, yet ultimately vanished into the annals of history. What had transpired? After a long while, Figzu rose and looked at the emperors. I only wish for you to remember my master. She should not be forgotten. They all nodded, bowing deeply to Figzu and then to Emperor Vying. Returning to the small courtyard, they all directed their gazes toward the young man in white on the steps, their eyes filled with profound respect. We pay our respects to the sage. They now understood that this individual was the true guide of humanity, standing behind the human race. He upheld the heavens of humanity. The sage had manifested, and every subsequent event bore his mark. There is no need for formality, Lin Fan said with a smile. Descending the steps, filling a ladle with water from the well in the courtyard, and pouring a cup for each of them. There was little to offer in the courtyard. But fortunately, this well water was sweet and could be considered a fine gift, Lin Fan stated, and the 6 emperors were taken aback. They respectfully accepted the water and drank together. The well water permeated their bodies, flowing through their limbs and bones, reviving their withered meridians like a parched tree sprouting new branches, gradually rejuvenating their vitality. Then it reached their heart meridians, vital sea, and even their souls. As the well water flowed, all afflictions were eradicated. In the moment of ascension, an unknown entity emerged from the void, inflicting grievous wounds upon their souls, leaving them with indelible scars of the Dao. The well water transformed into mist, surging into their spirits, erasing all remnants of the sacred power embedded deep within their souls, and merging it back into them. A resonant hum echoed. Their hearts and minds trembled as a primordial world unfolded before their eyes, and with a mere glance, they were drawn into its depths. Time became an abstract concept. When they awakened and turned their gaze back to Lin Fan, they beheld him extending his hand, revealing within his palm an entire primordial world. This was the very realm they had just comprehended. One palm, one world. They were astounded. I can perceive the Dao domain. The Emperor of Great Shu exclaimed suddenly, disbelief etched across his face. He sensed that with a period of cultivation, not exceeding a century, he would attain the sacred status. The other emperors shared a similar sentiment. They exchanged glances and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. The severed path has been mended, The journey ahead is yours to traverse. The slaying of the Dao is merely the beginning. The future of humanity still requires your strength. Ascend swiftly, Lin Fan urged. They were the most prodigious talents of the human race, bearing the weight of the entire 9 provinces while thwarted by the scrutiny of alien overseers. Yet they had still reached the threshold of semi-saint status. Had it been in the era of Figzu, they would have long since achieved sanctification. Sage. We were all ambushed by an unknown, mysterious existence during our ascension, and our foundations were shattered by him, the Emperor of Great Song solemnly declared. He then witnessed Lin Fan smile. Lin Fan pointed toward the void, where layers of space tore apart, revealing a celestial being cloaked in black mist, adorned with wings. Is this whom you speak of? The others were taken aback, including Figzu. He cannot awaken for the moment, Lin Fan remarked, indicating that the overseer from the celestial race had become utterly ensnared in the illusory world that Lin Fan had crafted for him. Chapter 80. The clan from the starry sky, it is indeed him. Although they had never laid eyes upon his visage, they all recognized him as the shadowy figure concealed within the depths of the void. His existence loomed over humanity like a sword, compelling them to remain confined within the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Celestial race. They focused intently, identifying his true nature. One of the pinnacle clans of the Xuanhuang Great World, but why would the celestial race target humanity? They were perplexed and turned their gaze back to Lin Fan. Lin Fan regarded them, shaking his head slightly. It is because they fear. This statement left the emperors in disbelief, with humanity in decline, barely hanging on to existence. What warranted such fear? Lin Fan smiled faintly. They fear the emergence of figures akin to the prime Emperor Vyang, and they dread that humanity might seek to reclaim its past debts. Yet, they also fear that humanity harbors unknown depths of strength. Thus they hesitate to drive humanity to the brink. A soft, seemingly casual laugh escaped him, as if mocking all the races. The emperors, absorbing Lin Fan's words, were struck with awe as they recalled the inscription on the gravestone in the courtyard. Prime Emperor Vyang. Humanity once possessed a prime emperor. Humph. In the presence of my master, there is no such thing as the so-called peak clans of the Xuanhuang Great World. In this realm, humanity reigns supreme. Even the so-called demon emperors must pay their respects before my master, and the celestial clan is utterly non-existent. Figzu declared, a proud expression adorning his face as he reminisced about the past. Though the specifics of those events eluded him, it seemed that the annals of human history had been severed by these so-called peak clans. It is also possible that humanity is not confined to merely the 9 provinces. There may be other historical narratives beyond this realm, for humanity once flourished across the entire Xuanhuang Great World. The several emperors listening to Figzu were visibly shocked. Humanity reigned supreme. Was that truly the past of humankind? However, their expressions soon turned grave. If that is the case, then it is not only the celestial clan that is targeting us. Could there be other peak clans acting as overseers in the 9 provinces? They inquired. Lin Fan shook his head. They should be rotating. The current overseer is the celestial clan, and once their time is up, another peak clan will take their place to oversee humanity. The emperors were taken aback by this revelation. A rotation? This implies that the overseers of humanity could change at any moment, and once the new overseer arrives, the affair of the celestial overseer being trapped by the sage will be exposed. At that point, humanity would face an unprecedented calamity. With this thought, they all inhaled deeply, turning their gazes toward Lin Fan, and then, in unison, they bowed respectfully. Sage, we understand. The plight of humanity is not resolved. You have merely extended the time, granting us more opportunity. The war for humanity has only just begun, they proclaimed, their expressions heavy with concern. Lin Fan gazed at them, momentarily taken aback. Was this truly what he thought? Perhaps it was. But could they truly assist him? One by one, the emperors bid him farewell, leaving only Figzu and Lin Fan in the small courtyard. Figzu looked at Lin Fan, hesitating to speak. Lin Fan glanced at him and smiled faintly. What is it you wish to say? Figzu focused intently. Sir, is it not too soon to send Qin Gu and Qin Ming to participate in the great competition of all races? Currently, humanity is not yet prepared to stand before those peak clans. This was also his concern. Humanity's participation in the great competition of all races is unprecedented, and he doubted that Qin Gu and his companions were devoid of Lin Fan's influence. Should they resort to it, the consequences would be catastrophic. Akin to a 1,000-mile expanse of ice. Once unleashed, it would be a relentless struggle to the death. Presently, they are only contending with the Sea Clan. How would humanity cope if faced with those peak clans as well? Humanity possesses a sage, but those peak clans have quasi-emperors. Lin Fan regarded him. Figzu, you were not born in this era, and do not comprehend the suffering of humanity in these times, nor do you grasp their tenacity. We can afford to wait, but they cannot. This world is not solely inhabited by the humanity of the 9 provinces. It is merely that the 9 provinces remain the only land of humanity yet to fall. He spoke, and Figs Yu gazed at him, her expression one of bewilderment. He turned his gaze towards the horizon, beyond the 10,000 great mountains, where innumerable tribes of the Xuanhuang Great World resided. Then he beheld Lin Fan smile. How can you know that the human race lacks the strength to confront the myriad tribes of the Xuanhuang Great World? While I exist, the human race persists. His words, though simple, carried an overwhelming authority. Figs Yu stared at him, astonished. After a long silence, she bowed deeply to Lin Fan. I understand. She was unaware of Lin Fan's cultivation level. To her, reaching the great sage realm in this lifetime was already extraordinary. Yet, history had shown that there were great sages capable of slaying quasi-emperors. The figure before her must surely be such an existence. She had always compared Lin Fan to the quasi-emperor Vyang, believing that whatever Vyang could achieve, Lin Fan could as well. Figs Yu departed, her heart heavy, for she foresaw the daunting battlefield that awaited the human race. One Lin Fan was insufficient. More individuals were needed, and they must grow stronger. Lin Fan watched her retreating silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips. The myriad tribes, indeed? He murmured, his gaze often directed not at the Xuanhuang Great World, but beyond it, into the vast cosmos. The true battlefield for the human race should lie there. Yet, it seemed that all the strongest beings of the human race had perished in that realm, with only Lin Fan able to fill the void. In the future, that battleground would be his alone. As for why he spared the celestial race observer, it was not due to the few words of the emperor. He had accessed the memories of this celestial being and uncovered a staggering secret. The celestial race was not native to the Xuanhuang Great World. They hailed from beyond the stars, in the very cosmos where the strongest of the human race had once fought. They might merely be a vanguard, with formidable powers lurking behind them. To avoid alarming the enemy, Lin Fan merely cast him into an illusion. This world was becoming increasingly intriguing. Lin Fan took a sip of water drawn from a well and smiled, though no one remained to hear his words or comprehend their meaning. The great banyan tree swayed gently, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, it extended a branch to shield Lin Fan from the sunlight, the only service it could provide. Since gaining sentience, it had always done so, and it would continue to do so in the future. It would remain by his side until its own demise. Chapter 81, City of Realms Whoosh. A flying vessel traversed the clouds, covering 100 miles in an instant. It had been navigating the skies for several years when, at the edge of the earth, a magnificent city emerged, towering to great heights and adorned with countless formations and barriers. Vessels converged from all directions. This was the City of Realms. On board the flying vessel, gazing at the grand city before them, Ling Yu remarked, Qin Ming, Qin Gu, and Gu Yi turned their attention to her. The Xuanhuang Great World boasted myriad cities of realms, interconnected by cross-realm teleportation arrays linking various tribes and regions. Outside the City of Realms lay the territories of countless tribes, while within the city resided solely one tribe, the Realm Tribe. She spoke, her gaze fixed on the imposing city before them, a shadow of gravity casting over her features. The Realm Clan, ranked 5th among the pinnacle factions in the vast Xuanhuang world, follows closely behind the Spirit Clan. It is said that within each city of the realm, there resides at least one being of peak sage combat prowess. Those who enter the city, regardless of their lineage, must adhere to its regulations, even the demon race. Ling Yu elaborated, stating that the Realm Clan occupies the 5th position among the top 10 factions, with the Spirit Clan in 4th place, and the demon race reigning supreme at the top. We must utilize the teleportation array within the city to reach the Spirit Clan. Remember, once we enter, you must remain in my wake, she instructed, to which the 3 nodded in agreement. The flying vessel glided into the city, coming to rest beneath an expansive sky. Ling Yu retracted the vessel, and a figure clad in dark attire approached them. The Spirit Clan, accompanied by 3 humans? He inquired, his brow furrowed slightly. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the metallic sheen to his skin, revealing him as one of the Realm Clan. Ling Yu stepped forward. I am Ling Yu, the designated saintess of the Wanling Valley of the Spirit Clan, and these are my attendants, she announced, producing a token emblazoned with a unique valley crest, signifying her identity. The member of the Realm Clan regarded the token with a frown before offering a slight bow to Ling Yu. Saintess Ling Yu, please, he said, as a piece of dark iron fell into her hand. Nodding, Ling Yu led Qin Gu and the others into the city. Seemingly aware of their scrutiny, he paused momentarily, regarding them with solemnity. Humans lack the qualification to enter the city, Only by serving as my attendants may you gain entry. This is a reality throughout many regions of the Xuanhuang world, where numerous factions oppose humanity. Here, the status of humans is exceedingly low, akin to that of mere livestock. He remarked, paying particular attention to their expressions. Gu Yi's countenance darkened, while a flicker of murderous intent crossed Qin Ming's face. This reaction was expected. Yet what astonished her most was Qin Go. Despite hearing such derogatory remarks, she maintained an air of tranquility, cradling the zither that never left her side. A faint aura of Dao resonating around her. Suddenly, her expression shifted in surprise. In the span of just a few steps, the woman who was once at the 7th level of the transformation realm had ascended to the celestial realm. Qin Gu, you have entered the celestial realm? Gui exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his features, while a smile broke upon Qin Ming's face. Sister, you have surpassed me by an entire realm. Truly, as the master foretold. Your talent is unparalleled. Qin Ming felt a swell of pride, recalling that the master had once mentioned Qin Ji's exceptional aptitude. Though he had not specified the extent of her superiority, the master had also referenced several others. Li Yu, Zhao Kuangai, Chu Yan, and the elusive Yi Buhan who had ventured into the oceans. He likened them to seeds, destined to grow into towering trees, providing shade and shelter for all of humanity. But I am not far behind, Qin Ming remarked, also at the 8th level of the transformation realm, his progress equally astonishing. Ling Yu observed the scene, shaking her head slightly. Muttering under her breath, what prodigies! She remarked that throughout her journey, she had only truly practiced alongside Qin Ming and Qin Gu for less than 50 years. Yet they had already attained such a remarkable state. This prowess even surpassed that of the holy son of the 10,000 Spirits Valley. However, when she inquired about the physiques of Qin Ming and Qin Gu, both shook their heads. The teacher had once stated that the concept of physique is merely a misinterpretation by living beings in this world. The Great Dao is singular, as is humanity. Each individual is a unique existence, possessing their own strengths. Even a mortal body can embody the strongest physique in the world. Strength and weakness depend on the individual. After hearing this, she felt a mix of understanding and confusion. In the realm of living beings, there are 9 tiers. The first tier represents the proud children of heaven, while the 9th is destined for minimal achievements. This is a consensus among myriad creatures, a natural order. Yet, according to that esteemed figure, such rules seemed to hold no significance, which appeared rather fantastical. She remained unconvinced, believing that Qin Gu and Qin Ming must possess hidden physiques they were reluctant to disclose. Surely, an existence like that individual would not impart knowledge to just anyone. Such a person must have exceptional talent. Not only within the City of Realms, but in various regions of the spiritual clans, one must regard themselves as my attendant. Otherwise, calamity may ensue. I may not even be able to save you. Within the City of Realms, beings from various tribes of the Xuanhuang Great World abide by the rules of the realm clans. Xianbing Spirit Liquid, 1,000 Spirit Stones. Boundary Breaking Flag. Just retrieved from a sacred tomb, only 5,000 Spirit Stones. With this flag, one can breach 90% of the barriers in the world. Slaves captured from the Wood Clan, 100 Spirit Stones each, can be used in medicine and enhance cultivation. The lively sounds of vendors echoed through the streets, imparting a sense of bustling market life. Qin Ming and Qin Gu exchanged glances, recalling some words spoken by Yu. The myriad actions and rules of the races in the Xuanhuang Great World are, in fact, derived from the inheritance of the human race. Many clans bear the shadows of human legacy. Here, is it not a reflection of the marketplace for human cultivators? Spirit Stones, the currency promoted by the top 10 clans, are categorized into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade Spirit Stones. What they were calling out were lower grade Spirit Stones, originating from the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Spirit Stones possess the ability to aid in cultivation. However, lower grade Spirit Stones contain very sparse spiritual energy and are of little use. She stated that after merely glancing at the wares being sold in the street, she led the 3 of them away. The Wood Clan. As they departed, Qin Ming cast a glance at a being from the Wood Clan bound by a magical seal, his brow slightly furrowing. The Wood Clan ranks beyond 5,000 among the myriad clans, comparable to mere commodities in the Realm City. Ling Yu noticed Qin Ming's confusion and spoke. And the human race? Gu Yi inquired beside him. Ling Yu paused, seemingly contemplating before responding. As for the human race, in terms of strength, they should rank 109th among the myriad clans. They are not particularly weak. However, the situation of the human race in the Realm City is not much better than that of the Wood Clan. It is said that the Wood Clan once relied on the human race for support. It was the influence of the human race that led to their current predicament. The human race is quite unique, and you will gradually come to understand this. She spoke with a tone of indifference, yet they all comprehended the implication behind Lingyu's words. The human race could likewise be reduced to mere commodities in this place. Chapter 81, A Sword. Only those who have ventured beyond the 9 provinces can truly grasp the hardships faced by humanity there when the 10 peak clans abandon us. It is as if the entire world stands against us. Although the Xuanhuang Great World is heralded as a realm of myriad races, in truth, many of these groups reside within the dominion of the 10 peak clans. Regardless of how the world perceives us, should any human be treated as they are, I shall slay them without hesitation, declared teeming. Lingyu trembled slightly, gazing at him, her words caught in her throat, before she shook her head. This is no longer the 9 provinces. I understand that while that individual may be formidable, he may not be able to attend to your needs here. The realm clans possess quasi-emperors, and not just one. He cast his gaze towards a dark statue atop the realm city, his brow furrowing slightly. Not only do the realm clans have quasi-emperors, but each of the 10 peak clans harbors their own, and certain prominent clans may even have living emperors among them. And so what? This was the sentiment expressed by Qin Gu, the usually taciturn woman of the human race. As she regarded her with an intensity that imparted an invisible pressure, she concentrated, yet chose not to speak further. It was clear to her that this journey would not be as straightforward as she had initially imagined. It was not merely a matter of escorting them to the spirit clan and participating in the great competition of 10,000 races. What that individual desired was likely far more complex. The realm city was vast, akin to a world in itself, with a long street bisecting it, extending into an unfathomable distance ahead. Let us rest for the night and continue our journey on the morrow. Lingyu led the 3 into an inn, feeling compelled not to simply escort Qin Gu and the others back to the Valley of Spirits. She needed to report this matter to her master, a powerful sage from the Valley of Spirits. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, understanding her thoughts, but they acquiesced nonetheless. The 9-story inn was a gathering place for people from various clans, where conversations flowed freely, yet most centered around a singular topic. A great sage of the demon clan had been possessed by an evil spirit from the primordial mountain, slaughtering millions of demons and even provoking the attention of the clan's quasi-emperor. This revelation instantly ignited a flurry of discussions to draw forth the quasi-emperor of the demon clan. This evil spirit must at least belong to the ranks of quasi-emperors. Truly, it is a forbidden zone of life. I have also heard that the evil spirit from the primordial mountain was once a human transformed. A powerful human fell within the mountain and, after enduring countless eons, became a quasi-emperor evil spirit. He retains fragments of human memories, which particularly incite his wrath against the demons who have long preyed upon humans. The mention of the human race captured the attention of Qin Gu and Qin Ming, prompting them to listen intently. Lingyu, upon hearing this, wore an expression of astonishment. A quasi-emperor human? She glanced at the 3, recalling that individual, yet shook her head again. How could it be? The human race is devoid of saints. Giving birth to one capable of severing the path is a daunting task, and who would dare tread upon the primordial mountain at such a level? It is merely a baseless rumor, someone remarked, expressing disbelief. This was a crystalline being, entirely composed of crystal, sustained by a core of life that supplied energy to its entire form. Ranked among the top 10 pinnacle clans, standing at the 10th position. This friend of the crystal clan is unaware of a significant transformation within the human clan. The human clan has birthed saints, vanquished the stone clan, and encased the starry seas for thousands of miles, instilling fear in the sea clan, preventing them from stepping onto land. A being, whose very essence flows with magma, remarked disdainfully, despite his words suggesting otherwise. He belonged to the elemental clan, which holds the 8th position among the pinnacle clans. I have heard whispers that this human saint has only recently ascended to sanctity, yet wields a fragment of an imperial weapon known as the Great Snow Covers the Sky map. It was beneath this very map that the Lord of the Mountains from the Stone clan met his demise. A group of beings from the pinnacle clans engaged in conversation, their tone largely lighthearted, though a somber note surfaced when the primitive mountains were mentioned. Qin Gu observed this scene with a detached demeanor, while Qin Ming gripped his sword tightly, and Gu Yi stood quietly beside them, holding a sword sheath. Lingyu shook her head slightly. Such is the nature of the human clan in the Xuanhuang Great World. You must learn to adapt, for it is unwise to provoke them here. However, her refusal to engage in conflict did not imply that others would refrain from instigation. An elemental being passed by, halting upon noticing Qin Gu and Qin Ming. Humans? He frowned, then directed his gaze towards the manager of the Boundary clan. Can humans even enter the Boundary City, let alone the taverns? He inquired directly, his aura resonating with the second tier of the celestial realm, laced with contempt and disdain at the mention of the human clan. Ling Yu, slightly perturbed, stepped forward. They are my attendants. What do you object? The pressure of her words forced the elemental being to take a step back, yet soon more gazes converged upon them. The spirit clan dares to take humans as servants, and they do not appear to be your servants, especially him. This was the crystal being who had spoken earlier. His prowess comparable to Ling Yu's, and he referred specifically to Qin Ming. He had observed Qin Jian place his hand upon the sword sheath, an aura of murderous intent emanating forth, as if he were prepared to draw his sword and kill. Ling Yu's expression tightened, about to respond. But Gu Yi restrained her. This usually composed human man smiled and shook his head at her. Sir did not summon them for humiliation. This single statement caused Ling Yu to falter. It bore profound implications. They did not wish to be regarded merely as her attendants, but aspired to traverse this land as humans, even in the face of pinnacle clans. Do you wish to kill me? The elemental being gazed at Qin Ming, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, joined by others from surrounding clans. You, a mere human of the 8th tier of the creation realm, dare to threaten me? Even if I were to grant you a strike, could you accomplish it? They were distanced from the 9 provinces, perceiving humans solely as livestock nurtured by major clans or as servile beings. They regarded them as insignificant, with no real combat prowess or distinguished talents. Over time, they had ceased to regard humans as worthy adversaries, believing them feeble enough to be slain even by those of lower tiers. One strike, Qin Ming replied with a calm demeanor. Ling Yu observed the unfolding scene without interference. Fully aware that she could not hinder Qin Ming, her curiosity was piqued. She yearned to gauge Qin Ming's prowess. How formidable was the individual he had brought forth? Would he challenge the long-held perceptions the Pinnacle 10 clans had regarding humanity? In an audacious display, the elemental clan member ignited a fierce conflagration around himself, transforming into a colossal magma giant, which then struck down towards Qin Ming. Despite the restrictions imposed by the Boundary City's tavern, an overwhelming force erupted forth. With a flash, a sword, imbued with the brilliance of thunder, sliced through the air before all present, followed by a severed head, as the flames gradually extinguished. In that moment, every being within the tavern stood in astonishment. Chapter 82. The fiery clan's ambush. Surprisingly, it was not the human who perished, but rather the elemental clan member. A single stroke, transcending boundaries to slay. Could humanity possess such strength? Their expressions grew grave, their gazes fixed upon Qin Ming. This was the upper domain tavern of the Boundary City, a place generally accessible only to those of exceptional status. Those present, whether prominent or minor, held extraordinary identities. And within their understanding, such an event was inconceivable. The Pinnacle clans were revered as such due to their possession of powerful legacies and bloodlines, their combat prowess exceeding that of ordinary clans. Leave, Ling Yu commanded, positioning herself before the 3 individuals, her cultivation from the spirit clan's Xuanhuang Valley manifesting her identity. A gathering of beings regarded the scene with slight discontent. Emerging from the upper domain tavern, Ling Yu did not escort the 3 to the Boundary City's interrealm teleportation array. Instead, she directly proceeded towards the city's outskirts. This Boundary City lay upon the elemental clan's land, and anyone permitted entry to the upper domain tavern invariably possessed an extraordinary status among their respective clans. For instance, I am the designated saintess of Xuanhuang Valley, she elucidated. And Qin Ming understood her implication. They had offended a significant figure within the elemental clan. The night was oppressively dark as a flying vessel soared from the Boundary City, soon followed by several others. A human has slain a genius of my flame clan, declared a figure engulfed in ghostly yellow flames from one of the vessels. His words laced with a chilling intent to kill. Notify the Divine Fire Army to pursue these 3 humans, along with that spirit clan member from Xuanhuang Valley. When did humanity dare to strike against my elemental clan? They seek death, he proclaimed. For this matter involved not only the life of a genius from the Flame clan, but also the dignity of the elemental clan itself. Suddenly, in the pitch-black night, a curtain of flames appeared as if a mighty force had cleaved through the very fabric of this realm with a sword. The vessel carrying Qin Gu and his companions collided with it. They are coming. Ling Yu's expression shifted as she produced a jade bottle, from which water cascaded forth, piercing through the fiery curtain. The group then abandoned the vessel, fleeing. The elemental clan was further divided into 4 major factions: Fire, Heaven's Water, Earth, and Thunder, with the Thunder clan reigning supreme and the Fire clan regarded as the weakest. Yet, even the weakest of the Fire clan was not to be underestimated. As they fled, Ling Yu remarked, simultaneously conjuring a communication talisman, attempting to reach out to the one who had bestowed it upon her. As Qin Ming listened, his gaze sharpened, and the sword in his hand crackled with thunderous energy, his eyes ablaze with a murderous glint. He bore no remorse for having slain the elemental being, given the chance. He would do so again, without hesitation. Suddenly, the air resonated with the sound of shattering voids, and they turned to witness a torrential rain of burning arrows, accompanied by towering fire giants. You cannot escape. In the distance, a volcano erupted, its molten lava engulfing the surroundings, as figures clad in crimson armor emerged from its depths. Gu Yi's expression shifted, tightening his grip on the sword sheath. Clang! Abruptly, a haunting melody echoed, extinguishing the myriad of fiery arrows in an instant, even halting the volcano's tumultuous flow. Annihilate! With a mere gesture from Qin Gu, the armored figures froze mid-air, only to plummet to the ground moments later. In that fleeting instant, life was irrevocably snuffed out. Ling Yu was struck with astonishment. The crimson-armored fire clan comprised formidable beings of the creation and celestial realms. And yet they were obliterated in the blink of an eye, utterly vanquished. Within the city, the upper domain tavern bustled with activity, where an otherworldly youth descended, his appearance indistinguishable from that of a human. However, his pupils bore a triangular shape, and as he stood there, an unsettling aura permeated the atmosphere. Conversations came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned to him with expressions of reverence, including the crystalline entity that had previously confronted Ling Yu. I sensed the presence of the human race. His voice was calm as he addressed the crystalline figure, who quickly bowed in deference. Lord Qing, indeed, 3 humans visited here, but they have since departed, pursued by the elemental clan. The gathered individuals understood his identity and the reason for his presence, having come for that very purpose. A servant of the sequence from the demon clan, a quasi-emperor's tomb had manifested in this land, heralding the arrival of a demon clan sequence. They were all here to pay their respects. To become a retainer of such an individual would be an extraordinary fortune. It has been many years since we have encountered a prodigy of the human race, he remarked, reflecting on the words of the crystalline man. My lord requires some human scouts. Ordinary humans will not suffice, only those of considerable cultivation. Initially, it seemed necessary to venture to the 9 provinces. Yet now it appeared that such a journey was unnecessary. With that, he exited the upper domain tavern, transforming into a green serpent as he soared out of the city. Onlookers regarded the scene with grave expressions, for it was said that although this demon sequence had not yet entered the Saint Realm, he already possessed the strength to rival those of that caliber, capable of facing multiple opponents simultaneously. The celestial giant serpent, the innate talents of this clan are terrifying. They murmured. Lord Qing had set his sights on them. It seemed they were devoid of hope, for even the spirit clan could not save them. Unbeknownst to Qin Gu and his companions, who had just evaded one calamity, they now faced a formidable slayer from the fire clan. With a mere flick of his hand, he could conjure a sea of flames, capable of igniting their very essence and reducing them to ashes. All beings tread the heavens. Ling Yu employed the secret technique of the Wanling Valley, summoning countless ethereal manifestations that surged towards the formidable slayer of the fire clan. Gu Yi also made his move. As the king of Baliang, he was a true slayer forged in the crucible of blood and carnage, later receiving the teachings of a sage. His combat prowess was not inferior to that of any distinguished talent. With a single stroke of his sword, he compelled even the fire clan's 3rd-tier slayer to retreat. And alongside Ling Yu, they fought fiercely, ultimately achieving parity. You, the human race, shall not survive this day, declared the powerful being of the Ling clan, and with that, he directed his focus towards Qin Gu and Qin Ming, bypassing Ling Yu and Gu Yi to engage the two. It became evident to him that this Ling clan and the human race were subtly united under the leadership of those two. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself before him, withstanding his strike with mere flesh, and in a fierce exchange, inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Are you mad? He bellowed, glaring at Gu Yi, who retreated 100 meters. Ling Yu, taken aback, had not anticipated that Gu Yi, acting as the protector, would wager his life so recklessly. Yet, in the next moment, she understood as Qin Ji's melodic notes resonated in the air. Miraculously, Gu Yi's injuries began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, leaving the Fire Clan's warrior astonished. Now I see, she mused, and renewed her assault on the enemy, adopting a similar strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries. Chapter 83. The mysterious gorge as the melodies played. They transformed the realm of life, a ceaseless essence of Dao enveloping the entirety of heaven and earth. The path of life, exclaimed the Fire Clan's slayer in horror. Under the relentless offensive of the two slayers, he found himself in an utterly disadvantageous position. The tides of battle shifted in an instant. The path of life, the most potent auxiliary Dao, had the potential to alter the dynamics of an entire battlefield single-handedly. It was one of the rarest cultivators in the Xuanhuang Great World. He had encountered such a being, a human, no less. Flee. In moments, his desire to fight dissipated, and he turned to escape. But at that moment, a bone sword manifested before him. The wielder of the sword did not instill fear in him. He was merely a human of the 8th tier of the transformation realm. Yet, the sword exuded a holy essence. This was a sacred weapon. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced his body, blood gushing forth as he roared, launching Qin Ming away, attempting to ascend to the heavens. Yet, a surge of sword intent erupted from within him, causing his pupils to constrict as he froze in disbelief, gazing at the youthful human he had just cast aside. One sword, wielding 3 distinct Dao. How could this be possible? Die. In that fleeting instant, Ling Yu and Gu Yi's strikes descended upon him, shattering his entire being and ending his life in that expanse of sky. A 3rd-tier slayer of the Fire Clan had perished just like that. Ling Yu turned to Qin Ming, her expression one of astonishment. Sword, thunder, and the path of slaughter. You have comprehended such profound Dao. The most terrifying aspect was that these 3 paths did not conflict with one another. Instead, they harmonized in an ineffable balance. Could one truly traverse the Dao alone while simultaneously embodying coexistence? Suddenly, she recalled a certain individual and could not help but take a deep breath. That individual has indeed comprehended more than one path. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Qin Gu, pondering the extraordinary talents of this human female, who surpassed even Qin Ming. Capable of grasping 3 different paths. It is time to depart. A voice resonated. It was Qin Gu. Her expression was serene, as if she had never been troubled by her circumstances, merely attending to her duties with unwavering resolve. The 4 continued their ascent towards the heavens, with Ling Yu trailing behind. She observed the 2 figures ahead, momentarily lost in thought. What kind of prodigies had she brought back? If their journey unfolded in tranquil silence to the Ling clan, it would indeed be dull. True trials lie in the realm of life and death, flourishing in the face of peril. After enduring another battle, with Qin Ji's assistance, Qin Ming single-handedly vanquished nearly 100 divine fire guards, leaving none alive. He stood, blood-soaked, gazing at the sky, ablaze with fire, and remarked on his growing strength. Ling Yu remained silent, her heart shaken. She had ceased to persuade them, becoming merely a bystander and witness to the rise of these 2 human prodigies. The true power of the Fire Clan was on the verge of awakening. She spoke, and Gu Yi cast a glance at her, then at the sword box he held. No harm, were the words that conveyed absolute confidence in Lin Fan. He recalled Lin Fan's parting words. There was no need for excessive concern. When it was time to draw the sword, one must do so. Perhaps he had overthought matters. The intent of his mentor was certainly not confined to allowing Qin Ming and Qin Gu to participate in the 10,000 Clans tournament. He too was a crucial element. Holding the sword tightly, he declared to the world that the human race had returned. They entered a city of the Fire Clan, where they heard descriptions of themselves and the pursuers after them. Monsters, practicing wicked powers, they ambushed and killed the geniuses of the Fire Clan, dishonoring the sacred spirit of the Fire Clan. There was also mention of a condemned exile from the Ling clan. Ling Yu was incensed upon hearing the Fire Clan's portrayal of them. She was a quasi-saintess of the Valley of All Spirits, destined to ascend to true saintess status. Yet, when she felt the urge to act out, she halted upon seeing Qin Ming and Qin Gu, who bore the brunt of the scorn without a hint of disturbance on their faces. One radiated fierce battle intent, while the other remained as tranquil as a secluded pond. Word had it that a follower from the Monster Clan's hierarchy was dispatched to pursue them, alongside an unparalleled genius from the Fire Clan. They would not be able to evade capture for long. This revelation sent a tremor through Ling Yu. The Monster Clan's hierarchy, she gasped, for they were indeed among the world's most formidable talents and influential figures. How could they be here? Was it for them? She glanced at Qin Ming and Qin Gu, then shook her head. Although they were prodigious, they were still merely in the realm of creation, not yet attracting the attention of someone from the Monster Clan's hierarchy. With the arrival of a follower from the Monster Clan's hierarchy, it was likely that the figure himself would soon follow. They could not linger here any longer, she stated. And the group departed the city, continuing their flight northward. A canyon? As they traversed a certain area, a gorge appeared before the 4, and a look of confusion crossed Ling Yu's face. A canyon towering 1,000 fathoms, as if cleaved by the sword of an unparalleled master, emanates a terrifying aura of sword intent from both sides. Ahead lies an endless expanse, where the heavens and earth seem to converge into a singular line, evoking a profound sense of awe. This canyon does not appear on any map. She focused intently, yet as her words fell, the 3 individuals behind her had already ventured forth. With a slight furrow of her brow, she followed suit. It must have been an oversight on the map. She observed figures traversing the narrow passageway within the canyon, advancing at a measured pace, seemingly unremarkable. After a brief interlude, a colossal azure serpent descended from the firmament, transforming into a young man clad in blue, none other than the Azure Young Master. Following him was a contingent from the Flame Clan, all gazing at the canyon with expressions of astonishment. Could this be the domain of a formidable slayer from the Flame Clan? His face was etched with gravity. The chasm lay within arm's reach, yet he dared not approach. This was a realm that had never before existed, or perhaps it had always been, shrouded from the world until now due to certain circumstances. The tomb of the Provisional Emperor. The Azure Master intoned solemnly. Even before this canyon, he exhibited a palpable wariness. The Provisional Emperor, an unfathomable being, could rend the heavens with a mere gesture, effortlessly obliterating a powerful clan. Though his tomb may not rival the life-forbidden zone, it remains an absolute taboo for countless beings across the world. The auras of those human figures had vanished from this realm. They must have already entered. Azure Master. Shall we pursue? Inquired a powerful member of the Flame Clan. The Azure Master shook his head. Wait. With this single word, all present felt a shiver run through them. They understood his intention and awaited the arrival of the one from the Demon Clan's hierarchy. In this era, no such prodigy had truly manifested in the world. Could they possibly witness such a being? Chapter 84. The eerie emergence in the Zhuzhu. At Shangjing, Lin Fan, resting beneath a banyan tree, suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his gaze, peering through the void towards the primitive mountain. Within the second tier of the primitive mountain, a peculiar being grasped a bloodied spear, piercing the very fabric of space. The entrance had opened. The strange entity momentarily paused, taken aback. The primitive mountain had suppressed them for countless ages, extinguishing any thoughts of escape. Yet today, its gates had unexpectedly swung wide. The individual was injured. The seal of the primitive mountain had weakened. Bone fragments scattered. As another anomaly emerged, a ghostly insect, gazing at the void gate, sensing the essence of life beyond, its eyes flickering with an eerie fire. Shall we seize this opportunity to slay him? He is but a mere corpse, a remnant of consciousness that can no longer endure. One after another, strange beings revealed themselves, their gazes fixed on the half-formed corpse standing at the end of the peculiar thicket. Perhaps we should take this chance to flee. He is, after all, of imperial blood. And within that crimson swamp lie even more terrifying entities. That individual may be somewhat deranged, yet he is far more complete in comparison. In fact, he has even undergone a form of rebirth. Upon recalling that blood-soaked marsh, every bizarre occurrence sent a shiver down his spine. For it is the most dreadful existence within this primordial mountain. A fierce individual who dared to confront the Emperor in life. Flee. And so, a host of anomalies escaped through the gaping void of the primordial mountain. The human race, the demon race, and the elemental race. The void of the primordial mountain connected with many regions of the vast Xuanhuang world, and they could only follow their instincts to various destinations. Some anomalies also arrived in the 9 provinces. A giant red-haired ape, sensing the myriad life forces of this land, could not suppress a look of greed. This is the human race. There exists only a single sacred mountain of the 4th level. He exclaimed in delight. The 9 provinces of the human race. This is a territory where almost all anomalies dare not tread, for the fears of the past have taken root in their memories. He is among the few anomalies bold enough to approach the human realm. Throughout endless epochs, they have devoured countless beings that ventured into the anomaly-laden jungle, filling in many gaps in their understanding of this world. They were aware that the human race had weakened, yet they never anticipated the extent of this decline. No saints. Only a single sacred mountain to uphold their existence. A saint? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. The blood-haired giant ape turned to look. It was the shadow saint of the barbarian race. The shadow saint of the barbarians changed countenance upon seeing the blood-haired giant ape. Anomaly! He exclaimed, transforming into countless afterimages that darted in all directions, vanishing in the blink of an eye before the blood-haired giant ape. The blood-haired giant ape merely observed this scene, making no effort to pursue. Barbarians? He mused, then turned his gaze back to the 9 provinces. The aura of the great emperor. This is a land birthed by an emperor, and I can sense the bloodline of the emperor. His blood hair grew wildly, tainting the realm, and then he stepped into the 9 provinces. In that moment, all living beings in the 9 provinces trembled, as if a great terror had descended. Whoosh! The void rippled, the intangible space overlapped, and the wildly growing blood hair suddenly halted. The body of the blood-haired giant ape stiffened. Before him appeared a mountain, a courtyard. A young man clad in white gazed at him quietly. It is he gasped. The one who once traversed the anomaly-laden jungle and ventured into the blood-soaked marsh. How is it that he has not perished? Since ancient times, no being that has entered that blood-red swamp has ever survived. Even those who merely transformed into it met their demise. But what is the situation with this person before me? He wished to turn away, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Then he saw the young man in white flick his finger toward him. Boom! Like a phantom of bubbles, the blood-red giant ape was obliterated in midair. Lin Fan then shifted his gaze back to the primordial mountain, a thought crossing his mind as an avatar descended before the half-corpse. Though it was merely a half-corpse, he still fixated on that anomalous jungle, fully aware that the anomalies within were in flight. Awakened again, Lin Fan remarked. He turned his rigid neck to gaze at Lin Fan, his pupils filled with an eerie stillness, yet amidst the desolation, a hint of other hues shimmered through. He responded, as if merely replying was an arduous task. They cannot be beings of the Xuanhuang Great World, Lin Fan asserted, not as a question but as a certainty. His eyes fixed upon the enigmatic jungle, as if the fleeting color he had glimpsed was but a transient illusion. It is better to let them go. No matter how much you achieve, who will remember? When you are gone, few beings will recall the sacrifices made by humanity. Perhaps one must witness it to truly understand. Yet, even upon witnessing, understanding may elude them. Nevertheless, I shall ensure they comprehend, though it requires some time. Lin Fan mused, almost to himself, as he turned his gaze to the blood-soaked mire, beholding the crimson slant of the sun. What ancient force lies beneath the primal mountain? Surely not an emperor, Lin Fan remarked, his expression betraying little turmoil, chaos swirling within his eyes as worlds upon worlds shattered before him. Yet, in the end, all was obscured by the blood-red sun. He smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze. It was not that he could not see through it. Rather, understanding the plight of that individual would only lead to graver circumstances, perhaps even the challenge of retrieving their remains. Ah well, all will be revealed in due time, Lin Fan muttered, shaking his head. Then he turned his attention to the peculiar void punctured through the fabric of reality, catching a glimpse of the elemental clan in the narrow gorge. I shall borrow this for a moment, Lin Fan declared, and as he traversed the void, a peculiar figure at the pinnacle of sagehood, attempting to escape to the four corners of the Xuanhuang Great World, was suddenly ensnared. In the next instant, a powerful suction emanated from the void, drawing him into another realm, one steeped in lifelessness. A river of swords hung like the Milky Way above, with countless phantoms flowing upstream within this celestial river. These were not real beings, but remnants of memories that had transpired here. For this place was once a sanctuary for sword cultivators. The semi-emperor. He turned, beholding a figure atop the colossal sword, an imposing man, 8 feet tall, gazing skyward with an eternal gaze. Could it be him? Trembling, he recalled the terrifying force that had gripped him, causing his very bones to rattle. A massive serpent, formed of skeletons, coiled around the sword river, its presence shrouded in malevolence. It surveyed its surroundings, the ghostly flames of its eyes flickering with trepidation. My lord, what commands do you have? It called into the silent void, yet received no reply. It dared not move, sensing an unseen pair of eyes observing it from the abyss, as if any sign of unrest would spell its doom. Chapter 85. The place of inheritance with a single step. It felt as though it had crossed from one world into another, an overwhelming aura of decay and desolation enveloping it. This is the essence of sword intent. Qin Ming hesitated, absorbing the aura surging from the canyon, his expression filled with awe. Every blade of grass, every tree, even the path beneath his feet was forged from sword intent. This was a realm of the sword. Turning back, the path he had traversed was no longer visible. Just as ahead lay an endless gorge. We have entered a secret realm. Ling Yu focused her mind, still attempting to communicate with the talisman in her hand. Yet the ethereal light emanating from it had receded, leaving it utterly silent. She could not help but take a deep breath. This was a terrifying secret realm, one that transcended even the holy realm, likely harboring threats that surpassed the divine. This was not a place meant for us. Her expression darkened significantly. Qin Ming and Qin Gu, upon hearing her words, exchanged solemn glances, while Gu Yi approached them, his fingers resting upon the hilt of his sword. Gazing towards the gorge, they beheld a multitude of sword intents converging above, solidifying into tangible forms, manifesting as swords suspended overhead. There was no path above, no escape below. Their only option was to advance. Qin Gu declared, and Qin Ming nodded in agreement, sensing something at the end of the gorge calling to him. As they moved forward, shadows of figures walked ahead of them, only to vanish as they approached. These were remnants of memories, etched into the gorge by those who had once ventured here, forming these indelible phantoms. From their appearance, it seemed they were all sword cultivators. This could not be a place of inheritance, Ling Yu mused, her expression growing graver with each step, the sword intent permeating her being, imparting an intangible sense of disjunction. The sword insight gorge. At last, they espied a stone tablet, upon which 3 characters were inscribed with sword intent, yet they also beheld countless bones scattered before the sword insight gorge, a place of inheritance, yet equally a site of death. Time had eroded all knowledge of the events that transpired here. Perhaps an unknown transformation had occurred, Gu Yi speculated. They observed numerous inscriptions carved into the ground with swords. Sword demon, human race. Fragmentary phrases pieced together only heightened their confusion. Only when they reached the end would they understand what this place truly was, Qin Ming asserted, as sword intent surged from him, resisting the encroaching sword intent surrounding them as they delved deeper into the gorge. Outside the narrow gorge, tens of thousands of individuals from the Fire Tribe hovered in the air, among them several prodigies from the Fire Tribe's elite camp, the mightiest having reached the pinnacle of the Severing Path realm. Standing upon crimson flames, a colossal halo of fire loomed behind them, resembling a deity of flames. Additionally, figures from other clans lingered in the distance. The obsidian-skinned, metallic-like realm clan, the crystalline beings of the crystal clan, and the demonically charged entities of the demon clan. They all awaited in silence. Lord Qing stood at the forefront, gazing intently at the gorge, when suddenly his expression sharpened, and he turned to bow towards a distant horizon. "Welcome, young master." The beings of this land trembled at his words. Turning their gaze towards the horizon, they first perceived a veil of demonic aura, followed by the emergence of an immense figure amid the swirling miasma. With a whoosh, a silhouette stepped forth from the billowing demonic energy, garbed in gray robes. With eyes as sinister as blood crystals, and scales reminiscent of serpents faintly visible upon his cheeks. The demon clan's hierarchy had arrived, hailing from the celestial giant python tribe. Xuanhuang, the 9th in the demon clan's hierarchy, a member of the Fire Tribe, gasped in astonishment, and those around him felt a tremor of unease deep within their hearts. The chronicle of the pinnacle clans is inscribed across various races, notably the demon race's Xuanhuang, an extraordinary prodigy who has already ascended to the sacred realm within a mere 3 centuries of cultivation. In the Xuanhuang Great World, those under 300 years of age are considered part of the youthful generation, and he is even qualified to participate in the grand tournament hosted by the spirit race. However, beings of their caliber disdain such competitions. Their strength and innate talent render the tournament unnecessary for validation. As Xuanhuang approached the celestial abyss canyon, a dark aura seeped into the gorge, and his expression grew solemn as he turned to Lord Qing. "Where are the prepared humans?" he inquired. Lord Qing bowed respectfully and gestured towards the canyon, revealing hundreds of humans, men, women, the elderly, and the young, gathered before him, an entire clan forcibly brought to this place. They gazed around, their faces etched with terror. "My lord, all is prepared." Regrettably, a few gifted individuals managed to escape, but they fled towards the tomb of the semi-emperor. Qing reported. Xuanhuang's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the canyon. There are always some overly clever humans who mistakenly believe they have found a glimmer of hope, unaware that they are instead walking a path to their demise. The tomb of the semi-emperor is not something they can hope to touch. Let them enter. It was always intended for them. He then looked down at the gathered humans, who huddled together in fear. Children and the elderly, weaker in cultivation, were surrounded by the young and robust, who fixed their intense stares upon Xuanhuang. The figure before them, clad in gray, appeared human, yet bore a long serpentine tail and scales upon his face. He was of the demon race, specifically the formidable celestial giant python. In their memories, it was this very beast that had devoured an entire tribe in one gulp, even swallowing cultivators of the creation realm. "Enter," Xuanhuang commanded, an invisible demonic wind enveloping the humans and propelling them into the celestial abyss canyon. He stepped inside, followed closely by Qing, with the rest of the group filing in behind them. They were perplexed as to why this being of the demon race required humans. Yet a reason surely existed. This tomb of the semi-emperor might bear some connection to humanity. Do humans possess their own semi-emperor? Or does this particular semi-emperor share ties with them? They leaned towards the latter possibility. A gust of wind swept through the canyon, composed entirely of condensed sword intent, greeting Xuanhuang and his companions as they entered. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of blood splattering. Within moments, over 100 individuals lay dead. Yet, none of the human captives were harmed. They stood amidst the carnage, the sword winds sweeping past them without inflicting injury. Xuanhuang observed this scene, his expression sharpening in realization. It indeed pertained to humanity. The humans, too, recognized the significance of this moment. An elder among them surveyed the foreign entities behind them before glancing towards the front of the canyon, taking a deep breath. There may be a chance for survival ahead, he declared, determination igniting in his eyes. Let us proceed, he urged, leading the group forward. Above the river of swords, beneath the colossal blade, the skeletal serpent gazed eerily towards the lower end of the river, its attention fixed on the canyon. Chapter 86. The river of Sword Dao. A spectral flame flickered upon its form, capable of corroding the void and eroding the essence of all living beings. Yet, at the moment of igniting the sword river, it abruptly ceased. It then turned its gaze towards the figure upon the colossal sword. You are merely a spirit of the weapon, it remarked, having discerned the truth behind the apparition on the giant blade. It was but a remnant of the sword's master, long departed from this world. The specter solidified, descending from the great sword to stand before it, locking eyes with it. Are you not afraid of me? Do you not fear that one? It inquired, implying a deeper significance. The soul fire within the bizarre pupils of the bone serpent flickered subtly, falling into silence. For it understood precisely whom the sword's spirit referred to, the terrifying presence that had abducted it. Perhaps it is best for you to remain compliant, the sword's spirit advised. Gazing down from the sword river upon the foremost figures, Teeming and Gu, along with their companions, then shifting its attention to the throng of otherworldly beings behind them. Who that being was, what existence it represented, and whether it still observed this unfolding event remained unclear to him. Yet he knew the bone serpent dared not act recklessly. The force capable of forcibly rending the master's sword domain, casting such an enigmatic entity here, was beyond his imagination. It was likely that even the master, while alive, could not have accomplished such a feat. Do you know him? The bone serpent queried, its tone curious. The sword's spirit fell silent. I hope he belongs to the human race, it eventually replied after a lengthy pause, though deep down, it harbored doubts. Having lingered here for countless ages, it understood the plight of humanity all too well. How could such a formidable being emerge under the blockade of myriad races? Most likely, it was an entity of quasi-emperor caliber from a pinnacle lineage who had discovered him, intending to use this place as a trial ground. It beheld the Xuanhuang, a being of semi-saint caliber, embraced by a multitude of alien races, who claimed to hail from the ranks of the demon kin. Thus, that enigmatic figure must be a quasi-emperor of the demon race. A bittersweet expression crossed its visage, mingled with a sense of solitude. After all these years of guarding, could it truly not preserve the legacy of its master? The pride of humanity. It observed Gu and her companions, who had reached the edge of the sword river, and a fleeting smile of solace graced its features, albeit momentarily. With the bone serpent at its side, it dared not reveal too much. Before the sword river, Ming and his companions gazed in astonishment at the expanse of sword intent coalescing into this magnificent river. What kind of formidable entity could have condensed such sword intent? Perhaps a saint or a great sage, or even a quasi-emperor. If the celestial river were to descend, stretching across unknown miles, above it lay an infinite void, seemingly boundless. She reached out to touch the sword river. Sizzle! A terrifying surge of sword intent erupted, causing her to retreat in a frenzy. Yet she was still marked by numerous bloodied wounds until Ming intervened to halt the tumult. What is happening? She exclaimed, astonished. She noticed that when Ming touched the sword river, it exhibited little disturbance, only creating gentle ripples, as the sword intent surged forth, almost as if refining his physique. Gu too extended her hand to feel the sword intent within the river, then gazed toward the endless horizon of the sword river. I believe the master of this sword river must belong to the human race, she remarked. Lingyu trembled once more. This place is the realm of elemental clans. How could a human powerhouse leave such an immense sword river here? I too sense it must be a human. Ming has already stepped into the sword river, allowing the sword intent to surge through his body. He gently closes his eyes, seemingly immersed in the essence of the sword river. While the world may be unaware of humanity, the sage has enlightened them. Eons ago, humans reigned supreme over heaven and earth. Considering this, encountering a human powerhouse's legacy here is hardly surprising. Let us proceed. Without uttering much more, Gu approaches Lingyu and leads her into the sword river, where, indeed, the sword intent refrains from assaulting her. The sword essence flows like a river, relentlessly washing over this realm, as a few figures, as insignificant as dust within the sword river, swim upstream. We have found them. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind the sword river. Lingyu turned to see countless alien beings appearing before the river. Leading them was a gray-clad man, exuding a demonic aura, who approached the sword river as if he were the sun surrounded by stars. Not far from him stood a group of hunched human figures. The leader of the demon clan, Xuanhuang, Lingyu exclaimed, trembling. Gu also glanced back, locking eyes with Xuanhuang, but after a mere fleeting glance, His gaze shifted to the group of humans. His previously tranquil expression suddenly turned icy. Human prodigies, how long it has been since I last encountered one. Xuanhuang regarded Qin Gu with a smile, a trace of crimson still staining his lips. Human blood. The last time was a century ago, when a human prodigy foolishly attempted to escape with a band of humans, only to end up devoured by me. And you, from which lineage do you hail? He inquired. Qin Ming met his gaze. One was a semi-saint, the other merely a celestial being, yet Qin Gu showed no sign of retreat. From Juzhu, Qin Gu replied coolly. The mere mention of those two syllables ignited a surge of excitement among the previously fearful human onlookers. Juzhu, the birthplace of humanity. The ancestral land held dear in the hearts of countless humans, their lifelong aspiration to return to Juzhu. They had long hoped for the arrival of Juzhu's humans to rescue them, yet they waited for generations without reprieve. Do not harbor such thoughts. Do you believe the humans of Juzhu can save you? They are barely able to protect themselves. We simply wish to cultivate and raise some for sustenance. Without saints, humanity is ever vulnerable to annihilation, the prodigy of the Flame Clan remarked coldly, observing the group of agitated humans. News of a saint among the humans of Juzhu has spread. Many clans dispatched envoys to investigate, only to discover that the so-called human saint was but an incarnation of a spiritual mountain. The imperial artifact known as the Great Snow covering the sky is somewhat troublesome. But should it come to annihilating Juzhu, it can be done. Juzhu. Above the Sword River, the bone serpent also appeared momentarily dazed. Those two syllables rang familiar to it, for it had once been suppressed in the primal mountains by a powerful being from there. Over endless ages, it had developed a fear of those words. This was a tomb of a quasi-emperor, a place of inheritance linked to the quasi-emperor, who was likely associated with humanity. Only the blood of the human race can reach the core of the legacy. Go and retrieve the inheritance for me. It may spare you from death and make you my servants, Xuanhuang stated, gazing with trepidation at the vast river of sword intent before him. A realm he dared not tread. Qin Gu merely cast her a fleeting glance before pressing onward. Annoying, she uttered softly, causing his expression to freeze instantly. A frenzied killing intent surging forth from his eyes, distorting the surrounding void. You seek death, he bellowed, thrusting a group of humans into the Sword River and following closely behind them as he advanced upon its surface. Chapter 87. Above the Sword River, keep up. Behind him, Song was subordinate, Qin Yun, along with several members of the Fire Clan, narrowed their gazes and trailed in his wake. This was a place of inheritance from a quasi-emperor. The Sword River likely bore the remnants of that powerful being, concealing unimaginable fortunes. Cultivators defy the heavens. If one fears life and death, how can they ascend to sanctity? This is our chance to alter fate. Regardless of whether they were path-breakers, celestial beings, or even those of the creation realm, all plunged into the Sword River, gritting their teeth as they pressed onward. With a sharp sound, sword intent surged forth, and the trailing members of the Fire Clan were cleaved into countless pieces, their blood staining the river. A tremor coursed through the crowd. Don't stray too far from those humans, someone cautioned, having discerned the river's rules. The Sword River surged mightily, piercing through the heavens, its terrifying sword intent capable of tearing apart the void, yet it spared the humans within. Above the river, the sword spirit observed this scene with a despondent expression. This inheritance was originally prepared for the human race. Only they could enter the river. Yet it was unforeseen that in later generations, foreign beings would use human flesh as shields to traverse it. Do you wish to kill them? Came the eerie voice of a bone serpent, coiling above the river and gazing down, the ghostly flames upon it able to ignite the void. A being at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, its presence could even compel some great saints to retreat. The sword spirit regarded it coolly, a faint smile gracing its features. Do you not desire this? The bone serpent merely stared at the beings surging against the current from below, its eyes filled with a chilling emptiness. It yearned not only to eliminate Xuanhuang and his ilk, but also the few humans ahead, and even the sword spirit beside it. Yet, it dared not act. The serpent was uncertain of the implications. What if a being of significance was linked to this river? Its gaze fell upon Xuanhuang, sharing the sword spirit's sentiment that the true power lay behind him. Might those few humans be the ones to devour the river's secrets? Its attention then shifted to the foremost figures, Qin Ming and Qin Gu. The sword spirit sensed the intensity of the serpent's gaze, and its focus sharpened. Buzz. The enormous sword behind it quivered slightly, as if it sought to rise from the ground. Boom. An anomaly rippled upon the Sword River, and within it, colossal waves surged forth, causing Qin Ming, Qin Gu, and their companions to halt in their tracks. The river is in turmoil, flee. Below, the vast army of tens of thousands gazed in horror at the rising waves, their expressions transforming as the entire formation collapsed in chaos. Everyone surged toward that group of humans, yet a colossal wave surged forth, propelling them in the opposite direction. Help! Lord Kanghuo, save me! In an instant, tens of thousands of beings plunged into the Sword River, and within mere moments, they were entirely submerged, never to resurface. Their essence extinguished. Above the Sword River, the bone serpent silently gazed at the sword spirit, its pupils flickering with two orbs of soul fire, seemingly pondering something profound. You cannot even save yourself, yet you wish to rescue them? It remarked, somewhat perplexed by the emotional depth of the living beings in this world, and utterly bewildered by the sword spirit's unwavering dedication. The sword spirit merely regarded it, an intangible sword intent locking onto the bone serpent, as if any movement would lead to mutual destruction. Halt, spoke Lingyu, sensing the calming flow of the water. I harbor a disquieting premonition. I cannot shake the feeling that what lies at the end of this sword river may not be the legacy of the quasi-emperor. Shall we proceed? She turned her gaze towards Qin Ming and Qin Ge. Qin Ming remained engrossed in comprehending the sword intent within the river, entering a state of enlightenment. While Qin Ge observed the sword river, a frown creasing her brow. Gu Yi stood guard with the sword box beside them. The aura of death permeated the air. Qin Ge reached into the sword river and surprisingly retrieved a wisp of lifeless energy. This force was eroding the river, attempting to claim it. Indeed, something has arrived at the end of this sword river before us. It is neither a living entity nor a purely lifeless one, she stated, her words sending a shiver through Lingyu. What could exist that is neither alive nor dead? Let us go. Suddenly, Qin Ming, who had been in deep contemplation, declared, ascending directly. Qin Ge hesitated briefly before following suit, with Gu Yi closely trailing. Lingyu cast a glance back at Kanghuo, who was hastening towards them, and hurried to catch up. They had no retreat left. Move faster. Kanghuo urged a throng of humans, quickening their pace. The group of humans, gazing at the figures ahead near the sword river and feeling the pull of the river's affinity, gradually steeled their resolve. Hope lies just ahead, communicated the elder of the human clan, reigniting the fighting spirit of those who had nearly succumbed to despair. A spark, as long as it has not been entirely extinguished, will not perish. Such is the nature of humanity. No matter how desperate the circumstances, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, they shall pursue it, even if they know the odds are but 1 in 10,000. As they traversed the celestial expanse, they finally beheld the scene above the sword river. Yet what lay before them left all in a state of horror. It is bizarre, someone stammered, pointing at the spiraling bone serpent, whose massive form nearly engulfed the entirety of the sword river. A colossal sword lay embedded within, forcibly carving out a realm of its own. That must be the so-called legacy of the quasi-emperor. Neither living nor dead, with a body transformed, this was the aberration chronicled in legends. Could it be that the deceased quasi-emperor had morphed into this anomaly? How could this be? Despair etched itself upon every countenance as they pressed onward, only to confront the inexplicable at the river's end. Strange and eerie, the forbidden essence of life evokes a chilling impression in the hearts of all. Such entities seem nearly immortal, evolving through the consumption of living beings. Flee. Some, driven mad with fear, rushed toward the depths of the sword river. A splash erupted, leaving only a crimson bloom upon its surface. Quick, seize those humans. Suddenly, they beheld the humans approaching Qin Ming and Qin Ge, their expressions shifting in alarm. Come back. With a massive hand, Xuanhuang attempted to grasp a group of humans as if reaching for the moon from the depths of the sea. But a figure stood resolutely before him. It was Qin Ming, who unleashed a sword strike that resonated through the entire sword river, channeling its essence alongside his blade. A tremendous force sent Qin Ming flying 1,000 meters, staining the sword river with his blood, yet he delayed Xuanhuang's strike, saving half of the people. As the other half teetered on the brink of falling into Xuanhuang's grasp, the entire sword river suddenly surged. A barrier of sword energy emerging to separate them from Xuanhuang. A phantom appeared above the river, delivering a decisive slash. All of you, come here, he commanded. And as if caught in a current, all the humans, including Qin Ming and Qin Ge, were swept behind him. The bone serpent observed this scene, its tail dipping into the sword river, pulling Xuanhuang and the flames tribe behind it. Humans, you remain as foolish as ever. Fully aware that he is aligned with the demon tribe, yet still seeking to rescue them. Are you prepared to oppose him? The bone serpent remarked, its cold, lifeless gaze fixed upon Qin Ge and the others. Chapter 88. The sword box opens. The sword spirit merely focused on the bone serpent before glancing at Xuanhuang and the others behind it, a surge of murderous intent emanating, causing the entire realm of the sword river to tremble. A chilling fire spread from the bone serpent, corrupting the Sword River and transforming half of it into a desolate wasteland. Xuanhuang and his companions stood in shock at this revelation. The eerie presence was, in fact, protecting them. Could it be his uncle? Xuanhuang was bewildered. His uncle was a great saint of the Sky Python clan. Yet he should not have been aware of Xuanhuang's presence here. Xuanhuang had learned of this quasi-emperor tomb through an auction, where a being from another realm inadvertently discovered it. He only knew it might be related to humans and was unaware of the specific dangers, having never informed the other members of the Sky Python clan. Perhaps his uncle had been secretly safeguarding him all along, anticipating his arrival, and so had entered this sacred place beforehand to arrange everything. Realizing this, Xuanhuang felt a sudden clarity wash over him. He understood his uncle's earnest intentions and vowed to assist him unreservedly should the need arise. He bowed to the surrounding void, as if certain that his uncle was nearby. Qin Yun and the other members of the Fire Tribe also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this trial ground had been orchestrated by the Demon Tribe for Xuanhuang's benefit. Truly, the Demon Tribe was grand in its designs, using the quasi-emperor legacy as a test. Upon hearing this, the bone serpent trembled involuntarily, its gaze darting around the void, fear evident in its demeanor. The sword spirit, upon hearing the revelation, wore a grim expression. As it turned out, it was indeed as they suspected. The bone serpent is a peculiar creation, cast here by a formidable being of the demon clan. Soon, I shall open a portal to the void. I will drag it along. And you must seize this opportunity to flee. Every one of you who can escape, do so, the sword spirit declared, causing a shiver to run through the group of human beings. Senior, the leader of the clan, trembled visibly. After so arduous a journey, had they truly found a glimmer of hope only for it to be extinguished so swiftly? They had fled for so long. Must they continue to run? My master has perished. I am but a mere sword spirit. Although I have manifested a fragment of my master's essence, I am ultimately not he. Towering at 8 feet, a colossal sword rested behind him, while beneath his feet surged a tumultuous river of swords, presenting him as a deity from the ancient times. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that his form was ethereal, not truly existent. If only my master were here, he lamented, as the massive sword soared from the ground into his grasp, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that pierced the surrounding void, revealing a portal to the abyss. Let us depart, he urged, then turned to face the bone serpent and the gathering of alien beings, as well as the potential emergence of a supreme demon. After a prolonged silence, no one stirred behind him. They stood resolutely, their faces etched with determination. He trembled slightly. We have fled for too long. Even if we escape, what then? We would merely continue to exist under their shadows. This time, we shall not run. It was not the old clan leader who spoke, but rather a young man, likely the most gifted among them. Under a century old, he had already reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. The sword spirit regarded them, shaking his head gently, feeling both a sense of pride and a hint of despair. You cannot escape. The voice of Xuanhuang resonated, seemingly affirming his words as the ghostly flames enveloped the Sword River world, sealing the void portal within. The bone serpent obeyed its commands. Very well. Let us engage in one final battle, human. Even in death, we shall perish upon the battlefield. He sighed upon seeing Qin Ming and Qin Go. These must be the unparalleled prodigies of the human race. If they survive, the fate of humanity would undoubtedly improve. Yet, I cannot safeguard them. Do you believe you have a chance? The voice of the bone serpent echoed, akin to a sound from the underworld. As the power of silence claimed dominion over much of the Sword River world, this realm had succumbed. The sword spirit focused intently. Even without a chance, we shall fight. He raised his sword, causing the entire Sword River to surge, an infinite sword intent coalescing upon the blade, prepared for a desperate clash. Yet, amidst this nearly stagnant atmosphere, a voice suddenly broke through. Is there truly no other possibility? It was Qin Ming's voice, and in an instant, all eyes turned toward him. At that moment, 3 paths resonated within Qin Ming, startling even Xuanhuang. 3 paths, and with an inclination toward convergence. How could this be? Kill him, the bone serpent commanded. Its gaze fixed upon Qin Ming, a chilling aura swiftly invading his being, while Qin Go stepped slightly forward. An essence of perpetual vitality surged forth, aiding Qin Ming in resisting the bone serpent's lethargic force. An odious presence lingered. The bone serpent proclaimed, and an overwhelming force of death descended. The sword spirit's expression flickered, and he was about to advance when another figure stepped forward ahead of him. Gui, regarded by Xuanhuang and others merely as a protector of Qin Go and Qin Ming, stood firm under the oppressive weight of death. Despite possessing only the cultivation of the first realm of the path of the sword, he produced a sword box, seemingly unremarkable. Yet the engravings on its surface piqued some interest. It emanated no aura, appearing as an ordinary object. However, upon its unveiling, Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and Ling Yu all grew solemn, even harboring a glimmer of hope. Could a mere sword box truly suffice? Ling Yu pondered, gazing intently at the box, her expression grave. She understood the formidable presence it represented, yet it was merely a sword box, and from such a distance, could it truly sever the bone serpent? Esteemed elder, there exist individuals among humanity who can stand tall against the heavens. With his presence, humanity is not so easily bullied. What has been achieved in the past can be accomplished once more. This was directed towards the sword spirit. They were the masters of the realm, at least here. None could act against them, he declared, with the surging sword river behind him and the overwhelming stillness of death before him. He stood at the nexus of these two extreme forces. With a soft sound, the sword box opened a crack. The winds ceased, and a beam of sword light emerged from within, moving slowly, allowing all to clearly perceive its trajectory. Yet, no one could evade it, wherever the sword light passed. All ghostly flames extinguished, and the soul fire within the bone serpent's eyes quivered frantically. This is wrong. This is it, he exclaimed in horror. Angrily, he cast a glance towards Xuanhuang, who was instead gazing into the void, contemplating whether his uncle would intervene at the critical moment. With a hiss, the sword light sliced through, and the world fell into silence. The sword river, the bone serpent, and the entire realm began to fracture. Heavenly light poured in, revealing the world beyond the place of inheritance. This sword, an opening to the heavens. The sword spirit stared dumbstruck at this strike. He was the sword spirit, born from the nurturing of a quasi-emperor of the sword, yet he could not fathom this blow. He even felt that his master could not match the power of this strike, not even close. Beneath this sword, he sensed that myriad paths seemed to retreat. The undying and unyielding were collapsing and vanishing under its might. Chapter 89. The Fall of the Demon Clan Sequence. No. The bone serpent howled, as the ghostly flames engulfed the world, yet they could not halt the advance of the sword light, which relentlessly severed its form inch by inch. In a moment of confusion, a figure materialized in his mind. The white-clad youth who had traversed the bizarre forest of the primordial mountain. Only then did he feel such despair. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he jolted awake. It was him. Humanity was aware of their existence and possessed such strength. Only that white-clad youth remained. He had not perished. The terrifying entity from the blood marsh had failed to kill him. I was wrong. He trembled, his words becoming his last as the sword swept through, obliterating all, rendering the so-called undying and indestructible a mere jest before this blade. In the aftermath, from countless beings, only a mere handful remained. All because that fateful sword did not strike them. Its intended target was merely the bone serpent. The others were collateral damage. This once dominant demon of the Kanghuo lineage transformed into its true form, a colossal azure serpent stretching across several thousand meters. Its body was riddled with wounds, resembling a tattered cloth, with blood gushing forth, painting the sky a deep crimson. Terror gripped him as he gazed upon the sword box held by Gu Yi, his entire being trembling. The box had closed, having merely opened a slender crack moments before, yet that fleeting glimpse had etched an indelible mark upon his soul. That singular sword had depleted all his protective measures, even compelling him to employ his innate divine abilities, and still, he had narrowly escaped death, a mere ripple of its power. An imperial weapon, he stammered, his words not a question but a certainty. He could not fathom the true might of an imperial weapon, but it surely could not be much weaker than this. It was a sword capable of instilling despair in all living beings. The human race truly possessed an imperial weapon, and a complete one at that. Gu Yi, equally astounded, surveyed the shattered realm and the countless corpses drifting upon the horizon, involuntarily inhaling deeply. Only now did he grasp the profound meaning behind Lin Fan's words. No need for hesitation. When it is time to draw the sword, draw it without fear. With this sword box in hand, there was truly no need for concern, even in the face of the undying and the uncanny. One could still strike down with a single blow. How could this be? The surviving members of the Flame clan stared in disbelief at this scene, incredulously gazing at Gu Yi. None had anticipated that this individual, overlooked by all, could summon such a devastating treasure. They stood at a distance, having endured less collateral damage, surviving by mere luck, yet severely wounded, with little combat strength remaining. Kill them. A group of humans snapped back to reality from their profound shock, their faces contorted with hatred as they beheld the members of the Flame clan. At these words, the Flame clan trembled. Spare us. The majority fell to their knees, stripped of the dignity befitting a pinnacle race, only fear remaining in their hearts. This world was collapsing, The river of swords had vanished, the uncanny no longer existed, and their bodies were fading alongside it. They could not endure much longer. Yet the sword spirit's intent firmly locked onto them, rendering them immobile, forced to witness their gradual demise. The group of humans paid no heed to their pleas for mercy, merely gazing coldly upon them. A young prodigy even picked up a sword from the ground, striking at them. To the realm of creation, that blow felt like a mere tickle, yet for them, it was a profound humiliation, but at this moment, they could afford no such thoughts. Among them, only King Huo maintained a semblance of composure. He transformed into human form, striving to stabilize himself, directing his gaze towards Qin Gu and Qin Ming. "Kill me, have you thought this through?" he declared, a semi-holy aura surging as he endeavored to uphold his dignity. "I am the 9th sequence of the demon race, hailing from the azure serpent lineage. Should I perish, no living being here shall survive. My uncle is a great sage of the demon race, commanding countless demon armies. With a single word, he could obliterate your human race." He spoke, his voice growing increasingly cold. The demon clan, this was the source of his confidence. No other race in the world dared to disregard the demon clan, particularly the celestial giant python lineage. A group of humans cast solemn glances at Qin Ming and Qin Gu, their murderous intent considerably diminished, as they were wary of the identity of Xuanhuang, fearing it might bring calamity to the human realm of Zhuzhu. After all, that was the last bastion of purity for humankind. Even the sword spirit fell silent, gazing at the sword box in Gu Yi's hand before shifting his attention to Qin Ming and Qin Gu. No one could discern his thoughts. At that moment, a light chuckle abruptly shattered the silence. Qin Ming had reached the pinnacle of the creation realm through his enlightenment at the Sword River. Yet here, he could hardly be deemed powerful. The surviving members of the Flame Clan, along with Xuanhuang, were stronger than him. Nevertheless, none dared to underestimate him at this juncture. Xuanhuang also fixed his gaze on Qin Ming, curious about what this being he regarded as insignificant as an ant intended to do. "Senior, may I borrow your sword?" he inquired. The sword spirit was momentarily taken aback before handing him the sword. This was a quasi-emperor grade weapon, and he was the sword spirit. With this sword in hand, he possessed the ability to slay anyone present. Qin Ming wielded the sword and advanced toward Xuanhuang and the members of the Flame Clan, his murderous intent unabashedly emanating from him. Boom! Thunder roared as lightning surged around his sword, causing Xuanhuang to furrow his brow slightly at the sight. "What do you intend to do?" queried a talented member of the Flame Clan, coldly regarding Qin Ming, seemingly convinced that Qin Ming would not dare to act. "Humans cannot withstand the wrath of the Elemental Clan. Those so-called sages of yours are merely manifestations of a spiritual mountain. A single sage from my Elemental Clan could easily suppress them. What transpires here cannot remain hidden from the sages of my Elemental Clan. They must already be on their way." His expression was one of indifference, accompanied by an air of superiority. Yet, what awaited him was a strike from Qin Ming's sword. The essence of the world's sword intent converged upon it, and with a single stroke, he severed the man's head. A mere sage can suppress our human sages. Can they? He then approached another member of the Flame Clan, executing him amidst the terrified gazes of his kin. If that is the case, why have we not seen the sages of the Elemental Clan descend upon the human realm? Or perhaps they have already come, only to meet their demise. With each step, he claimed a life, rendering the so-called pinnacle race akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. "As long as the master remains, who dares to speak of extinguishing humankind?" he declared, having slain the last member of the Flame Clan, his gaze finally settling on Xuanhuang, whose expression shifted markedly. He wished to struggle, but the weight of the quasi-emperor's sword intent bore down upon him, forcing him to fixate intently on Qin Ming. "Are you insane?" he exclaimed, anger and fear flooding his countenance as he watched Qin Ming advance. Qin Ming merely smiled faintly, casting a glance at the onlooking humans before raising his sword. "Down it goes. What of your demon clan? The master has not informed me that demons cannot be slain. This is merely the beginning. You shall not be the first demon to perish at my hands." As his words echoed, Xuanhuang's head was already soaring into the air, subsequently crushed by the collapsing fragments of the world. In the realm of the demon race, the unparalleled genius of the world has perished. Chapter 90, Humanity, the Flame of Hope. Boom. The entire Sword River world collapsed with a thunderous roar as a colossal sword soared into the heavens, accompanied by a group of individuals who burst forth from this realm. Gazing back, all that remained was a void of devastation. The Sword River had run dry, and the canyon that had stood for eons was now absent. "Let us depart." In an instant, the great sword and its companions vanished from this expanse. After a considerable time, the sky tore apart, and a woman clad in blue descended into this world. Her aura of demonic energy surged, causing the surrounding heavens to tremble. In the distance, a sage from the Flame tribe arrived belatedly. Upon seeing her, he knelt in reverence. The great sage of the Azure Kite. This was indeed a mighty sage. He beheld the demoness before him, then turned his gaze towards the void of collapse, a tremor coursing through his heart. He had heard whispers of a demon race sequence arriving at the elemental tribe. Could it be that they fell here? Did that esteemed sequence meet its demise? The great sage of the Azure Kite fixed his gaze upon that realm, an eye opening upon his forehead, revealing the phantom of a colossal rock behind her. The sword spirit, enigmatic. She focused her essence, reaching into the void to grasp a piece of serpent skin, and as she sensed the aura upon it, her expression turned colder. Once more, these accursed anomalies. She spoke, and in a flash, she vanished from existence, leaving the sage of the Flame tribe to lift his head and exhale a sigh of relief. Yet, his countenance swiftly shifted. Anomalies have manifested in the ancestral land. Retreat at once. A voice resonated within his mind, and he trembled slightly. How could anomalies arise in the ancestral land? In the next moment, he too transformed into a streak of heavenly fire, disappearing into the horizon. Not only the elemental tribe, but simultaneously, in various locations throughout the Xuanhuang Great World, anomalies emerged, heralding calamity wherever they appeared. These anomalies exist solely to devour all life. As for Teeming and Go, they were no longer mentioned by any living being. The pursuit by the Flame tribe ceased. To the eyes of the world's inhabitants, it appeared that with the emergence of anomalies, all, including the demon race sequence of the Azure Fire, had perished within the so-called tomb of the Quasi-Emperor, deep within a desolate valley, nearly devoid of spiritual energy. The sound of a zither resonated, each note piercing the air, filled with sorrow and lament, akin to a funeral dirge. This was the music of Go. Yet this melody bore no essence of eternal life. Instead, it was steeped in desolation and mourning. Before them, a group of rescued humans knelt at the valley's entrance, weeping for the countless corpses strewn across the desolate ground. This is the plight of humanity. Ling Yu observed this scene and remarked, this is merely one of many locales. In the Xuanhuang Great World, there are constant massacres of the human race. Yet, their reproductive capabilities are indeed formidable, seemingly insatiable, impervious to annihilation. She continued, having heard numerous accounts of the human race, yet for reasons unknown, many tribes within the Xuanhuang Great World harbor an inexplicable animosity towards them. Qin Ming remained silent, standing quietly beside Qin Go, sensing an unfamiliar power emanating from her. This force bore a resemblance to the anomalies, yet was distinctly different. Beside him, a sword stood suspended in the air, accompanied by a spectral figure, the sword spirit, who continued to manifest in the likeness of its master. One day, they would pay the price, Gu Yi remarked, tightly clutching the sword sheath, suppressing his fury. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the immense suffering endured by the human race beyond the borders of Zhuzhu. Although the people of Zhuzhu managed to survive, those outside were akin to beasts. Even within this crevice, they too faced the threat of extinction. As the moon waned and dawn broke, a group of humans returned to the desolate valley to organize their shelters and bury their dead. Among them was a young prodigy who approached them. The elder clan leader watched him intently. I wish to accompany you, the young prodigy declared, and he began to kneel before Qin Ming, who extended a hand to halt his submission. The young man lifted his gaze to Qin Ming, who merely smiled gently. You are their hope. Are you certain you wish to join us? We are bound for the Spirit Clan to partake in the grand tournament of all clans. There, we will confront even more alien races, and death may lurk at every corner. The young prodigy nodded, showing no sign of retreat. I understand. But I also recognize that humanity needs individuals like us. To continuously evade only allows us to live like mice. Humanity requires brave souls to forge a path for those who follow, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. I am willing to be such a person, he stated, his expression resolute. Qin Ming regarded him with approval and nodded. Thus, they bid farewell to the desolate valley. He did not look back, aware that the elder clan leader was watching, yet he knew he could not turn back. What is your name? Xuanhuang. A fine name. In truth, we need not necessarily face death. The master has shielded us from the most formidable foes. We merely need to follow his path. Humanity is not as weak as it seems. The small party expanded by one, welcoming a youth named Xuanhuang. Shengjing, Library of Books, Lin Fan remarked, pulling a tome from the shelf, pausing momentarily before continuing. That night, Xuanhuang dreamt a vivid dream, in which he encountered a young man clad in white, who posed a question to him. Do you wish to learn archery? The young man smiled at him, bringing a profound tranquility to his heart. All his previous suffering seemed to dissipate, and the path ahead appeared less daunting. Yes, he replied. The white-clad youth then drew an arrow, aiming it towards the heavens. Using the cosmos as a bow and the great way as the arrow, he pierced the vast expanse of sky, and this scene was etched into Xinhuo's mind. Suddenly, he awoke with a start upon the giant's sword, and in the astonished gazes of Qin Ming and the others. He seized the bow at his waist and shot an arrow towards the heavens. As he released the arrow, they discerned a glimmer of Lin Fan's shadow within him. A collective shudder ran through everyone. The giant sword halted, and the sword's spirit materialized, gazing at Xinhuo, who was drawing the bow, with an expression of grave concern. The arrow was not particularly powerful, yet it carried an indescribable aura of the Dao. It was merely a nascent form, yet it still sent chills through those present. After a long moment, Xinhuo regained his composure, startled by the gazes of those around him. I dreamt a dream in which the scenes unfolded vividly, leaving those upon the colossal sword in astonishment. It is the master, Qin Gu remarked, her gaze shifting from the flickering flame to the zither in her hands. Her expression a tapestry of myriad unspoken emotions. Ling Yu's countenance trembled, instinctively scanning the celestial expanse around her. Could it be that the one was watching them? The sword's spirit, mirroring her sentiments, swept its sword intent across the void, revealing only an abyss of nothingness, devoid of any concealed presence. Master? Xinhuo echoed, taken aback. He understood precisely whom Qin Ming referred to, a guiding light for both Qin Ming and Qin Gu, a true sage of humanity. The guardian behind the curtain of the 9 provinces, an immensely powerful entity. The figure clad in white was indeed he. Upon this realization, he bowed deeply towards the unseen void. Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings. Chapter 91. The Imperial Court of Humanity in the Small Courtyard. Lin Fan wore a faint smile as he gazed at the towering tree within. Atop its branches, fruits had unexpectedly appeared, vibrant green and imbued with a rich vitality, reminiscent of a humanoid form, which prompted Lin Fan to recall a certain fruit. The ginseng fruit. Yet, is it not a banyan tree? A banyan in form. Bodhi in name, bearing the ginseng fruit. It seems you have also forged your own path. Lin Fan remarked as a branch of Bodhi lowered, causing a ginseng fruit to fall into his hand. He shook his head with a smile. With the power to prolong life, it rivals the so-called elixir of immortality. But alas, it holds no use for me. Let it be reserved for those in need. As he returned the ginseng fruit to the tree, Lin Fan turned his attention to the fish in the pond, seemingly responding to his gaze, as they all surfaced. I have heard that a golden carp leaping over the dragon gate can ascend and transform into a dragon. What about you? He inquired. The fish flicked their tails, and to his astonishment, dragon horns began to manifest atop their heads. Lin Fan chuckled, conjuring an image of a dragon in the minds of the golden carps with a mere thought. The more one perceives, the more intriguing this world becomes. What lies beyond that expanse? Lin Fan then cast his gaze towards the boundless heavens, the infinite cosmos. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 57. Cultivation level, Quasi-Emperor. 5th stage. Talent, unparalleled through the ages. Opportunities for Sword Dao simulation, 3, and used. Opportunities for life source comprehension, 2, and used. Opportunities for thunder source comprehension, 6, and used. Upon ascending to the Imperial Realm, Lin Fan anticipated being able to venture forth. The boundless celestial expanse, the myriad stars, what mysteries do they conceal? The root of humanity's decline lies within the starry skies, and perhaps many of the world's enigmas could find resolution amidst that celestial realm. Lin Fan then turned his gaze beyond the western mountains, towards the Imperial Palace. Where Li Yu stood upon the star-gathering hall, surrounded by countless figures of humanity. The 6 great emperors stood at the forefront. We bow before the emperor. Their voices resounded like an ocean, echoing through heaven and earth, as all present prostrate before Li Yu upon the star-gathering hall. From that moment, the entire landscape of the 9 provinces was forever altered. The 9 dynasties ceased to exist. Henceforth, there would be but one imperial dynasty in the 9 provinces. The Great Tang. By the divine decree, today the Great Tang Empire is established, with its capital in Shengjing, governing 9 counties. And Emperor Li Yu ascends to the position of the Great Tang Emperor today. A voice resonated, and beside Li Yu stood another figure, resplendently attired, proclaiming a decree to the entire realm. Zhao Quangai had become Li Yu's sole confidant. Bao. His voice echoed from the imperial palace, traveling throughout the grand capital, Shenyang. Countless individuals were taken aback, all kneeling in the direction of the palace. This marked a pivotal day for humanity. Bow again. The masses bowed to Li Yu. Yet he directed his reverence towards the western mountains, bowing in homage to the sacred will. Today, only humanity stands here, but one day, in this very place. In the glorious capital of the Tang dynasty, I shall summon all races to pay tribute, and the world shall bow its head. Li Yu proclaimed these words from the star-picking hall, stirring the hearts of many. Even Lin Fan paused, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a smile. Is this arrogance? Not at all. Humanity requires such an emperor, one who dares to declare war upon the world, embodying the might of 100 rivers converging. Soon, centered around Shenyang, 8 principal cities emerged, each residing in a different province, collectively safeguarding the imperial court of humanity. Thus, humanity entered a new era, the annihilation of the barbarian tribes. This was Li Yu's first decree upon ascending the throne. To this end, he sought out Figzu, determined to eradicate the tribe that had tormented humanity for countless ages. Lin Fan refrained from intervening in this battle. It was Li Yu's inaugural demonstration of authority, and there was no need for Lin Fan's involvement. The peak tribes were preoccupied with an enigmatic threat, indifferent to this corner of the world where humanity resided, even if they took notice. Humanity was of no consequence to them. Without a saint among them, humanity was merely expendable in their eyes. In the late autumn, under the long night, a carriage slowly exited the gates of the former capital of the Song dynasty, now the county seat of Songjun. The curtain lifted to reveal a woman clad in azure. Chu Yan, the woman who had been imparted the way of righteousness by Lin Fan, had chosen to depart from humanity while the rest waged war against the barbarian tribes. She set forth with but a single carriage and a maid, traversing the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. She approached the myriad races of the entire Xuanhuang world. Humanity sought not only conquest, but also redemption. In many corners of the Xuanhuang world, other remnants of humanity existed. Some hiding in obscurity, scraping by, while others were perhaps confined within certain tribes, and some may have long forgotten the existence of the 9 provinces of humanity. She intended to find them and enlighten them. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. She sought to kindle that spark. Miss, will we be able to return alive? Her maid, a mere deity, yet a prodigy of a prominent clan, humbly followed in her footsteps. Chu Yin gazed back at the 10,000 great mountains and then forward to the endless plains, shaking her head slightly. Perhaps there would be no return. Yet, many would remember us. This must be what is meant by leaving a mark in history. It seems worthwhile. A smile graced her face. If only she could meet that person once more, though it might be a dream never to be fulfilled. Within the 10,000 great mountains, humanity still had a sliver of survival, but beyond those mountains, merely existing was a luxury for humanity. In the eastern expanse of the Tang dynasty, a vessel bravely navigated through tumultuous waves, carrying a young man with a machete fastened at his waist, who stood silently on the deck, gazing upon the vast, desolate sea. He had long lost track of time, having journeyed eastward with his machete, symbolizing his unwavering resolve. Time and again, he had encountered perilous situations, yet he had survived them all. According to the sea tribes, the waters ahead were known as the Ghost Sea, a forbidden zone within the endless ocean, where even the sacred realms dared not tread lightly. Indeed, venturing further could potentially free him from the relentless pursuit of the sea tribes. But it did not guarantee his safe passage back. Behind him stood a woman clad in blue, her expression grave as she surveyed the pitch-black waters. The Ghost Sea was one of the 3 great forbidden zones of the mystical world, akin to the primitive mountains, shrouded in mystery. With little known about it beyond the encounters of the sea tribes, a once ascendant sea tribe prince had entered its depths, only to vanish without a trace. Accounts from lost sea tribe members claimed to have seen him, but he appeared lifeless. Aboard their vessel, ominously named the Ghost Ship, they carried ancient taboos, endlessly sailing through the Ghost Sea. Numerous legends whispered to the world of the terrors concealed within, marking the Ghost Sea as an absolute sanctuary of death. Let us proceed, Yibu Zheng declared, his demeanor serene, undaunted by the ceaseless pursuit of the sea tribes. He held steadfast to his machete and his faith in his mentor. Chapter 92. The spirit tribe years blurred into a haze, and a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and their companions finally arrived at the spirit tribe, having traversed vast realms without the aid of interdimensional teleportation, covering billions of miles. Upon arrival, Ling Yu could not help but take a deep breath, inhaling the rich spiritual essence of the land. At last, we have returned. After 10 years. She had nearly forgotten her identity as the quasi-saintess of the 10,000 Spirits Valley. The title of quasi-saintess, while prestigious, paled in comparison to the extraordinary individuals beside her. Qin Gu, the usually reticent yet undeniably central figure among them, had ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. For her, the concept of cultivation thresholds seemed non-existent. She had naturally broken through during a moment of playing the zither. Conversely, Qin Ming's path had been one of relentless battles, challenging every renowned prodigy he encountered along the way. Through combat, he gained enlightenment and even broke through barriers. Now he stood at the 6th level of the celestial realm. Yet their combat prowess could not simply be defined by their levels. Qin Ming had even triumphed over the celestial prodigies with his celestial realm cultivation. Is this truly the spirit tribe? A voice interrupted her reverie, directing her attention to the figure behind the massive sword, a young man of the human race. Xuanhuang, the one who had received the teachings of the strongest human in a dream, appeared to have scarcely cultivated, yet his cultivation eluded her understanding. Every day, he caressed his bow and arrows, and on one fateful day, he had effortlessly slain a peak creature of the creation realm with a single shot. Remarkably, he had emerged from the valley barely above the creation realm himself. Yes, this is the Spirit Tribe's heavenly pass, she confirmed. The Spirit Tribe possessed 9 heavenly passes, with the Imperial Court situated at the very heart of these gates. Among the human race, the Imperial Court stands as the mightiest, while my Wanling Valley holds the 8th position. As the colossal sword descended, the figure of the sword's spirit vanished within its depths, and another sword appeared behind Qin Ming. They chose not to rely on the giant sword for flight, but rather soared into the Spirit Clan on their own accord. Unlike the Elemental Clan, the Spirit Clan ranks 4th among the top 10 peak clans, far surpassing the Elemental Clan, with formidable forces that are beyond measure. Although we are ranked 8th, it does not imply that Wanling Valley is weak. We possess a quasi-emperor ancestor. Furthermore, a millennium ago, our ancestor intervened, resulting in the demon clans fall from the ranks of the top 10 peak clans. The survival of the ancestors of several other major forces remains uncertain. When the Wanling Valley was mentioned, Ling Yu displayed a proud countenance, yet upon glancing at Qin Ming and his companions, she perceived little reaction from them. Though your master is strong, he may not necessarily rival my family's ancestor. I have heard from my master that our ancestor has made significant strides in the quasi-emperor realm. She remarked, a quasi-emperor is the mightiest in the world. Advancing further is beyond imagination. The group remained silent, as they had not truly encountered Lin Fan and were unaware of his prowess. Yet in their hearts, Lin Fan represented their singular faith, unmatched by any being in existence. Qin Ming and Qin Gu exchanged slight head shakes. They had never comprehended the full extent of their master's strength. Some spoke of him as a sage, others as a great sage, and still others as a quasi-emperor. However, even upon reaching the Spirit Clan, safety was not guaranteed. With the Wan Clan competition approaching, numerous beings from other clans had arrived at the Spirit Clan. Let us proceed to Wanling Valley. Crossing the Celestial Gate, they entered a city of realms, not lingering unnecessarily, and departed directly via the inter-realm teleportation array. As they stood outside the teleportation array, someone noticed the slight furrow in Qin Ming's brow, but the next moment, as if a realization struck, their expression changed dramatically. It's him, Qin Ming, they exclaimed, drawing the attention of others around. The name Qin Ming was not unfamiliar to many. He was a paragon of the human race hailing from the 9 provinces, with countless prodigies having fallen before him. His arrival in the Spirit Clan raised speculation. Was he here to partake in the Wan Clan competition? One member of the Crystal Clan involuntarily inhaled deeply, remarking, a human participating in the Wan Clan competition. This is unprecedented. But who granted them the audacity to compete? I have heard that the geniuses of the 9 provinces typically hide away, fearing discovery by our overseers sent to the 9 provinces. And now we have one daring enough to reveal themselves. No matter how monstrous one may be, their fate is ultimately sealed. As they journeyed, Qin Ming and his companions had already heard such sentiments far too often. The human overseers were not a secret among these peak clans. In their eyes, the 9 provinces resembled a prison where the human race was kept, only to be harvested when the time was ripe. Nowadays, many parts of the Xuanhuang Great World bore the descendants of blood sacrifices captured from the 9 provinces. To them, humans were akin to livestock. Regarding these matters, Qin Ming had inquired about the essence of the human race from Ling Yu, who mentioned, I have heard from the elders in the valley that the flesh and blood of humans can aid in the comprehension of the Dao and possess certain longevity properties. As the end approaches for practitioners, the need for capturing humans grows ever more pressing. Ling Yu furrowed her brows and uttered those words, yet deep down, she harbored doubts. If the human race were truly so weak, how could they have diminished to such an extent? Longevity. Upon hearing her words, she detected an unusual glimmer of murderous intent emanating from Qin Gu, sending an inexplicable chill through her heart. At that moment, she realized she was no longer a match for him. A mere quasi-saintess from the Wanling Valley had been surpassed by a human prodigy who had only just reached the realm of creation. However, with time, she grew accustomed to this reality. She no longer compared herself to Qin Gu and Qin Ming. She had already categorized them among the extraordinary geniuses of the world. What they lacked was merely time. Are you Sister Lingyu? Having traversed 7 trials of the Spirit Clan, upon reaching the 8th realm, she had scarcely stepped out of the teleportation array when a young member of the Spirit Clan recognized her. The youth gazed at Lingyu in astonishment. Did you not perish in the primordial mountains? He inquired, stepping closer to scrutinize her, his expression shifting to one of excitement. Lingyu looked at him and smiled wryly. I did not die. I emerged alive. She could hardly disclose that she had been captured and taken to the human territories of the 9 provinces, then journeyed back to the Spirit Clan. Sister Lingyu, come quickly to meet Master. She will be delighted to see you, the young Spirit Clan member exclaimed, attempting to pull Lingyu away. Lingyu glanced at Qin Ming and the others, and the youth followed her gaze. Noticing the 4 humans standing nearby, a young man with 2 swords on his back, a veiled woman cradling a gukin, and another youth seemingly lost in thought. Who are they? The young Spirit Clan member's face displayed confusion. If his eyes were not deceiving him, these appeared to be 4 humans. How could Sister Lingyu be in the company of humans? They are my friends, Lingyu replied. Just as the young Spirit Clan member was about to voice his disbelief, the words caught in his throat as he stared incredulously at Qin Ming and the others. But Sister Lingyu is a quasi-saintess. How could she have friends among the humans? Chapter 93. The moon rising over the Xuanhuang Valley, in truth, is a vast and boundless cave world. Viewed from the heavens above, it resembles the nest of some great creature. The entrance to Xuanhuang Valley faces the sky, stretching thousands of miles wide and soaring to great heights, with countless spirits entering and exiting. Legends speak of Xuanhuang Valley as the former nesting ground of the divine beast, the phoenix, from which a phoenix once hatched, leaving behind countless epics in the realm. The richness of spiritual energy here is unparalleled among the Spirit Clan. As Lingyu spoke, she led Qin Gu and the others into Xuanhuang Valley, with the young Spirit Clan member trailing beside them, his curious gaze fixed on the humans, filled with astonishment. The last time humans had entered Xuanhuang Valley was a millennium ago when a gravely wounded human expert sought an audience with the valley's master. Regrettably, that individual perished shortly thereafter. I will take you to meet Master. Noticing the attention of numerous spirits upon Qin Gu and his companions, he stepped slightly forward and said. The others nodded in agreement. Beneath the azure sky and amidst the cerulean sea, such was the scene of Xuanhuang Valley, where Lingyu's master resided in a secluded mountain gorge. A woman clad in green stood atop a mountain waterfall, quietly observing Lingyu and her companions. She had already heard Lingyu convey information regarding Qin Ming and his companions, as well as matters pertaining to the human race, yet she found herself engulfed in disbelief. Could it be true that there existed a saint among the humans? She had encountered her master. She had met the elder. Several individuals spoke of a valley lord in the Valley of 10,000 Spirits, alongside 36 cave masters, one of whom was a peak sage who had fallen from the realm of the great sage. They had returned. She gazed at Lingyu and remarked. As Lingyu approached and knelt before her, all the resilience she had exhibited until now crumbling in that moment. It was only in this space that she could genuinely relax. Throughout her journey, only she comprehended the trials she had endured. Decades in the primal mountains, coupled with her experiences among the humans, had nearly shattered her spirit. Thankfully, she was finally back. The woman clad in green smiled as she affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned her attention to Qin Ming and his companions. I have heard Lingyu mention you, claiming you all possess extraordinary talents unparalleled in this world, as well as a master of forbidden caliber. Her seemingly calm words belied profound astonishment. The youth from the Spirit Clan beside her widened his eyes, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Extraordinary talent equated to a status comparable to that of the Spirit Clan, even surpassing the disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Spirits. What kind of formidable beings were these? When had the human race ever produced such strength? The woman in green spoke as if lost in thought, her pupils shimmering with a divine essence, seemingly attempting to gaze through them entirely. He stepped forward, placing his hand upon the sword box. The woman in green furrowed her brow slightly, redirecting her focus to the sword box as an immense domain of power descended, rendering unable to move. The enigmatic sword box, merely 3 feet in length, crafted from pear wood, bore an intricately profound engraving depicting a vast sea under the slow ascent of a full moon. Master, Lingyu gasped, ready to speak when she witnessed her master tremble, suddenly retreating, a trickle of crimson staining her lips. It was not an imperial weapon, merely a strand of sword intent. Then she heard her master's voice, filled with shock and disbelief, culminating in a surge of terror, as if witnessing an unspeakable horror. Qin Ming, Qin Gu, and the others could only glimpse the moonlight upon the vast sea from the sword box. But she perceived a vessel and an individual beneath that ethereal glow. When he directed his gaze towards the figure in the painting, that figure met her eyes, sending tremors through her very soul, nearly causing her to dissolve into the Dao. This strand of sword intent could easily slay her. Yet Lingyu had clearly mentioned that this sword box had already been employed once, having slain an enigma that escaped from the primal mountains. Having been used once, it retained such formidable power. A quasi-emperor. Her heart surged with astonishment as she beheld the sword box, then glanced at Qin Gu and the others, unable to suppress a deep inhalation. The human race possessed a quasi-emperor. She had once been a great sage. If it were the sword intent of a great sage, it could not wield such an overwhelming effect upon her. It could only be that of a quasi-emperor. As the domain of power receded, the oppressive aura enveloping everyone dissipated. Gu Yi's hand rested upon the sword box, already poised to draw it forth. The expressions of Qin Gu and his companions were likewise far from serene. Yet the woman in green bestowed a smile upon them all. I beg your pardon, as the demonic race has been making a resurgence in recent years. The Valley of All Spirits has become rather wary of outsiders. I merely wish to ascertain whether any traces of their influence lingered upon you. These few artifacts, imbued with a sanctified essence, are offered to you young friends as a token of my contrition. The sacred relics fell into the hands of the four, who were momentarily taken aback by their unexpected fortune. These were indeed holy weapons. The youthful member of the spirit race stood agape, as if to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately found himself unable to articulate them. Despite having followed his master for so long without acquiring such treasures, these unfamiliar humans had received them upon their arrival. What could possibly explain this? Qin Gu observed the scene, her expression thoughtful as she nodded. Thank you, esteemed elder. Should the opportunity arise, please convey my regards to your master, she added, her face alight with a smile, while Lingyu beside her was left in a state of bewilderment. Her master had always exuded an air of frostiness. This was the first time she had witnessed such warmth from him. He will know, Xinhou replied, addressing Lin Fan with the same honorific as Qin Ming and Qin Gu. To him, Lin Fan, who imparted wisdom to him in dreams, was undoubtedly watching over them. No. The woman clad in green was suddenly taken aback, casting her gaze around as an inexplicable sensation of being observed washed over her. Could it be that he had also arrived? Master, that one is likely to remain within the human realm for the foreseeable future, Lingyu remarked, attuned to her intuition. She felt as though Lin Fan was vigilantly safeguarding the primordial mountain. Perhaps the peculiarities of the present world were intrinsically linked to him. Reassured, the woman in green turned her attention back to Qin Gu and her companions. Since you are friends of Lingyu, you are my guests. I am Yi Luo, a cave lord of the Valley of All Spirits. As long as I am here, none of the spirit race shall dare to mistreat you. Furthermore, I shall personally escort you to the great competition of all races. For the first time, her once tranquil heart trembled, and certain burdens that had long weighed upon her surged forth. She was no longer the reclusive cave Lord Yi Luo. Some grievances and resentments are not so easily cast aside. They remain buried, awaiting the glimmer of hope, which has now emerged. Suddenly, she gazed into the heavens, her focus sharpening. Lingyu, ensure their comfort. I must step out for a moment. With those words, her figure vanished from the mountain waterfall, reappearing before a wooden cottage where an elderly woman sat kindly observing her. Valley Master. She bowed deeply in reverence. This seemingly ordinary old woman was, in fact, the master of the Valley of All Spirits, a peak saint and one of the sovereigns of the Xuanhuang Great World. Chapter 94. The Blood Race's Ascendant Emperor Child. Your heart is no longer at peace, she remarked, exuding no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary elder. Outside the courtyard lay fences and medicinal fields, with numerous disciples of the Valley of All Spirits soaring through the skies. No one would suspect that the master of the valley resided here. Yi Luo raised her gaze to her, falling into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. The human race has given birth to an ascendant emperor. Her words caused the master of the Valley of All Spirits to widen her eyes in astonishment, and her slightly hunched form straightened as the revelation sank in. The human race has an ascendant emperor. She rose from the steps, gazing intently at her. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The human race has birthed a quasi-emperor. Do you grasp the implications of this occurrence and what may ensue? The human race is incapable of producing a quasi-emperor. She shook her head, speaking with conviction. A century ago, I ventured into the realm of humanity, the 9 provinces, home to the 9 great human dynasties. I traversed many lands, seeking the traces of those sovereigns. Yet, all remnants have vanished, much like they themselves. leaving no discernible mark upon this earth, let alone a quasi-emperor. The human race is unlikely to even manifest a sage. Their path has been irrevocably severed. With a soft sigh, she continued, if there exists a force sympathetic to humanity, it is only the valley of all spirits. Yet, even they dare not express such sentiments. The past of humanity is a taboo for all pinnacle races above the great sage realm. They are aware of humanity's history, of what they once were, and what transgressions they committed. Thus, the resurgence of humanity is an impossibility. But I have witnessed something, Yi Luo interjected, initially swayed by the valley master of all spirits. Her expression hardened at the memory of a figure descending beneath the vast sea and moon. It was a sword box. I had believed it to be an imperial weapon of humanity, yet it was merely a manifestation of sword intent. Adorned with a carving that I discerned had not existed for long. My disciple mentioned that an entity from the human race extracted him from the primal mountain. Disregarding its prohibitions, her demeanor grew grave. The valley master of all spirits lapsed into silence, directing her gaze toward the direction of the 9 provinces, momentarily lost in thought. Could he have concealed himself back then? But why? She murmured, then inhaled deeply, her gaze returning to Yi Luo, falling upon the waterfall from which she had emerged. Qin Gu was playing the zither, her melodies resonant and enchanting, while a flock of birds encircled her, and the spirit beasts of the forest gradually approached. 100 birds flocked to the phoenix, 10,000 beasts pay homage. This is the path of life. It seemed to embody an essence of the natural way. To think that humanity could produce such prodigies. Their gifts rivaled, if not surpassed, those of the disciples of the Valley of All Spirits, standing as the foremost among mortals. Next was Qin Ming, who bore a sword upon his back and wielded another in hand, standing resolutely beneath the waterfall, allowing the torrents to cascade over him. The 3 paths of sword, thunder, and slaughter surged within him, causing her to tremble in awe. This was indeed the fusion of the great paths. This young man of the human race was merely at the 6th level of the celestial realm. Swish! An arrow pierced the void, imbued with the power of the soul, capable of penetrating the very essence of beings and extinguishing their souls. The 3rd human, the youth who drew his bow atop the waterfall, was practicing the path of the soul. And then there was the last one, Gui. He stood beside the mountain gorge, cradling the sword box, quietly observing Qin Gu. Qin Ming, an exile as they trained, a smile occasionally gracing his lips. The sword box, her gaze fixated on it. Buzz. Before her eyes unfolded a vast sea. A radiant moon slowly rising, beneath which appeared a slender boat. A young man clad in white stood within, sensing his gaze upon her. The young man in white lifted his eyes to meet hers. With a sigh, the leader of the Wanling Valley withdrew her consciousness, succumbing to a profound silence. A trickle of crimson escaped from the corner of her mouth, and her expression instantly waned. Severely injured. Unlike Yi Luo, she had invoked her great path, using her consciousness as a vessel to truly confront the figure depicted in that painting with a single strike. One strike, and she was vanquished. The leader, Yi Luo, stepped forward to gently support her, fully aware of the terror embodied in that painting, and she understood that the leader would inevitably seek to test that figure. Yet, she could not intervene. The leader of Wanling Valley bore the weight of countless lives and deaths. She needed to ensure that not a single error could occur. Luo, the heavens are about to change, the leader suddenly declared, gazing into the vast expanse with an ineffable emotion in her eyes before letting out a soft sigh. He must have lain in wait for so long to orchestrate a grand upheaval. It was likely that his ascension to quasi-emperor was merely the surface of a far greater scheme. When he moves, chaos will engulf the entirety of the Xuanhuang Great World, and it is feared that a cleansing will befall all, an account of humanity's countless years of humiliation, an unspeakable tale of woe. She shook her head, as if she could already envision the scene of a blood-soaked world, where myriad races lay prostrate in defeat, and she even felt concern for the spirit race. Leader, I wish to take them to participate in the great competition of the myriad races, Yi Luo stated. The leader of Wanling Valley regarded her, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. This must be the will of that esteemed figure. Since he desires their participation in the great competition, let them go. Your disciple shall be named Lingyu and appointed as a saintess. As for the ancestor, let us keep that knowledge from her. Yi Luo, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, bowed respectfully, and then departed from the small courtyard. In the capital city, at the library, Lin Fan had just finished reading a book. Hearing the notification sound from the system within his mind, he smiled and left the library. With a single step, he arrived at the primordial mountain. Here, an unexpected guest had already arrived. A figure shrouded in crimson stood before a severed body, outside the flesh and blood mire. What transpired here? he inquired, directing his question at the half-formed body but receiving no response. However, he chose not to step into the flesh and blood mire. For those of his caliber understood the primordial mountain, the first 2 levels posed no danger. The true horror lay in the 3rd level, where a quasi-emperor-level human being harbored an unquenchable obsession, having transformed into an immortal aberration amid the turmoil of the mire. Any creature that beheld him would be cursed, beset by countless malevolent spirits until their essence was extinguished. A blood clan quasi-emperor? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, causing his expression to tighten as he turned to the side. A young man in white was observing him, clad in plain robes, untouched by a trace of dust. With eyes as clear as the boundless sky, quietly gazing at him, a figure seemingly out of place in this realm. "Who are you?" he asked, instinctively taking a step back. Yet, this was merely a subconscious reaction, and then he saw the young man in white smile. "Have you not discerned it? I am of the human race." A single utterance seemed to stir some primordial will within the mountains, unleashing an endless and enigmatic force that, however, dissipated before him. He then beheld an almost infinite array of chains of regulation, binding and suppressing the man before him, yet he remained unfazed, maintaining a serene gaze in return.